We're aware, Wei Wei said calmly. We left specifically to investigate this situation. She avoided mentioning the true enemy, not wanting to cause a panic. Pressing her lips together, she added, but rest assured, we've already called for reinforcements. The moment Tiligoten heard that help had been summoned, and that her husband had returned, she visibly relaxed. Looking curiously at Wei Wei, she gestured and smiled. Was that young man from earlier, perhaps the princess's companion? In Alabasta, that gesture meant partner. Wei Wei blushed and quickly shook her head. And no, not at all. He's a Navy officer who came here on assignment. We only happened to meet on the road and decided to travel together. Ah, Navy, huh? A fine match for Princess Wei Wei. Tiligoten smiled teasingly. He's a strong one. But her expression turned serious again. Still, is it really safe to rely on just him? Wei Wei's gaze drifted to the window. We have no choice. For now, he's our best chance. But that doesn't mean we can stand by and do nothing. As a princess, she could not allow herself to leave the fate of Alabasta entirely in someone else's hands. She had to act. Though she had the authority to mobilize the royal guard and was beloved by the troops, Wei Wei didn't deploy them right away. Too sudden a movement could alert the enemy. Besides, another danger loomed, the rebel army. Tiligoten had already informed her of everything that had transpired in her absence. If things continued unchecked, war between the kingdom's army and the rebels was inevitable. That would only result in needless bloodshed and serve the enemy's purpose. Wei Wei still didn't know Crocodile's true aim, the Poneglyph, but she believed he wanted to seize control of the kingdom. Just then a soldier rushed in, his voice urgent. Princess Wei Wei, the rebel army is on the move. Wei Wei's face paled. What? The timing couldn't be worse. Alabasta now faced not only Crocodile, but civil war as well. Kusha, she whispered. Then she took a deep breath, eyes hardening with resolve. We have to stop them. We must end this war before it begins. The people must know that everything was orchestrated from the shadows. We cannot let them be manipulated. Ikarem, I want to go to the rebel camp and speak with them directly. She no longer sounded like a frightened princess. Wei Wei had matured in mere moments, shouldering the weight of her kingdom. Ikarem hesitated. It's too dangerous. Let me go instead. Wei Wei shook her head firmly. They'll only trust a royal. It has to be me. Then I'm going with you. Ikarem insisted. If Baroque Works learns of your presence, they'll come after you. Fine, Wei Wei said. Let's go before it's too late. Meanwhile, Yunyi strolled straight into the palace, alone. Patrolling soldiers littered the area, but Yunyi could tell from a glance that they weren't genuine. Real soldiers didn't smoke on duty. Baroque Works, no doubt. He didn't bother hiding. The enemy spotted him almost instantly, and a group rushed toward him, weapons drawn. Yunyi didn't lift a finger. With a single glance, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki. A low buzz echoed through the halls, and dozens collapsed on the spot, eyes rolled back, mouths frothing. The shockwave blanketed the palace, sending nearly every imposter into unconsciousness. Inside, the Baroque agents, Dazbones, Paula, Mr. Tubon Clay, Robin, and a few others, watched in disbelief as their comrades dropped like flies. Even King Cobra, wounded and on the floor, sensed the immense pressure. What's happening? Dazbones growled, taking a defensive stance. Robin calmly shut her book. He's here. Heavy footsteps approached. All eyes turned to the entrance. No one is allowed in here unless they're a cadre, Paula muttered nervously. Not the boss, Bon Clay said, voice tense. Get ready, Dazbones ordered. Whoever it is, they're strong. The doors burst open. Yunyi stepped inside, scanning the room until his eyes landed on Nicole Robin, then Cobra. Without hesitation, he appeared beside Cobra, helping him up. The king of Alabasta shouldn't be kneeling, Yunyi said casually. Good thing you're alive. Your daughter would have been devastated. Everyone blinked. In a split second, he had crossed the room. They hadn't even seen him move. Even Cobra looked bewildered. You are? Later, Yunyi said. Let's deal with him first. His gaze returned to Robin. Nicole Robin, the devil's child. Different from the bounty photo, but it's definitely you. Then he addressed the room. So, You all serve Crocodile? A warlord of the sea using piracy to steal a nation. Bull, who are you? Daz Bones demanded. Robin paled instantly. That face, there was no mistaking it. Vice Admiral Nightblade. The fourth general. Vice Admiral Nightblade. What are you doing here? Robin whispered, visibly trembling. To investigate, Yin-Yi replied coolly. Vice Admiral? Damn it, dust slash speed. Daz Bones charged, transforming his limbs into blades. Yin-Yi didn't flinch. A little brave, but not nearly strong enough. As Daz Bones unleashed his technique, Yin-Yi drew his blade. Daz scoffed. Blades don't work on me. But Yin-Yi's slash tore through him like paper. A fountain of blood erupted as Daz froze, eyes wide, then split clean in half. The slash didn't stop. It blasted through the palace wall, carving a trench nearly a kilometer long into the earth. Silence fell. Everyone was frozen in fear. Don't move, Yin-Yi said coldly. You're surrounded. Daz Bones is dead? Paula's voice cracked in disbelief. Bon Clay trembled uncontrollably. Even Cobra was stunned. This is the Navy's strength? I'll ask the questions, Yin-Yi said. Where's Crocodile? Where's True Goals? Before anyone could answer, a voice rang out. Desert Sword. A wave of sand surged through the floor. Yin-Yi parried with a flash of steel, meeting the sand head-on with a thunderous clash. Wind howled from the impact. From the dust emerged Crocodile himself. Vice Admiral Nightblade, he said darkly. I didn't expect you. Crocodile remembered him clearly. Yin-Yi once clashed with Admiral Akainu and survived. A monster among monsters. Crocodile, Yin-Yi said, your scheme is finished. Surrender. Oomph. I'm a warlord of the sea. Touch me, and you defy the world government. You can explain that in prison. Yin-Yi raised his blade. Crescent moon slash Tenchong. 1,000-meter arc split the sky. Crocodile barely formed a sand wall, infused with haki. It shattered instantly. He blocked with his golden hook, coated in armament haki, but the force launched him through a wall and into the horizon. Yin-Yi turned calmly to Paula and Bon Clay. One glance, and they collapsed unconscious from his haki. Sleep for now, he said, eyes returning to the dust where Crocodile vanished. Your boss is next. Yin-Yi gazed at Robin and spoke calmly. I know who you are. I won't harm you. You're free to leave. Robin looked at him, her expression filled with confusion. You're letting me go. You're not a pirate. You're just someone caught in the tide of history, Yin-Yi replied. You're the enemy of the world government, not mine. I have no reason to fight you. He turned slightly, voice steady. Go learn the truth of this world. You are the only one left who can read those ancient words. Robin's eyes darkened with sorrow. History, our island, was destroyed for trying to uncover it. And now, I have no place left to go. There's nowhere in this world that welcomes me. The pain of betrayal, the endless flight, the loneliness, it all weighed on her. She had come to despise this world. Were it not for her mission, she would have given up long ago. In this world, strength determines everything, Yin-Yi said, meeting her gaze. If your island had someone like Whitebeard, do you think the world government would have dared to destroy it? He paused, then added, no one stays alone forever. Eventually, someone will protect you. Someone will accept you. He turned his head toward a distant corner of the palace, smiled faintly, and disappeared in a flash. Robin stood silently. Someone who would protect me, she murmured. Her thoughts drifted to Sorrow, who had given his life for her. His words echoed faintly, now overlapping with Yunya's. She gently shook her head. No, there was no such person. If there was, she would have met them already, somewhere in her long years of flight and betrayal. Her expression hardened. Your Majesty, she said to Cobra, I'd like to visit the royal crypt. May I have your permission? Cobra's expression shifted. He had heard everything between her and Yunyi. After a moment of silence, he nodded. I trust Lieutenant General Nightblade's judgment. If he chose to spare you, he must have his reasons. I cannot stop you, even if I wanted to. Thank you, Your Majesty, Robin said with a gentle smile, the previous vulnerability in her face completely gone. After bowing politely, she vanished from sight. Nicole Robin, the devil's child, the only person who can read the poneglyphs, Cobra whispered. Without power, you can't even protect a secret. He sighed. Meanwhile, two figures were hiding in a palace corner, having seen everything. Sister Betty, Kurla whispered nervously. I think we've been discovered. Bello Betty frowned. Not think. He definitely saw us. Yinya glanced in their direction and even smiled. A clear giveaway. But why didn't he attack? Kurla bit her lip. He's a Marine, and he let Nico Robin go. I thought our mission was over right there. Betty sighed. Honestly, I don't know. That slash earlier, that had to be Yiren's. We knew the Navy might show up, but I didn't expect him. She paused. Let's follow Robin. That was the mission, after all. Okay, Kurla said softly, casting one last glance toward where Yinya had vanished. They trailed Robin to a shadowy underground chamber, Alabastus Royal Crypt, where an ancient poneglyph rested. Robin stepped forward, running her fingers along the ancient structure, eyes focused on the massive stone cube. It's here, she murmured. But the sound of approaching footsteps made her spin around. Who's there? Don't worry. We're not enemies, said a calm voice. Betty and Kurla stepped out, lowering their hoods. Who are you? Robin asked, still guarded. We're from the Revolutionary Army, Betty said. Robin's eyes narrowed. What does the Revolutionary Army want with me? She already knew who they were, a group fighting to overthrow the world government. Her mind quickly made the connection, her ability to read ancient texts. We've been looking for you, Betty said gently. You're a beacon of truth in this world. We need your help. Kurla nodded, her eyes full of sincerity. Please, Sister Robin, we just want to help. Robin studied them. She had met too many liars, too many traitors. But Kurla's gaze was clear. She smiled faintly. I appreciate the gesture. Maybe if I ever change my mind, I'll come to you. With that, she turned her attention back to the poneglyph, but her expression soon grew serious. Pluton, she whispered. She had found what she feared. This stone recorded the location of one of the ancient weapons. Betty stepped forward. Can you tell us what's written on it? Robin glanced at her, but said nothing. Betty didn't push. Our mission was to find and protect you. If you don't want to join us, we won't force you. But remember, we are not your enemies. We share the same enemy. She looked at Kurla. Robin's safe. Our mission's complete. The Navy's here. It's time to go. Kurla gave Robin one last look. Take care, Sister Robin. The Revolutionary Army will always welcome you. They left quietly. Robin watched their backs disappear into the shadows. The Revolutionary Army, she muttered, then sighed. I'm cursed. Anyone close to me will suffer. She had no intention of dragging anyone else down with her. After recording all the information on the poneglyph, Robin explored the crypt for anything useful. With one final look at the ancient stone, she turned and left. Elsewhere, Yunyi stood atop a high palace balcony, looking down at Crocodile. That title won't shield you, Yunyi replied coldly. Your crimes, your conspiracy to usurp this country, are more than enough to send you to impel down. Bold words. Got any proof? Crocodile scoffed. I'm hailed as a hero here. Do you think people would believe you over me? The Princess of Alabasta entrusted me with uncovering the truth, Yunyi said. And she doesn't lie. He raised his sword. If you're innocent, prove it. After you're captured, Yunyi slashed. Crocodile snarled, his arm transforming into sand and forming a crescent blade to counter. Boom! The two attacks collided, Crocodile's blade crumbling into sand as the air exploded outward. Yunyi's slash, though weakened, continued surging forward. Crocodile barely dodged in time. His sword strikes, they're too powerful, he growled. You're faltering already? Yunyi mocked. So much for the great Shichibukai. In a flash, he appeared overhead and brought his sword down, coated in haki. Crocodile's body turned to sand just in time, reappearing above Yunyi and striking with his venom-tipped golden hook. Die! But Yunyi twisted midair, intercepting the attack with a sweeping strike of his own. They clashed. A shriek of metal and sand echoed. You use poison now? Is that befitting of a so-called hero? Yunyi sneered, then swept his leg forward, Renkyaku, a slicing air blade shot toward Crocodile, who conjured twin hockey-coated sand swords. Desert diamond blades. Another explosion. Sand whirled into the sky. Only the weak resort to trickery, Yun Yi said coldly. He vanished, then reappeared in front of Crocodile, sword glowing. Moonfang slashed. Crocodile responded by drawing a giant blade from the desert floor. Desert greatsword. Sensing the danger, Yun Yi twisted a strike downward mid-swing. Crack! His sword shattered the massive blade and tore a canyon into the palace grounds. The entire city felt it. Something's happening at the palace. Isn't that Lord Crocodile? Who's he fighting? A pirate? Who dares attack our hero? The people of Alabasta looked toward the battle in confusion, still unaware that their hero was the real traitor all along.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the royal city, the two collided again. The sandstorm swept across, and the yellow sand filled the sky, covering the surrounding vision. However, Yunya possessed the domineering aura of knowledge, and his perception was not hindered. Boom! The two attacks collided fiercely again. The sand blade and the silver fiber shattered at the same time. Crocodile flew upside down again. Wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed. Little devil, you were still in the mother's womb when I wandered into the new world, and this is my territory. Here, I am invincible? Don't be too arrogant. Heavyweight Shaolin. Boundless wind and sand blowing around, the wind and sand swirled, the airwaves churned, and a sandstorm was raised. Crocodile stood in the field, like the desert god of death controlling the sand sea, laughing wildly. The desert was surging with waves. In the storm, every grain of sand is like a bullet, which can easily penetrate the iron plate. And in this storm, there are countless grains of sand. This is the desert area, and it is the place where Crocodile exerts its abilities the strongest. It's just a piece of trash that came back from the new world. You don't even dare to stay in the new world, so don't talk big things here. Yunya sneered, and with a chop in his hand, he swept away the endless wind and sand. Yunya looked at Crocodile. Her tone was as cold as ice. De Honglian Bing Lunwan. With a sound of buzz, as inexplicable power boiled from Yunyi's body, a terrifying low-temperature cold air spread towards the surroundings. The sky darkened, the clouds were overcast, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Even though this is a desert area with a lack of water vapor, there are still snowflakes in the sky. Hiron Mero, control the sky, the whole sky is home. The ice dragon spins its tail. Yunya swung his sword, and the lifelike ice dragon shot from the tip of the sword, rushing towards Crocodile. A phantom beast with the ability to be in the form of a god of death, with ice ability, really has some similarities with Aokiji. Crocodile felt the low temperature around him affecting his actions. His tone was slightly heavy, and he exhaled white air from his mouth. However, I am the strongest natural element. Everything in the world will wither and turn into sand. You are no exception. Erosion of reincarnation desert wave. Crocodile fell to the ground, kneeling on one knee, the right hand touches the ground. Following his movements, with a buzz sound, the entire ground began to tremble, and everything began to wither and dry up. The ground split open, houses collapsed, and finally weathered and turned into sand. Fortunately, this is not a residential area, and there are no people in the palace. Otherwise, it is estimated that many people will be directly drained of water from their bodies and die directly due to the movement caused by Crocodile this time. Part of the sand. Boom boom boom. The desert began to boil, like the roaring of sea waves, and amidst the waves of sand, sand blades made of sand sprung up from the ground like bamboo shoots, colliding with Yunyi's ice dragon. The ice dragon shattered, and the sand waves still covered the cloudy night. Oh, awakened. Looking at the sand waves covering it, everything began to wither, and eventually weathered into sand. These sands actually have the ability to wither. If the ice of Aokiji is the coldness of freezing particles, then the sand of Crocodile can wither and weather everything. This is the awakening of the natural department, as if with the ability of a trace of law. I know a lot, but no matter how much I know, it's useless. In this place, I am invincible, and you can't escape. Crocodile laughed loudly, with a ferocious face on his face. He manipulated the sand into a big hand. Follow Yunya to grab it. Invincible? The last one who said that he was invincible has been killed. Yunyi was not too surprised that Crocodile could awaken. After all, he was also able to tie with Pluto Rayleigh and dared to challenge the guy with white beard. If the fruit did not awaken, he would instead even more strange. Even the awakened general dare not say that he can achieve this level. Crocodile's strength is undoubtedly powerful, but Yunyi is not afraid. It's just the awakening of the natural department. It's not like he hasn't fought before. Just be careful about those sands, which have the ability to wither and cannot be touched. If they are touched, the water in the body may be sucked dry. Yunya swept across with his sword, splitting the big hand, and protruding from the ground one by one, rushing towards Crocodile along a road. Desert sword. Crocodile also waved his hand, and a sand blade rushed over. When the two collide, they are directly broken, and ice cubes and wind and sand spurt. Crocodile turned into wind and sand and rushed out, the golden hook covered with armed domineering and smashed towards Yunya head-on. Yunya withdrew his sword to block. With a sound of clang, the two retreated at the same time. Yunya leaned forward a little under his feet, and the power of frost spread to the edge of the sword, causing the ice dragon to sweep across all directions. Crocodile opened his 5 fingers and turned into a sand blade to grab it out. The ice and sand collided violently, and the strong wind spurted. Yunya seized the opportunity, armed with his right foot, kicked out, kicking Crocodile until he vomited blood and flew backwards. Crocodile flew upside down, his center of gravity sank, his right hand grabbed the ground, his legs rubbed long marks on the ground, and he used the friction to relieve his strength. Looking up again, Yunya raised his sword to kill again. Crocodile snorted coldly in his heart, his hands turned into sand, forming sand blades, stretched his hands back, and then swung forward, Desert King Kong sword. Several half-moon-shaped sand blades suddenly appeared, and then directly rose to tens of meters. The sand blades shot forward with different trajectories, and each one rushed towards Yunya's vital point. Extreme Ice Slash. Yunya stopped suddenly, looked forward, with a cold light in his eyes, the power of the sword surged, the endless cold air condensed at one point, and he slashed out. The next moment, the slash broke out suddenly, and the slash broke the sand blade, and the endless cold air froze the sand in the air, making Crocodile unable to control it. What? Crocodile was shocked, and wanted to escape, but found that for some reason, his feet were also frozen by ice. Although the ice was being withered little by little, he couldn't break free in a short time. Fortunately, he is a natural ability user. Although his legs are imprisoned, his upper body can still be turned into elements. Using elementalization, Crocodile narrowly escaped the blow. However, Yunya not far away showed an inexplicable smile. Low temperature, how can it be so easy to escape? Everything that Yunya slashed through was frozen, endless hoarfrost spread, and a hoarfrost road suddenly formed. After elementalization, Crocodile's half-body condensed directly in midair, but his legs were still frozen in place, and the slash just now brushed against Crocodile. The extreme low temperature completely froze his legs, even if the rustling fruit awakened it has the characteristic of withering, but it is still frozen to death. Over there, Yunya seized the opportunity, rushed out with a step on his feet, and slashed at the head with a sword. Damn it! Crocodile's face was horrified, and his heart was terrified. He manipulated the sand around him to form a storm and sweep it. The wind and sand are raging, and the sand particles are densely impacted like bullets, rolling and blowing up dozens of storms. Moreover, the sandstorm also contains a certain withering ability, which can weather everything it touches. With a large-scale attack, Crocodile wanted to force Yunya to give up the attack. Arrogance is the strongest way to deal with devil fruit ability users. Are you underestimating my armed color? Yunya snorted coldly, with the ice wings wrapping himself around his body like a cocoon, and the armed color domineering covered it. Form a shield. The ice wing wraps itself, and then spins suddenly like a drill. The collision sound of echoed, and endless sandstorms rushed up, but they couldn't break through the defense at all. Facing the storm Yunya, he rushed out at a high speed, and came to Crocodile's territory, and then the wings spread out behind him, and with a buzz sound, the wings stirred up the storm and bounced everything away. It's rumored that you can draw with Pluto really? It seems that's not the case. Yunya sneered, and slashed fiercely with his sword. Crocodile had a momentary buffer, and the power of fruit awakening exploded, and the ice cubes frozen on his body were assimilated into sand, and his body became elemental again in an instant. Boom! Yunya's sword slashed down like a bamboo, a terrifying ravine ran along the front, impacted out of the royal city, cut a large building in half, and froze with ice. Fortunately, because the battle between the two was very fierce, it has attracted the attention of countless people, and they have also sensed the danger. Under the organization of caring people, they have already fled on a large scale. The damage caused was not great. Moreover, Yunya's color of knowledge covers a large area, and he dared to make such a move only after he felt that there was no breath. Oh, was it dodged? Yunya stood up and looked in one direction. It was almost cut in half by you. Over there, Crocodile condensed into shape, clutching the broken arm of his left hand, staring at Yunya, feeling terrified in his heart. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, he might have been cut in half. That's why I said I was dodged by you. Yunya sneered. His sword just now was intended to cut Crocodile in half, but Crocodile dodged it. Damn it. Crocodile's heart fluctuated violently. Although he had heard about the various deeds of the Nightblade, he only knew the power of the Nightblade now that he was fighting head-on. With this oppressive power, Crocodile faintly felt like when he was fighting Whitebeard. Forget it, let's get rid of you as soon as possible, and avoid too much loss. I'm just a lieutenant general with a meager income, but I can't afford it. Yunya stood with a sword in his hand, looked at Crocodile and said calmly, the ability of ice, you've seen it before, so, use this one next. Yunya's voice suddenly became lofty, everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. Kaka. As Yunya's voice fell, the ice wings behind him shattered inch by inch, and at the same time, a more terrifying sense of oppression spread from Yunya's body. With a sound of buzz, a golden flame spread from Yunya's sword edge, and immediately covered the whole body. Surrounded by the flames, Yunya was like a god controlling the flames, and the extremely hot high temperature swept away the bone-piercing low temperature before. The surroundings changed drastically, from low temperature to high temperature, only in an instant. This is the mighty power of flowing blade Ruohuo. Even if there is no swastika, it is still more powerful than the ice wheel after the swastika is removed. Although both belong to the extreme of the same attribute in the world of God of Death, it seems that there has been a change in this world. It may also be the reason of the system. After all, one needs more than 3,000 achievement points, and the other only needs more than 1,000 achievement points. The two are like a card game, one SSR, one SSS. Perhaps, the gap was widened because of this reason. However, Yunya had a vague premonition that with his own development and strength, perhaps all Zanpakuto abilities would be able to exert almost the same power in the end. But at this stage, Flowing Blade Ruohuo is indeed the strongest trump card in Yunya's hands. Yunya pointed at Crocodile and laughed. To be honest, the desert is also my home field. Yunya swung his sword, and the terrifying golden flame suddenly boiled, and the monstrous curtain of fire rushed towards Crocodile. What? Crocodile's face changed drastically when he saw this. His knowledge color was beating wildly. The flame. According to rumors, the Nightblade has two abilities of ice and fire, and the flame is more terrifying than freezing. He used to think it was a rumor, but now that he faced the flames, he knew that the rumor was true, and it was even more exaggerated than the rumor. This high temperature even started to melt the entire ground. Damn it! Desert Vajra Saber. Crocodile yelled angrily. The ability was activated, and the endless wind and sand condensed into a huge sand blade and rushed over. But it's useless, it's all useless. Facing Yunya's flame that could destroy everything, his attack was almost defeated by one blow, and he was burned directly. The flames rushed to the front, and the danger was approaching. Crocodile's complexion changed drastically, and the armed color covered his whole body, intending to resist. Boom! The flame exploded, and the flame vortex swept across, crushing all impacts. Crocodile spit blood out of his mouth, and was carried by the shock wave and flew upside down. His clothes were scorched, and there were burn marks on his body. The armed color couldn't resist Yunya's flame at all. Although it resisted most of the power, it was still hurt. Extreme Flame Slash. Yunya soared into the sky, and the golden flame condensed the silver fiber in his hand, causing the silver fiber to emit a fiery brilliance. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? It can even burn my sand. Crocodile trembled in his heart, but his expression was extremely crazy, and he was not afraid of Yunya who burst out with such terrifying power. He is a hero, not afraid of life and death. No one can make him timid before fighting. Not for Roger, not for Whitebeard, not for Nightblade, not for 4 emperors, not for anyone. With a bang, Crocodile touched the ground with one hand, and the fruit ability was pushed to the extreme, and the surrounding desert was once again turbulent and flowing, layer upon layer. Looking down from a high altitude, it seemed that there was a fierce beast hidden in the ground, shaking its body non-stop, causing an earthquake in that area. Erosion of reincarnation. Shaolin Vajra knife. Crocodile roared angrily. A Vajra sword pierced out of the turbulent ground, pointing the sword at the sky. Whitebeard can't kill me, so you want to kill me, Nightblade. Crocodile laughed loudly, and with a boom, a thick diamond sword charged towards him. Slash. Yunya's expression was indifferent, and the extremely condensed slash fell. The 1,000-meter-long majestic slash contained endless power and could not be triggered. But those who have knowledge can perceive the power of this blow. Boom! The two collided, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, shaking the whole desert, and shaking the entire royal city. In the center of the collision, the scorching heat burst out suddenly, burning everything to pieces. Armed color, Vajra sword, all were destroyed under Yunya's attack. Yunya's slashing force is like a broken bamboo, breaking everything, directly hitting the ground. Ah! Crocodile struggled for the last time. The sand under his feet condensed, covered with armed colors, and turned into a pitch-black sand blade to sprint. Boom! Yunya's slashing attack destroyed everything, directly slashed Crocodile, and the terrifying high temperature swept across. Everything was incinerated. Armed color and strong vitality kept Crocodile's last sliver of vitality. He stared blankly at Yunya, who looked like a god in the sky, and whispered slightly, without external force, can human beings really achieve this level? Yunya fell, and said lightly, manpower is sometimes poor, as long as you break through the limits of people, and I will eventually stand on the top of the sky. Although Yunya borrowed the ability from another world, he no longer rejects the system. This is his ability. Possess the ability to surpass all. The power of the gods. Ha ha ha, your strength has already surpassed that of Whitebeard at the peak. It is not wrong to lose to you. Crocodile laughed loudly when he heard this, and then his voice became smaller and smaller, until completely disappeared, and the breath also dissipated directly. It's not enough. The one who wants to deal with the world government is not enough now. Yunya just glanced at the other side, danced a sword flower in his hand and put it back into its sheath. The surrounding flames lost the blessing of Yunya's power. It is also gradually dissipating. It's a pity that Crocodile can no longer hear these words. Without the support of the armed color, the golden flames swallowed Crocodile until it turned into nothingness. At this point, Crocodile, one of the 7 martial seas, dies. Yunya turned around and returned to the palace, glanced at the two members of the Baroque studio who were in a coma, and spread the knowledge, but did not find Robin's aura. Have they gone? I just don't know. Will you meet the protagonist group in the future? Yunya murmured to himself. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then ignored it. Yunya has no interest in catching Robin. Yunyi, who had watched anime in his previous life, more or less had a good impression of the protagonist group. Secondly, Robin's role is not very important to him. He is not interested in any historical truth, nor does he care about the three ancient weapons. Neptune has already seen it. Can he command all Neptunes? It's too tasteless. Yunya can do it by himself. Even those giant sea kings with wisdom will obediently call out to the adults when they see Yunya. His rank is much higher than the sea king. As for the legend of Pluto who can destroy an island with one blow, Yunyi is confident that he will be able to do it in the future. Although it is not possible now, but with a few shots of the most powerful false flashes, the medium-sized island will also be crushed. The King of Heaven lacks enough information. Even if he is stronger than the other two kings, he will not exceed the shackles of this world. But Yunya is different. He will transcend the shackles of this world and reach the peak. Without thinking too much, Yunya looked at Cobra and said, King Cobra, Shishibukai Crocodile was convicted of stealing the country, and I have already killed you. Your country is safe. Yes, is it? A surprised look flashed across Cobra's face, then he took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Yunyi. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Nightblade. You saved our country. Yunya took a step forward and helped Cobra up. No need to do this. This is what we should do. Shishibukai Crocodile did such an act in the name of Shishibukai, which is no longer recognized by the world government. If he dies, the subsequent world government will deprive him of his identity. I still want to thank you, sir, for your help. Please stay here for a few days. We will treat you well. Cobra bowed again and invited Yunya to stay for a few days. He wanted to treat you well. No need, my mission has been completed, and I still need to go back to the headquarters to report. Yunya waved his hand to signal that it was unnecessary, then took his leave, walked outside, and called Zhangguo. Hello, this is the Marshal's office. The phone bug rang the voice of the Warring States period. Marshal of the Warring States period, I have already investigated the situation in Alabasta. Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, used the position of the Shishibukai to engage in piracy and theft of the country. Yunya briefly described what happened here. In the Marshal's office, the Warring States slammed the case and shouted loudly, What, you killed Crocodile? Yunya took the phone bug a little farther away, nodded and said, I let Crocodile catch him without a fight, but he chose to resist and fight with me. Fighting with a strong man like Shiwahei, I can only fight with all my strength. If not, I am a little stronger, and it is very likely that I will die. Anyway, almost no one was present in the battle with Crocodile, so I let myself speak. Killing is definitely necessary, otherwise how can one's achievement points increase? Yunya subconsciously looked at his system panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 2000. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainu, proficiency 80. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 92. Flowing blade if fire, 70. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 80. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 80. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 Sticks of Light Prison, proficiency 60. 81 of the Binding Tao, Duan Kong, proficiency 75. Returning Way, Rejuvenation of Dead Trees, proficiency 100. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 100. Skeletal Clone, 0/1. Virtual Flash, proficiency 80. This is Yunyi's data now. When he was in Gulan Tizalo before, Yunyi defeated and killed many enemies one after another, and also got a certain achievement point. After a period of precipitation, Yunyi's achievement points also increased and decreased, and some of them were spent on adding points. Skill proficiency has also increased. For example, the 5 Dragons Turn Off, the False Flash, and the Air Break have all reached 80. These direct attack skills have not undergone any interesting changes except that they are more powerful. Similar to Zanpakuto's, Shunyeo's dual attributes, these changes did not appear. Yunyi has enough skills, and Zanpakuto is enough. Whether or not the Zanpakuto on top of Flowing Blade is lit up, it is likely to be some kind of special rule type Zanpakuto in the original work of Shinigami. The world of the God of Death has existed for so long, there should have been a Zanpakuto stronger than Lyoran Ryuahuo. Not to mention anything else, every God of Death should be able to have the swastika, but because of their strength and various reasons, they have not reached the point of swastika. So there is no record in history. Maybe there is a Zanpaku knife that is stronger than Lyoran Ryuahuo in terms of ability alone. But these are just guesses, so it's not certain. However, on top of Flowing Blade Ruohuo, there is indeed an unlit Zanpakuto. The rule-based Zanpakuto Ikemanji of Ichibe, the main soldier of the Zero Division, is likely to be on the edge of Ruohuo. can know the ability and potential of all Zanpakuto? It is indeed very useful in the world of death. After all, information is very important. I have never seen that the king of Bai has fooled all the gods of death by relying on the Zanpakuto ability that others don't know. One can imagine the importance of intelligence. But, in this world, can one read the name, ability, and potential of a devil fruit? Sounds a bit tasteless. In addition, there are not many achievement points, so Yunyi doesn't plan to unlock more abilities now. In a word, enough is enough. Hearing Yunye's words, Zhangguo rubbed his forehead and felt a little headache. Unexpectedly, Yunye went to Alabasta and killed Crocodile. I just asked you to investigate, and didn't let you do anything? Warring States felt a little crazy. Shishibukai? Another Shishibukai? You killed too. Although Crocodile is suspected of committing a crime, the crime of piracy and stealing the country is not a small one, and the other party is also a member of the world government. But after all, he is Chiwohei recognized by the world government, so he has a special status. Even if he is guilty, he will be convicted by the world government. You Yurin just gave people to karma like this? Zhangguo's face was cloudy and he said, pass on the incident this time. At this point, the warring states could only accept this fact and asked Yunyi to report everything about Alabasta. He needs to report this matter to Wulaoxing. Okay, Marshal of the warring states period. Yunyi nodded, then hung up the phone, planning to leave here. When he was leaving, he suddenly thought of Wai Wei. Since the matter had been resolved, he should tell Wai Wei to let her feel at ease. However, when the knowledge spread, it was discovered that Wai Wei's aura was not near the royal city. The perception spread, and finally found Wai Wei's breath in a desert area in the distance. And in front of Wai Wei, a large number of troops riding on camels or Alabasta's unique creatures charged towards the royal city. The rebel army? Forget it, send the Buddha to the west, and I will help you deal with it. Yunya thought, and hurried over there. Here, Wai Wei and Ikaram march forward step by step against the sandstorm. Damn it, why is there a sandstorm at this time? Ikaram put his hands in front of him, looking at the scene of yellow sand all over the sky. He couldn't help cursing. This sandstorm was caused by the aftermath of the battle between Crocodile and Yunyi. Here in Yunyi, a light sword can smash the sandstorm, but when it comes to ordinary people, this is a natural disaster? This is terrible. If the view is blocked, we may not be able to stop them. Wai Wei also bit her lower lip lightly, with a look of worry flashing across her face. At this time, the sand and dust are sweeping, and the yellow sand is whistling. The visible field of vision is only a few seconds, not only invisible, but even the sound will be blocked by the strong wind. Ikaram worried, Princess Wai Wei, let's leave here first. If they charge over, we may be in danger. No, we have to stop them, and we can't let them go to the royal city, otherwise, it is likely to cause a lot of casualties. Wai Wei said firmly, holding on to the running duck and barely moving forward. This. Ikaram gritted his teeth. Although his face was worried, he still followed behind Wai Wei. Another place. The rebel army who had already arrived near Wangchang also encountered a sandstorm head-on. Leader, what should we do now? Do you want to move on? A rebel army approached Koza and asked loudly. The leader of the rebel army, Cao She, frowned at this time, and after a moment of contemplation, he said loudly, go ahead, this place is not far from the royal city, just in time. This sandstorm can block our whereabouts, and it can catch the royal army by surprise. He rushed to the forefront alone on a desert camel without stopping. Seeing his own leader taking the lead, and the millions of rebels behind him were also shocked, and they followed closely behind. Gah! The runner next to Wai Wei suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and looked around. Huh? What's the matter? Run fast. Wai Wei looked at Run Fast and asked. Quack. He yelled twice as he ran quickly, with his wings pointing forward, his expression somewhat humane and terrified. What? Have they come here already? Wai Wei was startled and looked forward. Dark shadows appeared in front of the original gray. It is the people of the rebel army. Oops, judging from the sound of footsteps, they should come here on camels and other creatures. Akalam's ears moved, and when he heard the movement, his face changed drastically. Princess Wai Wei, we can't stay here. If they continue to stand here, their lives may be in danger. No, since the sound of footsteps can be heard here, it proves that they are not far from us, and it is too late to run. Wai Wei gritted her silver teeth, looked at the black shadow that was getting closer, and finally made up her mind. He jumped onto the fast-running body and shouted forward, Hey, Kosha, can you hear me? This is a conspiracy, please stop. Wai Wei yelled one after another. Her voice was hoarse, but because the whistling sound of the sandstorm was too loud, coupled with the rumbling sound of the army advancing, Wai Wei's voice could not be conveyed at all. Give up, Princess Wai Wei, we may not be able to stop this war. Ikaram stood in front of Wai Wei and took a deep breath. He planned to use his body to protect Wai Wei and let Wai Wei survive as long as possible. No, there is still a chance, I won't give up. Wai Wei burst into tears, but she quickly wiped them away. Without the slightest fear on her face, she still shouted forward. Even if the voice could not be transmitted, she will not give up either. Goodwill, you will become an excellent queen in the future. The warm voice seemed to be unobstructed by the sandstorm, and entered Wai Wei's ears. She turned her head suddenly, and even Yunya, who was wearing casual clothes, stood beside her. Yeah, Master Yurin? Why are you here? Yunyi patted Weiwei's slender shoulders with a smile, and joked, I was moved by your courage and belief, so I came here. Weiwei looked at the expression with a warm smile and what she said at this time. For some reason, she thought of Tila Goten's teasing. Her face blushed for no reason, but she quickly recovered, and hurriedly said, My lord, this place is very dangerous, the army has come, you better leave here. Although she knew that Yunyi was very strong, there were 1,000,000 rebels ahead. How can one person block the attack of 1,000,000 people? Moreover, the members of the rebel army were also deceived and did not know the truth of the matter, so they were not unpardonable bad people. She doesn't want any damage to both parties? What? Don't you believe me? Yunya said with a smile, I'm very strong. No, it's not, this. Weiwei's face was a little tangled, and she faltered. Don't worry, I know the situation in your country, and I won't kill them. Yunya looked at this stubborn and determined girl, and couldn't help rubbing her head. Hearing Yunyi's confident tone and feeling the warm big hands on top of her head, Weiwei also inexplicably developed great confidence in Yunyi. She showed a bright smile, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes, but she didn't look sad. Because this is a peaceful smile, well, I'll leave it to you, my lord. Yunya smiled, then his eyes narrowed, a terrifying domineering aura erupted from Yunya. With a buzz sound, it seemed that the whole world seemed to have fallen into a standstill, and the space suddenly froze. The next moment, the wind and sand were swept away by this terrifying domineering aura. Not far ahead, the rebels riding camels seemed to be frozen in time. Then, the frontmost rebel army himself and the camel under him suddenly rolled their eyes white, and then fell straight down with foam at the mouth. At the beginning, it was only one or two, and then it seemed to trigger some chain reaction. Starting from the front, the rebels began to fall one by one, like dominoes. The sound of bang 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 sounded one after another. Until the end, the millions of rebels were wiped out, and only a few were able to stand still. What kind of power is this? Why did they all fall down? Weiwei covered her mouth lightly, and looked at Yunya in disbelief. This is the first time she has seen such a situation in such a big age. What did Yunyi do? It's just a look. With just one look, millions of people were directly stunned. Aren't you affected by the Overlord's color? Descendants of the former king, the royal family was born superior. Is it just an inheritance of identity? Or is Weiwei special? Seeing that Weiwei was not affected by her domineering looks, Yunya rubbed her chin and muttered. Ikaram has already knelt down, but Weiwei has no influence at all. Is there any secret in this? For example, Luffy and Ace are born with Overlord-like arrogance. Almost as long as they grow older, they may passively trigger Overlord-like arrogance. Domineering color is innate. This may be possible. But the offspring born of the strong will have a greater probability of possessing the Overlord color. This strong can be strong in status, or strong in strength. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why people like Ace and Doflamingo were able to use domineering colors when they were young. This may be some kind of inheritance. Seeing Yunyi staring at her all the time, Weiwei Qiajia's face was a little red. Her hands pinched the hem of her clothes uneasily. Her eyes dodged around. My lord, did something happen to me? Yunya came back to his senses, and smiled lightly. I'm just thinking about things. Turning around to look at the rebel army lying on the ground, Yunyi turned to look at Weiwei, and said with a smile, I've dealt with Crocodile's threat, and it's over here, so I'll leave first, and the rest I will leave it to you, the future Her Majesty Queen. Saying that, Yunya waved his hand and left the place in a blink of an eye. Weiwei stared at Yunya's leaving back. The agent stayed in place for a while, finally took a deep breath, suppressed the inexplicable panic in her heart, and returned to the firm Princess Weiwei. Now is not the time to think about these things, she still has things to deal with. The speed of news transmission in the sea is very slow, but after all, paper cannot contain fire. The news that Crocodile, one of the 7 martial seas, was killed was also passed on by interested people. Pirates stealing a country, this is a very serious matter. And it's Chiwuhei's special identity? The Kaiwuhei was originally used by the Zaoan pirates of the world government to deal with the pirates, but it was unexpected that Crocodile actually took advantage of the power of the Kaiwuhei to do such an outrageous thing. For a while, in the first half, there were endless voices of crusade against Chiwuhei. Especially those allies of the world government like the Kingdom of Alabasta have the strongest protests. They don't want to experience what happened in Alabasta. Because Kaiwuhei is affiliated to the world government, and it is a nominal alliance with them, it is not easy for them to do anything to Kaiwuhei. This incident was so uproar that even the world government couldn't suppress it. The main reason was that the incident broke out so suddenly that the world government did not react, and the culprit Crocodile was killed. Even the charges were revealed. The allies of the world government on the sea, their trust in Shishibukai has almost dropped to freezing point. San Marie Joya. Woleoxing meeting room. At this time, the 5 people were either sitting or standing, but their faces were all gloomy. One of them patted the table and said, what a nonsense, Crocodile actually spied on Pluto in the dark and carried out such a vile act. If he hadn't shown his feet and got his way, things would have been a bit difficult. These pirates, one counts as one, they are all restless guys. What should we do now? The matter has already been spread, and the suppression can no longer be suppressed. Another person frowned. Morgans, after he removed his power, even we couldn't find his whereabouts, and he no longer cares about us. He even dared to spread this kind of thing. That guy is also a bastard. First appease the Alabasta kingdom. After all, they used to be Tianlong people. If they don't look at the monk's face and look at the Buddha's face, they must give compensation. Remove crocodile from the Kaiwohei. What about Hawkeye? He teamed up with Redhead under the watchful eyes of everyone, and many people are very dissatisfied with this. I can't revoke Hawkeye's Kaiwohei position, right? At the beginning, that guy was famous for hunting the Navy. If Kaiwohei was revoked, it would bring us an enemy. It was hard to put him in peace, and he wanted to let him go back to the past. Damn it, what happened to the world recently? One thing after another. Yeren seems to have a domineering look. Is he awakened recently? Or has he always had it? This Thornhead is not paying attention to us more and more. He has killed 2 Shishibukai successively, without any regard for our face. If he hadn't killed Crocodile, this incident might not have been known to everyone, and Morgans also smelled it. There is also the dangerous person Nicole Robin. She must be arrested. If she is allowed to go to the New World and be captured by the 4 emperors, the degree of danger will be even greater. The Quincy also needs to be dealt with. All the Tianlong people hope to kill him. Together, we can appease him. The 5 old stars talked about what happened recently, but the more they talked, the darker their faces became. The world has changed too fast recently. The situation seems to be out of their control. Facing the turbulent world, they feel powerless. One of them took a deep breath, looked at the rest of the people and said solemnly, "It seems that the adults need to be awakened." After hearing this, the rest of the people looked at each other. One person shook his head, "Wait a minute, although the situation is a little chaotic, it's not at this point. This is the last resort. That's the only way. Because of the last failure, the power of the 4 emperors, the 100 Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, has weakened to a certain extent. Numerous subordinates were killed or injured, and even the Cotters were killed by the Navy. This made both Kaido and Charlotte Lingling extremely angry. Strength. Their strength is not strong enough. You need to make yourself stronger? Kaido found Doflamingo and asked him to provide more man-made devil fruits. His 100 Beasts pirates also need to strengthen their strength, and this defeat gave him a sense of crisis. Facing Kaido's request, although Doflamingo was very upset, he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only order Caesar under him to work harder. Ever since, the pressure came to Caesar. On Punk Hazard's side, Caesar was furious when he heard Doflamingo's request, and shouted, "Hey, Doflamingo, I'm not your subordinate, what do you think artificial devil fruits are? Things? How could it be so easy to mass-produce?" Caesar and Doflamingo are just cooperating, not subordinates, so he doesn't have to worry about Doflamingo's attitude. Moreover, although things like artificial devil fruits can be mass-produced, the output is not much, and what is given to Doflamingo is already the limit of what he can do. Now that Doflamingo suddenly asks to increase production, this is embarrassing him. Caesar. The figure of Doflamingo came from the phone bug in Caesar's hand. "Hey, I didn't say this, it was Kaido's request. What do you think will be the consequences of rejecting him? Think for yourself." Isaac Kaido. When Caesar heard Kaido's name, his mouth opened in fright, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. He knows Kaido's character. If he refuses, there will be only one ending waiting for him, and that is death. Haha. Doflamingo just sneered and said nothing. Caesar wiped his sweat, swallowed, rolled his eyes, and continued, "It's not impossible to increase production, but the manpower on Punk Hazard's side is far from enough, unless you can get more some people come here, or don't even think about it. Do you think you are planting Chinese cabbage?" The research on Punk Hazard is done by Caesar himself. Whether it is man-made devil fruit or human body giant experiment, Caesar is alone in the lead. This is the request of the 4 emperors, he dare not be sloppy. Research takes time, and he is almost too busy now. The personnel on the island are also like gears, constantly turning, and there is a serious shortage of manpower. To expand the scale, manpower is far from enough. However, this is just Caesar's refusal. Even if there are enough people, there is no way to increase production capacity. He wanted to push the question to Doflamingo. Doflamingo blinked and said, "How many people do you need? I will send them to you as soon as possible." The corners of Caesar's mouth twitched. This was just his refusal. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo agreed without hesitation. He could only nod helplessly. Then, "That's fine, you send the person over as soon as possible, the more the better." After finishing speaking, Caesar hung up the phone and slapped the table angrily. "Damn Kaido, damn Doflamingo, you want me to die?" Caesar, who smashed the bottles and cans in the laboratory, finally relieved a little, took a deep breath, and began to think, it is simply unrealistic to increase the production capacity of artificial devil fruits. It seems that we need to find some time. Run away. It is not that simple to make artificial devil fruits. Even if there are enough people, it is still impossible to increase the production capacity. This is already the limit. But there is no way, facing the threat from Kaido, Doflamingo, and Kaido, he can only deal with it first, and now he is already thinking about how to run away. On the other side, the palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo stroked his chin and muttered, "Need a large number of people? But I don't have that many people under my command, and it's unrealistic to capture pirate slaves in a short time." After thinking about it, Doflamingo looked at the kingdom of Prodins not far from Dressrosa, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. Kingdom of Prodins. This is an island not far from Dressrosa. It can also be said to be a neighboring country of Dressrosa. Its king is Elisabello II, known as the War King. It is rumored that he is a man with the title of a natural destructive weapon. His innate tyrannical body can release the heavy punch King's Fist. It can instantly penetrate the enemy's fortress with just one blow. It is said that even if it is as strong as the 4 emperors, it will kill you on the spot if you are hit. But whether it is true or not, it is up to the beholder. The Felix family is a noble family in the kingdom of Province that is rich in dim sum. Because the dim sum is very delicious, it is also well known in the kingdom of Province. But what's more, the Felix family has some shit luck, and they actually have business contacts with the powerful force in the New World, Wangsu Palace of the Quincy. Almost all the dim sum made by the Felix family were rounded up by Wang Xudian. Felix has been doing well recently, and his already pot-bellied body has become even fatter. Originally, he was just a junior in the family who did not pay attention, but one day, he actually came into contact with Wang Xudian and sold their dim sum to Moon Knight Island, a famous gourmet island in the New World. The cuisine of Moon Knight Island is very famous in the New World, and it can be seen by Moon Knight Island. In terms of taste, it is absolutely top-notch. Moon Knight Island includes almost all the delicacies in the world. After all, the delicacies above are all the Quincy masters have eaten and nodded. In addition to being a combat lunatic, Quincy is also a food lover. This is almost a consensus. Even the Quincy agreed, this is a huge signboard. Because of this, Felix's status in the family has been rising steadily, from an inconspicuous member to a big shot in the family. But recently, the Felix family has been having a hard time. Their family was actually attacked by the royal family, and even the family property was seized. It was seized by the royal family of this country. Of course, not only them, but also many nobles and civilians were suppressed by the royal family, convicted, and became slaves. For a while, the kingdom of Province began to be in turmoil, and countless civilians became panicked. They didn't know what the royal family was going crazy, and they actually attacked nobles and civilians. Of course, Doflamingo made the move. With his means, it is very simple to secretly control the royal family of a country. After a series of beatings by the Quincy master, coupled with the pressure from the Quincy master, he has not been idle during this time, and his strength is much stronger than the original book. It is still very simple to subdue a country. These people who were reduced to slaves were secretly sent to Punk Hazard. The threat from Kaido, he did not dare to be sloppy, so he could only use some special means. The sudden coup d'état in the kingdom of Province also spread in a small area of the New World. However, there was not much commotion. Compared to other big powers, the kingdom of Province is just a small country. But it was still noticed by caring people, especially on the navy side, because of the fact that Akaiwahe practiced robbery. The navy, which was originally dissatisfied with the Kibai policy, paid more attention. A navy went to the kingdom of Province to investigate, but the navy did not find the slightest evidence. Doflamingo has always been cautious, and the king of the dark world is only known to some people with certain powers. Among the common people, he is just a Shishibukai, which shows how cautious Doflamingo is. This time, if it wasn't for Kaido's pressure, Doflamingo didn't want to take this risky move, but there was no way. Kaido pushed too hard. Seas of all nations, Cake Island. Candy Minister Perospero looked at his mother cautiously. Mom, will this year's tea party still be held? The annual tea party is coming soon. Every year at this time, Wanguosi area will start preparations in full swing and send out invitations. However, the recent turmoil in the sea is unclear, and they just had a fight with the Red Hair and the Navy not long ago, and they haven't recovered yet. The zinc rack also died in that war, and their loss was not small. Charlotte Lingling stared at Perospero like an evil god. Why, do you have to take care of other people even when holding a tea party now? The tea party must be held. If it is not held this year, what will happen to others? See me, Charlotte Lingling. Stared at by Charlotte Lingling's ferocious gaze, Perospero sweated from his forehead, and after wiping the sweat, he said, Mom, I'm going to make preparations now. Wait, this time the tea party needs to be well organized. Charlotte Lingling had a fierce look in her eyes, and said with a grin, send invitations to those pirates who provoked us? Is the supernova of Shaoshaokuo famous? Also send him an invitation letter, and the Vinsmoke family who intends to seek cooperation with us also sent them a copy. Fire Fist Ace, the supernova, also began to emerge after entering the New World. He directly killed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys, and the bounty was also increased. As for the Vinsmoke family, under Yunye's order, they also came to the New World. And I've also been in contact with the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Their reason is that they want to use the power of the 4 emperors to allow them to rule the North Sea. The members of the Big Mom Pirates have investigated the Vinsmoke family and know that the Vinsmoke family has a clone army that is not afraid of death. After seeing the information of the Vinsmoke family, Charlotte Lingling coveted that technology very much, and she became greedy. If they can take this technology as their own, the strength of their Big Mom Pirates can be raised to another level. Charlotte Lingling will not let go of the fat that comes to her door. The successive blows have damaged the reputation of the Big Mom Pirates as the 4 emperors. Although they are still strong, many people are no longer as fearful as before. During this period of time, many ignorant pirates have threatened to defeat her, and then seize her position as the 4 emperors. For those who dare to provoke her, Charlotte Lingling will teach them a lesson in blood. Katakuri narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and thought to himself, is Mom planning to attack those people? Others can also hear the meaning of Charlotte Lingling's words. Is this planning to recruit those pirate groups and increase their power? Yes. Perospero nodded quickly, and then backed away. Quincy, Navy, Redhead, you wait for me? After I finish accumulating strength, I will definitely let you see how powerful I am, Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were fierce, and her voice was extremely cold. Moonlit Island, this is the headquarters of the Quincy Division. At the port, a pirate ship docked on the shore, and a group of people jumped off the ship one after another, and entered the town. After development, Moon Knight Island has become a very famous island. Not only because this is the headquarters of the Quincy, but also because this is a world-famous food island, where you can find famous food from all over the world. Is this the headquarters of the Quincy, Moon Knight Island? I heard that this is a famous gourmet island in the New World. All the famous delicacies in the world can be seen here. Oh, there are actually water meat from the 7 islands of water. Could it be that it was transported from the first half? There are also snacks from Fishman Island. Wow, this is not so common. The Quincy is really amazing. A group of people exclaimed as they walked, their eyes were dazzled. People around also saw their group. After seeing this group of people, many people took a breath and exclaimed, is it Fire Fist Ace, one of the supernovas? Why did the Spades pirates appear here? Are they here to trouble the Quincy? Idiot, Moon Knight Island is the headquarters of the Quincy. Even the 4 emperors dare not set foot here. Maybe it's for fun. After all, this is a world-famous gourmet island. That's right, this group of people is none other than Ace and his group who have arrived in the New World and sailed for a while. Ace looked at his partner who was looking around, shook his head and said, okay, let's wait and see again, we still have business to do. After entering Moonlight Island, Ace didn't show a happy character, and kept recalling what Rayleigh had said to him in his mind. Quincy probably knows you. Ace came here this time to find out the identity of the Quincy. Okay, after the captain finishes his work, let's eat delicious food. All of Ace's partners spread their hands and said they had no objections. Deus took a look at Ace, and felt that Ace's state today was a bit wrong, and he probably had disappeared in normal times. Soon, a group of people came to the headquarters of Wangsu Palace on Moon Knight Island, and said something to the guards outside. One of the supernovas, the Spades pirates, suddenly landed on Moon Knight Island, and the people in Wangsu Hall naturally noticed it. But they didn't care, it was just a pirate. On Moon Knight Island, many pirates would come here every day because of Moon Knight Island's reputation. It's open here, anyone can come if you dare. As long as there is no trouble. Now hearing that Fire Fist Ace wanted to visit his lord, the member was taken aback. I'm going to report to the high level, if the adults agree. The member looked at Ace and said, then turned and went in to report to the high level. It's troublesome. Ace nodded politely and waited. Headquarters of Wangsu Hall. At this time, Yunya was talking on the phone with Jiaji, and upon hearing Jiaji's report, Yunya had a smile on his lips. Oh, have you received the invitation letter for Charlotte Lingling's tea party? Very good, your past be careful, they should have taken a fancy to the cloning technology you have. My lord, do you have any orders? Jiaji asked respectfully. Yunya said, you don't need to do anything, just act according to your own ideas. It's my lord. Gage nodded. Yunya hung up the phone bug and thought about it. With the current strength of Wangsu Palace, coupled with the internal and external cooperation of the Vinsmoke family, it should be more than enough to defeat the Big Mom pirates. In fact, even if the current Wangsu Palace is mobilized in full force, it is still possible to destroy the Big Mom pirates. However, it is inevitable that there will be damage, and perhaps there will be casualties among the 10 blades. In order to deal with Charlotte Lingling and cause casualties to his forces, Yunya felt that it was not worth it. But if the Vinsmoke family is involved in the internal sabotage, it may be possible to minimize this loss. Yunya's biggest enemy is the world government. If he wants to start a decisive battle with the world government, the forces under his hands are indispensable. Unless a person has the combat power to crush everything, otherwise, in the face of a behemoth like the world government, manpower must be prepared. The current Yunya is not strong enough to crush everything. Even if he has fully mastered the proficiency of Flowing Blade Ruo Huo and achieved the swastika, it is not clear whether he can crush everything by himself. Physical fitness still affects Yunya's strength. Don't look at Yunya who can single out the 4 emperors by himself now, but if all the forces from the world government swarm up, it will be hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Over time, Yunya will lose sooner or later. The world government has stood in the world for such a long time, and its background is absolutely unimaginable. If nothing else, let's just talk about I'm. Without absolute certainty, Yunya will not act rashly. After he can completely integrate and master the battle form of Explosive Flame Wushuan and Thunder God, or after he dissolves the sword like a fire, Yunya may go over to this I'm for a while to see how this old monster who seems to have lived for hundreds of years is going to be. What level? But not now, the current Yunya is not sure about facing I'm. So, need to wait. Yunya was thinking about this, and suddenly Yechi came in from outside, and said respectfully, my lord, there is a pirate outside who wants to visit you. Oh, who is it? Yunya was a little curious. Someone wanted to visit him at this time? It's one of the supernova pirates, named Fire Fist Ace. Yakiwi reported that she was also a little curious. The murderous name of the Quincy is out. This is the first time someone named him and said he wanted to see his lord. Fire Fist Ace. Yunya was slightly taken aback when he heard the name. Will Fire Fist Ace come to visit him? What reason? Suddenly, Yunya seemed to think of something, touched his chin and began to think. Could it be that Ace met that old fellow Rayleigh in the Shambord Islands, and then learned from Rayleigh that he might know him? In order to fool Rayleigh into helping to stop the yellow ape, Yunya bluffed ambiguously. There is a sense of treating Ace as a junior, and this is also deliberately induced by Yunyi. Now that Ace came to the door, this should be the reason. Thinking of this, the corners of Yunya's mouth couldn't help twitching. Well, these were all accidents. Let him in. Yunya looked at Yachi and ordered lightly, if that's the case, then let's meet him. Okay sir. Yachi didn't ask any more questions, and went down after answering. After a while, a group of people followed Yachi in. Oh, is this the headquarters of Wangsu Palace? Stylish. Is this a power comparable to that of the Four Emperors? A group of Spades pirates walked in, and Ace's partners walked all the way and looked around, discussing in a low voice, looking a little cautious, but there was no look of fear or fear. After all, this is the territory of the Quincy division, and they should be a little cautious. Before they came to the throne, they saw Yunya sitting high on the throne. Yunya looked down indifferently, and he didn't show any momentum on his body, but seeing Yunya's group of people was shocked, and there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. The Quincy Master, the ruler of the Dark World, one of the Four Emperors and one king, be one of those who stand at the top of the New World? No one dares to ignore the existence of the Quincy, a big man who even the world government fears? Yunya sat on the throne, looked down at Ace and his group, swept them one by one, finally stopped on Ace, and spoke first. Well, there is a bit of her shadow. Long time no see, little Ace. Oh no, you were still young at that time, you probably didn't know me. Here she, Yunya, uses a female title. So it's not Roger, but Luju? When he was in Shambord Islands, Yunya lied about being Ace's elder. However, Roger didn't have any relatives or friends, and even if he had, they might have been liquidated. The only thing that can make a fuss is the relationship with Luju. So, Yunya started talking nonsense. This is his old profession, the kind that doesn't blink when he tells a lie. After hearing Yunya's words, Ace's heart was shaken, and he thought to himself, do you really know my mother? There is a difference between he and she in Japanese, and Ace heard the clues in Yunya's words. Ace's partners were also very surprised when they heard Yunya's address for Ace, and then looked at their own captain. They didn't expect that their own captain actually knew such a big man. I want to know what is the relationship between you and me. Ace looked at Yunya seriously, took a deep breath and said, I'm here for this too. Ace looked seriously at Yunya, waiting for Yunya's answer. It seems that you have met Rayleigh. Yunya smiled slightly, and then said, is it related? I am not from your mother's family, but I did know your mother, and when you were born, I saw you too. You saw me when I was a child. Ace was surprised. He was already in Fengch village when he remembered, and he didn't know Yunya. That's right. Yunya recalled the animation of One Piece in his previous life, nodded and said, Sister Luju saved my life and was taken care of by him. The sister I recognize. Ace didn't speak, but listened quietly. Ace's partner was also silent. They didn't even know that their captain had something to do with Quincy. This relationship is too hard. Yunya pretended to be lost in memories. At that time, she was already pregnant with you, but at that time the whole world was looking for someone related to Roger. In order to save you, she forced herself to conceive for 20 months, avoiding that. You were born after the Navy's pursuit, but she was exhausted because of it. After a pause, Yunya continued, at that time, I was just a child of a few years old, and I couldn't help anything, and I couldn't help you. Take you away. Later, Garp came and took you away. So that's how it is. Ace muttered a few words to himself. Garp still told him about his mother, but he didn't mention that Luyu had such a younger brother. That's why he came to look for Yunya. I don't know where you were taken by Garp, but one thing is for sure, Sister Luju trusted him very much, so I let him take you away. After all, I was just a child at the time and couldn't help you. Yunya laughed and babbled. It is impossible to verify whether it is true or false. Even if Garp comes over, he can explain it. Who told me that I had traveled through time? So you should be considered my elder. Ace looked at Yunyi. He had no doubts about this. After all, he was able to speak so clearly. It can be said that no one except Garp knew the details up. He also learned from Garp what the cause of his mother's death was. He used to be sad about this for a long time, thinking that he was the one who caused his mother's death. Sister Luju is my elder sister. According to seniority, it should be so. You should call me uncle or uncle. Yunya smiled. The feeling of recognizing a nephew or nephew for no reason, is amazing. Ace didn't have the nerve to call out, but he was sure that the Quincy had something to do with him. But let him call uncle or uncle to a person he just met. He is a bit speechless. Yunya didn't get too entangled in this aspect, and then said, since you are an adult, Garp didn't stop you from becoming a pirate, so you can go forward according to your own goals. So, little Ace, do you have any doubts? Yunya said with a smile. No, no more. After Ace knew his relationship with Yunya, he didn't know how to deal with this relationship. Why should I call myself the Quincy? Uncle? Uncle? There is an extra elder for no reason, and Ace is also a little confused at this time. Sister Luju is a great mother. For you, she lost her life. This is maternal love. Although I have never seen that guy Roger, it is undeniable that he loves your mother deeply, but because the reason for the identity, alas, this point, you can judge for yourself. Yunya shook his head, and finally waved to Ace with a smile and said, "Go and treat your friends well. In a sense, this place can also be regarded as your home. I dare not say anything else, the food here is still good." Okay. Ace nodded, and then went out with his partner. Looking at the few people who left, Yunya slightly shook his head. By chance, he recognized his next junior. Really? Forget it, since we've talked about this matter, if there is another top war in the future, I won't stand idly by. Yunya thought in his heart, then let out a low laugh, and ignored it. Several people walked out of the palace. I didn't expect you, Captain, to have such a relationship with the Quincy. Besides, could it be that your father is? Deus looked at Ace, who was thinking, and pursed his lips. Roger, is that Roger? He didn't expect Ace's father to be Roger the Pirate King? Well, I only found out about the relationship between Quincy and me not long ago, and this time I came here to confirm it. Ace smiled wryly. As for that person, don't tell the outside world. I see, don't you still trust us? It's just a little surprised. The rest of the people also said with a smile. They listened to the conversation between Ace and Yunya the whole time, and they also guessed Ace's identity. My captain is actually a descendant of Quincy, and his father is probably the legendary One Piece, Gold Roger. And from the mouth of the Quincy division, they also guessed the fact that Ace was raised by the naval hero Garp. It's amazing. This relationship is too tough. If someone knew the identity of their own captain, their jaws would definitely drop. Among these people, which one is not a big shot? The kind that makes New World tremble 3 times when you move your feet. Ace changed the subject with a slight smile. I've solved a problem and I'm a little hungry, so let's go and have a good meal. Oh, is it finally time to eat? I'm so hungry. Moon Knight Island, the most famous gourmet island in the New World. I've always wanted to come here since I entered the New World. All of Ace's partners cheered, and they can finally eat. Under the leadership of their own captain, they are also a group of big foodies. There are snacks from the Felix family here? That guy Felix didn't brag. A sharp-eyed partner suddenly saw the label on a booth and said in surprise, "Hey, it's true. I thought that fat man Felix was bragging, but he actually had something to do with Quincy." Another person also came over. When Ace and his group went to the New World, because of the route, they also landed in the Kingdom of Province, and met Felix in the Kingdom of Province. The main reason is that Felix began to consciously meet all kinds of friends after his previous encounter with the Quincy. If he meets another nobleman like Quincy, wouldn't he, Felix, want to send him away? Therefore, by chance, Felix and the Spades Pirates also knew each other, and the relationship was pretty good. When the Spades Pirates left, Felix kindly gave away a lot of snacks produced by their family. It seems to be the property of that fat man's family. Go and have a look, Ace said with a smile. A group of people rushed over there. As soon as they passed by, they realized that something was wrong. After careful inquiry, they found out that the Felix family was actually sealed up by the royal family of the Kingdom of Province. It is likely that members of their family became slaves? Ace's face was extremely gloomy. Hearing that his friend had become a slave, Ace was extremely angry. "Boss, let's go and have a look." "I don't believe that guy Felix would do anything illegal," a partner said to Ace. Dias also said, "Although that guy is a little out of tune, he is our friend after all." "Okay then, let's go over and have a look." Ace took a deep breath and said, "It's not too late, I'll go over with me." "Well, tell Quincy, and then we'll rush over there." "Good." Ace returned to the palace of Wangsu Palace again, and after saying goodbye to Yunya briefly, he left directly. The news that the tea party of Big Mom Pirates is about to start is one of the few big things in the New World during this period of time. Countless people started to discuss. Under such a situation, Charlotte Lingling actually planned to hold a tea party, which was somewhat incomprehensible. However, some people have guessed some plans of Charlotte Lingling. This guy should intend to redeem the previous defeats and want to show her majesty as the 4 emperors again. Countless people began to wonder, who will Charlotte Lingling invite this time? The Dark World has been unified by the Quincy, and the kings of the Dark World are all under the banner of the Quincy. After being messed up by Quincy once, it's not that there was no tea party again later, but Charlotte Lingling didn't invite Quincy, and Quincy didn't make trouble again. But when the Dark World was not unified, those kings of the Dark World were still invited, and they all had a past. I just don't know if Charlotte Lingling will invite those kings of the Dark World this time, and if so, will those people come over? More importantly, will Charlotte Lingling invite the Quincy? These questions made them very curious. If Charlotte Lingling still invites the former kings of the Dark World at this point in time, it is undoubtedly provoking the Quincy. At that time, a big battle is bound to break out. Many people hope that the two sides will fight again, but what makes them regret is that the invitation letter for the tea party does not seem to be sent to the original kings of the Dark World. But think about it, the current Dark World has been unified and belongs to the Quincy division. The relationship between Quincy and Charlotte Lingling is known to everyone in the New World. Palace of Wangsu. Yunyi summoned all the forces under his banner to get them ready. Everyone from 10 Blades has already arrived, standing under the highest throne, waiting for Yunyi's order. "Are you going to attack the Big Mom Pirates?" Feld looked at Yunya on the throne and said respectfully. Yunya nodded and said, "Everyone is ready this time. There may be a tough battle to fight. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido have already made an alliance, and this time they may face the camps of the 4 emperors. Of course, this is the worst plan, because according to the information Yunyi got from Jiaji, although Charlotte Lingling invited Kaido this time, Kaido doesn't plan to go there. Hearing Yunye's words, everyone's expressions were terrified, but they had already made psychological preparations. The current relationship between the two sides is already on fire, and sooner or later there will be an all-out war. Although the previous war was also very fierce, it did not completely break out. After Mikyu's disciples settled in the New World, the forces under him did not mobilize once, nor did a large-scale war break out. But everyone knows that the Quincy is definitely not afraid anymore, but never found a good opportunity. Now that the opportunity has finally arrived, everyone is in awe, especially those kings of the Dark World who have just joined. They know that this time, the Quincy wants to get serious. All the members are dispatched. This is to destroy the entire Big Mom pirates? Tezuelo said, "My lord, if you go there rashly, you may startle the enemy. The defense force in the 10,000 Nations Sea area is not weak. Don't worry, I've naturally considered this point clearly, you just need to be ready and on standby." Yunya glanced at everyone below and said calmly. Yunya asked the Vinsmoke family to contact the Big Mom pirates in order to have an internal response, preferably to invade Cake Island quietly, so that Charlotte Lingling could be caught off guard. Kibsun said, "My lord, do we need to summon our men? Since a full-scale war broke out, the forces under the Big Mom pirates must be restrained." Yunya said, "Naturally, gather everyone together, but don't act rashly now, and let them go when the battle breaks out. Yaki, you lead your assassination troops to touch it first, so that no one will notice it. When the battle breaks out on Cake Island, you let your people rush in from the periphery. It is best to prevent the intervention of peripheral forces." Yunya looking at Yachi, almost all of Yachi's subordinates are killers, good at concealment and assassination, and Momo fruit can increase the speed of ships, making it easy to sneak into the waters of the world. In this world, it is impossible for the mobilization of the forces of the major forces to be hidden from the eyeliners of other forces. Therefore, when Wangsu Palace began to mobilize troops, it would have been noticed. But small-scale transfers can still be done. After all, there are many transport ships leaving Wangsu Palace every day. Unless there are other people's eyeliners among the high-level people, they will not be noticed by others. Yes, Yachi replied. In addition, first secretly send a group of people to stand by through the transport force, and start to destroy the surrounding area after hearing the order. This task is entrusted to you, Hawkins. With your ability, you should be able to do it easily. Yunya looked to Hawkins. Hawkins also nodded, "Yes, my lord. The others will go directly to the tea party with me. Your task is to restrain the cotters of the Big Mom pirates, and leave Charlotte Lingling to me." Yunya turned to look at the kings of the Dark World. No, now it should be the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace. Several people lowered their heads and quickly responded, "Yes, my lord." "Well, let's all go down and get ready." Yunya waved his hand and said. A few 10-blade leaders went down. "This time, you won't be able to run away, Charlotte Lingling." Yunya chuckled, his eyes gleaming. Time passed, the day of the tea party. Cake Island was filled with a lively atmosphere, and all homais sang happily. All the guests were also invited, with festive smiles on their faces. Even if they were terrified at this time, they still had smiles on their faces. "Look, isn't that the pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million Baileys, Tooth Beast Ron? Why did he appear here? And he was tied up. There is also Sir Leo offering a reward of 500 million Baileys. The reward of 300 million random birds is all tied up. Hey, I remember, they seem to have provoked the Big Mom pirates before, have they been defeated? The 4 emperors are still the 4 emperors, and they are still so terrifying." Some guests stepped into the venue of Cake Island, and saw a few bruised pirates tied in the middle. These pirates all have one thing in common, that is, they have all provoked the Big Mom pirates before. Now being tied here, the meaning is self-evident? That is to kill the chickens to make an example to the monkeys, to show the majesty of their 4 emperors. Not everyone can provoke them. However, the king of the Dark World who came here in the past didn't come this time. Is it because Charlotte Lingling didn't invite me, or didn't dare to come? A man in a long robe said, stroking his beard. Another person smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, the current Dark World is ruled by Quincy masters. If the former kings of the Dark World dare to come over, with Quincy's character, they will probably come directly to the door. It's a pity, if we really come here, we will have a good show." Some people shook their heads slightly, feeling that they had missed a good show. It's just that they don't think about it. If the 2 big forces really break out of war, what will happen to them if they stay here? Those guys are dressed in strange clothes. Are they some big shots? Some sharp-eyed people spotted the Vinsmoke family in a corner of the venue. Someone looked over curiously, frowned, as if thinking of something, and said, "They seem to be from the Vinsmoke family from the North Sea, and they should be here to seek the cooperation of the Big Mom pirates." The Vinsmoke family? I remember that it should be the North Sea's killer organization, right? I heard that they have a clone army under their command. They seem to be very famous in the North Sea. Have they even come to the New World? Hehe, looking for cooperation? You really are not afraid of death. The 4 emperors are not so easy to deal with. SHH, keep your voice down. Don't you know where this is? Dare to talk nonsense, be careful that you will be tied there too. When people around saw the Vinsmoke family, they started talking about it, but many of them didn't know about this family. The Vinsmoke family only travels in Bihai, and they don't know many people in the New World. Only people from Bihai know more or less, but they only know that they are a family of killers in Bihai. They don't know exactly how strong they are, they just know that the clone army in the Vinsmoke family is more famous. In the palace of Cake Island, almost all the cotters of the Big Mom pirates are there at this time. Perospero said with a sullen face, other pirates who have provoked us have been defeated by our people after rejecting the invitation letter for the tea party, and they are hung in the center of the venue for public display. Originally they planned to recruit those pirates who did not know how to live or die, but they were rejected by them. How can the Big Mom pirates endure this? After these pirates clearly refused, they were retaliated by the Big Mom pirates. The end, as you can imagine, has already been hung in the center of the venue for public display. Humph. Charlotte Lingling snorted, this is what happens when you dare to provoke us. What about that supernova guy? Did he also reject our invitation? Charlotte Lingling suddenly looked at Perospero and said in a low tone. Perospero wiped his sweat, and said cautiously, Mom, the Spades pirates once went to the territory of the Quincy, we dare not act rashly, and did not send him the invitation letter. When their Big Mom pirates wanted to find the Spades pirates, they discovered that the Spades pirates had actually gone to Quincy's territory. If they were asked to go to the territory of the Quincy division, they would not dare, even approaching would be terrified. So they didn't send the invitation letter to Ace. He went to the territory of the Quincy? Does that guy want to join the Quincy? What a damned guy. Charlotte Lingling was furious when she heard that. Why is the guy still alive, and keeps fighting against himself? Seeing his mother's furious appearance, none of the surrounding Charlotte family dared to speak, and fell into silence. After a long time, Katakuri said, Mom, it's almost time, we should go out. Hearing this, Charlotte Lingling came back to her senses, the angry look on her face disappeared, and changed into a look of joy. My favorite tea party is finally about to start, and there are delicious cakes to eat. After hearing the tea party started, Charlotte Lingling changed from a furious demon god to an innocent child eager for delicious food. The transformation was so great that she didn't seem like a person at all. As she said that, Charlotte Lingling danced and walked outside, with a happy smile on her face. I hope this tea party can be held smoothly. For some reason, Katakuri always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart, but he didn't know where this anxiety came from. Obviously the other 4 emperors did not act at this point in time, and the forces of the Quincy division showed no signs of acting. Shaking his head, Katakuri didn't think much, this is the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates, how could it be so easy to be invaded? Brother Katakuri, what's wrong with you? Smoothie suddenly looked at Katakuri. Katakuri shook his head slightly and said, it's nothing, let's go out together. Following behind Charlotte Lingling, a group of people began to walk towards the venue. An area of the tea party, where the Vinsmoke family is located. With the exception of Reijo, the other members of the Vinsmoke family were present, sitting around a round table. Among them, Izzy, the eldest son of the Wensmoke family, sat in front of a round table with a glass of red wine in front of him. After taking a sip, he looked at his father and asked, Father, have they come to Cake Island yet? We have secretly controlled a channel of the islands surrounding Cake Island. Reijo has already gone to meet it. We just need to do our own thing well. I hope everything will go well. Jiaji said lightly one sound, but at this time I was a little nervous. After all, they were doing things in the forces of the 4 emperors. If they were discovered, they would probably bear the anger from the Big Mom pirates. Ha ha ha, is it finally about to start? My blood is already boiling. Sure enough, coming to the new world will make people more excited than being in Bihai. The second son Nizi gulped down the red wine, his face full of excitement, the corner of the mouth is grinning, and the smile is a little crazy. Hey, Niji, keep your voice down, do you want to be known by the Big Mom pirates? Yuji frowned dissatisfied. Okay, I see, it's really long-winded. Nij waved his hands indifferently, as if he was at home. Yongji yawned and said, I don't know if the eldest sister's side is going well or not, have you already met with the adults? During this period of time, the Vinsmoke family didn't just sit around. They had secretly controlled the entrances and exits of several islands in the island chain near Cake Island, intending to let people from the palace of Wangsu enter through the passage controlled by them. The Sea of Nations is a force formed by dozens of islands, and each island has a minister stationed on it, ruling an island. In other words, if you want to attack Cake Island, you need to break through the island chain around Cake Island to enter the base camp of the Big Mom pirates, which is Cake Island. The outer island chain can be said to be the first line of defense of the Big Mom pirates. Only by breaking through the layers of defense can they reach the most central Cake Island. The last time Yunya came in among the merchant ships, but at that time, not many people knew the appearance of Quincy, and the members of the Big Mom pirates did not know his threat at all, so they easily mixed into Cake Island middle. But it is not so easy for the current Quincy master to secretly enter Cake Island. Unless it's disguised as something else, it's impossible to get into the Cake Island venue as easily as last time. Yunya may have this ability, after all, the clone of Yihai can change his appearance, but other cotters can't. In addition to the Big Mom pirates who have suffered once and the recent turmoil, the members of the Big Mom pirates will also check the ships entering the seas of all nations. The difficulty of entering the central Cake Island in the seas of all nations has increased a lot. However, it is now during the tea party, with a dense flow of people and many guests coming and going. Faced with such a large flow of people, the Big Mom pirates are also short of manpower, so they can only do a simple investigation. The most important thing is to find out who came and see if anyone got in. Finally, on the Cake Island side, guests will be allowed to pass through layers of investigations. Due to various reasons, Vinsmoke's people controlled several entrances and exits, and only by cooperating with each other inside and outside, was it possible for people from Wangsu Hall to sneak into the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms without anyone noticing it. Compared with the peripheral ones, the investigation of Cake Island has increased a lot, and people without invitation letters cannot enter at all. After all, the current members of the Big Mom Pirates still have the pride of the 4 emperors, and they don't think anyone dares to attack their Big Mom Pirates. Another point is that the forces that can pose a threat to them have not made any major moves during this period. If it's just other small forces, their Big Mom Pirates don't pay attention. While several people were discussing, the phone bug in Jiaji's arm suddenly rang. Here we come. Jiaji froze, and picked up the phone. Yunye's voice came from over there. We have arrived at Cake Island. You should be ready. When the members of the Big Mom Pirates show up, you will do it. After talking over there, he hung up the phone. Jiaji took a deep breath, looked at his sons and said, everything is ready, the adults have arrived at Cake Island. What do we need to do? Iji asked calmly. Gage glanced at the big cake in the center of the venue, pondered for a while and said, when the picture of the Carmelite nun appears, we will find a chance to destroy the cake and the picture. The picture of the Carmelite nun? Does this thing really work? Niji licked his lips and looked towards the center of the venue. Jiaji shook his head slightly. We just need to follow the command of the adults. Okay. Yangji spread his hands, and then looked towards the center of the venue. Oh, the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates have appeared. Let's go too. Jiaji also saw it, got up first, and walked towards the center of the venue with a feeling of apprehension. Over there, the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates headed by Charlotte Lingling also came out of the cake castle at this time. Charlotte Lingling is still wearing the cool dress that can brighten people's eyes. Coupled with her figure, countless people who see her feel a chill in their hearts. But they dare not say anything, they will die if they say the wrong thing. Charlotte Lingling walked out with a smile on her face, looked around at all the guests, and said with a smile on her face, welcome everyone to my tea party. Today is a happy day. Let's drink to our heart's content. Oh, it's really lively today. Lingling, you look so beautiful today. The guests around began to flatter, with happy smiles on their faces. Lingling, you have become more and more beautiful recently, and this suit suits you very well. One of them, who has a fairly good relationship with Charlotte Lingling, praised her without conscience, and then took out the customary gift from behind and handed it over. This it's my gift to you. Well, right? I also think this outfit suits me very well. Charlotte Lingling looked happy, took the gift from this man, and said in surprise, ah, it's my favorite treasure chest. Woolen cloth. And mine. Lingling, this is a gift from me. Someone opened the door, and the surrounding guests also presented gifts one by one. Charlotte Lingling took them one by one and placed them next to the big cake. Looking at the pile of presents, Charlotte Lingling narrowed her eyes with joy. Thank you everyone, then let's not delay everyone's eating. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Here, people from the Vinsmoke family also came over, and Gage said, Lingling, we also brought gifts. Oh, it's from the Vinsmoke family. You are welcome. After seeing Gage and the others, Charlotte Lingling's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth grinned. She also knew about the Vinsmoke family, and knew that there was a very powerful cloning technology in their family. When she knew that the people of the Vinsmoke family planned to contact them, she had already started thinking about cloning technology. The purpose of inviting the Vinsmoke family over this time is to snatch the technology from them. Gage handed a gift to Charlotte Lingling and said with a smile, this is our heart, I hope you can accept it. Oh, what is it? If it doesn't satisfy me, I won't reach a cooperation with you. Charlotte Lingling laughed, her eyes fixed on the gift in Gage's hand. Don't worry, you will definitely like this gift very much. Jiaji also smiled when he heard the words, but only he knew what was hidden in the smile. Well, I like your gifts very much. Charlotte Ling took the gift that Gage handed over, stared at Gage, and showed a big smile on the corner of her mouth. I have a proposal. No knowing whether you agree or not. Let the eldest daughter of your family marry my son Charlotte Owen. This will further promote our cooperation. What? Gage thought he had heard wrong. Let yourself marry their Big Mom pirates? And the object is your own daughter? I said, let the eldest daughter of your family marry my son Charlotte Owen. Charlotte Lingling suddenly sneered, and an aura spread from him, as if oppressing Gage and others people. Hey, old woman, you invited us here just to marry us? And you're dating my eldest sister? Humph, what a dream? Don't you want to see what your sons are? Jiaji didn't speak, and the people on the side Nig spoke up, and after hearing what Charlotte Lingling said, he was a little angry. What the hell? Marriage? The object is still his eldest sister? Do you Big Mom pirates have the qualifications? They are the forces under the banner of the Quincy division? Although the 4 sons of Vinsmoke have regained their emotions, their character has not changed much in their bones. They are proud, arrogant. The only thing that can make them fear is the Quincy master who crushed them and carved the seeds of fear in their hearts. When facing other people, even the 4 emperors, they are not shy. Of course, the most important thing is that they haven't seen people at the level of the 4 emperors make a move, so they don't have much idea of the strength of the 4 emperors. Moreover, in his mind, Charlotte Lingling's ending is already doomed today. My lord is already planning to attack them. Once my lord makes a move, all Big Mom pirates will die. This guy who was destined to die here dared to threaten them. How could he bear it? Huh? What are you talking about? Hearing Nizi's words, Charlotte Lingling's expression suddenly became cold, as if a demon god was staring at Nizi. A fierce aura faintly appeared in her eyes. Body exudes? Nig's words shocked everyone present. Dare to provoke Charlotte Lingling? Do you think your life is not long enough? Hehe, you are so courageous. People from small places come from small places. They dare to contradict Lingling. You really are not afraid of death. There is such a good thing. I'm so happy that it's too late. It's so lucky to be able to marry people from the Big Mom pirates. Let's go far away. I didn't see the Quincy's good show, but watched this good show. It's worth it. They are dead. The surrounding guests also started talking, and they didn't expect that Charlotte Lingling would actually want to marry someone from the Vinsmoke family. And it was rejected. Even daring to refuse the proposal of the 4 emperors. Is it because you are not afraid of death? These people began to retreat, and they had already seen the people of the Charlotte family begin to surround Winsmoke's people. Knowing that this is not a place to stay for a long time, and they have already pronounced the death sentence on the Winsmoke family in their hearts. No one can offend Charlotte Lingling here at Cake Island and live. This idiot? Gage cursed secretly in his heart, although he was also unhappy with what Charlotte Lingling said, but for the sake of the plan, he could still bear it. The gift they gave to Charlotte Lingling was a bomb, and after knowing that the picture of Carmelites would be placed on the big cake by Charlotte Lingling, they had already made plans. That is to use the power of the bomb to directly destroy the picture of Carmelites and the cake. But now because of his idiot son, the plan was declared bankrupt before it even started. This made Gage never imagined. It's really cheating. My lord, that's not what we mean. Looking at the people who surrounded them, cold sweat came down Jiaji's forehead, and he also scolded Nizi countless times in his heart. Isn't that what you mean? Are you saying that my son is not good enough for your Vinsmoke family? Charlotte Lingling looked down at the Winsmoke family below. Her tone became cold and murderous. Father, why tell them so much? She wants the elder sister to marry them? How can this kind of thing be tolerated? Yangji was also very brave, gearing up and eager to try. They came to the new world and haven't fought anyone else yet. I just heard from other people how powerful the 4 emperors are, and they have long wanted to give it a try. Gage, Jiaji is a little crazy. You two are here to trick me? You guys are impulsive. After all, Yizi is the eldest brother. Compared with the 2 reckless younger brothers, he is still a little calmer. Bar. Now anyone really dares to provoke us. Smoothie looked at the Vinsmoke family with a murderous intent. Life and death guys dare to provoke them. This made the members of Big Mom Pirates feel insulted. Now that everyone dares to come up to provoke them, do they really think that the 4 emperors and Big Mom Pirates are vegetarians? The cotters of the Big Mom Pirates have surrounded the Vinsmoke family, looking at them as if they were looking at a dead person. The surrounding guests also turned on the mode of watching a movie. Are all the people in your family so brave? Yunya, who was hiding at the side, turned her head to look at Reijo, who was wearing a pink leg-bearing dress, slender thighs, long boots, and a red cloak halfway behind her, and touched her chin-esque. Although he already knew the general characters of the sons of the Vinsmoke family when he fought with the people of the Vinsmoke family, but directly provoking the 4 emperors among the forces of the 4 emperors, Yunya really didn't think of it. Remarkably brave. This. Reijo was also speechless, not knowing how to answer. These younger brothers of my family, are they out of their minds? Can't you bear with it a little bit? Now the plans are all scuttled and in jeopardy. My lord, what should we do now? Reijo looked at Yunya and asked in a low voice. Seeing that there is going to be a move over there, Reijo is also very anxious. This is her family after all. After being educated by Yunyi, the relationship between their family has also become very harmonious, and they are a real family. Forget it, I wanted to deal with Charlotte Lingling easily, so I can only go out. Yunya looked into the venue and snapped his fingers. He had planned to do it when the pictures of the Carmelite nuns were vandalized and Charlotte Lingling was traumatized. But the plan can't keep up with the change. Moreover, the photo of the Carmelite nun was destroyed once, and I don't know whether Charlotte Lingling will be traumatized. This is still a problem. But in general, a big battle cannot be escaped. Yunya didn't think that the Big Mom Pirates could be wiped out so easily. That being the case, let's have a war between forces in an upright manner. Hawkins, who was standing beside Yunya, received the order and directly picked up the phone and dialed, "Get ready to act." Yechi, who was on the outskirts of the 10,000 Kingdoms Sea, received Yunya's order. His eyes lit up, and he ordered to his subordinates, "My lord has come to order. Everyone is ready to do it." Boom boom boom. Just when the Vinsmoke family didn't know what to do, a violent explosion suddenly occurred somewhere on Cake Island. The dazzling flames rose into the sky along with billowing black smoke, causing countless people to see it. Under Yechi's order, her subordinates also started to move, directly detonating a bomb buried on an island. When the explosion sounded, it was time to launch a general attack. The people in the palace of Wangxiu hidden in the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms were shocked and started to act. "Did you do it? Ha ha ha, let's destroy the Big Mom Pirates." Tizalo laughed loudly. The golden fruit ability awakened and turned into a golden giant. Every time there were countless Big Mom Pirates, the regiment died at his hands. Kibsun and Feld, the two former kings of the Dark World, and their subordinates also began to wreak havoc, dismantling the deployment of the Big Mom pirates as much as possible. The members of the Hawkins pirates also took action, directly destroying an island directly. At this time, the entire sea area of 10,000 countries became chaotic, and the sound of explosions and roars resounded throughout the entire sea area of 10,000 countries. The islands they destroyed were relatively important islands in the Sea of All Nations, and they were also the islands with the most densely deployed troops. Almost all the people on them were combatants under the banner of the Big Mom pirates. As long as this place is destroyed, they can effectively prevent them from going to the most central Cake Island for support. Did the adults do it? Here, Jiaji also heard the explosion, and suddenly his expression was shocked, and he quietly passed a message to his sons, and then pressed a button in his arms. The moment Gage pressed the button, several members of the Vinsmoke family suddenly ejected a jet of air from their technological boots, and their speed soared, and they moved away from here. And at this time, the gift box that Charlotte Lingling held in her hand suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance. Not good, everyone be careful. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and the color of knowledge that can predict the future also predicted something in this one, which made his face change slightly. Without any hesitation, he activated the Nyo-Nyo fruit, and Nyotuan grabbed the gift box in Charlotte Lingling's hand, and wrapped it in Nyo-Nyotuan, covering it with a thick armor-colored domineering. With a loud bang, the gift box exploded. This bomb was specially made by Geiji, and its power should not be underestimated. It directly blasted Katakuri's glutinous hands, and the turbulent explosion wave still swept everyone nearby. Bang bang bang. All the cotters of the Big Mom pirates near Charlotte Lingling were blown out at this moment, knocking the wall down, and even Charlotte Lingling was blown away by the blast wave. Because of the successive explosions, the venue became chaotic. Huh? What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Did someone from the Vinsmoke family do it? I have a hunch, something terrible is likely to happen here. The guests around looked at the venue that suddenly became chaotic, and they were all shocked. How dare the Vinsmoke family dare to do something here? How bold? Who gave them the guts? Winsmoke. Over there, Charlotte Lingling, who was blasted into the cake castle by the explosion, exuded a terrifying murderous intent. With her body braced, the strange force directly blasted the entire cake castle, and countless boulders blasted in all directions. Smash! Charlotte Lingling's huge body was like an evil god, and her domineering aura radiated in all directions with the screaming sound, directly stunning the weak and weak. The stronger ones also covered their ears, the ear-piercing sound almost shattered their eardrums. You damned guys dare to make trouble at the tea party, who gave you the courage? Charlotte Lingling roared angrily, staring at the members of Vinsmoke not far away with a fierce look in her eyes. The high-altitude clouds were moving, and there was a vast expanse of darkness. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the scene was extremely terrifying. At this time, the members of the Vinsmoke family were fully armed, wearing high-tech equipment like transformation clothes, and looked at Charlotte Lingling vigilantly. This aura. Feeling the terrifying aura from Charlotte Lingling, the pupils of the members of the Vinsmoke family shrank violently, and fear spread in their hearts. It was the first time for them to feel the deterrence of the four emperors at close range. This feeling was as if they were facing a terrifying beast. Just one look made them a little unbearable. Standing in front of Charlotte Lingling at this time, they seemed to feel that their souls were going to be dragged out by each other. Is this the oppression of the four emperors? It's really frightening. My lord has defeated this kind of monster. Iji was shivering because of this momentum, but he was even more shocked in his heart. Defeat Charlotte Lingling. We seem to have gotten into trouble. The two brothers Niji and Yangji were also trembling all over, and the fear in their hearts was also growing a little bit. Jiaji also looked terrified, but he still stood in front of his son, praying in his heart that Yunya would come over quickly. It seems that you have planned it long ago. Who gave you the courage to take action against my Big Mom pirates? Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, with the glove Aries clasped in her right hand. On the ground, the terrifying power of Thunder Flame gathered in the palm of her hand. Charlotte Lingling spread her 5 fingers, the light suddenly became bright, and a shockwave of Thunder Flame bombarded from her hand towards the members of Vinsmoke in front of her. Because of being oppressed by the domineering air, the people of the Vinsmoke family were deterred, and they couldn't escape at all. This kind of attack. Not good, avoid it. Seeing the menacing attack, several members of the Vinsmoke family changed their faces drastically. They wanted to avoid it, but found that their legs seemed to be full of water. Like lead, it can't move at all. The proud son of heaven, the city wall made of iron, the dragon's walk, the lion's roar, the tiger's howl, the wolf's run, cut off the sky and the earth before it collapses, the 81 that binds the Tao, breaks the sky. At the moment of crisis, a voice came from behind, and then a figure landed in front of Jiaji and the others. As soon as Yunya raised his hand, a Duankong after chanting directly blocked in front of him. Boom! Charlotte Lingling's attack seemed to be blocked by something solid. The terrifying impact hit the rocks like a stream of water, but it couldn't be shaken. The impact split from both sides, destroying everything behind her, but Yunyi and the others were unscathed. Thunder Flame explosion. After Yunya blocked the spear of Thunder Flame, the palm of his right hand condensed the Thunder Flame, and the same incomparable power of Thunder Flame burst out suddenly, and charged towards Charlotte Lingling in turn. Mom, be careful. Although Katakuri was blown away by the explosion, he was not injured, and he quickly yelled at Charlotte Lingling as he captured a small piece of the future. But by now it was too late. Charlotte Lingling never thought that someone would make an attack at this time. She had already caught some familiar attacks, and her face changed slightly, but it was too late to avoid it. The next moment, the whole person was swallowed by Lei Yanbang, and with a boom, he was sent flying upside down and crashed into a building. With a wave of his right hand, Yunya swept away the smoke and dust surging in front of him, and his domineering aura was fully activated. The abyss and prison-like domineering color covered the entire Cake Island, and once again stunned a group of people. He looked at Xia with a sneer. Lady Lingling's inverted position. What do you think of this gift? Charlotte Lingling. Yunyi's voice is not loud, and his height is only close to 2 meters. He does not have a huge body like a monster, but is just the size of an ordinary person. But standing here at this moment, he seems to be the center of the world, attracting everyone's attention past me. Quincy Master. Is it because my eyes are dazzled? How did I see the Quincy? No way. Could it be that all of this was caused by the Quincy Master? Idiot, do you still stay here because you think your life is too long? The war between the strongest forces in the new world is about to begin. Quick, get out of here. After seeing the Quincy, the faces of all the guests present changed drastically, as if they had seen a demon, and the fear in their hearts was even greater than that of the Vinsmoke family. Without hesitation, almost all the people who were still awake at the scene began to run away in a panic, wishing to have 2 more legs. The Destroyer. All the members of the Big Mom Pirates over there came back to their senses, and their faces became extremely solemn. After seeing Quincy, they also realized that everything that happened here might have something to do with Quincy. Katakuri's sense of knowledge, and knowledge is the most powerful. When Yunya appeared, he had already discovered it. At this time, he stood up with a serious face. Quincy Master, are you responsible for all this? It's Katakuri. Yunya looked at Katakuri, opened his hands like the host of a grand event, and showed a sneer. This gift, do you Big Mom Pirates like it? Boom boom boom. As if in response to Yunya's words, the explosion sounded again on the Cake Island, accompanied by countless screams and roars. The people from Wangsu Hall have rushed to the Cake Island. Hearing the sound of explosions, screams, and roars, the faces of the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates around them changed again, and the people of Quincy had already rushed in. Without them noticing, they had already rushed to their base camp, Cake Island. Almost subconsciously, many cotters looked at Jiaji and his party standing behind Yunya, and roughly guessed everything in their hearts. Quincy comes from Bahai, and the Vinsmoke family is also from Bahai. The Vinsmoke family must have a lot to do with Quincy. Everything that happens here is definitely inseparable from the Vinsmoke family. Came here, could it be because of the order of the Quincy Master? The Vinsmoke family, are you from the Quincy? A combatant of the Big Mom Pirates, Baron Eggy, who had a bounty of more than 400 million, looked at Gage and his party with a gloomy expression. Before, he was the one who contacted the Vinsmoke family and sent them an invitation to the tea party. If it was the Vinsmoke family's fault, then it is equivalent to him sending the enemy into the base camp. It looks right, their eldest daughter is not here, she should go to meet Quincy. General seeing Simaji looked extremely cold, with a big sword in his hand. A wave of sword power surged. At this time she was also extremely short-tempered and extremely angry. The Vinsmoke family is actually a member of the Quincy? Hateful? That's right, everything here is the master's plan, and your Big Mom Pirates will be destroyed here today. After Yunya appeared, Niji's confidence was greatly increased, and he looked at Smoothie with a sneer. Brother Perospero, let everyone be vigilant. Quincy appears at this time, and he is probably ready for war. Katakuri forced himself to calm down. Judging from the current situation, Quincy Kushi came here, and it is obvious that he has made all preparations for war. The chaos caused over there is the best explanation. Katakuri's heart sank. Something was wrong, the enemy was prepared, but they didn't realize it until the Quincy appeared, and they had lost the initiative. But Katakuri didn't panic. This is their base camp? All their forces are gathered here. Although they lost the upper hand, but in a fight, it is uncertain who will win and who will lose. On the other side, the people in Wangsu Hall did not stop attacking. Yachi led her assassination team, like a sharp knife, killed countless fighters under the Big Mom Pirates, leaving countless corpses along the way, making the island chaotic. The senior cotters stationed on the island have already gone to Cake Island at this time, and no one can stop Yachi at all. In just a short time, the damage here was heavy. Alan, I'll leave this to you. I'll go to Cake Island. Yachi said to Alan, and disappeared in a flash. The Momo fruit suddenly increased her speed dozens of times, and she rushed towards the Cake Island. Soren, I'll leave the rest to you. Stop the Big Mom Pirates as much as possible. Hawkins also solved this problem in a short time, and said to his subordinates, stepping on Uebio rushed out. Bakura, Daisy, you get rid of them. Tizalo also directly defeated the deployment of the Big Mom Pirates on an island, leaving the 2 former members of Bakala and Daisy behind. The cotter himself went to the location of the central Cake Island. Kibsun and Feld, the 2 former kings of the Dark World, have also rushed to Cake Island. Those on the periphery are just some of the little ones of the Big Mom Pirates, and the cotters are all gathered in Cake Island at this time. The 10 blades will not stay on the periphery for too long, they need to block the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates. Only a strong person can be useful in the battle over there, and will not be stunned by the Overlord's color. Yunyi's order is to make a quick decision, and the Big Mom pirates must not have time to react. As long as the cotters of the Big Mom pirates are defeated, then the remaining little ones will have nothing to fear. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Perospero's face was extremely gloomy, and he said, "The people of Wangsu Palace have begun to destroy our territory. Several islands have fallen one after another. They are the cotters of Wangsu Palace, and they already coming this way. Perospero as Minister of Sweets, almost. I'll get rid of you guys who eat inside and outside first." Smoothie's face was extremely gloomy, and he rushed towards the Vinsmoke family with the big sword in his hand. "Your opponent is me, the Star Smoothie." Over there, a slender figure rushed towards him at a high speed, drew a black arc, and collided with Smoothie. Yechi arrived. After eating the Momo fruit, Yechi's strength has also skyrocketed, which matches her profession very well. Boom! The two men who were not weak made a move, the big sword and the dagger collided, there was a sound of metal collision, and then they both backed away. Smoothie looked at Yechi in front of him, and said in a low tone, 10 blades, Black Rose Yechi. Yechi showed a beautiful smile, "Let me be your opponent, General Smoothie." In another place, the golden ocean surged, and a golden giant stepped forward. Tizalo stared at Katakuri and sneered, "General Star Katakuri, you once snatched expensive things from me." "Ah, Tizalo." Katakuri narrowed his eyes, "Is the golden fruit awakened? It seems that it's not too late." Hawkins also came leisurely from the other side, playing with a deck of tarot cards in his hand. "Tea party, I didn't expect to come here in such a capacity this time." Kibsun and Feld also arrived at the same time. Black Rose Knight 7, Golden Emperor Tizero, Scarecrow Hawkins, Kibsun, Felder, all the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace are here. Perospero moved back and forth on these people who appeared, his face above is the endless dignified color. The top cotters of Wangsu Palace, 10 blades, all appear on the stage. That is, the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace. Tizalo, Yeki, Hawkins, and the former king of the Dark World. "My lord, have all the cotters of Wangsu Hall arrived? Is this going to start the top battle? Run away, it will be very dangerous to stay here. The Quincy is here prepared. All the cotters will rush into Cake Island. A war is unavoidable." The guests who were not too far away from each other were all shocked when they saw the people who appeared in the field. All the top cotters of Wangsu Palace are here. This is unprecedented. After the Quincy completed the unification of the entire Dark World, it was the first time such a large-scale operation, and almost all the cotters were dispatched. Is this an attempt to destroy the Big Mom pirates? Almost everyone has such a thought in their hearts. If it was someone else, they wouldn't think so, but this is the Quincy master? Craziest guy in the whole new world? "Quincy, you dare to appear in front of me." At this time, Charlotte Lingling also crawled out of the ruins. Her face was covered with clouds, comparable to the sky at this time. Her eyes were fixed staring at Yunya. The enemy is jealous when they meet each other. At this moment, she is like a ghost. The whole body is full of momentum, and the huge size brings people an unparalleled sense of oppression. "Long time no see, Charlotte Lingling." Yunya looked up at Charlotte Lingling slightly, and said in a playful tone, "I was not invited to the tea party. I came here uninvited. You don't mind, do you?" "Well, mind? Of course not. If you want to come over to die, it's too late for my mother to be happy. After all, Charlotte Lingling is the 4th emperor, so it is impossible to panic." But facing Yunya, Charlotte Lingling also dare not be careless. The 4 homais have all changed. Thunderclouds and flames took shape behind her, and the 2 homais had hideous expressions. Ares clasped his fist in his right hand, connected to Napoleon, and the power of thunder flames boiled. "Dare to invade my territory, you don't want to leave here today." Charlotte Lingling grinned with a cruel smile, "Let me treat you well. I like your gift very much, so let me give you a gift in return." Charlotte Lingling grinned sneeringly, her veins swelled, the Ares glove mobilized lightning, and the power of flame wrapped around her right arm and Napoleon. With a sharp wave towards the front, a shock wave of sword energy swept across like a drill. Elbaf Spear Overlord. Facing the attack of the 4 emperors, all the cotters on Yunyi's side looked frozen. Unlike Jiuji and others, they still had a clear understanding of the strength of the 4 emperors. "Is it a big move as soon as it comes up? But it's just what I want." Yunya laughed, a little red light shone on the fingertips, and a terrifying dark red energy beam pierced out. "This is False Flash." Boom! The 2 terrifying attacks collided together, the tip of a needle pointed at the wheat awning, like a meteor colliding, and a more powerful wave of air swept away. The energy collided to form an inverted bowl-shaped energy field. The air waves washed over the surroundings, and the energy-hedging thunder blasted. Cracks on the ground began to spread from here to the surroundings. "The whole Cake Island is shaking slightly. Let's end the grievances between us today." The thunder raged behind Yunyi, as if the thunder in the sky responded, rumbling, and the infinite thunder outlined 6 Taiko Goyo behind Yunyi. Instant Coax Thunder God battle form. After turning on the instant coaxing, Yunya's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Shun stepped on the ground a little bit, and the force collapsed the ground. With this momentum, Yunya rushed towards Charlotte Lingling like a rocket. "Well, I will kill you here today." Charlotte Lingling grinned, holding the sword in both hands, and her huge figure rushed out. Both of them had undisguised murderous intent in their eyes. The 2 sides have had a long-standing grievance, and they have long wanted to let the other party die. The domineering color erupted from the two of them, collided in the air, and the pitch-black thunder appeared out of thin air. Mom rush. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously. Lei Yan entangled Napoleon, and the armed color covered it to form a black knife, and the domineering color was also unreserved, and slashed towards Yunya fiercely. Thunder and lightning one bone. Yunya showed no sign of weakness, the thunder and lightning condensed into his fist, and the overlord-like punch greeted him. Boom! The two attacked and collided in the air, and the more powerful domineering arrogance collided with each other. The sky and the earth turned pale, and the dark clouds cracked. The ground was also centered on the two, and huge cracks opened, almost spreading across the entire Cake Island. The island trembled, the buildings collapsed, and the guests who stayed on it felt that their feet were unstable, as if they had experienced an earthquake. It's just one blow that caused such a movement. Is this the top combat power in the sea? While the guests were running away, they also took time to look at the center of the collision. Each of them was inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't stop swallowing. The two stalemate for a short while, attacking each other. Feeling the strength from Charlotte Lingling's hand, Yunyi grinned. You haven't made much progress recently, Charlotte Lingling. As he said that, Yunyi started to attack again, and his left fist touched thunder again, and he punched it. What big talk are you talking about, Quincy? Charlotte Lingling let go of the hilt of her sword with her left hand, and also punched out. There was a loud bang, and the two fists collided squarely this time. Charlotte Lingling felt the strength transmitted by Yunya's fist, and her face changed slightly. She found that during this period of time, the strength of the Quincy had increased again. Much stronger than last time? Now Yunya's physical strength has not yet reached the peak of the pirate world. The reason why he can resist the four emperors is because of Shunyu and the liberation of Zanpakuto. With the increase of time, the progress of twin body cultivation is increasing day by day, and Yunya's combat power is also growing rapidly. Physique catches up with those top powerhouses little by little, and when he is able to fight against the four emperors under normal conditions, then when he activates instant coax or releases the Zanpakuto, Yunya will have the combat power to crush the four emperors. And the four emperors are almost the pinnacle of this world. With a bang sound, Yunya's punch crushed Charlotte Lingling, directly sending Charlotte Lingling flying, and retreating tens of meters away. Your strength has stagnated, but I am still growing. You are destined to be my stepping stone. Yunya laughed loudly, and chased after him. Catching up to Charlotte Lingling like a teleportation, the ferocious attacks came down one after another. Don't be crazy, Zeus. Charlotte Lingling's legs rubbed against the ground to form a long gully, and Zeus's thundercloud acted as a buffer behind her, stopping her figure. She looked up sharply, and Napoleon slashed across. The two collided again, bursting with energy. Boom boom boom. In a short period of time, the two exchanged dozens of moves, and every time they collided, a terrifying impact erupted, shaking the island. The area with a radius of 100 meters is almost the battlefield of two people. The terrifying air waves hit the surroundings, and the weaker people can't get close at all. At the same time, the battle between the cotters of Wangsu Palace and the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates also broke out. The bosses of both sides have already made a move, and these cotters didn't do anything to watch. It's really an exaggeration. Hawkins looked at Yunya's back in admiration, and suddenly sensed the danger, and he moved away from the spot. The moment he left, the ground covered the place where he was just like syrup. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perospero. Hawkins looked coldly, and found that Perospero had shot him. Guys from Wangsu Palace, give me your life. Candy arrows. Perospero launched another attack, pulling away a huge bow and arrow made of candy in his hand, and the huge arrows also formed of syrup condensed after armed color, was shot by him. With a whoosh, it rushed towards Hawkins like a sniper bullet. The straw knife. Hawkins regained his composure, and the long sword was unsheathed, like a long sword drawn from straw, and the sword was pointed out, colliding with the arrow. With a sound of ding, the candy arrow shattered, and Hawkins was also shocked by the force contained in the arrow and took a few steps back. The appearance of the devil. Hawkins took a deep breath, and his figure suddenly turned into a straw giant, striding forward. The reign of the end. Perospero kept moving, and arrows rushed out, stabbing Hawkins. Hawkins did not dodge or dodge, allowing the arrow to pierce him. His figure did not stop in any way. And on the island not far from Cake Island, several members of the Big Mom Pirates suddenly had penetrating wounds on their bodies, some even opened on their foreheads, and they were transparent from front to back. This is naturally Hawkins' devil fruit ability? Curse the doll? What? Why weren't you injured? Perospero was shocked. His attack had obviously hit Hawkins, but why was nothing wrong with Hawkins, not even a wound left? Hehe, do you think I'll tell you? Hawkins' indifferent voice came from the straw giant, then he raised his big hand and patted Perospero. Damn it, candy wall. Perospero subconsciously licked his lower lip as he watched the big hand slapping him. The fruit ability was activated, and a wall made of candy appeared in front of him. With a boom, Hawkins slapped it, but was blocked by the candy wall for a moment. With this gap, the ground under Perospero's feet suddenly flowed, keeping him away from here. On the other side, Yachi and Smoothie also met each other. They shuttled across the field like two black afterimages, and there was a roar from time to time. Originally, Yachi was already very strong, but now that she ate the Momo fruit, her strength skyrocketed a lot. Momo fruit is very suitable for Yachi, it can enhance her attack speed and strength. Although she is better at assassination, she is not weak in head-to-head attack. I've wanted to see the combat power of the top cotters of the 4 Emperor Pirates for a long time. Yachi held the dagger in his hand, and swiped towards Smoothie at a tricky angle. At this time, Smoothie had a cold expression on his face, and he caught the attack with a knowledgeable look, and blocked the horizontal sword in front of him. With a sound of clang, the energy burst out, and then the two retreated at the same time, and Yachi retreated further. Obviously fell into a disadvantage. At first I thought the Quincy was worth noting after Wangsu Palace, but I didn't expect there to be such a powerful master. You are strong, but you are not my opponent. Smoothie looked cold, and the sword power of the great swordsman exploded. Each sword has a sharp slash, so that Yachi, the ability user who ate the Momo fruit, dare not be careless. There are still many things you don't know. Phantom Blade. Yachi showed a beautiful smile, and his figure suddenly transformed into dozens of figures. Film. In front of the color of knowledge, do you think you can hide my perception? Smoothie said coldly, and slashed towards a position. The 100-meter-long slash pierced through the air. Hehe, can you catch up with my speed? Yakijiao laughed, avoiding the slash, and at the same time, countless phantoms rushed towards Smoothie from different angles. Then chop it all up. Smoothie's body seemed to be liquefied, and she released the liquid stored in her body, making her body like a giant and giving her the power of a giant. The giant like Smoothie slashed forward with a sword, and a 1,000-meter-long slash rushed out. Looking at the huge slash coming from the front, it almost covered Yachi's range of action, but with the blessing of her ability, her speed increased again to avoid the slash, and then disappeared like a phantom, appearing from the other side, came to Smoothie. The smile on the corner of his mouth was cold and dangerous, like a rose, beautiful but thorny. Cut down with the dagger in his hand. Momo 30 times instant cut. Momo fruit? So you ate that fruit? Jian Wenshi caught Yachi's attack, and Smoothie's face changed drastically. Although she knew Yachi's speed was very fast in the short confrontation before, she never judging from the means of attack, it should be a killer or something. Killer is faster, isn't it normal? But now Yachi's sudden burst of speed and attack caught her off guard. This short burst of extreme speed reminded her of a devil fruit. That is Momo fruit. In Gulan Tizalo, the Quincy took away 2 devil fruits, one was eaten by that Blackbeard, and the other was taken away by the Quincy. That fruit was Momo fruit, but Smoothie didn't expect that Yachi actually ate that fruit. So, was she hiding her clumsiness before? Damn it! Smoothie cursed inwardly. Are all the people in Wangsu Palace so sinister? There are so many things you don't know. Die with me. Yachi sneered, and quickly moved the dagger across the air, as if even the air had been cut, and slashed towards Smoothie's neck. This blow will take Smoothie's life. Before, although Yachi ate the Momo fruit, she didn't show much ability in this aspect, and everyone in the world didn't know that she ate the Momo fruit. When fighting Smoothie, Yachi did not use the full power of Momo fruit, but endured like a poisonous snake, in order to find an opportunity to kill with one blow. Yachi is a killer. What he pays attention to is killing with one hit. Will not give the enemy any chance to breathe. Smoothie's face was ugly. Although he had sensed that the attack was coming and his premonition of danger kept beating, his body really couldn't react at all. The speed of Yachi's sudden explosion was too fast, and she still took aim at the gap where her old strength has gone to new strength to make a living, and she didn't even have time to protect her, and at this time she also used the fruit to increase her strength body type. Bigger size means bigger places to hit. This seemingly beautiful woman has already calculated her clearly. We can only resist with armed forces. Smoothie gritted his silver teeth, and the armed color began to mobilize, covering his neck. But in the face of Yachi's menacing attack, can her armed color really stop it? I can only give it a try. However, just when Yachi's attack was about to hit Smoothie's neck, her sense of knowledge also jumped, and a premonition of danger came. Yachi's face also changed, and his body turned a little bit, just avoiding this attack. But because of this, her attack did not hit Smoothie's neck, but fell on Smoothie's arm. With a chi sound, Yachi's blow directly cut off Smoothie's right arm. Smoothie felt the pain coming from her left arm, and with her tenacious will, she couldn't help but groan, but she quickly seized the opportunity. Her long right leg was like a whip, and lashed towards mid-empty Knight 7. But at this moment, a golden light with special effects came suddenly and collided with Smoothie's right leg. With a boom, the air wave exploded. Yachi and Smoothie both flew back at the same time. Yachi and Smoothie looked over, and there were Katakuri and Tezuolo. The attack just now was the masterpiece of the two of them. One saved Smoothie, and the other saved Yachi. After all, Katakuri is a strong man who has cultivated his sense of knowledge to the extreme. When Smoothie was in danger, he reacted immediately, and popped a waxy ball towards Yachi, which interfered with Yachi's movement. The moment of action. Yachi sensed the danger. In order to avoid Katakuri's attack, her attack also changed an angle, and the target changed from the neck to the arm. Smoothie's decapitated, and Tizalo, who was fighting Katakuri, also noticed Katakuri's movements, and was a little angry when he saw Katakuri who was fighting with him. But when he saw that Yachi was about to be counterattacked by Smoothie, he also helped Yachi. Yachi's status can be said to be very high in Wangsu's palace. After all, he is one of the elders. If he sits idly by, he will probably be punished by Yunya. How dare you get distracted when you are fighting with me? Who are you looking down on? Tizalo ignored Yachi after a blow, but rushed towards Katakuri with a bad look on his face. After awakening, he turned into a golden giant, and the surging golden water condensed into a huge golden fist, smashing it down. Katakuri didn't dare to be careless when facing Tizalo. The glutinous ball spun behind him, and an equally huge fist extended from it, and collided with Tizalo. Tizalo's strength should not be underestimated. Anyone who can cultivate the devil fruit to awaken, the strength will not be weak. Boom! The fists collided, and the torrent surged, like a storm sweeping around. Both of them were repelled by the opponent's strength for several steps. Weird Machi. Pausing, Katakuri's eyes flashed red. The awakening of the fruit affected the ups and downs of the ground. A glutinous ball about 10 meters long rotated behind him, and the pitch-black fist rushed out, entwined with the Overlord's color, towards the golden giant. Smash it! Gold Karma. Tizalo showed no sign of weakness. The gold surged on the right fist of the golden giant to form an armor, and a hot temperature spread over his fist. To make gold melt, it must have a high enough temperature. After the golden fruit is awakened, it can add high temperature to the attack. With a sound of boom, the powerful attacks of the two collided again, and Tizalo's punch seemed to hit the air. Horror vigor boils, impacting all around. Feeling a terrifying dominance attacking his mind, Tizalo's face changed slightly, and he also felt that his attack was suppressed. Because of the blessing of the Overlord color, Katakuri's blow was obviously stronger, knocking Tizaro back. Domineering entanglement. Tezuelo backed up with a kick. The ground where he landed was cracked, and his face was full of shock. In the previous battle with Gulen Tizalo, he had a head-on attack with Yunya. At that time, he was knocked away by Yunya with one blow, and he was also slightly injured. It was also at that time that he realized that the domineering aura can also be entangled, and he also clearly realized the gap between himself and Yunya. That's why he didn't dare to fight Yunya later, and chose to surrender. It's just that he didn't expect that Katakuri also has the Overlord's color, and he can also be entangled in the attack. I won't give you time to breathe. Katakuri said lightly, and rushed out again the next moment. He knew that the situation could not be dragged on any longer. Only by getting rid of the enemy as soon as possible, could he free up his hands to help others. Although it seems that they have the upper hand now, and there are more Cotters than Wangsu's palace, but he knows that the final result still depends on the battle between his mother and the Quincy. So they can't procrastinate here. They must get rid of these Cotters in Wangsu Palace as soon as possible, and then gather the strength of all the Cotters to defeat the Quincy. Only by defeating the Quincy division can they pass this crisis. Thinking of this, Katakuri didn't hesitate. The trident appeared at some point in his hand. The trident began to spin at a high speed, and stabbed fiercely towards Tizalo's right leg. Nyochuan thrust. Damn it! Golden Divine Fire. Because of his transformation into a giant, Tizalo's movements will be more or less affected, and his speed will definitely be reduced. The knowledgeable color predicted Katakuri's position. His left eye shone with golden light, and a beam of sparkling lasers was emitted. It's useless, your attacks are all within my knowledge-colored perception. Katakuri's knowledge-colored perception had already seen the attack's landing point in advance, and instead of going to any location, he shifted the attack target and jumped came to mid-air, stabbed Tizalo's chest. Boom! This blow directly penetrated Tizalo's golden giant, and a shockwave erupted, knocking out Tizalo's figure. Wushuang Donut Weird Rice Cake Attack. Katakuri kept attacking, grabbing the spinning glutinous ball with both hands, and dozens of arms appeared behind him, and began to attack Tizalo indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. Tizalo's huge body retreated step by step after being bombarded, and footprints were stepped on the ground. After retreating tens of meters, with a final boom, the entire golden giant collapsed. Here, chop, cut, rice cake. Katakuri's body seemed to be teleporting, and his knowledge captured Tizalo's body, and his right hand suddenly swelled into a mace-like shape, and suddenly moved towards Tizalo. The main body smashed down. Oops. Tizalo's face changed drastically. Compared to Katakuri, his strength was still weaker than Katakuri's. After he was seized the opportunity, he was beaten violently and couldn't fight back at all. Now the golden giant that protected him like an armor was broken, and now he couldn't dodge at all. However, he will also sit and wait for his death. The fruit ability will pull the broken gold nuggets into a fist and put it on his right arm. Facing Katakuri's attack, he also swings the right fist like a giant's arm. It's even now. Instant cut. At the same time, a shout came from behind, and Yachi's figure flashed like a ghost, and the dagger in his hand slashed across the afterimages, and he also slashed up. Smoothie has been injured, and Yachi's pressure has been greatly reduced. Now seeing Tizalo being suppressed by Katakuri, he also got rid of Smoothie's entanglement and came here directly to help. The three attacks collided at one point, and there was a roar, and shock waves swept towards the surroundings like waves, and the terrifying sound waves rose to the sky. After a roar, the three of them flew upside down at the same time. Yachi spat blood from his mouth, and his body slammed into the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Tetsalo also crashed into the ground. And Katakuri was also not feeling well. Facing the joint blow of the two, he was also injured, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was directly blasted into the sky by the two. I didn't ask you to help me. Tezuelo glanced at Yachi and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you can't win the Big Mom pirates in this battle, your lord will be angry. Yachi also glanced at Tizalo, and said lightly, I know, I will try to hold Katakuri back as much as possible. Now I won't be careless. Tetsalo snorted and rushed towards Katakuri again. Yachi glanced at Yunya, who was fighting fiercely with Big Mom, and then, as if he had sensed something, Yachi turned around suddenly, and the dagger shattered it with a slash. Over there, Smoothie, who used his ability to seal the wound on the broken arm, came over with a sword. Black Rose Yaki, I will not let you disturb brother Katakuri's battle again. Your opponent is me. Cut, the lingering guy. Yachi cut, and also met Smoothie again. On the other side, Kibsun and Feld, the two former kings of the Dark World, are also fighting fiercely with the Cotters of the Big Mom pirates. Felder fights Charlotte Owen with the hot fruit and the combatant Pakmas. After all, Feld is also a king who has been in the Dark World for many years, so his strength is naturally not bad. Although he was easily killed by Stuttgart in the original book, that was when he was unprepared. In addition, Stuttgart can become CP0, and his own strength is already very outstanding. It's not that the real name Feld is weak. Although facing Charlotte Owen and Pak Music also fell into a disadvantage, they were still able to contend for a while. And Kibsun fought against Baron Egg, a combatant of the Big Mom pirates. The strength of the two is equal, the gap is not very big, and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. There are many fighters of the Big Mom pirates who stayed on Cake Island, but none of them can retain their fighting power under the overlord-colored tail teeth of Yunya and Charlotte Lingling. And the people from Wangsu Palace on other islands also rushed towards the Cake Island after solving the tasks in hand. The two sides also fought at a disagreement. Wang Sudian can be mobilized this time. All of them are elites, but they fight back and forth with the Big Mom pirates. At this time, on Cake Island, there were battles everywhere, and there was an endless stream of shouts, explosions, and screams. Injuries are inevitable, and both sides have suffered casualties. The most intense battle was naturally the battle between Charlotte Lingling and Yunya. Every time the two sides collide, the Cake Island can be shaken. Another punch sent Charlotte Lingling flying, and Yunya stood in the air, looking down at Charlotte Lingling below. It seems that your domineering has dropped after several successive failures. Charlotte Lingling. Domineering is a powerful momentum that represents one's indomitable spirit. After successive defeats, Yunyi clearly felt that Charlotte Lingling's overbearing arrogance was weaker than before. Just like Qing Jiao in the original book, he was able to fight against Garp a few times, but he was indeed defeated by Lu Fei, who did not open the fourth gear with a few punches. It can be said that he is old, and it can also be said that his spirit has been wiped out. Without a firm belief, one's own strength will also decline. Well, it's just a failure. It's not like I haven't experienced it before. The winner is the one who laughs till the end. Charlotte Lingling wiped off the blood stains at the corners of her mouth. The strong physique she is proud of is only effective for the weak. In the face of the domineering of the opponent, he will also be injured. When dealing with the weak, even a master at Katakuri's level, she would not choose to dodge, and only rely on her physical strength and armed force to resist. Although facing the attack of this level of powerhouse, she will also be injured, but after the opponent's attack, she will still be caught by her to attack. Not everyone can take her punch. Even people at the level of 3 disasters and generals dare not say that they can handle it. But facing the attack of Yunya or other 4 emperors, she will still choose to dodge. She is not stupid. Charlotte Lingling stared at Yunyi with a cold expression. It wasn't that her domineering had weakened. She would not lose her heart just because of several failures. When she was a child, she already showed a monster physique that surpassed ordinary people, and when she was 5 years old, she was able to slap giants away with a single slap. But facing the 3 legendary pirates, the older navy, and the former Captain Locks, she is not undefeated. So, it's not that she has become weaker, but that Yunya's domineering power is now stronger than before. In comparison, Yunyi felt that Charlotte Lingling was not as aggressive as before. A long time has passed since the last time I fought Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling's strength has hardly increased, but Yunya's strength has been increasing. Shock you thunder. The battle was not over yet. Charlotte Lingling would not relax, and manipulated Zeus to send a thunderbolt more than 10 meters thick towards Yunya. Duan Kong. Yunya tapped with one hand. Duan Kong stood in front of him, blocking thunder, and with a movement of his body was like an arrow from a string, and he came to Charlotte Lingling in the blink of an eye, and smashed down with his fist. Do you think you can survive today? In order to destroy you, my side is fully mobilized. Well, you'll know if you try it. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, and the power of Lei Yan gathered her fists to meet her. Boom! The 2 fists collided, full of energy. Taking a few steps back, Yunyi rushed out again, and the 6 sticks of light firmly bit Charlotte Lingling's right fist, hindering her movement. With a little foot, it came to the top of Charlotte Lingling's head, and her right leg was chopped off like a battle axe. With force in his hands, the 6 light prisons were broken, and Ares began to assemble into a shield like a mechanical structure, which was buckled on Charlotte Lingling's right hand, and his hands were crossed to protect the top of his head. Boom! The ground exploded, and under Charlotte Lingling's feet, a huge pothole appeared, with cracks in all directions. Get out of here. Charlotte Lingling pushed Yunya away with both hands, and the next moment she covered Napoleon with both hands, and swept towards Yunya's waist. Yunyi's figure was like a flying bird. He flipped somersault. To avoid the slash, with his head facing down, His 5 fingers spread out, the power of thunder flame gathered in the palm of his hand, and he blasted down with one blow of thunder flame burst. Charlotte Lingling flicked her thickly armed left hand domineeringly, sweeping away Yunyi's attack, and with a touch of her feet, the fruit ability endowed the ground with a soul, and a sharp thorn rushed out from the ground and pierced towards Yunyi. A red light flashed in his eyes, Yunyi avoided it a step ahead, and at the same time he swung a punch through the air, the fist hit the void, oppressing the air to form a column of air. Shi Xiang. Prometheus. Charlotte Lingling couldn't dodge the attack, her eyes also flashed red, she caught the attack point, waved her big hand, and Prometheus behind her began to burn and swell, and finally Charlotte Lingling the whole package. With a boom sound, Yunyi's fist hit the fireball, but it only caused the fireball to shake. Immediately afterwards, in the gaping mouth of Prometheus, clusters of flames rushed towards the cloudy night in midair like barrages. Yunyi's knowledgeable look was able to predict the future, so he didn't choose to fight hard, but moved around like a ghost to avoid it. Slippery guy. Charlotte Lingling jumped out of the fireball with her sword in hand, her hair swayed like a flame, and Prometheus was attached to her body, his whole body was boiling with flames. Successive attacks were avoided, which made Charlotte Lingling extremely annoyed. Yunyi's speed is too fast. Zeus, arouse the thunder in the sky. Zeus will also grow bigger at the same time, and the thunder will move in disorder. Let me see how you hide now. Thunderstorm. Charlotte Lingling yelled, the sky was raging with thunder and lightning, the surrounding flames were burning, and disorderly and violent attacks rushed towards Yunyi from all directions. At this moment, this area seemed to become a sea of thunder and flames. Hiding? You underestimate my armed color too much. Yunyi grinned, wrapped in armed color all over, and rushed out like a tank. Boom! The thunder and flames hit Yunyi's body, but they were all knocked away by Yunyi directly. When she came to Charlotte Lingling, she raised her fists and said, Zixiang. Charlotte Lingling didn't expect that Yunyi would be so brave, ignoring her own attack and rushing over against the damage. But she also reacted quickly, her eyes widened, and she picked up Napoleon and chopped it off. Boom! The two collided again, and this time, Charlotte Lingling let out a muffled snort, and was directly blasted out by Yunyi. Her legs plunged into the ground, and she slid out of a long ravine. Zeus, thunder. Charlotte Lingling dragged in the void, thunder cloud. Zeus was full of thunder and lightning, and a thick thunder blasted out. Yunyi stretched out his hand and pointed, and at the same time blocked the air. He rushed out again, kicking out with his right foot and pressing the air into a column, Zixiang's second speed. With a boom, the blow was extremely fast, and it hit Charlotte Lingling directly, causing her to retreat again. Fortunately, she was strong enough to resist the blow. Damn it, Weiguo! Charlotte Lingling roared, and stabilized her figure again. Napoleon swept across the front, and a spiral shock wave rushed forward. The thick spiral sword energy had a huge range, blocking all of Yunyi's escape routes. It's useless. With your current strength, you can't pose a big threat to me at all. Yunyi didn't dodge, and opened the thunder roar cannon with 5 fingers to charge out. The two attacks collided in the air, a terrifying roar erupted, and the energy swept across, cancelling each other out and dissipating. Yunyi came out again, punching Charlotte Lingling's big face. Where's your life-consuming move last time? Use it. Humph. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly, and punched forward with her left fist. With a sound of boom, the two retreated at the same time, and Charlotte Lingling retreated farther than Yunyi, so it's time to judge. The current Yunyi's strength was enough to suppress Charlotte Lingling, and under the outbreak, Charlotte Lingling was deflated again and again, and her face was extremely gloomy on the way back. Yao wanted to meet for the first time. Yunyi did not have such strength yet, and now he was able to suppress her. Yunyi's growth seems to have no upper limit. Lingling, I'll help you. Seeing that Charlotte Lingling was being suppressed, a short figure rushed out from the side, and swung a sword towards Yunyi, cutting through the back of the airstrike kill. It was just at the time when Yunyi stopped, and he wanted to cut Yunyi in half. Huh. Yunyi's eyes flashed red, he turned around abruptly, and a thunder beam rushed out from between his fingers. Baile is the fastest among Yunyi's abilities, almost instantaneous. Originally, the power of Baile was not strong, but now with the improvement of Yunyi's strength, its power has also been greatly enhanced. With a bang, Baile hit the slash and shattered at the same time. Yunyi also saw the figure of the person who made the attack, and thought to himself, was it the person on the rocks ship? What's your name? The person who made the move was none other than the head chef of Big Mom Pirates who ate the shishi fruit and can turn everything into food. Long bread. Dare to intervene in the battle between us? Do you think your life is too long? Yunyi snorted coldly, spread his 5 fingers, and amidst the surging thunder, a thunder column shot through the air. Thunder roar cannon? Thunderbolt. I remember that this food tastes good. Longbread smiled. After all, he also stayed on the rocks ship. Although his strength has been greatly weakened due to his age, he should not be underestimated. The short body burst out at an extremely fast speed, and the scimitar in his hand slashed towards Lei Zhu several times in an instant. Under the blessing of a certain force, the lightning pillars that hit were cut open like bread, and piled up on the ground like a pagoda. Ouch, my waist. As soon as he landed, Longbread wanted to rush out again, but there was a soft click sound from his waist, and then his whole body arched like a prawn, supporting himself with one hand. He lay on the ground, holding his waist with one hand. Because of the pain, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When he was young, the long bread might be very strong, not even inferior to the level of generals, but at this time he is already old, and he will flash to the waist at every turn. You have to obey when you are old, don't be on the front line like young people. Yunya showed a ferocious smile, his eyes were full of contempt, he opened his 5 fingers and aimed at the long bread, and thunder surged in his palm, thunder roar pow, Jinaya thunder. Over there, Charlotte Lingling didn't stop when she saw this, and controlled Liun Zeus to shoot out a thick thunderbolt, which collided with Yunyi's thunder roar cannon. Boom! The two attacks collided, thunder and lightning intersected, and there was a cracking sound, and the next moment, a terrifying shockwave exploded, sweeping the long bread, wrapping his thin and small figure like catkins in the wind, and finally fell to the ground, spraying spit out blood. The power of the collision of the two emperors' attacks cannot be underestimated. The Quincy. Seeing long bread injured, Charlotte Lingling roared, stepping on the thundercloud and rushing forward. Ares on the back of his right arm opened his ferocious eyes, and opened his mouth to spit out a spear of thunder flame. Hey, how dare you come out and show your eyes after imitating my attack? Yunya also spread his 5 fingers, the power of thunder flames erupted, and a shock wave condensed by the same power of thunder flames hit the past. Boom boom boom, the two attacks collided out of thin air, because they were all the power of thunder flames, they were entangled with each other, forming a circular energy field, where the energy conflicted and refused to give into each other. After a brief stalemate, Yunyi's attack was stronger in the end, piercing through the energy field, reducing its power by half, but still rushed towards Charlotte Lingling. Ares. With a roar, Ares changed form and flew out from Charlotte Lingling's right arm, forming a shield. In front of the shield is a big mouth. With a big mouth, he directly swallowed Yunya's attack. Give it back to you. Ares showed a humane grin, and opened his mouth to spit out the attack just now. Duan Kong. Yunya tapped his finger, and Duan Kong blocked the attack. The boom exploded, the attack was blocked, and the energy rushed from both sides. In the midst of the smoke and dust, 2 figures rushed towards each other. One person's figure streaked across the afterimage, and the other stepped on the thundercloud. The distance was getting closer, and finally they knocked down together. Boom! The pitch-black thunder burst out again, and the clouds split again. When they collided in the center, the shock wave produced torrents that raged around like a storm. The ground couldn't bear the force of the collision between the two, and began to crack, sinking into a big pit. And with the stalemate and the outbreak of strength, this big pit became bigger and bigger. During the stalemate, Charlotte Lingling kept exerting force in her hands, and looked at Yunya with a sneer on her face. How much life do you have to consume to increase your strength by consuming your life force? In the eyes of others, the instant coaxing of Quincy is similar to explosive seed, which consumes vitality to enhance its own strength. There are many kinds of fruit that can do it, and Charlotte Lingling has it herself. As long as the knowledge color has been cultivated to a certain level, one can see what this kind of explosive-like ability is all about. Yunya also increased his strength, and chuckled lightly. Why do you think that my state needs to consume vitality? My family knows their own affairs, although Shunyuo is indeed equivalent to explosive seed, but it is not Yunyi's vitality that is consumed, but physical strength. The consumption of instant coaxing is still very high, the physical strength will be consumed violently, and there will be side effects after the battle. However, this side effect is only painful and debilitating for a period of time. This is because Yunyi's physique cannot bear the burden of Shunyeo Thunder God's battle form. But as Yunyi's physique gradually becomes stronger, this burden will become very weak. If the current Yunyi only turns on the instant coaxing or the stronger instant coaxing Leiyin mode, there will be no burden anymore. As the two continue to add strength to their hands and compete with each other, shock waves swept around them centered on the two. The two looked at each other, and the overlord's color conflict continued. The next moment, the two shouted at the same time, retracted their attacks at the same time, and then attacked again tacitly. Boom! Fists and elbows collided in the air, the aftermath destroyed the ground, and cracks spread across the entire island. This time, both of them were impacted by the opponent's strength, and a loud voice resounded throughout the audience. Yunya just let out a muffled snort, while Charlotte Lingling's mouth bled again. Then both of them were blown out. Smashing everything behind her into pieces, Charlotte Lingling stomped on the ground with her right foot, venting her strength and breaking the ground apart. She stabilized her figure and looked at Yunya, grinning. Well, the soul is here, it is equal to lifespan. I noticed the abnormality of your soul before, and now I still have this feeling, but the connection has become very weak. When we first met, I could clearly see the abnormality of your soul. When she met Yunya for the first time, she had already noticed that Yunya's soul was different from others, as if it was connected to other places. This method is similar to his own homais, and has something to do with his own soul. In Charlotte Lingling's own vision, those homais created by herself are closely connected with her soul. In the same way, Yunyi's method should be similar. Charlotte Lingling didn't suspect that there was another Yunyi, but someone used some means to send vitality to Yunyi by means of soul connection. After all, soul is equal to lifespan, and lifespan is also equal to vitality. The reason why Quincy can support this kind of explosion should be that there are still people behind him supporting him. Oh, and then? What do you want to say? Yunya let go of her strength and floated in the air, her face still calm and calm. After knowing that his soul would be noticed by Charlotte Lingling, Yunyi naturally moved. Now when he is fighting, he will make the other body not move as much as possible, and attribute all his strength to on a body. The souls of the twins are interlinked. As long as the souls are attributed to one body, this connection can be greatly weakened. However, the connection will not be severed. The last time I was on Skull Island, because several strong men fought against each other, they erupted into Overlord color, which interfered with the perception of knowledge color, so that Charlotte Lingling didn't notice the abnormality of Yunye's double body. It should be that someone behind the scenes uses some kind of ability to connect with your soul and supply you with the consumption in this state. Hey, you really know how to tell jokes. Well, do you think that you are the only one with this kind of means? Don't forget, here is my place. Charlotte Lingling showed a ferocious expression on her face, her hands were open towards the sky, her eyes danced soul fire. Here, all homais will be my source of strength. Return to the source of the soul. As Charlotte Lingling's voice fell, there was a buzz sound, and a strange force spread from Charlotte Lingling's body. This force is very strange, invisible, and inaudible, and can only be perceived by using the color of knowledge and knowledge. Yunya frowned, and in his knowledge-colored perception, clusters of soul fires seemed to be lit up in various places in the entire 10,000 Nations Sea region. And these soul fires jumped a few times, and then, as if they had found something, they flew towards this side like a meteor, and merged into Charlotte Lingling's body. Do you know why none of the 4 emperors dared to attack my territory? Because here, I am invincible. Even Whitebeard can't be my opponent. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were burning with soul fire, clusters of a cluster of soul fires merged into her body, and her already huge body grew again. Prometheus, Zeus, Napoleon, and Ares, her most important homies, also followed Charlotte Lingling. Change and become stronger. The thunder and lightning became more violent, the flames became hotter, Napoleon became bigger, and Ares became more monstrous. The homais produced by the soul fruit can be said to be the soul fragment of Charlotte Lingling, which itself was separated from her soul, so it can be taken back by her naturally. The reason why so many soul fragments are extracted without affecting one's own soul is because of the ability of the soul fruit. The soul fruit can extract other people's souls to replenish itself. Let Charlotte Lingling create homais unscrupulously without being affected by herself. Now under the influence of Charlotte Lingling's ability, these soul fragments that were originally separated began to rush towards her and merged into her soul. The skyrocketing soul also drove Charlotte Lingling's own strength accordingly. This state is similar to the shadow gathering place of Moonlight Moria, one of the Shishibukai in the original book, and it can burst out terrifying power in a short time, but this is not permanent, there is a time limit. When Moonlight Moria's body can't bear it, the shadow sucked into the body will overflow from the body and return to the original owner. However, Charlotte Lingling will return to her original state after all her souls are consumed, and all the homais gathered before will disappear, making Charlotte Lingling's arrangement in the Sea of Nations all these years gone. This is Charlotte Lingling's last resort. Is this, summarizing all the souls of homais into itself, and erupting with even stronger power? A shadow fruit similar to Moonlight Moria brings all the shadows together. Seeing the change in Charlotte Lingling, Yunye's face also became serious, and he began to meditate in his heart. In the perception of knowledge, Charlotte Lingling's aura began to soar, and even made him feel a huge threat. This is the first time that an enemy has given him such a sense of threat after Yunye was able to activate the instant Coax Thunder God battle form. This ability to gather forces together has the same effect as Moonlight Moria's shadow gathering place. However, this ability should only be available here in the seas of 10,000 nations. Only after this, those homais can be summoned by Charlotte Lingling. Sure enough, the 4 emperors can't be underestimated. Yunye narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, "If you hadn't run fast enough last time, I would have killed you long ago." As she grew in size, Charlotte Lingling's aura also rose steadily, with a domineering aura sweeping in all directions, and the clouds in the sky were like a vortex generally spins up. During the tea party before, if Yunye hadn't run fast, she would have used this last resort to kill Yunye completely. But it's not too late now. What happened? Why are all the homais going in one direction? Where is Cake Island? I just discovered that there seems to be a lot of movement on the Cake Island. Could it be that someone is fighting there? As the soul in Homai's body was extracted, everyone in the Sea of Nations also noticed the abnormality. Many of the people here are civilians under the protection of Charlotte Lingling, and they don't even know what happened. Only those who are well informed know what happened to Cake Island. One person took a deep breath and said, "There's a big battle going on at Cake Island. It's Wangsu Palace of Quincy and Big Mom pirates fighting." As soon as these words came out, the faces of those who didn't know it all changed. Are Wangsu Palace and Big Mom pirates at war? This is a confrontation between the top powers in the New World. Countless people feel uneasy. They used to live pretty well here. Although every once in a while they need to contribute part of their souls as a price to support Charlotte Lingling, but compared to other places where life is in dire straits, life here is already regarded as I'm happy. At least I don't have to worry about the infestation of pirates every day. For Charlotte Lingling, their hearts are also somewhat tangled, including gratitude, fear, and hatred. Now the Quincy is attacking the Big Mom pirates, and I don't know what the future will be like. In this world, the weak don't even have the chance to decide their own destiny. Sensing the movement from over there, everyone who was fighting on Cake Island stopped for a short while, and looked at the past. Even though they were far away, they still felt a terrifying momentum oppressing them. It is the overlord color of Charlotte Lingling. This is... Mom, what happened to her? Katakuri and Tizalo exchanged blows, and at the same time retreated instead of attacking again, but looked in that direction. His eyes became very serious. He didn't know his mother and such a terrifying ability. All the homies are heading towards mother. Damn it, what happened? Smoothie also threw away Yachi and looked in that direction solemnly. She found out that the homies in the entire 10,000 nations see it seems that they have lost their vitality, and the fire of the soul is flying towards the other side at this moment. Is this mother's ability? This horrible feeling. Pero subconsciously licked his lower lip, whispering in his mouth. Everyone in the Wangsu Palace here also looked over with solemn expressions. Even the members of the Big Mom Pirates didn't know what happened, and they didn't know even more. However, in the knowledge-colored perception, there are streaks of faint blue flames gathering towards that side, and gathering more and more. Is this Ant's ability? Yachi's face was serious, and he whispered in his mouth, Your Excellency will be fine. Trust my lord, he will not lose. Although Hawkins was equally dignified, he was still very confident in Yunyi. Leave it to the lord, let's get rid of these cotters as soon as possible. Tizalo was surprised for a while, but he didn't think about it. Their task was to block the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates, and they rushed out again. To kill Katakuri. The rest of the people looked at each other and launched an attack again. Boom boom boom. The battle is on again? Here, Yunyi looked at Charlotte Lingling, who was like a little giant, and chuckled lightly, Is this your last resort? But it looks like it won't last long, right? So you can do it without using up your lifespan. To this extent. At this time, Charlotte Lingling was more than 10 meters tall, like a little giant. Her aura and domineering looks were terrifying, and the 4 senior homies also showed terrifying power. Well, in order to be able to kill you, I have destroyed all the arrangements in the Sea of 10 Nations over the years. You should be proud. Zeus. Charlotte Lingling looked fierce, like a demon god, and inserted her big hand into Thundercloud Zeus inside the body, looking at Yunya with a smirk. A thick thunderbolt tens of meters shot out like a javelin. Duan Kong. Yunya didn't dare to be careless, and Duan Kong appeared 10 meters ahead out of nowhere. Boom! The thunder pillar hit Duan Kong, and there was a loud explosion, but the next moment, there was a cracking sound from Duan Kong, and then it was directly pierced by the thunder pillar, and it continued to charge towards Yunyi unabated. It's so powerful that even Duan Kong can't resist it. Yunyi narrowed his eyes, took advantage of the opportunity to block the thunder column for a moment, and dodged it, flashing after images, appearing in front of Charlotte Lingling as if breaking through the space, teleporting. A punch touched the thunder and smashed it down. It's useless. Charlotte Lingling roared, and also punched out. Boom! The ground cracked, the thunder exploded, and the torrent of the two attacking and colliding swept out like a storm. Yunya directly transmitted a terrifying force from his fist, and was immediately blown away by Charlotte Lingling, crashing into a big mountain, smashing the huge mountain to pieces. Fire from the sky. Charlotte Lingling sneered, and Prometheus turned into a small sun, spitting out hot and high-temperature flames from its mouth, covering it from a high altitude, and attacking in a large area, without giving Yunyi any way out. Drink. Yunya stood up abruptly, waved his fists, and hit the air in the void, and the air formed a column to disperse the spreading flames. Now my strength is above yours. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, her self-confidence swelled. Ares clasped her right hand again, connected to the even bigger Napoleon, clasped Napoleon tightly with both hands, and turned towards Yunyi swing a terrifying slash. Hegemony Thunder Flame Spear. False flash. Yunya narrowed his eyes, his fingertips flickered with black and red light, a little light shone, and then a ray that was enough to penetrate everything. Buzz buzz. The two completely explosive attacks collided together, but instead of roaring, they were stalemate. The energy was offset and consumed continuously, and the air was hummed and vibrated, and the airwaves radiated around like waves. Above me? Have you ever seen my true power? Yunya sneered, and the thunder Taigoguyu behind him dissipated and turned into a scorching flame. The flame was boiling and burning. At this moment, Yunya seemed to be the god who controlled the flames. He touched the ground with his foot, and the flames exploded on the soles of his feet, and the ground directly sank into a big pit. With this explosion, Yunya's speed increased again, and he punched down ferociously. Although Shunyeo Banjian Washuan is not as fast as Shunyeo Thunder God battle form, its explosive power is higher than that of Thor God of War form. What a strong explosion. But come and try to see who is stronger. Well, Charlotte Lingling felt that the power in her body was endless, and she was not afraid of Yunya at all. Ares stretched out another glove and clasped it on his left fist, also punched out. Boom! Fists of different sizes collided in the air, and there was a roar. Yunya punched down, as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated. After the roar, a terrifying shock shook the surrounding area, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. And Charlotte Lingling was so powerful that she resisted Yunya's punch. Both sides were shocked back at the same time, then rushed out again, and collided together. In this state, Charlotte Lingling's speed was actually able to catch up with Yunya, and because Yunya had turned on Blast Flame Washuan, his speed had slowed down a bit. The speed of the two was almost the same, but Yunya was faster. Boom boom boom. The two came and went and bombarded each other. Every time they collided, the mushroom cloud would explode. The heat wave swept along with the shock wave. The cake island finally couldn't bear the devastation of the two monsters, and broke directly from the middle, dividing into several large islands. The aftermath of the battle between the two was also transmitted to the cotters who were fighting fiercely here. What a powerful attack! Is this the strength of the top powerhouse in the sea? Hawkins, who was fighting Katakuri, looked there, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. He can be considered a strong man, but seeing the movement of the two fighting, his heart is still extremely shocked. Katakuri's face was extremely serious. It was the first time he saw his mother erupt with such power, but he still couldn't suppress Quincy. Thinking back before, he could still resist the Quincy Master, but now, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to resist the Quincy Master's attack. The split of the island naturally affected other people's battles, so they paused briefly to avoid the aftermath of the two people's impact. Ha ha ha, Charlotte Lingling, you are quite capable. But in your words, how long can you hold on? Yunya laughed loudly, his expression became arrogant, and every punch blasted out. It's like a nuclear bomb explosion. The ground shook, and the sea turned into waves. Charlotte Lingling took every blow of Yunyi, and she was obviously able to handle it with ease. After another blow, the two retreated. She grinned and said, "At least I can kill you here." With their feet on the ground, the four homies were mobilized and combined by Charlotte Lingling. With a buzz sound, thunder and flames intertwined, and the energy ring wrapped around Napoleon. The power of thunder and flames was compressed and condensed, and finally turned into a lightsaber with a dancing arc. "You can't run away today, let's end our grievance here." Charlotte Lingling grinned and clasped Napoleon with both hands. Yunyi's face darkened slightly, feeling the strength of Charlotte Lingling's attack at this time, and after she stepped back, she began to chant. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly, unruly and arrogant talents, tied negation paralysis for a moment, it hinders the eternal sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay doll that keeps self-mutilation, combine, rebound, and extend to the ground, know your own powerlessness. The 90 of the broken way the black coffin. Before Charlotte Lingling attacked, Yunya's black coffin arrived first. With the increase of proficiency and strength, combined with chanting, the speed of the formation of the black coffin is much faster than before. Almost when Yunya's words fell, the black coffin was already formed, and Charlotte Lingling shrouded in. In the black coffin, the gravity was turbulent, and the ominous force invaded Charlotte Lingling's body, and the black sword blades stabbed Charlotte Lingling. It's this trick again? But do you think I'll still be caught? Charlotte Lingling suffered a lot from this trick of the Quincy, but now she is in this state, will not be easily tricked. Singing lightsaber overlord. Without hesitation, Charlotte Lingling raised her sword and slashed horizontally. The lightsaber suddenly expanded and stretched across the formed black coffin. With a sound of chilla, the entire black coffin was cut open by Charlotte Lingling, and the raging torrent of gravity and the stabbing blade were also directly destroyed at this moment. Charlotte Lingling attacked Yunya. After breaking the black coffin, Lei Yan's sword energy spiraled out, covering the entire area where Yunya was. This is to kill Yunya directly on the spot? It's really. Yunya was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Charlotte Lingling to break open the black coffin that she had formed. This is a black coffin that has already strengthened its power? Yunya also felt a bit of pressure when the 100-meter-long spiral thunder flame sword energy struck. However, he didn't react slowly, and the instant coax explosive flame Wushuan dissipated, the thunder surged behind him again, and the thunder god battle form started. Although Beiyan Wushuan is full of explosive power, Yunyi's more attack methods are thunder and lightning. With the blessing of thunder god's battle form, his thunder attribute attack will be more sharp. The lightning gathered in the hand to form an energy ring, and the electricity generated magnetism moved the iron sand on the ground. The lightning generated high heat and melted the iron sand to form an iron cannonball tens of meters in size, which was suspended in front of Yunyi's palm. The endless thunder from Taigaguyu behind him poured along his body, and the energy ring formed by the thunder and lightning suddenly expanded, making a cheeping sound, like 1,000 birds singing together. Railgun. Yunya sneered and used this move again. Although pure lightning is extremely terrifying, it cannot hit a single point and explode. In other words, this is not a single target attack, but a large-scale attack. Although this range can be restricted to a very small range by Yunya, it will still be wasted. But the attack with entities is different. This can bring out the power of lightning of the same scale to the extreme. Moreover, foreign objects can also withstand more lightning power. Another point is that Yunya once thought about using a super electromagnetic gun to blow away 4 emperors. The white lightning energy ring swelled, and the magnetic field formed to push the cannonball, and it was ejected by Yunya with a buzz sound. The next moment, the cannonball seemed to have received some help, and it shot straight forward. With a sound of, the extremely fast shell rubbed against the air, and the surface began to glow red. Under the extremely fast explosion, the air exploded, making a boom. This is an attack that breaks the sound barrier. Like a meteorite, it rushes out in a straight line, the solid iron stone rubs against the air, and the volume gradually shrinks, but the speed does not stop at all, and even becomes stronger. Where the shells passed, the wind pressure destroyed everything, and the sound of the sonic boom resounded throughout the space. Boom! The next moment, the two attacks collided together, and an even more terrifying explosion sounded, and the shock waves hit the surroundings one after another. The power of the electromagnetic gun is extremely terrifying. It actually broke through Charlotte Lingling's attack. Although the power has dropped by an unknown amount, it still penetrates her body. And Yunya was hit by the shockwave of the collision of 2 attacks, and he vomited blood and flew out backwards. Boom boom boom. The 2 bodies flew upside down from 2 different directions, smashing everything along the way to pieces. In the pothole, Charlotte Lingling barely stood up holding her left shoulder. At the place covered by her left hand, there was a bloody hole through the front and back. This was the wound left by the super electromagnetic gun. Blood gushed out of her mouth, and Charlotte Lingling stared at Yunya, who was also bleeding from her mouth, and said coldly, "It was rumored before that your fruit is not an elemental fruit, and the real elemental fruit has also appeared. The elemental fruit is impossible to display your strength, and your soul is abnormal. The elemental fruit should be an excuse for you to hide your secret. The ability of the Quincy in the sea has always been an elemental fruit, but once during the Battle of Skull Island, a real elemental fruit appeared, although soon died again. However, some people have doubts about the ability of the Quincy Master again, thinking that what the Quincy Master eats is not an elemental fruit at all. It is not that there have been elemental fruit abilities in the past, but there is no one as powerful as a Quincy Master. But if it wasn't an elemental fruit, then what kind of devil fruit ability did the Quincy eat? Some people speculate that the celestial fruit, which is the superior fruit of the elemental fruit, can control all the celestial powers in the world, such as earth, fire, thunderstorm, hurricane, aurora, and night, and the abilities displayed by the Quincy are similar to these abilities. Some people think it's a new devil fruit, but they don't know the name, not even the Quincy himself, because it's similar to an elemental fruit, so Quincy regards his own devil fruit as an elemental fruit. People in the new world have different opinions, and almost all of them have become a secret that people want to find out. Is there a possibility that my physique is quite special, and I was able to eat 2 devil fruits? Yunya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. For Yunya now, it doesn't matter whether he eats a devil fruit or not, and no one can press his secret. So he doesn't care what other people think? Well, people in this world have a consensus that it is impossible to eat 2 devil fruits. After you eat the second fruit, there are only 2 results. One is that your body can't bear it. One is that it has no effect at all, it just eats a disgusting fruit. Charlotte Lingling didn't believe Yunya's words at all. There was no one in this world who could eat 2 devil fruit. After the weak eat 2 devil fruits, their bodies will explode because they can't bear it, while the strong ones will not explode, but it will have no effect at all, and will only waste 1 devil fruit in vain. Yunya laughed. It's just that you are ignorant. Among other things, Blackbeard Tiki in the original book has 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities. Although Yunya doesn't know whether it is the reason for the dark fruit or his special physique, one thing is certain, in this world, there are cannot have 2 devil fruit abilities. Okay, don't delay. Do you think I don't know that you are taking the opportunity to use your soul power to repair your injuries? Yunya rushed out again, with the taiko drum behind him drumming, and the power of lightning surged into his hands, forming a handle. The javelin was thrown by Yunya. The offensive continued. Yunya raised a finger, the armed color and the overlord color entangled upwards. A large amount of lightning power was poured into the index finger, and the sound of cheeping rang through the entire space. A straight hand. Yunya touched the ground under his feet, his figure turned into an afterimage and stabbed out, and in an instant he came in front of Charlotte Lingling, and the strong plasma force formed a spike, pointing out with one finger. Well, I will dig out the secrets hidden in you. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly. The wound on her left shoulder had healed. Same. He moved his shoulder, but didn't feel any pain. When Su Shan came to the frontier, he swept it away with his left fist and exploded behind him. Charlotte Lingling clasped Napoleon again with both hands, and the power of thunder flame surged, and she slashed down with a sword. Napoleon and Yunya's fingers collided in the air, and the collision erupted with a terrifying roar, and the 2 of them crossed each other in an instant. Yunya's lightning condensed finger pierced Charlotte Lingling's arm, domineering, pierced her shoulder, and a blood hole appeared again. There was also a hideous wound on Yunya's chest, and blood was flowing. Come again. Yunya grinned, turned around and attacked again. Afraid you won't succeed. Charlotte Lingling also sneered and smashed her fist down. Boom boom boom. The 2 fought endlessly, and the aftermath shattered a broken island, and the 2 fled to another place, still fighting. Hegemony. Charlotte Lingling slashed Yunyi with a sword, leaving a scar on Yunyi's body, and then sent him flying. Shi Xiang. Yunya also punched Charlotte Lingling in the face, causing Charlotte Lingling to fly backwards. Boom, boom. Yunya fell from the sky, and this island broke directly from the middle. And Charlotte Lingling also knocked down another island? Well, it really hurts. Quincy. Charlotte Lingling stepped on Zeus to levitate high in the sky, and pulled the void with her left hand. The sky is full of freedom. Crackling, thunder and lightning flashed, and dense lightning bombarded the high-altitude clouds, and the whole site turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, and the indiscriminate bombardment began. Duan Kong. Yunya jumped out. Duan Kong blocked a large number of thunderbolts, and rushed out in an instant, blowing Charlotte Lingling away with one punch again. Charlotte Lingling spewed blood from her mouth. Liun Zeus dragged her body, and at the same time she let go of her strength. A spiral sword energy covered the space in front of her. Without dodging or dodging, Yunya punched down, shattering the sword energy. But at this time, Charlotte Lingling rode Zeus to kill again, raising her sword and slashing. Yunya's eyes were red, and his hands were crossed, covering his armed domineering look. With a sound of clang, while Yunya resisted the blow, he put his hands up, swung Napoleon away, and arched his right leg to strike Charlotte Lingling's waist. At the same time, Charlotte Lingling's right hand condensed Lei Yan and hit Yunya hard. With a bang, the two flew upside down again. The legs fell to the ground, and the hands were inserted into the ground, using friction to stop the flying figure, and the ground was plowed into a long ravine. Over there, Charlotte Lingling was still held by Zeus. She retreated 100 meters and let go of her strength. It's really hard to deal with, Charlotte Lingling. Yunya wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and cut. Well, your condition is getting worse and worse, and when my soul power has not dissipated, I am still in my prime? How do you fight me? Charlotte Lingling laughed confidently, but only briefly. In a short time, the injury left by Yunya began to recover gradually. This ability is really unreasonable. As long as the soul power of Homais has not been exhausted, Charlotte Lingling will still be in the full body period. The terrifying physique known as the steel balloon, coupled with the perverted ability of the soul fruit, has created the current Charlotte Lingling's strength. If it were someone else to endure such an explosion, they would have exploded and died long ago. Yunya didn't refute Charlotte Lingling's words, and his state had indeed begun to decline at this time. Yunya has not fully grasped the Shunyeo Thunder God battle form. No, it should be said that the body is still unable to completely ignore the burden of bearing the Thunder God battle form. After a long time, the body has already begun to experience tearing pain. Among them is the damage caused by Charlotte Lingling, and there are also side effects of instant coaxing. Taking a deep breath, Yunya grinned and said, "Since that's the case, let me show you my newly developed moves." After the words fell, Yunya held his breath and concentrated. His body shut down instantly, but a faint white halo lingered instead. This is the way back to the dead wood in spring? Huideo Fengchun with a dead tree also changed after his proficiency reached 100. It's a state of treatment. It is specially used as a treatment for fatal wounds. Not to heal the wound, but to lock the wound? In other words, it is to lock the state of the dying person. Let the injured person's injury no longer worsen in a short time. If it is said that this person will die in the next second, then as long as you cast the Deo of Hui, withered trees come spring, your life will stay in this second, and you will not die until the ability of Deo Hui disappears. This is a very perverted treatment method. When dying, every second counts. If you have this time to treat, then the chance of surviving will be greatly improved. And after knowing the function of Huideo Deadwood Spring, Yunyi's brain was wide open, and he thought of various ways to use it. That is during the period when the state is locked, a complete explosion, an all-out explosion, and a reckless explosion. It is precisely for this reason that Shunyeo's strongest state was developed by him. That is to use the two kinds of instant coaxing at the same time, explosive flame warriors and thunder god battle form. And this time is 1 minute. Buzz, crackle, two forces with different attributes but the same terrifying force exploded in Yunye's body, clashing and annihilating each other, bursting out with extreme power. The Taigaguyo appeared again behind him, but this time it was different from the previous ones. In the center of the Taigaguyo, a ball of flames began to burn and dance. Charlotte Lingling wanted to laugh at this moment, but looking at Yunya at this time, for some reason, there was an ominous premonition in her heart, and it became stronger and stronger. No matter what the attack is, do you think I will let you succeed? Charlotte Lingling felt palpitations inexplicably. Merging again, gathering on top of Napoleon, she roared and slashed fiercely at Yunyi, singing lightsaber. Bahai! All the power is condensed into the most powerful sword? Slashing out with a sword, the thunder flames converged towards one point, and the air swayed. The spiral sword aura engulfed the terrifying power of thunder flames and erupted. The hundreds of meters of spiral impact sword aura was like a drill bit cutting everything, and the space seemed to be cut. This sword is even more terrifying than Bahai once joined forces by Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. At the same time, the aura on Yunyi's body began to skyrocket. Just the aura alone caused the island under his feet to shatter. Are you ready? Charlotte Lingling. She clenched her fist, and the terrifying force seemed to distort the space. Punch for seriousness. There is no violent collision, no roar of explosion, but just one blow that penetrates everything. The horror punch is simple and unpretentious, but everything is broken, the space in front of it seems to be broken, and there are cracks. Charlotte Lingling's attack collided with this punch, but with a soft boo sound, it was penetrated directly and dissipated completely, without even turning up the waves. With the strength of the fist, everything is reduced to nothing. Above the surface of the sea, a gully spreads for an unknown distance. The sea water is divided left and right. The middle seems to be erased. The sea water disappears, exposing the bottom of the sea that has never been seen by the sun. Above the sky, along a straight line, all the clouds are divided left and right, as if they were artificially combed in the middle. One punch, the world is turned upside down. One punch, the sea water rolls back. On some islands far away in the sea of 10,000 nations, as long as you are not blind at this time, you can see the incredible scene in front of you. Seawater faults and clouds are divided, as if being cut by something. Everything in the middle has disappeared. All the people who saw this scene were extremely shocked. At this time, there was only one expression on their faces, that is, they opened their mouths wide and stared blankly at the top of their heads and the surface of the sea, not knowing what happened. Look at the sky, why are the clouds parting from the middle? The sea water also split in two. What happened here? Is it some kind of special celestial phenomenon? After recovering, countless people began to discuss what happened to them in the new world. This is the first time they have seen such a scene. Some people speculate that this is an unknown and never before seen celestial phenomenon. After all, in the new world, it is not uncommon for the entire island to be under thunder. There are many strange things. Even for a period of time in the future, everything that happened here became an unsolved mystery, and even appeared in newspapers. Here Yunya relieved all the state of his body, gasping for breath, although he didn't feel any discomfort, but his physical strength was almost exhausted. Ahead, Charlotte Lingling's huge figure had disappeared, and she couldn't perceive the slightest breath. Under Yunyi's punch, everything was destroyed. Even though Charlotte Lingling's body was different from ordinary people and she was known as a steel balloon, she still couldn't withstand Yunya's punch, and she was directly smashed to pieces, leaving no residue behind. Yunya was also very surprised. Although he had used it once before, it was only an experiment and he didn't make a move. He didn't know the specific power. Just know one thing, that is very strong. The name Yunya has not been decided yet, and after much deliberation, there is no suitable one, and it is a bit difficult to name it. Just look at the names of his moves, almost all of them are copied from others. Huideo can stick to the state for 1 minute, but Yunyi's physical strength at this stage is not enough to activate this form of instant coaxing for 1 minute. After just one punch, Yunya was forced to quit this state due to the huge physical exertion. The real one-punch man. Others deal with the enemy with one punch, but Yunya can only swing one punch. But looking at the movement he caused, Yunyi was also very satisfied. There is also a famous scene in this world, combing the sky and clouds in the middle, and letting the sunless seabed experience the feeling of sunshine. Blessed are the Neptunes deep in the sea. Boom. As time passed, the sea water that was divided into two sides began to move closer to the middle, making a rumbling sound. The sea water boiled, the spray exploded, and the waves became rough, turning into a tsunami and hitting the nearby islands. Once again, the people on the nearby islands jumped up and down. At this time on the Cake Island, everyone has stopped and stared blankly at what happened in front of them. The separated sea water seems to have just reacted, flapping from both sides towards the middle, making an ear-splitting roar, and the tsunami also hit from a distance. But they were shocked more than that. According to their knowledgeable perception, Charlotte Lingling's aura had disappeared. What does that mean? It means that their mother, Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, has died. Mother's breath disappeared. No, impossible. Did mom lose? All the cotters of the Big Mom pirates were absent-minded at this time, with disbelief on their faces. They didn't believe that their strong mother would die. That is the top powerhouse in the New World, was killed in battle. Panicked, all the members of the Big Mom pirates panicked, as if they had lost their backbone. The cotters of Wangsu Hall who also saw this scene were also dumbfounded. Tizalo couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Hey, is this the real strength of your lord?" He was horrified, splitting the sea water and splitting the clouds in the sky with one blow. Is this still the combat power that a human can possess? This is a god. It was also the first time for the Vinsmoke family to see such a terrifying scene. Just one blow caused such a big commotion, which really opened the eyes of these country bumpkins who came from the paradise. Can the upper limit of a person really reach such a level? Do this level of destruction easily? Jiaji murmured, and turned to look at his children, recalling what Yunya once said to him. If you pass. Yunya once said to him that the upper limit of human beings is very high, restricting emotions is equivalent to locking the upper limit, and even the strongest can't reach the top level. However, is this the level that human beings can reach? Geiji remained skeptical. Both Feld and Kibsun swallowed their saliva, and they were extremely thankful in their hearts. Fortunately, they chose to surrender without too much resistance before. Otherwise, their fate might be the same as other Dark World kings. So close. Both of them felt extremely happy in their hearts. Hawkins and Yechi looked at the back of Yunya in front of them with longing faces. As the first people to join Wangsu Palace, they admired Yunya very much in their hearts. Among the cotters of Wangsu Palace, the two of them have the strongest sense of belonging to Wangsu Palace. They knew that it was impossible to fail when Yunya took the initiative to attack. This is the confidence that Yunyi has brought to them with each victory. They even felt that it was time to change the name of the world's #1 powerhouse. Only an adult can secure this position. Here Katakuri's face became extremely gloomy. He had predicted this scene in advance just now, but he simply didn't have the strength to stop it. At this time, he felt Charlotte Lingling's aura completely disappeared. His heart is also very restless. However, he knew that things were getting serious now. If his mother was really killed, if she stayed here, she would probably be completely wiped out. Taking a deep breath, he yelled towards the surroundings, "Everyone escape here, my mother is dead, we have failed. Take action and escape here as much as possible." As he said that, he held the trident in his own hand and stood in front of all the brothers and sisters, directly in front of all the cotters in Wangsu Palace. "Brother Katakuri, I won't leave." General Simuji came to Katakuri's side, planning to fight to the end. However, the expressions of the others were a little hesitant. Obviously, after knowing that their mother had been killed, they were also extremely panicked and wanted to leave here. Their Big Mom pirates don't live in harmony like the Whitebeard pirates, they love their families. When Charlotte Lingling is in a frenzy, she doesn't care whether you are her own flesh and blood, and she will show no mercy when killing a killer. If they didn't leave the Big Mom Pirates without authorization, they would be hunted down, and many of them would choose to leave the Big Mom Pirates. Some people even turned their heads and ran away without any hesitation, as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts after knowing Charlotte Lingling's death. Katakuri said calmly, "Before the Quincy comes over, you all leave here quickly. I will be responsible for blocking them. Staying here will only increase unnecessary casualties." When Charlotte Lingling, Katakuri passively became the speaker of the Big Mom Pirates. When hearing Katakuri's words, many Katters gritted their teeth, but in the end they chose to leave here. There is only one end for staying here, and that is death. Even my mother is no match for Quincy. There is no one here who can stop Quincy. After a moment of silence, Smoothie gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Katakuri, be careful." Smoothie is not a vacillating person either. He took one last look at Katakuri and chose to leave in a flash. Still the same sentence, staying here will only increase casualties, and Katakuri's kindness will be in vain. "I won't leave, Katakuri, let's stop them and create time for the brothers and sisters to leave." Perospero sighed, and chose to stand beside Katakuri. He is the eldest son of the Charlotte family. After the death of Charlotte Lingling, he should also stand up and create time for his younger brothers and sisters to leave. Although he was afraid of his mother, he was still their eldest brother to these brothers and sisters, and they got along very well with each other. "Brother." Katakuri glanced at Perospero, but didn't say much. And the Katters of Wangsu Hall saw this scene and looked at each other in blank dismay. After the death of Charlotte Lingling, the Katters of the Big Mom Pirates did not choose to counterattack crazily, but chose to escape, which caught them off guard. In fact, this is also easy to explain. If Yunya died in this battle, among the several Katters in Wangsu Palace, Tizalo, Feld, and Kaiboden would definitely choose to escape without hesitation. After all, they were only forced to join Wangsu Palace, and their loyalty to Yunya was not high at all. The same is true for the Big Mom Pirates. Although the Big Mom Pirates are a pirate group that relies on blood connections, Charlotte Lingling does not regard their sons and daughters as family members at all, but only to strengthen her pirate group. It's just a powerful tool. Under the high-handed rule that Charlotte Lingling would be killed if she disagreed, her sons and daughters did not have much sense of belonging to Charlotte Lingling, and even had deep hatred in their hearts. I usually don't dare to show it. Katakuri and Perospero were not trying to avenge Charlotte Lingling, but to buy time for the younger brothers and sisters to leave. Seeing that the Katters of the Big Mom Pirates stayed and fled, the Katters of Wangsu Palace did not hesitate and chased them directly. But it was stopped by Katakuri and Perospero. The war has resumed, but the purpose has changed, and the offensive and defensive momentum has also changed. Katakuri's fruit ability is awakened, and he fights against several Katters alone. The Overlord's entanglement is extremely fierce, and every punch is powerful, repelling several Katters, and he hits back and forth in a short time. Isn't there even a body left? Yunyi covered the area with knowledge, rubbing his chin and meditating. Charlotte Lingling's body is very special, and he wanted to let Jiaji and others study it. But now it seems that Charlotte Lingling has been completely wiped out by the blow just now. Not even a trace of residue was left. Forget it. Shaking his head slightly, "It doesn't matter if you don't have it, it doesn't matter," and Yunya turned his gaze to look in the other direction. Over there, fighting among Katters broke out again. Katakuri and Perospero tried their best to stop several Katters of Wangsu Hall from chasing and killing Smoothie and the others, but after all, there were few people, so they soon fell into a disadvantage. At this meeting, they have already suffered serious injuries. Facing the siege of several strong men, it is very rare for them to lose without the first time. Katakuri's color of knowledge can predict the future, and his color of overlord can also be entangled. At this moment, he displayed terrifying combat power. Among the several Katters in Wangsu Palace, none of them is stronger than Katakuri. To be honest, with Katakuri's current strength, he will definitely not be weak among the 4 Emperor's lieutenants. Among the several Emperor's assistants, he is the only one who possesses the overlord look. Although this can't explain anything, but being able to entangle with the overlord's color has already surpassed several other Emperor's lieutenants. Boom boom boom. The battle was still going on, and when Yunya passed by, only Katakuri was still struggling to support himself, and Perospero had fallen unconscious on the ground. "Everyone stop," Yunya ordered directly after landing on the ground. All the Katters of Wangsu Hall saw Yunya coming, and when they heard the order, they stopped their movements and stood behind Yunya. Katakuri was covered in blood. His domineering look swelled the surrounding air, his eyes fixed on Yunya, without showing too much expression on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Quincy, this time you won. I beg you to let go of my younger brothers and sisters. Without my mother, they should not be too much of a threat to you. I didn't expect a man like you to choose to bow his head. This is not like you. I used to be very optimistic about you." Yunya looked at Katakuri and shook his head and said, "If it wasn't for Charlotte Lingling standing in front of you, with your talent, not to mention surpassing Charlotte Lingling, but it should be possible to stand shoulder to shoulder with her." Katakuri shook his head and laughed, "I still understand how scary my mother is. It's impossible for me to surpass her. You are the second in command among the 4 emperors, and you are the only one who has the overlord look, which proves your talent." Yunya said, glanced at the broken cake island, and finally shook his head. Katakuri was still calm in the desperate situation, without the slightest panic or fear. Is it useful to say this now? Mom has been defeated by you, and the Big Mom pirates will be completely destroyed from now on. Your goal has been achieved. This is also Charlotte Lingling's own fault. I never planned to have a bad relationship with any of the 4 emperors. It's just that Charlotte Lingling has been targeting me, and I have no choice. Yunya sneered. Among the 4 emperors, only Charlotte Lingling and the Quincy were fighting like fire and water, and they kept targeting the Quincy, but Yunya had no choice but to fight back. The other 4 emperors, Yunyi, did not have too much conflict with them, and they only dealt with them a little bit. They're all pirates, so don't say such high-sounding words. With your ambition, it will be a matter of time before you clash with the 4 emperors. Katakuri said after taking a deep breath. Quincy is a restless master. He has been making big moves since entering the new world. Everyone knows his ambition. It will be a matter of time before he clashes with the 4 emperors. Yunya didn't explain anything about this point. Heh, as long as it doesn't block my way, then I'm still very reasonable. Okay, stop talking nonsense, fight if you want, although I'm not your opponent, but I won't catch it without a fight, at least stop you from chasing Smoothie and the others. Katakuri said coldly. You want to die? Yunya looked at Katakuri playfully. What? You want to recruit me? Don't think about it, I can't be inferior to the enemy. Katakuri said with a cold look in his eyes. No, I'm not so stupid yet, but I'm a person who will repay my revenge, and I will repay my kindness. Once when I was not too strong, you fought me fairly, didn't shoot me when I was injured, I will let you go this time. Yunya laughed. During the battle of the 2 emperors in the Weibo Sea area, Yunyi rushed into the battlefield of the 2 emperors at that time and had a fierce battle with Charlotte Lingling. Although she was beaten back, her own situation was quite bad. Katakuri didn't stop him from behind. He probably chose to let Yunya go because he wanted to have a fair fight with him. Katakuri can be said to be stupid, or he can be said to be arrogant. He will not attack the injured, and he likes a fair fight. It's just that Katakuri himself didn't expect that after letting go of Quincy at that time, he would no longer be the opponent of Quincy when they met again. Katakuri was startled and frowned. What do you mean? Yunya waved his hand and said indifferently, it's literally. Katakuri stared at Yunya. What is your purpose? Katakuri didn't believe Yunya's nonsense. Quincy had never been a soft-hearted person, and it would never be because of such a dispensable reason to let him go. Yunya grinned, showing a meaningful smile, and waved to all the Cotters instead of answering. Let's go, let's get out of here. Although all the Cotters wondered why Yunya let Katakuri go, they did not question Yunya's order and left behind him. There is naturally a reason for letting Katakuri go. It is true that he did not choose to shoot himself when he was injured. But the more reason is that after the death of Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors' jigsaw puzzles will be vacated, and the new world will definitely be in chaos again. Yunyi has his own territory, and he has no idea about the 10,000 Nations Sea area, and he can't manage it at all. Although he has defeated the Big Mom pirates, Yunya can't take down the entire 10,000 Nations Sea area, unless he wants to change his headquarters and replace Wangsu. The palace moved here. But not to mention the time-consuming and laborious, there is not much benefit. However, in the new world, there are quite a few people who are eyeing the throne of the 4 emperors, such as Blackbeard who broke away from the Whitebeard pirates, criminals who escaped from the promotion city, and some seamen who came in from the first half with great ideals. Thieves rookies? These people are all ambitious? They won't miss this opportunity? The 10,000 Nations Sea territory will definitely be a contested place when the time comes, and some interesting things will definitely happen. Gathering the strong together, Yunya has the chance to harvest achievement points. And with Katakuri in the 10,000 Nations Sea area, the battle will be more intense. The strong one needs to become stronger in the battle. Only the strong will bring more achievement points to Yunyi, just like Charlotte Lingling. In other words, Yunyi is cultivating leaks. This time, killing Charlotte Lingling, Yunyi got a lot of things. In addition to 2,000 achievement points, there is also an extra title of Destroyer. Every time the title will be rewarded generously. This time is no exception. Yunya got a special item, Virtual Mask. Yunyi glanced briefly, and learned from the introduction that it was indeed what he thought. That is the kind of blurring in the original Book of Death. As for why it is not a skill but an item, Yunya is not clear. He wants to study it after he returns later. Because the system panel provides rewards based on the threat level of the enemy to oneself. This time Charlotte Lingling is still a great threat to Yunyi, so the rewards she gets are relatively generous. The total achievement point broke through the 4,000 mark again. Now Yunyi's data panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 4000. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainu, proficiency 80. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 92. Flowing blade if fire, 70. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 81. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 80. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 sticks of light prison, proficiency 70, 81 of binding Tao, breaking space, proficiency 75, returning way, rejuvenation of dead wood, proficiency 100. Special category, instant coaxing, proficiency 100, virtual skeleton clone, 0/1, virtual flash, proficiency 82, virtual mask, unused. This is the second time Yunyi's achievement point has broken through 4,000. The first time was when he successively defeated those escaped criminals in the advancing city, and it was also at that time that Yunyi unlocked the Blade Ruo Huo that he had been thinking about. It took as much as 3,500 achievement points. At that time, Yunyi's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Although he also defeated many strong players later on, his achievement points were not enough to spend. Now that such a huge sum was placed on him, Yunyi didn't even know how much it was spent. Of course, this is just a joke, there are many places that need to spend achievement points. Among other things, if you want to improve your skill proficiency, the cost is not a small sum. After the proficiency of all skills reaches 80, if you want to improve a little, you need 100 achievement points. An increase of 10 points is 1,000, and the balance on the body can only increase the proficiency of 80 or more skills by 40 points at most. And there are quite a few skills that are powerful and have a proficiency of more than 80. None of the 3 Zanpakuto abilities are at full value, and among the few high-level hackers, only the proficiency of Thunder Roar Cannon has reached full value. This achievement point is simply a drop in the bucket. Achievement points can also be used as trump cards, no amount is too much. Many times, Yunyi has raised his skills above the level of proficiency that would undergo qualitative changes during battles, and gained even more powerful power. The shortage of achievement points made Yunya think about it and the other 4 emperors. Fortunately, Yunya has more integrity and will not kill innocent people for this kind of purpose. Therefore, it is not without the idea of cultivating leeks that Katakuri was spared this time. Chives can be Katakuri, but also Blackbeard, Barrett, Redfield, and others. Katakuri looked at Yunyas leaving back silently, and was a little puzzled by Yunyas' behavior of letting him go. What is this guy planning? Taking a deep breath, Katakuri cheered up, glanced at the messy field around him, and remained silent for a long time. This time, they lost, completely defeated. Their mother was killed in the battle with the Quincy. Katakuri knew that there would be a big dispute here in the future. In the world, there are too many people who have ideas about the position of the 4 emperors. Almost after a while, desperate pirates came to challenge them. Although it was easily defeated by them, this time it was a little different. This time they were defeated, and the news of the death of the 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingling spread, which would definitely make those ambitious people in the New World take action. Could it be that the Quincy Master has this kind of thinking? Simply to kill Mom? Make the situation turbulent? Katakuri thought about it, but he didn't have the slightest idea. If this is the idea, but what is the purpose? After the situation is turbulent, what good will it do for his Quincy Master? Their ant-pirate group has a lot of valuable things, and the wealth accumulated by the 4 emperors is definitely a big sum for others, not to mention that they still have the text of the Red Road sign in their hands. This is a very big temptation for other pirates, but the Quincy is indifferent to the red history text. Yes, you Quincy owns Moon Knight Island, and you don't care about gold, silver and other treasures, but the red history text is a great secret treasure about Roger. Why don't you even take a look? All kinds of behaviors of the Quincy Master are really unreasonable. Katakuri didn't know that Yunyi had such a thing as a system, so no matter how he guessed, it was impossible for him to guess correctly. Yunyi's move was just cultivating leeks. Shaking his head, Katakuri didn't think much about it. Let's take a step and see it first. The 10,000 Nations Sea territory is the heart and soul of their Charlotte family, and if they can, it is impossible for them to be taken away by others. 4 emperors? Katakuri took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes became sharp. Without the protection of his mother, the younger brothers and sisters in the remaining families need to be protected by him. After all, he is the leader of the generals, the number 2 of the Big Mom pirates. Their ant pirates once offended a lot of people, but now that their mother has fallen, many people will come to trouble them. What other ambitious people are coveting the position of the 4 emperors? If he wants to make the 10,000 Nations Sea territory stable again, he needs stronger strength. The strength to let yourself sit in the position of the 4 emperors. This time the battle lasted less than half a day, and the people in Wangsu Palace returned with full rewards. Just as Katakuri thought, Yunyi didn't have much thought about the text of the Red Road sign, but Yunyi would not let go of the treasure that could be taken away. The subordinates of each cotter, in addition to destroying, also have the task of searching for treasures. Except for the treasure on the Broken Cake Island that has not been looted, the treasures of other islands have been looted by the people of Wangsu Palace. Got a lot of wealth, billions of Baileys? The reason why the numbers seem to be small, which is a bit inconsistent with the power of the 4 emperors, is because most of the treasures were placed on the Cake Island by the Big Mom pirates. However, because of the battle, the entire Cake Island was torn apart, and countless treasures and the red historical text also sank into the bottom of the sea. If the Cake Island was not broken, Yunya wanted to take away the treasures on it. After all, he couldn't just come and return empty-handed, right? But now, forget it. Yunya is too lazy to do it. It's not as much money as the clown Bucky sent over. It can be said that among the several top forces in the New World, Yunya's Wangsu Palace is the one with the most wealth and wealth. Moonlight Island is a big moneymaker, not to mention almost including the world's famous gourmet snacks, and now there is a business tycoon named Tizalo, a huge entertainment ship called Gulen Tizalo, which is docked near Moonlight Island. I don't know how much wealth I can bring to Yunyi. It belongs to the Big Dog family. For Xiaoqian, Yunyi has already looked down upon Xiaoqian. The Bailey in Yunyi's hands can't be spent, thinking about whether to set a reward for the high-level navy and the 5 old stars of the world government like the Cross Union in the original book. But at the moment, he only has this idea, and Yunya has no intention of putting it into action. It is better to wait for the opportunity. Without absolutely crushing the strength of the world government, Yunya does not intend to do anything too outrageous. Although he is already a thorn in the side of the world government can't wait to get rid of him directly. Naturally, this battle cannot be hidden from the eyes of other forces. When Morgans received the news for the first time, he had already driven his own sky island to the Sea of 10,000 Nations. Relying on the monitoring phone bug worn on Newsbird, he almost witnessed the whole process of the battle. He almost screamed with excitement, and rushed to make a press release after the incident was over. It didn't take long for the news to spread around the world through Newsbird. Here's what it says on the news. During the tea party, under the leadership of Quincy, Wangsu Palace raided the waters of the 10,000 kingdoms. All the cotters gathered on Cake Island, and a big battle broke out between the two sides. During this period, a battle broke out between Charlotte Lingling and the Quincy, and the fierce battle almost shattered the entire Cake Island to pieces. The battle lasted for half a day, and its intensity was almost unprecedented. In the end, Charlotte Lingling lost to Quincy and died in the hands of Quincy. After the death of Charlotte Lingling, the people in Wangshu Palace did not attack the escaped members of the Big Mom Pirates, but what is certain is that the Big Mom Pirates without Charlotte Lingling have fallen into a crisis. Precarious situation? What impact will the collapse of the 4 emperors have on the New World? For the follow-up of this incident, please pay attention to World News. We will bring you the latest and most shocking news. As soon as the news came out, the world became a sensation. The whole world is boiling because of this news. Countless people were shocked. Such a thing happened? In a certain sea area, among a group of pirates who had just entered the New World, someone rubbed their eyes and looked at the newspaper in their hands in disbelief. Hey, everyone, take a quick look. Am I dazzled? The 4th Emperor's aunt Xia Ladi Lingling is actually dead. What? Ha ha ha, do you even believe such words? Hearing what the companions said, the people nearby laughed, but when they picked up the newspaper to read, they were all dumbfounded. Hey, hello, am I dreaming? Charlotte Lingling is actually dead? Is the New World so dangerous? Didn't you say that the 4 emperors are the top forces in the New World? Why did they still fall? The person who did it is the Quincy Master. Oh, that's all right. It's all right. The captain of the pirate group slammed the table, with a look of horror on his face, swallowed his saliva and said, the New World is so dangerous? Even the 4 emperors may fall. He looked at all his companions around and said weakly, how about, let's go back to the first half. After listening to the captain's words, the companions around were silent for a moment, and then they all nodded like garlic. Reconsideration. I also agree, the New World is not a place for people. Go back? Come back when you have the strength. The group of pirates who originally wanted to venture into the New World decided to go back to the first half. The New World is too dangerous. In this way, a pirate group with lofty ambitions and the great goal of becoming the One Piece, ran back to the first half in a piece of news. The downfall of the 4 emperors is undoubtedly a major event. The 4 emperors of the New World are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the power in the New World, a few big figures who stand at the top of the pirates. The impact of this incident far exceeded everyone's expectations. In a certain sea area, the jailbreakers and pirates were on board the ship. At this time, the captains of the 3 alliances all looked shocked, secretly thinking that the opportunity has come. They are not as timid as other pirates, they have challenged Red Hair before. Although they were beaten up and ran away like dogs in the water, their hearts were higher than the sky, and they felt that there might be a chance this time. The evil government king, one of the 3 captains, grinned and said, that fellow Charlotte Lingling has actually fallen? Doesn't it mean that her territory has been vacated? The goal of their jailbreaker pirate group has always been the One Piece King. Now that one of the 4 emperors has fallen, they may not be able to fight for it with their strength. Without the threat of Charlotte Lingling, they are still very hopeful. Kate Lena squinted at him. You want to snatch Charlotte Lingling's territory? The evil king grinned and said, isn't it possible? Now that Charlotte Lingling is dead, and the Quincy has its own territory, it's unlikely that they will attack the Sea of Nations. This is our chance. Although the prison breakers also have their own stronghold, it is only a small island, and it is still far away from the territories of those big forces. It is very difficult to develop. Being oppressed by several major forces made them very aggrieved. Now seeing the opportunity, it is normal for the evil king to have this idea. The throne of the 4 emperors, as long as you are an ambitious pirate, you will not sit idly by. Kate Lena is also a little eager to try, but she has more worries. Now that one of the 4 emperors has fallen, others are not stupid, and they will definitely go to fight for it. And don't forget, the remnants of the Big Mom pirates are still there. Now, they have not been wiped out by the Quincy. Although Charlotte Lingling is dead, the remnants of the Big Mom pirates were not killed by Quincy. If they want to snatch the former territory of the Big Mom pirates, these remnants will not sit idly by. The evil king didn't care and said, among the remnants of Auntie, only Katakuri, Smoothie, and the rest of the Cotters are a bit of a threat. If it doesn't work, we can win over other forces. It's the same as the current model. Everyone is in charge seas of all nations. Caitlina narrowed her eyes. Didn't the Supernova Spades pirates stand out recently? Their captain, Fire Fist Ace, is also a person who has the ability to eat the burnt fruit. Do you want to try to win them over? And Blackbeard defected from Whitebeard's ship, but this Blackbeard seems to be hunted down by Whitebeard's people, and has been staying in the first half. The wolf sat on the island with a huge figure, listening to the conversation between the two, but did not speak. Although he is also one of the 3 captains, but because of his dull personality, the principals are the evil king and Caitlina. He rarely offered an opinion. The Spade Pirates? The guy who ate the burnt fruit? I heard that he seems to be in trouble with Doflamingo. I don't know what's going on now. If he's still alive, he can give it a try. The evil king also thought of the Supernova Spades pirates. He is more or less concerned about the Supernova pirate who ate the natural devil fruit. As for the Blackbeard, it's just a clown. After being chased by the Whitebeard for the first half, it is still unknown whether he will have the courage to return to the new world. The evil government king doesn't think highly of Blackbeard, he's just a clown. Caitlina pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, if the other 4 emperors don't move, we can go there and have a try. 4 emperors? How can we let go of this opportunity? The evil king and Caitlina looked at each other, and they both saw something called ambition in each other's eyes. But the evil wolf stared blankly at the 2 of them, and nodded, oh, go grab the position of the 4 emperors. But now I'm hungry. The other 2 had black lines on their faces. Wano country, Kaido territory. At this time, Kaido also saw the newspaper. His expression changed, and all kinds of emotions were expressed on his face. He smiled wryly, sadly, and finally burst into tears. Lingling, you guy died? You. The relationship between the 2 is very special, and they are still allies. Now seeing the news of Charlotte Lingling's death, Kaido has mixed feelings in his heart. Finally, after taking a long sip, he grabbed the mace and slammed it hard on the ground. With a bang, the whole ground trembled, and Kaido showed a ferocious expression on his face. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Quincy, you really did a great job. You actually killed my ally. I won't let you go. Beside Kaido, the 3 disasters also looked at each other in blank dismay. Charlotte Lingling was actually killed. This is really. Their 100 Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates are now in an alliance. Now that Charlotte Lingling has been killed, they have lost a powerful ally. The strength of the Quincy Master is getting stronger and stronger, and now even the ant has been killed, but I don't know what his ultimate goal is. He seems to have never claimed to be a pirate. Yen Calamity embered his face still wearing a mask. He meditated with a newspaper in his hand. The Quincy has always regarded himself as the king of the dark world, not a pirate, and I have never heard that he is going to become the pirate king. Almost everyone in the world does not know what the ultimate goal of the Quincy is. One Piece? Or something else? Quincy has always been mysterious, and the only thing that can be seen is that Quincy wants to unify the entire dark world, and now it has been completed. But after unifying the dark world, the Quincy didn't do much. The only dispatch was to go to the Sea of 10,000 Nations and kill Big Mom. In the New World, they are not very clear about what the ultimate purpose of the Quincy is. Could it be that the red history text in Big Mom's hand has already been taken away by the Quincy? On the other side, Quinn also remembered something, looked at Kaido and said, now that Big Mom is killed, Big Mom's pirate group can also be said to have disintegrated. So has the red history text in Big Mom's hand been taken away by Quincy? What the red history text represents, they are very clear. Drought Jack looked at Kaido and said, do you want to let your men go over to investigate? Kaido drank another sip of wine and said, let my men go to Cake Island to investigate first. If it is not taken away by Quincy, we have to act. After hearing what Kaido said, the faces of the 3 disasters all became serious, knowing what their captain meant. If the red history text is in the hands of the Quincy at this time, they may still have some scruples, but if they are still on Cake Island, their beast pirates should also act. They won't hand over the red history text. The Whitebeard and the red hair also learned the news at about the same time, and their expressions were slightly dignified. They are very clear about Charlotte Lingling's strength. Even if they are facing Charlotte Lingling, they dare not be careless. I still didn't expect to be killed by the Quincy. As the 4 emperors, they know more clearly how huge the subsequent impact of the downfall of one of the 4 emperors will be. It's no less than dropping a bomb on the new world. After knowing this news, countless ambitious guys will definitely compete for this position. The new world is going to be chaotic again? I shouldn't say it. The new world doesn't seem to be very peaceful. It's just that the turmoil this time will be more violent than before. Whitebeard didn't think too much about it. He just felt that another familiar person had ended the curtain. On the red-haired side, just like Kaido, he also acted in secret. Royal Palace of Dressrosa. Unlike the weather when the sky was clear and clear, Doflamingo's expression was a little gloomy at this time. If you want to say who in the new world is most concerned about the actions of the Quincy, it is undoubtedly Doflamingo. After watching the news that caused a sensation in the entire new world, and knowing that the Quincy had done a huge thing, Doflamingo's heart was a little numb at this time, and the shadow area in his heart was even bigger. Before Quincy became famous, Doflamingo had already dealt with Quincy. When they first met, Quincy defeated him, but at that time he could still see the bottom line of Quincy's strength. Although strong, but not strong enough to make him despair. But with the passage of time, after the Quincy really stepped into the new world, he no longer understood the increase in strength. How many years have passed since it was all over the place? Taking a plane doesn't increase the strength of Quincy so fast. Now even the 4 emperors can be killed. Maybe it's my turn next. The entire Dark World has been unified, and the other kings of the Dark World died and surrendered, leaving only him as a single seed. Now Doflamingo is extremely worried in his heart, with a huge shadow in his heart, and he is always worried about the troubles that the Quincy will find him. As for the alliance with the Quincy, what is that? It's just a treaty that can be torn up at any time. There is no way to restrict people like Quincy, and Quincy is not the kind of soft-hearted guy, but why he still didn't do it himself made Doflamingo a little puzzled. What is the Quincy thinking in his heart? What is the reason why he hasn't shot himself yet? For all these reasons, Doflamingo was in a state of anxiety during this time, feeling like a blunt knife was cutting his flesh. Not fatal, but very draining. Every day, he was thinking hard, fearing that the Quincy would come to him and destroy him. Their Don Quixote family can't afford to entertain this great god. But recently, Doflamingo has become even more irritable. He was already exhausted, but now he is even more angry. The cause of the irritability was not Quincy's side, but his Amazono Doflamingo, one of the mighty Shishibukai, was beaten by a brat. The supernova pirate who ate the yaki fruit, the kid named Porghast Ace. When attacking the kingdom of Province, Doflamingo was already very careful and had almost arranged everything. It's just that I don't know why, but Ace actually noticed that he was playing tricks behind his back, and he was about to call the door. After Ace learned of Felix's accident, he rushed to the kingdom of Province without stopping. After some investigation, they discovered that there was a pair of black hands behind this manipulating everything. In the end, Ace discovered that the black hands who manipulated the kingdom of Province were none other than the king of the neighboring country Dressrosa, Doflamingo Amayasha, one of the 7 martial seas. Ace's blood was hot, and after knowing that his friend was framed by others, he went to Dressrosa to find trouble with Doflamingo without hesitation. Ace's actions made Doflamingo, a proud guy, feel extremely humiliated. He can't beat Quincy, and you, a new pirate star who has just stepped into a new world, dare to trouble him? Doflamingo is not afraid of Ace, but if this matter is not handled well, everything he did in Dressrosa is likely to be dug out. There is already a lesson from Crocodile, and he doesn't want to follow in Crocodile's footsteps. As long as the world government finds out that I use Kaiwohei's identity to manipulate a country, even if I used to be a celestial dragon, and I still have some hidden information about the celestial dragon as a threat, I will still be taken down by the world government of. The world government will not let it go? This is shit on their heads. Quincy and the others dare not move. You, a little Shishibukai, can't do anything to you? Losing the title of Kaiwohei means that the Navy will want him again. This will undoubtedly make his arrangements all these years come to nothing, and continue to embark on the hard life of being chased. This is not what he wants to see. Therefore, at this time, Doflamingo was also simmering with anger in his heart, but a mere supernova pirate boy dared to trouble him. Or die. Do you think you can be invincible in the new world by eating a natural devil fruit? At this time, Doflamingo's anger was rising rapidly. Just when Doflamingo's anger was rising, and he was thinking about how to deal with this lifeless supernova, Tori Ball slid in from the door and handed Doflamingo a piece of information. Dover, there is information about the Spade Pirates. The intelligence network of their Don Quixote family is still very powerful. When the Spades Pirates first stepped into Dressrosa, their subordinates had already begun to investigate information. Pass it here for me to take a look. Doflamingo took the information handed over by Tori Ball, looked at it, and suddenly his face changed slightly. The Spade Pirates once went to Moonlight Island. Well, that's true, but I should have just looked over there and didn't stay for too long. Tori Ball had read the information in advance and knew that the Spades Pirates had landed on Moonlight Island. But he didn't take it seriously. Moonlit Island is a famous island in the New World, even more famous than Dressrosa. Originally, he was famous in the New World for his delicious food, but after Tizalo joined Wongsu Palace, he also parked his Gulan Tizalo near Moon Knight Island. Quincy's Moon Knight Island is considered a very famous entertainment sanctuary in the whole New World, where you can eat, drink and play, and there are almost any entertainment items you can think of. The number of visitors every day is countless, and even people from the 4 emperors occasionally go there to play. Quincy doesn't care about these tourists, as long as you don't make trouble. Not many people dare to make trouble in Quincy's territory. Therefore, it is not uncommon for the Spades Pirates to go to Moon Knight Island. Of course, if Doflamingo knew about the relationship between Ace and Quincy, I don't know what he would think in his heart. Doflamingo himself didn't take it seriously, and continued to read, but the information about the Spades Pirates is just that, except for the relatively big name of Supernova, and the Captain Porghast Ace apart from eating the burning fruit of the natural system, there is nothing to pay attention to. Phew furfur, let your subordinates get ready. Now that it's up, let them know that the new world is not the first half. There are so many masters here, so naturally the first half can be used as a prestige. Phew, but here in the new world, it can't be done. Doflamingo casually dropped the information in his hand, with a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth. Tory Ball also showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. They didn't take the Spades pirates seriously? Compared to the pressure brought to them by the Quincy division, Pirate Supernova? It's just mere San Marijoya. Wu Laoxing started the meeting again. That's right, it was launched in response to the downfall of the Ant this time. The downfall of the 4 emperors is enough to cause turmoil in the New World, and they also want to discuss the follow-up impact of this incident. The 5 of them were either sitting or standing, all with very unsightly faces. As the strength of the Quincy division grew stronger, they had to face such an enemy who could threaten them. Even putting Quincy on the same level as Roger and Rox is an enemy that needs to be treated seriously. With a knife, Wu Laoxing leaned on a long knife in both hands, and said in a low tone, "The threat of the Quincy is getting bigger and bigger, we have to do it. Otherwise, this guy will become like Roger Rox sooner or later, and he will fight against you. The world's situation has a huge impact. But now he is in the New World, and the Navy is gradually starting to radiate power towards the New World, but it can't affect the forces of the Quincy division at all." Another bald 5-old star also said. The 5 old stars with long beards pondered for a moment. "Let's summon Shishibukai, we need to deal with it. Use all our strength to deal with the threat of the Quincy directly. Kaiwohei? You don't know what those guys in Kaiwohei have done now. Crocodile was killed, and Hawkeye clearly stood with red hair. In this situation, how can you trust them?" The blonde Wu Laoxing swept his head like the others and shook his head slightly. The curly-haired Wu Laoxing patted the table and narrowed his eyes. "Is it possible to let the Quincy develop like this? The unity of the Dark World prevents us from inserting it. Many of our secret trades have been stopped, and the weapon reserves are only relying on the Navy. Our science troops can't supply it. How is the research going on at Vegapunk? That plan has been going on for a long time, and there is no result yet." Wu Laoxing looked at one of them and asked. "This person is in charge of this aspect." He shook his head slightly. "The research of the scientific army has been stagnant. The pacifist plan can't find a good carrier. Ordinary people can't bear the side effects of human body modification. Pacifist is a body transformation plan of Vegapunk, but because Bartholomew Okumur did not become Kaiwohei, which is different from the original development, the pacifist has not been able to find a good suitable candidate. The pain required for body modification is not something ordinary people can bear, and the modification needs to be done in a waking state. The nerve connection between the body and the machine can only be successfully connected in a waking state. Only those who are strong-willed and strong enough can do it, but so far, there is no suitable candidate. The risk factor is too great, and it is not that no one in the CP organization has tried it, but without exception, they are all sent away in pain. As a last resort, this plan can only be shelved. In the original work, Bartholomew Big Bear also used the meatball fruit to bounce off his own pain, so that Vegapunk was successfully transformed. After having the first prototype, Vegapunk has the experience to create a pacifist. Hearing this, the rest of the people were silent. After a pause, the curly-haired Wu Laoxing took a deep breath and said, "The position of Shishibukai cannot be vacant, let the Navy find someone again. What do you think of the Blackbeards who broke away from the Whitebeard pirates? If it doesn't work, let the Navy recruit troops around the world? In order to deal with the chaotic situation in the future." Blackbeard fled to the first half, got rid of the pursuit of Whitebeard's forces, and also called a few partners in the first half, and established the Blackbeard pirates. Because of his reputation for killing the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, someone joined him. Blackbeard, Dark Fruit, the ability of rocks. This ability is very effective when facing capable people. If it is used to deal with Quincy, it may have unexpected effects. And he used to be on Whitebeard's ship. It can also be used to restrain the Whitebeard. The blonde Wu Laoxing nodded, seeming to agree with this proposal. At their level, they have long known that fruit ability is fruit ability, the strong is the strong, and the two cannot be confused. Even if Blackbeard ate the devil fruit of Lox, they didn't think that Blackbeard could reach the strength that Lox once had. Just like the elemental fruit eaten by the current Quincy Master, the previous elemental fruit did not display the terrifying combat power of the Quincy Master. Moreover, Blackbeard used to be Whitebeard's person, which is a hostile relationship, and it can also be used to contain Whitebeard. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then send the invitation letter to Shishibukai to that Blackbeard. But there is still one missing. What do you think of the supernova who ate the burnt fruit? The ability of the natural department is still very powerful, and 1 crocodile is missing. Maybe another person with the ability to burn the fruit can join in. Wu Laoxing with the knife suggested. Several people pondered and nodded one after another. Send them an invitation and try it out. The name of Kaiwohei is still very attractive to some pirates. Blackbeard is in a very awkward situation at this time, and he probably won't refuse Kaiwohei's invitation. As for Fire Fist Ace, I will invite you to see this first, and if you refuse, then consider other things. The main reason is that we can't find good candidates right now. People like Red Earl Ladefield and Barrett, the descendant of the devil, also have the strength to become Kabai, but their world government will not consider it. If these escaped prisoners are invited to become Kabukai, it is undoubtedly slapping them in the face. Don't look at the current naval strength, although it is still strong, but in the face of this chaotic situation, it is still a little weak. The main reason is that the naval base camp is in the first half, and there are not many deployments in the New World. I want to wait for the new generation of Navy to grow up. Without this time, the situation has become incomprehensible to those in power. Therefore, being able to increase the number of Shishibukai now can also deter pirates. They are also discussing, in addition to Shishibukai, whether the Navy should also come to a wave of world conscription, to see if they can recruit some powerful people to join the Navy. After simply setting a tone, the 5 old stars began to discuss. After all, it was a cliché topic, and soon they finished discussing and sent this proposal to Admiral Sengoku. Facing the situation of the downfall of the 4 emperors, the Navy is also a little devastated. What the world government wants is the stability of the sea situation, and does not want the new world to become chaotic, so there are too many unstable factors. The same is true for their Navy. Only when there is no war, their effective strength will gradually increase. Unlike pirates, they have specialized training institutions. As long as they are given time to develop, there will be an endless stream of new troops joining the Navy. If they train strong men like Yaren again, the strength of their Navy will definitely be improved again. Moreover, only under stable conditions, there will not be too many vicious guys coming out of the pirates. In troubled times, heroes are born, and the new world is like raising goo, which will eventually cultivate a monster that is extremely powerful both in terms of power and influence. If another dangerous element like Roger and Rox appears, they will have a headache. Well, Quincy grew up in such an environment. After each battle, Quincy's strength will show a big leap forward. Its level of threat is already comparable to that of Roger and Rox. If the Quincy is not eliminated, sooner or later he will become another Roger and Rox. But they're a little bit tied up with the new world right now. Although the Navy has begun to gradually infiltrate the new world, its scale is a bit small compared to that of the Quincy and the other 4 emperors. At the meeting, all the high-level executives were sitting in their positions, and almost all of them were present except for those who were on task. Sengoku sat on the main seat, looked at everyone below, and said, "The world government asked us to choose Kaiwohei again, and gave us 2 places." Warring States took 2 reward orders on the blackboard behind him, and it was Blackbeard and Ace's reward orders. Blackbeard Tiki, Fire Fist Ace. Zhanguo looked at everyone and said lightly. Everyone looked at it, and frowned. "It's Chiwohei again?" Garp, who was in a daze, heard Ace's name, suddenly raised his head, looked at the reward order on the blackboard. His expression was a little dull. "What? Ace? Shishibukai?" He looked at the old boy Zhanguo and thought in his heart, "Did you drink too much fake wine?" The people present were all people with keen perception. When they saw the change in Garp's expression, they all looked at Garp with doubts. They didn't understand why the old boy had such a reaction. Garp also noticed that other people were looking at him, and he buttoned his nose indifferently. "What is this Shishibukai again? Doesn't the world government have any good suggestions?" 2 of them were killed, and why not? So like to make a fuss. After finishing speaking, Garp ignored the others, lay down on his own, snored, and bubbles appeared in his nostrils. For Garp's surprise, the others didn't think anything of it. Now basically no one in the Navy knows Ace's identity, and the relationship between Ace and Garp, it's just that Garp is crazy again. Yes, I didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yunya, who was sitting upright. The 2 dead Chiwohei were the killers of this guy in front of him. Yunya shrugged indifferently. "Look what I'm doing. I did it because of my famous teacher. Okay. Didn't you see that the world government didn't do anything to yourself?" Akazuki here also glanced at Yunya, and ignored it. Although the relationship between the 2 parties was not harmonious, he still agreed with Yunya's killing of the 2 Shishibukai, but frowned and looked at Sengoku. Now this kind of is it necessary to increase the number of Shishibukai? What the hell is the world government doing? Kaiwohei's current reputation is very notorious. Kaiwohei's stealing of the country has caused a lot of trouble some time ago, and many franchise countries are already dissatisfied with this policy. Now the world government actually wants to make these notorious pirates the Kaiwohei? Faced with this situation, Akainu, who is dissatisfied with the Shishibukai policy, is naturally very dissatisfied. Seeing Akainu's reaction, some people present also nodded. "Isn't this a commotion?" Sengoku shook his head and said, "Now the new world is in chaos again. The Kabai was established to restrain the 4 emperors. The Navy's strength in the new world is simply unable to cope with such a situation. The world government can only deter it by increasing the number of Kabai, those eager pirates. Warring States can more or less guess some of the ideas of the world government. Warring States are also very dissatisfied with this. Is this looking down on their Navy? Do you think their Navy can't cope with the current situation? Well, it's kinda. However, dissatisfaction in the Warring States period is dissatisfaction, but it is still the same sentence. The position of official university crushes people to death. Who told the world government to be his immediate boss? Warring States can only obey orders from above. After hearing this, Akainu could only sit down with a gloomy face. Aokiji yawned and said, "Shishibukai, and they are all some brutal pirates." Blackbeard Tiki, the pirate who defected from Whitebeard, if he joins Kaiwohei, will he be indirectly related to Whitebeard? Match. The Navy is not afraid of any of the 4 emperors' forces, but compared to the other 4 emperors, Whitebeard's threat is relatively small. It's not that Whitebeard is not strong, but that Whitebeard has no ambitions, and often wanders around in his own territory and waters, rarely coming out to make trouble. Jean Qiudao, this should not be a problem. I know the character of the guy with the white beard. I won't confront the Navy because of this kind of thing. Lieutenant General, he also said, Whitebeard shouldn't have any reaction to this, no matter what status Blackbeard is. Now he has violated the iron law of Whitebeard's ship. As long as he finds an opportunity, Whitebeard will definitely make a move. Perhaps it is also one of the reasons why the world government intends to recruit Blackbeard to become Kabai. General Crane was clever, and he also guessed some of the reasons why the world government invited Blackbeard to become Kaiwahei, which was undoubtedly used to contain Whitebeard. Taking advantage of the relationship between enemies and making Blackbeard the Kaiwahei will not only deter pirates, but will also become one of their help against the 4 emperors in the future. After all, the purpose of Kaiwahei was to fight against the 4 emperors. 2 Shishibukai nominations? One is a traitor on Whitebeard's ship, and the other is a natural ability user. Yo, it's really scary. Huang Yuan curled his lips, with a wretched expression on his face. Yunya didn't speak, as if these topics had nothing to do with him as a lieutenant general, non-committal. The people in the meeting also began to discuss. The atmosphere was a bit noisy, each had their own opinions, but most of them were just complaining. Facing the demands of the world government, they cannot change. Sengoku knocked on the table, attracted the attention of others, and then said, let's put aside the matter of Kaiwahei, we can't change it, we can only send invitations to Blackbeard and Fire Fist, and there will be another something very important needs to be done. After a pause, Warring States continued, there is another proposal from the world government, which is to recruit troops around the world to strengthen the Navy's military strength to deal with the upcoming turmoil. But this is just the world government's proposal. Let us make our own choices over there. World conscription. Lieutenant General, he asked with a serious face, frowning. Warring States nodded. Now the situation in the New World has completely gone berserk, and the deployment of the Navy's troops in the New World is too weak. In order to deal with the turmoil in the New World, our Navy needs to station more troops in the New World. Just like the time of the original book, in order to deal with the turmoil in the New World, the Navy needs to have more troops stationed in the New World. The Navy's strength in the New World is too weak now, and it is impossible to contain the actions of those pirates. Basically, if something important happens in the New World, their Navy can't rush there one step ahead. A lot of time will be wasted on the way to the New World from the first half, and they won't be able to respond in time. The world government has considered this aspect, but the specific implementation still requires the Navy to make its own judgment. The Navy is an independent entity. Although it is under the overall planning of the world government, the development direction of the Navy is determined by the Navy itself. This move is not a trivial matter for their Navy and needs to be carefully considered. Everyone thought in silence. Conscription from the world. Yunya rubbed his chin and thought about it. In the original book, the veteran abdicated and the green pheasant left because of the outbreak of the Top War, which caused a vacancy in the Navy's strength. As a last resort, the Navy would recruit troops from the whole world. That conscription also recruited 2 general-level powerhouses, Fujitora and Green Bull. It can be said that the strength of the Navy has been greatly enhanced. But this time the reason is obviously different. It is to deal with the next turmoil in the New World. The turmoil is almost always in the New World, and most of the Navy's military power is in the first half, and it is more difficult to deal with it. Before the Warring States period, they did not dare to move the Navy headquarters to the New World. They would definitely find pirates to counterattack, and the risk was too great. But if the Navy is strong enough, it can send troops to the New World little by little. In the current New World, there are already several branches stationed, but it is not enough. There is no general level to sit in the command, and the risk factor is too great. Everyone in the meeting started a heated discussion on this matter, but more people felt that the Navy did not need to do this now. Now there is no shortage of top combat power in the Navy. Carp Sengoku Urin, 3 generals, 2 quasi-generals, and other elite lieutenant generals are there, and their strength is enough to compete with the 2 forces of the 4 emperors. There is no need to worry about conscription in the world. Now the Navy is stronger than ever, but their base is not in the New World, so they will find it difficult to deal with it. In the end, the Warring States received a sword from many high-level officials, and finally made a decision. The matter of world conscription can be released first, but we need to deploy more troops in the New World. At least 2 generals will be in charge of the New World. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation in the New World, we can also take drastic actions. The chaos in the New World is not without some benefits, that is, the other 4 emperors don't have the heart to pay attention to their navy, and they can take more steps towards the New World. Hush. Huang Yuan pretended not to hear the words of the Warring States, whistled and lay down on his chair. He doesn't want to do such a troublesome thing. The salary is so little, and you still want him to work hard? After all, Akainu is a strong faction. He looked at Sengoku and recommended himself, Marshal Sengoku, let me go to the New World. Sengoku glanced at Akainu, and was not surprised that Akainu wanted to go to the New World. He nodded, and then his eyes lingered on Kazura and Aokiji for a moment, thought for a while, and pondered for a while. Kazura, the other quota is just as you. After all, Akainu and Aokiji don't deal with each other. If they are allowed to go to the New World together, without his suppression, conflicts between the 2 are likely to erupt. Yaron is strong enough, but just like the above situation, his relationship with Akainu is stiff. On the side of the Quasi-General, Tao-Tu and Cha Dolphin each have their own branches, which are not suitable for the past. Carp, well, let's not mention it. He is the marshal again and needs to be in the headquarters? After thinking about it, Huang Yuan could only complete this mission. This lazy guy didn't have his own orders, so he didn't even want to move. The corners of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What kind of world is this? Is he so important? Do everything by yourself? The bricks belong to the Navy, where they need to be moved. How many times is this already? Yes, Marshal of the Warring States period. Huang Yuan said weakly, the new world is really good at calling people. The first rank of the official ranks crushes people, and the roll call from the Warring States period, Huang Yuan can't refuse. For the first time, he thinks that the position of the Marshal is quite good. But now that the Warring States period is worrying about dealing with these things, this idea was abandoned after a short time. Up? Zhang Guo nodded, swept everyone present and said, so, do you have any comments? If not, then let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone else just shook their heads. They don't have too many opinions. You've already made a decision. What else can we say? Soon, the meeting ended and everyone left the meeting room. New World, Dressrosa. After Ace knew that his friend had been framed, he also hurried to Dressrosa. His purpose was naturally to find out Doflamingo, the black hand behind the secret manipulation of the Kingdom of Province. Let's say Ace has brains, but he doesn't have that many. His recklessness and passion are almost the same as Luffy's. Although compared with Luffy who has no brain at all, he still has a little brain, but it's really not much. This can be seen from the original. As soon as I entered the new world, I wanted to challenge Whitebeard, but in the end, I recognized my father. Later, regardless of Whitebeard's dissuasion, he also wanted to chase and kill Blackbeard. During the period, he chose to do it without even investigating the details of Blackbeard. Whether it was self-confidence or underestimating Blackbeard, in short, it highlighted a recklessness. In the end, he was defeated by Blackbeard, which led to the event of the Top War. It is a very good quality to be young and vigorous, but the premise is that you have the strength to carry it around. And Ace doesn't have the strength to cover everything, so everything will only develop in the worst direction. The strong can act rashly, but the weak act rashly, which will only lead to tragedy. Acting impulsively and recklessly, without considering the consequences, this is the character of Ace now. In other words, he has experienced too few beatings. After knowing that the man behind the coup in the Kingdom of Province was Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai, Ace rushed to Dressrosa without even thinking about the consequences and making a plan, threatening to defeat Doflamingo. As the current king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo managed Dressrosa very well and won the hearts of the people. He shouted at Doflamingo almost as soon as Ace stepped on Dressrosa. When you shouted and killed, you were already marked as unwelcome. Ever since, the battle broke out. Ace opened the way directly with his fists. Ordinary people couldn't resist him at all. It took him a long time to fight with his partners before the palace of Dressrosa, and fought with the cotters of the Don Quixote family who came to stop them. At this time, Ace's strength has increased a lot compared to the original period, and he has initially mastered the two-color domineering, and the cotters of the Don Quixote family are not his opponents at all. Ace is a person with natural abilities, and he has the extremely destructive ability of burning fruits. In the Don Quixote family, leaders such as Diamante and Pica can only barely resist Ace. And Ace's partners are not weak, and for a while, the two sides fought inextricably. In the end, it was Doflamingo who came out and fought Ace. When facing Doflamingo at first, Ace was a little bit at a disadvantage, but after fighting, Doflamingo noticed something was wrong. The burning brat in front of him is actually getting stronger, and fighting is the best teacher. Driven by the pressure, Ace realized the hardening of the armed forces in the battle. Talent is great, others need to practice hard to become stronger, but they only need to experience beatings and pressure to become stronger. It's a pity that Doflamingo's teaching level is not as good as that of Teacher Kai. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for Ace to comprehend a high-level armed color, high-level knowledge color, and overlord color at this time. Ace's overall strength level should be higher than that of Luffy in the same age group. Coupled with the power of the burning fruit, it is not impossible to fight against Doflamingo for a short time. Now Ace has been out to sea for nearly half a year. During this period of time in the original book, he can fight with Jinpei for 5 days and 5 nights regardless of the outcome. There is no doubt about his strength. In Rogtown, I also saw the battle between Yaren and the Golden Lion. His vision was broadened, he was stimulated, and his strength improved rapidly. It was actually a brief confrontation with Doflamingo, and when Deus landed in Dressrosa, he split up with Ace. He was the think tank of the Spades pirates and began to investigate the conspiracy behind Dressrosa. With his investigation, he discovered that under the prosperous and glamorous surface of Dressrosa, there is actually a darkness hidden. Those hard-working toys are actually real people. There are also the little people in the slave factory, all reminding him of the dark side of this island. Deus was shocked in his heart. He never thought that this is actually behind the famous Dressrosa in the New World. While looking for clues, a sword fighter named Ricky found him. And this Ricky is none other than Dressrosa's last king, Riku Dade III. When King Riku knew that there were pirates coming to attack Doflamingo, he didn't take it seriously at first. After all, there were no pirates who wanted to gain fame by defeating Doflamingo, but they all failed. It wasn't until later that the Spades pirates showed their strength that they were able to fight with the cotters of the Don Quixote family, that he saw hope in a trance, and approached Deus, and chatted with him about what happened in this country matter, and almost knelt down begging Deus to save their country. This is very much in line with the tradition of living a good life. Deus is also a passionate young man. Now seeing the king of a country begging him humbly in front of him, he feels shocked. But he didn't just accept it rashly. He can't make a decision about this kind of thing. It needs the Captain Ace to make a choice, but it's true that their common enemy is Doflamingo? King Liku also knew that his request was a bit embarrassing, but he would not give up easily when he saw hope. I told Deus all the information I knew, hoping to help the Spades pirates, including Sugar, the cotter of the Don Quixote family who can turn people into toys, also told Deus. It was this little girl who turned all those who disobeyed Doflamingo's rule into toys. If all the toys can be liberated, then everything Doflamingo has done will be made public? After Deus learned the information from the NPC King Liku, he also took action. The importance of sugar is second only to Doflamingo in the Don Quixote family. It is protected layer by layer, hidden in the deepest part of the palace, and guarded by the cotter Gradius. Deus had the map of the royal palace given by King Liku, and was careful along the way. After killing several members of the Don Quixote family, he also found the location of the sugar. Knowing the danger of Sand Tang's real ability, Deus didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to become a toy. Knock out the sugar. And Gladius was also shocked when he saw that the sugar was attacked. He knew the importance of the sugar. Now that he saw that the sugar was knocked out, he knew that the matter was serious. He was so angry that he also fought with Deus. After Grano passed out, a strange force gushed out of Grano, and almost immediately, the Tonk Fruit's ability disappeared, and all the people who had been turned into toys began to recover. The whole Dressrosa is in chaos? The sealed memories of the residents above Dressrosa have also come to life, and the toys at home have become their former husbands, sons, brothers, and friends. Lost memories emerged from their minds, causing countless people to burst into tears, some weeping with joy, some with embarrassment. Well, I understand everything. Following the sugar coma, the darkness behind Dressrosa could no longer be concealed. Countless people who recovered from the toys began to tearfully tell about the sins of the Don Quixote family, and shouted to crusade against Doflamin brother, restore the peace of this country? For a time, there was an endless stream of people advocating the overthrow of Doflamingo's tyranny, and Doflamingo was shocked when he saw this scene. He knew that something happened to the sugar. Just in case, when the battle broke out, he had already asked Grano to hide in a safe place, with cotters protecting him, but he did not expect that someone would find Grano and deal with her, let her the fruit ability loses its effect. Knowing that Doflamingo was also furious and secretly hating at this time, he knew what kind of consequences would be waiting for him if the arrangement he made in Dressrosa were discovered by the world. This damn guy. Doflamingo stared at Ace. He didn't expect this seemingly reckless guy to be so thoughtful. He, the captain, came to them, but secretly asked people to search for the whereabouts of the sugar? But how did he know the secret of Granus? Doflamingo was a little puzzled, but now he can't be allowed to think too much. Little devil, you did a really good job. But do you think this will solve me? As long as the news is not leaked, then no one will know what I did here. The birdcage. Dover brother Ming showed a ferocious smile. His overlord-looking body overwhelmed Ace. His 5 fingers stretched out towards the sky, and the line pillars shot up into the sky, and like a big net that was stretched out, they directly enveloped the entire island. Countless strong silk threads were tied down from the edge of the island, and began to shrink slowly. This is Doflamingo's favorite move, the birdcage. The area covered by the birdcage will isolate everything inside, and all messages cannot be sent out. This move, but even a capable person like him can't completely control it, except for himself. Everyone else will shatter the birdcage that they gathered together. Seeing that the matter was exposed, so many flamencos no longer had any scruples, and directly chose to draw their salary from the bottom of the pot, and wiped out all the insiders here. Afterwards, just make up a random reason and put the blame on the Spades pirates. He, Doflamingo, is still the same Shishibukai. What did I do? Ace was a little confused, and didn't understand what Doflamingo's words meant. He also noticed Dressrosa's riot, but Ace didn't know what happened, but squinted his eyes and asked, "What did you do to the sky just now?" Being oppressed by Doflamingo's domineering look, Ace also passively has a domineering look, which conflicts with Doflamingo's domineering look. It's this kind of power again. What the hell is this? Ace felt the domineering arrogance emanating from Doflamingo, and his face was extremely solemn. How can a dark guy like you have this kind of power? He had the Overlord color when he was a child, and he also experienced the domineering aura of Shiji and Yurin when he was in Rogtown. He is no stranger to this kind of power. Crack! Purple-black thunder flickered in the air, and the 2 Overlord colors clashed, shaking the clouds in the sky, and a shock wave also radiated out, causing waves in the sea near Dressrosa. Overlord-like arrogance. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, but he didn't expect that the brat in front of him also had Overlord-like arrogance. What is going on in the new world now? People with domineering looks appear one after another. Domineering? Is this also a kind of domineering? Ace narrowed his eyes when he heard Doflamingo's words. Not much. I didn't know that this kind of power is also a kind of domineering. Phew, you really are a rookie. Although you know how to use domineering, don't you know how to use domineering? Doflamingo chuckled lightly, with a playful tone. Domineering is only possible to be born among millions of people. A kind of qualification. As for what I did, you will know later. TCH, do you want to show off yourself? Don't forget, I also have this kind of power. Ace pouted. No, I just want you to know, at whose hands did you die? Doflamingo said with a sinister smile, for forcing me to this point. You don't think I'll let you go, do you? This is what I want to say. If you dare to attack my friend, I will not let you go. Fire fist. Ace put on a fighting posture and looked at Doflamingo with a confident smile. Then he punched forward. The flames surged and boiled, forming a huge fist and blasting towards Doflamingo, as if to swallow Doflamingo. After seeing the flames of the Night Blade, his fruit development is also different from that in the original book. In the original book, he developed it in the direction of quantity, such as Emperor Yan, Yanja Fire Pillar, etc. It depends on the amount of piles, and only the Firefly Huodharma is an imp who relies on compressing flames to achieve an explosion. But now he is going to quality, that is to compress the flame as much as possible to make the temperature of the flame even higher. The flames surging from Ace's body were no longer the orange-red color before, but had a touch of golden yellow inside, and the temperature was even hotter than before. Spiderweb shield. Doflamingo let out a cold voice, spread his 5 fingers, and blocked the black spiderweb-like shield in front of him, blocking Ace's flames in front of him. Crossfire. As Ace rushed out, the index fingers of both hands showed a cross, and the cross flames attacked Doflamingo from another angle in a straight line. Beyond the whip, Doflamingo's eyes flashed red, his figure dodged, his right hand stretched backwards, a red line stretched and spread, and after reaching the limit, he slammed towards Ace who was rushing throw out. Ace, who was so far away from the attack, froze and turned to the side to avoid the attack. With his left hand covered with armed domineering, he grabbed the whip on the ground, and a flame spread along the wire post. Flame is on top. On the way of the flame spreading, it suddenly scattered, sparks burst out suddenly, and one after another fireballs rushed out dragging the flame tail. When the flames hit, Doflamingo's eyes flashed coldly, the thread post in his hand fell off, and he jumped into the air. Silk threads spread from his body to wrap around the surrounding buildings, and he used his ability to levitate in the air. The flames below swept like a vortex, covering his position just now, burning violently, and the heat wave also rushed up, blowing the feather coat on Doflamingo's back rattling. Natural, it really deserves to be the most powerful devil fruit? However, the awakened Superman will not lose to the natural. Doflamingo looked a little dignified, and a strange power emanated from his body after coming out. The surrounding buildings turned into white sight at this moment. White thread. Doflamingo waved his big hand, and the endless silk thread was like a big hand, rolling towards Ace from all directions. Awakening? Does the superhuman system still have this ability? This is not much different from the natural system. Ace was also a little bit surprised when he fought against an awakened powerhouse for the first time. However, his reaction was not slow. Flame surged from his body, and he punched out again. Fire fist. Facing things like silk threads, Xiaosheokuo still has a restraint relationship. Not to mention that the current flame temperature of Ace is a bit stronger than before. When the two came into contact, the flames burned the thread and bombarded Doflamingo in turn. Cut, have you been restrained? Doflamingo cut, looking at the incoming flames. His face was extremely indifferent, his hands were crossed, and the 2 buildings next to him were also turned into white lines, and covered with armed domineering, crossed standing in front of him, shield white line. With a bang, the fire fist was blocked and scattered like fireworks, but the scattered flames were like tarsal maggots, attached to the silk thread, and began to burn violently. The air was distorted due to the high temperature, and the burned silk thread also gave off a burnt smell. White line of huge waves. The silk thread drove Doflamingo to land on another building, and the landing point was affected by a force, turning into a silk thread, dancing behind him like a tentacle. As he pointed, the tentacles dancing behind his back rushed towards Ace from all directions. Boom boom boom. There was a red light in Ace's eyes, and he dodged again and again. If he couldn't avoid it, he elementalized it in advance, so that Doflamingo's attack fell through. The tentacles bombarded the ground, blasting the ground into pieces and cracking, and the broken stones shot out. Ace's body turned into flames, spread to another place and reunited, holding 2 flaming spears with both hands, and threw them at Doflamingo. Godfire Shiranui. The flaming spear fired at a high speed, stabbing Doflamingo from behind. Successful. Ace was overjoyed, but the next moment he noticed the danger coming from the left. Doflamingo, who was stabbed by the musket, suddenly turned into a white thread and was engulfed and burned by the flames. This turned out to be a silk thread clone. Misleading Ace by using the thread avatar, the real Doflamingo came from another place when Ace made a shot. The silk thread on his back was entangled to form sharp tentacles. The tentacles danced, and the tip pointed at Ace. Like a fire, the flamingo spread its wings, trying to trap and kill Ace. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line. Oops. Ace screamed inwardly, seeing the sharp threads coming from all directions. His face suddenly changed. However, his reaction was not slow, and a flame vortex appeared with his right hand spread out, and then, the flame vortex collided suddenly, as if a fire tornado surrounded him. Flame tornado. The non-entity cannot cover the armed color, unless you can cultivate the armed color to a high level and let the armed color flow, then you can wrap the armed color domineering on non-physical things. But now Ace has not achieved this level. High-level armed colors are not easy to learn to use. The flames swept across and the heat wave billowed, as if everything was going to be burned up. However, Facing the tentacles covered in armed colors, his flames only resisted a little, and then they were broken, and the tentacles still pierced Ace's body. Ace saw that the situation was not good, and the crisis was approaching, so he could only hug his hands, and the arrogance that had just learned to harden covered all parts of his body. Chi 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 chi. The sharp tentacles covering the armed color stabbed Ace, and the stronger armed color broke through Ace's armed color, stabbing his body, and blood gushed out instantly. Moreover, after the tentacle stabbed Ace, its strength exploded, drawing an arc against him, and smashing down from a high altitude. Boom! This blow was powerful and heavy, and the ground was directly sunken and a hole was formed. Phew furfur, brat, if you only have this kind of strength, you and your partner, together with everyone in this country, will die here. 16 rounds of holy bullets, killing God. Doflamingo grinning sneeringly, he would not let go of this opportunity. He leaped into the sky, followed by the tentacle behind him. With a big wave of his hand, the tentacle column behind him suddenly stabbed towards Ace's position below. Damn it! Ace's body was pierced by tentacles, and he was fixed on the ground, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the ferocious attack, his expression changed drastically. The next moment, terrifying flames surged from his body, and the flames boiled and burned, burning the silk thread that pierced him. 1 second before Doflamingo's attack arrived, his body turned into flames and scattered, avoiding this one in a very thrilling manner. Fatal attack. Boom! The thread column pierced the ground and made a roaring sound, piercing through the surrounding ground, and the impact force it carried also cracked the ground, and the cracks spread around like a spider web. Ahem. Ace's figure condensed from another place, coughing up blood, and looked at Doflamingo in midair with a solemn expression. The fruit is awakened? Is it so powerful? Phew phew phew, pirates are not a house-playing game, this is the real new world? The weak can only submit to the strong. Doflamingo sneered ferociously, with a playful tone, because of you, let my plan in Dressrosa go to waste. Just watch, everyone in this country will be killed by me here because of your mistake. What did you say? Ace's face sank, he looked up at the birdcage covering the entire island, and asked Doflamingo, what is this? A birdcage that traps everyone, and no one can escape from the area covered by the birdcage. Doflamingo sneered and sneered, opening his big hands like crazy. The time is 1 hour. After 1 hour, whether it is the residents of this country or your companions, they will all die under my hands. For the kid who ruined his plan, Doflamingo will teach him a profound lesson. Let him know that the new world is not the first half. Here, there are many strong people. It's not a place where rookies like them can be arrogant. The birdcage has begun to shrink, and the hard and extremely sharp wire posts are cutting all the buildings a little bit. The residents of Dressrosa had already discovered this anomaly, and some boldly reached out to touch it, and immediately screamed. The palm was easily cut open, and blood gushed out. And as the birdcage moved forward, someone had already been ruthlessly cut in half, and blood flowed all over the floor. With casualties, the residents on the island quickly sensed the danger. Quick, run, this should be Doflamingo's ability. Damn it, come and stop this thing. No, I can't stop it, even the steel can only support it for a while before it will be cut off. Not only here, but almost the entire island is covered by this kind of silk thread, and even phone bugs can't make calls. Does Flamingo want to kill us all here? The residents of Dressrosa began to panic. Someone wanted to rescue the outside world, but found that the phone bug could not be used. As the cage shrank, they knew that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. Without the slightest hesitation, they all chose to run towards the central area. They found that this birdcage-like thing gathered in the middle from all directions. Only by running towards the central area might they have a chance of survival. It is related to the subsequent abolition of the Kaiwohei policy. Here we need to pave the way, otherwise it will be too abrupt, and this plot will be resolved soon. Royal Palace of Dressrosa. The battle between Ace and Doflamingo continues. The aftermath of the battle between the two was also very fierce, and the entire palace was turned into a sea of flames and a world intertwined with silk threads. Fire Fist. Ace stood in the sea of flames, controlled the flames, and blasted out with a fist. The raging flames were mobilized and turned into a huge fist, which struck straight ahead, turning all the sights that swept towards him into ash. Cut, it's really difficult. Doflamingo also had a lot of scorched marks on his body at this time. As time went by, the temperature in the field became higher and higher. If there is color, it will be burned. He underestimated this supernova a bit. The strength is so strong, although he has the upper hand, but he can't solve it as soon as possible in a short time. The birdcage had shrunk by half, and many residents had died under the shrinkage of the birdcage. The place was in a mess, and the whole Dressrosa was stained red with blood. Under the crisis, King Liku also came out to give a speech, tearfully cheering up the residents, and trying to escape to the high ground of the palace as much as possible, so as to preserve a trace of life. After learning of Doflamingo's conspiracy, everyone's misunderstanding of King Liku was resolved, so they followed his advice and began to run towards the central position. Although there would inevitably be casualties, but with King Liku's support encouraging speeches, the residents also burst out with a strong desire to survive. White line of huge waves. Doflamingo crossed his hands, and the line column rushed out from the two halves, smashing the incoming flames and preventing them from entering him. Phew furfur, time is running out, and you have knowledge, and you have already noticed that the voices are decreasing one by one. The deaths of those people are all caused by you. Doflamingo laughing wildly, with a playful tone. The thread posts behind him were spirally intertwined. The tips were covered with thick armed colors, and rushed towards Ace like a javelin. If you can't attack for a long time, then use the strategy of attacking the heart, which will often have a miraculous effect. Doflamingo also noticed it. As time went by, Ace's face became more and more ugly when the residents of the island were caged. Those who still have a sense of justice are rookies who are most easily affected by emotions. As long as they disturb their emotions with words, they can disrupt their attack rhythm and create opportunities for themselves. Aren't you the king of this country? Aren't they the people of Ni? Why do such inhumane things? Ace was furious, and the fruit ability seemed to sense his anger, and the flames around him boiled violently. Stand up. Phew, there are countless people who die every day in this world. The strong dominate everything, even if they are all killed. As long as I am Shishibukai, no one can blame me. Doflamingo showed evil with a smile. He didn't care about the deaths of those civilians at all. You really are a bastard. Ace was furious when he heard such words, and he blamed himself extremely in his heart. It was all because of his reckless behavior that this scene happened. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must make the damn guy in front of him pay the price. Flames gushed out from under Ace's feet, and the sudden burst of flames made his speed increase abruptly. He came to Doflamingo's side like a fireman, and blasted out with a punch covered in armed colors. Doflamingo showed a frivolous smile, crossed his hands to protect the wire shield in front of him. Ace punched out, hit the line shield, the fist came out, a burst of flames burst, and then there was a burst of boom. The flames rushed out, sweeping in all directions. Doflamingo's wire shield was broken, and his figure moved forward instead of retreating. His 5 fingers were clawed and pulled the 5-color silk thread towards Ace, trying to tear Ace into pieces. Ace caught Doflamingo's attack with a sense of knowledge, put his hands above his head, and resisted the blow. With a bang, Ace's armor was broken, blood shot from his arm, and he was hit by Doflamingo and fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. Mirror flame. As the fire crow boiled, Ace's figure manifested, and he opened his 5 fingers to point at Doflamingo in the sky, and the raging flame roared out. Don't you learn your lesson? Doflamingo laughed loudly. The domineering cover was pressed down, and the wire posts were entangled behind his back, forming a huge wire post with extremely sharp tips, and the pitch-black wire post impacted with flames shocked together. Boom! There was an explosion and roar in the air, and shock waves wrapped in flames shot everywhere. The line post defeated the fire curtain and charged again. Ace dodged it, grabbed a flaming spear with his right hand, and threw it out. With a whoosh sound, the long gun fired, heading towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo moved half a step sideways in the air, facing the direct attack. He could easily dodge it with knowledge. White line of wild waves. With a sneer, the ground suddenly turned into silk threads, undulating, and then turned into waves and covered Ace. Pillar of fire. Just as the waves of silk thread slapped towards him, circles of flame patterns appeared all over Ace's body, and then burst out suddenly, forming a pillar of fire reaching the sky, and the high temperature burned all the thin threads that hit. The flames spread, and Ace's body followed the pillar of fire to the high altitude. Looking down at Doflamingo from the high altitude, flames burst out from under his feet, pushing his body to fall extremely fast. Using the acceleration of gravity and the boost of the flames behind him, his speed has been increased to the extreme. Clasping hands above the head, a ball of fire condenses between the hands, and its shape begins to change. A thick musket appears, and the compressed flame emits high temperature. Pillar of flame Shenhuo Shiranui. He threw the high temperature spear that was burning with flames, and pierced Doflamingo straight from the top of his head. At the same time, the shattered flames below were also mobilized by Ace, forming fire tornadoes and roaring from all directions. To bread and butter? It's useless. In the case of fruit awakening, my ability is no less than that of nature. Doflamingo laughed loudly, opened his hands, and countless silk threads stretched from the ground again, as did the buildings not far away. It turned into a silk thread, forming a huge cocoon to wrap him up, and covered him with a thick armor-colored domineering. With a chi sound, the musket hit the thread cocoon and wanted to penetrate it, but was blocked by the armed color and only pierced halfway. The fire tornado swept over from the ground also kept burning, but it only burned one layer of the thick cocoon, and it couldn't hurt Doflamingo inside at all. Phew, thousands of arrows piercing the heart feather strike line. Doflamingo's evil smile came from inside the big cocoon, and then the whole big cocoon opened like wings, and suddenly opened to generate violent wind pressure, blowing away the surrounding flames. The silk threads are entangled together, extremely sharp, and blast towards Ace, who is rushing like wings. Ace didn't intend to dodge this time. The flames on his body boiled, and the flames condensed on his fists, emitting a hot light faintly. Fire fist. Feeling the death of the residents below, Ace knew that he could not drag on any longer, and that Doflamingo must be defeated as soon as possible to prevent this tragedy. Just now, he also tried to bombard the birdcage with flames, but the scorching flames couldn't completely break through the birdcage. Although some of the silk threads were burned by the flames, the birdcage would recover again in a short time. In this case, the only way to make the birdcage disappear completely is to defeat the capable person himself. As if going crazy, Ace punched out punch after punch. Under his bombardment, fire fists and wire posts began to collide with each other, and there was a boom, boom, boom explosion sound in the field. The two clashed fiercely, and the battle entered a fierce stage. At this time, the entire palace was in a mess, countless buildings collapsed, and flames and wire posts were entangled with each other, refusing to give in to each other. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. The pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and then a huge fireball condensed above Ace's head, shining hot like the sun. Although it certainly cannot reach the temperature of the sun, the flame compressed as much as possible will make the temperature higher and the destructive power stronger. Feeling the heat wave rushing towards his face, Doflamingo also looked solemn, activated the fruit ability, and the silk thread was entwined on the back, forming a thick thread post swinging like a tentacle, bearing his teeth and claws. 16 rounds of holy bullets, God's killing. Doflamingo also snorted coldly, 16 thick wire posts flaunted behind his back, and then blasted towards Ace. Both of them roared loudly, and the domineering color rushed out of the two of them and collided with each other. Boom! On the surface of the sea, a small boat sailed from a distance, and its destination was Dressrosa. Yunya was bored like a salted fish lying on a sofa in the boat, looking at the sky leisurely, with a picture of leisurely contentment. Suddenly, Yunya seemed to sense something, sat up, looked in the direction of Dressrosa, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kid did a good job. He actually gave Doflamingo this move. Forced out. After the Battle of Cake Island, the people from Wangsu Hall did not stay in the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms for too long, and chose to return to the Moon Knight Island headquarters. After returning to Moon Knight Island, Yunya's intelligence agency also passed the news of Ace's going to Dressrosa to Yunya. Only then did Yunya know that after leaving Moon Knight Island, the little guy Ace actually went to find trouble with brother Doflaming. After all, he is the nephew he just recognized, and Yunya also plans to come to Dressrosa to have a look. Immediately stepping down from the boat, Yunya's figure rushed out like a rocket, blinked to the outside of the birdcage, and carefully looked at the birdcage that was gradually shrinking in. After thinking about it, Yunya covered his fist with armed domineering, and punched him. With a sound of boom, Yunya's fist hit the silk thread of the birdcage like a broken bamboo, and immediately the surrounding area collapsed, with cracks everywhere. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the area where the birdcage was bombarded by Yunya sank, but it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, there is indeed something special. Can this punch not break the birdcage? Yunya chuckled, and stretched out his hand to grab one of the wire posts. A strong force came from the thread post in his hand, and he wanted to continue to indent, but Yunya grabbed the thread post firmly and fixed the thread post in place. Other than the silk thread, the other thread posts were not affected. Tisk, it's really unreasonable. Yunya let go, and the string was like a taut bowstring, and it bounced back with a zhang sound, and the place Yunya was holding just now collapsed, but it didn't take long. Resume again. The scorching white flame spread out from Yunya's hand, burning the thread post, and soon, a hole was burned in the thread post by Yunya's flame, but after Yunya's flame went out, it quickly recovered. A high-level armed color is needed to destroy the structure and disintegrate it. The flame can also be destroyed, but it will recover soon. Do I need to destroy all the wire posts at once? Yunya looked at the birdcage, guessing in his heart. If you want to destroy the birdcage without knocking down the ability user itself, you need high-level armed domineering and you must destroy the birdcage as a whole, otherwise the birdcage will continue to be repaired. Forget it, let's go there quickly, after all, he is the nephew I recognized. Yunya shook his head and chuckled, a little black and red light flickered between his fingers. False flash. An energy ray erupted from between Yunya's fingers. He stretched out his hand and swiped across from left to right, and the energy ray also moved with his fingers. Boom boom boom. Facing Yunya's false flash, the birdcage was only blocked for a moment before being broken open. With Yunya's light swipe, the condensed high-energy rays penetrated the birdcage, and from left to right, one after another line pillars were directly disintegrated and shattered. Just when Yunya directly broke the birdcage, Doflamingo collided with Ace's big move, and the deadlocked Doflamingo suddenly changed his face, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Over there, the birdcage he used it started to dissipate and disintegrate little by little. What's going on? Doflamingo was terrified in his heart. Facing the birdcage, even a capable person like himself couldn't break through it, so he could only let it dissipate. But what is going on now? Someone actually used brute force to break open his birdcage? The destruction of the birdcage meant that his previous plan had completely failed. Everything he did in Dressrosa will be made public. Ace also saw this scene. Although he didn't know who did it, it undoubtedly helped him a lot. A scum like you is not qualified to be the king of a country. Now seeing Doflamingo's expression in a daze, Ace's eyes flashed, and he roared, and more powerful flames gushed from his body. It came out and poured into Emperor Yan. Raging? With the injection of Ace's flame, the already huge fireball like a small sun expanded again, emitting endless light and heat. Boom boom boom. The two men clashed with each other, and a terrifying roar erupted. Heat waves and shock waves radiated to the surroundings. The movement was so loud that the entire island could clearly hear it. Damn it. Seeing this, Doflamingo's face became extremely gloomy, and his fruit ability was pushed to the extreme, which made the already thick string grow bigger again. Boom boom boom. Attack stalemate. Shock wave after wave. I will defeat you and atone for your murderous crime. Ace roared, holding his hands in the void. The originally inflated fireball swung suddenly, and then began to gradually shrink in size. And as the volume shrinks, the heat contained inside becomes hotter and more violent. In the end, the fireball began to emit a dazzling golden light, and then the boom exploded as if a bomb had been detonated. The aftermath of the explosion impacted all directions, thick fire tornadoes and pillars of flame connected to the sky, roaring and impacting the surroundings, blasting Doflamingo's attack to pieces, and the high-temperature flames enveloped Doflamingo's figure. This is a trick that Ace comprehends and develops after seeing the scene where the Night Blade destroys the island. It is also his most powerful move now. Damn brat. In the flames, Doflamingo was covered in armed arrogance, barely resisting the high temperature that could burn a sword blade. At this time, his tone was extremely cold, and a murderous intent was emitted without any scruples. Come on. A string drilled out of the palm, spirally intertwined, covered with armed collars, and began to rotate like a drill bit, making a buzzing sound. Holy bullet god killing. Doflamingo roared, locked on Ace with knowledge, and the thread column rushed out in a spiral, breaking through layers of fire curtains to kill Ace. This is his last resort? Go to the prison and repent obediently. Shenhushai Renui. Ace is also gathering more powerful and concentrated attacks. The flames are compressed between his hands, and finally shaped into a flaming spear of more than 10 meters, which is captured. He held it in his hand and thrust forward fiercely. The two attacks did not collide with each other, but stabbed towards each other's body. The flaming spear pierced Doflamingo's chest, and Doflamingo's post also hit Ace in the abdomen. Ace was pushed by the wire post and fell from the sky. The huge impact smashed the ground into a huge pothole again, and Doflamingo was also stabbed in the chest by the flaming spear, and the burning flames fell from the sky. Both lose. The disappearance of the birdcage also means that Doflamingo has been defeated. Countless residents of Dressrosa cheered. They are out of danger? Although they also saw the false flash just now, they didn't know it was someone else's attack, thinking it was the attack of the person who fought Doflamingo. It was precisely because of this attack that Doflamingo was defeated. According to word of mouth, the residents of the island also knew that the person who defeated the Don Quixote family was a pirate named Spade Pirates. Some temperamental people started shouting the names of the Spades pirates, seeing them as heroes. And the cotters of the Don Quixote family who had not been defeated all changed their faces at this moment. They also thought that it was because Doflamingo was defeated that the birdcage was released. However, they didn't choose to run away. Instead, after repelling their opponents, they rushed towards the place where Doflamingo fell. The same is true for the members of the Spades pirates, running towards Ace's position. Doflamingo, are you okay? Several cotters of the Don Quixote family had come to Doflamingo's side at this time. Looking at Doflamingo, who was covered in flames, Torre Ball used ability to create a sticky substance, put out the flames, and want to go over and help Doflamingo up. Ahem. Doflamingo waved his hand to stop Torre Pole's movements, got up from the ground with a gloomy face, clutched his chest, and coughed out a big mouthful of blood. At this time, Doflamingo was in a state of distress. His blonde hair was scorched black by the fire, his feather coat was completely burned in the flames, and there were large scorched marks all over his body, and there was even a scorched black spot on his chest. The blood hole was bleeding non-stop, but fortunately he had used his ability to sew up the wound. Captain, are you okay? The members of the Spades pirates also came to Ace's side. Seeing Ace's tragic situation at this time, a look of worry flashed across his face, and a crew member helped Ace up. I'm fine. At this time, Ace also vomited blood, and there were many wounds on his body, especially on the abdomen. A huge wound appeared, and the internal organs were faintly exposed. Ace said he was fine, but he didn't look like he was fine. Phew furfur, it looks like I've won, but I have to say, you guys did a great job. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the Spades pirates in front of him with a ferocious look. The killing intent surged all over his body. The birdcage was forced, which meant that everything he had done in Dressrosa had been exposed, and he, Shishibukai, was at the end of it. And all of this was caused by this group of people in front of them? Doflamingo was furious in his heart, and his killing intent was boiling. But, damn it. Feeling Doflamingo's killing intent, Ace wanted to struggle to stand up from his companion, but it caused his injuries and spit out a big mouthful of blood again. Hurry up, I'll block this place. Ace took a deep breath, forced himself to stand, pushed his companion away, and flames surged from his body again, staring at Doflamingo. Phew furfur, are you dying? Don't worry, you have destroyed my arrangement for many years, I won't let you off so easily. Doflamingo grinned, showing a ferocious and terrifying smile, and walked in the direction of Ace and the others. As his footsteps fell, the ground was also assimilated into silk threads, bearing his teeth and claws behind his back. Ace's face darkened, and he planned to make a final counterattack. Now that he can barely stand, it is impossible to be Doflamingo's opponent. But at this moment, a voice came over. Task tisk, you did a good job, little Ace. Hearing this voice, Ace was taken aback and looked over. And Doflamingo and his cotters also heard this familiar voice, and their expressions changed at the same time. Even Doflamingo did the same, turning his head suddenly to look at the place where the sound came from. Over there, Yunya walked over, not in a hurry, with a faint smile on his face. Uncle, yes, it's you? Why did you appear here? Ace still couldn't open his mouth to call Uncle Yunya, but he was also relieved to see Yunya at this time. The members of the surrounding Spades pirates also breathed a sigh of relief. Given the relationship between Quincy and Ace, they should be fine. Me, Quincy Master. As for the people on Doflamingo's side, after seeing Yunya, their faces changed drastically. The Quincy. Doflamingo looked at Yunya, who was slowly approaching with a serious expression. Yunya just smiled and nodded at the Spades pirates, pointed out, and replied to treat Ace, then ignored Ace, but looked at Doflamingo. Long time no see, Doflamingo. Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo's expression was extremely solemn. You are behind all this. Looking at Yunya's address to Ace just now, he had a faint premonition in his heart. Could this member of the Spade Pirates have something to do with Quincy? The moment the members of the Spades Pirates saw Yunya, their expressions were obviously different from the nervousness before. It was an expression of relief. Doflamingo guessed in his heart that all of this was just a way for the Quincy to deal with him. Yunya shook his head and jokingly said, "Do you think it takes so much trouble for me to deal with you? What is your relationship with this Spade Pirates? Are they your forces?" Doflamingo frowned and asked, "If it wasn't planned by Quincy, then there is only one possibility, and that is the Spades Pirates are related to Quincy." Yunya pointed at Ace and smiled. "The captain of the Spade Pirates is my nephew." Nephew? The Don Quixote Cotters' faces darkened when they heard this, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. "If it has something to do with it, you should have said it earlier. Maybe we won't take action against you Spade Pirates." Yunya didn't seem to see the expressions of these people, and continued, "I didn't expect that he would attack you. I rushed here just in case, but you were almost defeated by my nephew. It's really getting better and better, Doflamingo. To be honest, Yunya really just came here to see and ensure Ace's safety." Hearing that, the corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, but it was useless at this point. He stared at Yunya and said in a cold voice, "Even if it didn't happen, you would have done something to me sooner or later, right?" "Probably." Yunya didn't deny it, and still said with a smile, "Then, in the face of me, are you still planning to make a move?" Doflamingo was silent for a while. His domineering look emerged. He looked at Yunya, and laughed loudly. "Fufufu, do you think I will be captured obediently? Or are you going to recruit me into Wangsu Palace? The entire dark world is unified by you. You can't let my family go, right?" Yunya ignored Doflamingo's domineering oppression, shook his head and said, "I'm not stupid enough to let you, a proud guy, join my power, and you can't become someone else's vassal. After all, you used to be Tianlong people. What do you want from me?" Doflamingo heard something from Yunya's words, and narrowed his eyes. Before that, Doflamingo was guessing why the Quincy attacked other people in the dark world, but not himself. The only possibility is that he was once a celestial dragon. Not because of his identity as a celestial dragon, but because of the information he, a celestial dragon, knows about the Holy Land Mary Joa. This point, after I catch you, I will ask you carefully. Yunya smiled and didn't explain too much, and rushed towards the people of the Don Quixote family in a flash. Yunya didn't choose to touch Doflamingo before, because he wanted to know from him what secrets the world government still hides, things that have not been revealed in the original works such as I'm and Uranus. Is I'm the king of heaven? If not, what is the king of heaven? To what extent has Im's strength reached? Yunya wanted to know all these questions in order to prepare for the upcoming war. However, given that Yunya knew Doflamingo's character well, even if he imprisoned him and tortured him, he probably wouldn't be able to tell. Yunya has a plan in mind, that is to see if he can find out the information by reading Doflamingo's memory. The first thing that comes to mind is naturally Big Mom's soul fruit, and the second is Charlotte Bryn's memory fruit. Because he only remembered this after killing Charlotte Lingling, Yunya didn't think of this when he invaded Cake Island, and didn't catch Charlotte Bryn. Yunya has already offered rewards for the soul fruit and the Pio fruit through his own power. After searching for so long, there is still no sign of Pio fruit, and I don't know if it has been eaten. The rebirth of the soul fruit has not been heard yet. Anyway, Yunya is not in a hurry right now, he can wait. It's just that I didn't expect that the little guy Ace actually found trouble with Doflamingo. Doflamingo's strength is still recognized by Yunya, and his strength in the Kaiwohe cannot be considered weak. The current Ace may not be able to do Doflamingo. For this reason, Yunya still came to Dressrosa. It's just that I didn't expect Ace to be able to push Doflamingo to such a point, but I underestimated him. Quincy, you. Doflamingo's face darkened when he saw Yunya attacking, and the thread post behind him also attacked Yunya. How much strength do you retain now? Yunya easily avoided Doflamingo's attack, chuckled lightly, and sent Doflamingo flying with a punch. Doflamingo spit out blood from his mouth and flew backwards, wounds added to his wounds. Although he didn't lose consciousness, he couldn't move. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Cotters also directly acted upon seeing this. However, with Yunya's current strength, it is still easy to get rid of the people of the Don Quixote family. A few flashing clouds and nights subdued them. Are there a few people missing? Yunya found that there were a few fewer Tang Quixote Cotters here, but Yunya didn't care. Torre Bull, Diamante, Pika, Granus, Gladius and other major Cotters are all there, and others may not be on Dressrosa's side, but it doesn't matter. Yunya didn't kill them, but knocked them unconscious, and it was still useful to keep them. After finishing all this, Yunya looked at Ace and his group and said, "Have you seen the strength of these strong men like Hi now? Don't be so passionate about everything and act recklessly. If I hadn't come, you would probably all die here. This sea is more dangerous than you imagined, even I dare not show it too much." The people present were lectured and did not dare to talk back. But in my heart, I started to slander, "Your Quincy is not flamboyant enough?" Do you really think they don't know your Quincy style? Seeing this group of people obediently being scolded with their heads down like a doormat, Yunya nodded in satisfaction. I'll leave this to you. Remember, don't say I've been here. After finishing speaking, Yunya grabbed everyone who was unconscious and left here in a flash. After Yunya left, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They would still feel pressured in front of a big man like Quincy, although he is the elder of his own captain, but the Quincy master has a fierce reputation, so he can't help but be a little bit cowardly. Ace, who had improved a little after being treated by Hideo, looked around and said, since the matter has been resolved, let's leave here too. The news spread like wildfire. It was also revealed that Doflamingo secretly conspired to capture Dressrosa. After the conspiracy was exposed, the Don Quixote family disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went, and it was even more impossible to know that they were taken away by the Quincy. I just thought they had found a place to hide. This news should not be a sensation. Another Shishibukai downfall. The reason is similar to Crocodile, even this one is even worse. First, Crocodile secretly stole Alabasta, and then Doflamingo took over Dressrosa. The two Shishibukai successively committed such bad deeds. Everyone in the sea once again expressed dissatisfaction with the Shishibukai policy, especially on the side of the franchise countries. One by one even sent their opinions to the world government, demanding the abolition of Chi Wohei's position. The successive occurrences made the complexion of the aloof Wolaoxing extremely gloomy. This guy Doflamingo is actually doing this kind of thing secretly. They have just selected 2 new Kai Wohei quotas, and have even sent out the invitation letter, but they did not expect such a major incident to happen again. Doflamingo, one of the 7 martial arts, was defeated by Fire Fist Ace, a substitute of the 7 martial arts. What are these things? Now there is a question, that is it necessary to send those invitations to Blackbeard and Fire Fist? Wu Laoxing had a headache. Originally, there were no disturbances in Crocodile's side, so he could set up Kai Wohei to deter the pirates. It was planned well, but something went wrong. Headache. It is no longer possible to deal with this situation coldly, and it has aroused public resentment. Even if the world government doesn't care about the opinions of those civilians, the opinions of the franchise countries still need to be listened to. And just after a while, the World Conference will be held. It is conceivable what kind of opinions those allies at the World Conference will put forward. If left alone, it might turn into an ending that even they can't predict. What a fuck? The 5 old stars cursed secretly, and let them be annoyed, but they had to make a decision and start to formulate actions to deal with the subsequent impact. After that, the bounty of Fire Fist Ace increased again, and now it has exceeded the bounty of the original book, reaching as much as 600 million, and the former Shishibukai Doflamingo was also wanted again, with a bounty of 900 million Baileys. At this time, there are not only Wolaoxing but also the Warring States period. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Office. Looking at the information passed by the intelligence organization in his hand, his face was as gloomy and black as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed secretly, it's the damn Shishibukai again. How long has it been since then? And it has been revealed that another Shishibukai is also using Kai Wohei's position to do things. Chi Wohei's position can be said to be stinky, and he no longer has any credibility in the sea. Red Dog and Yellow Monkey have set off for the New World at this time, but they haven't arrived yet. They are still on the way. During this period of time, there was another change in the sea, making the Warring States wonder whether to call them back. After thinking about it, Zhangguo shook his head. Forget it. There is no delay in the New World. This opportunity does not come all the time. This matter is a key point for their navy, which will help them flex their muscles in the New World. As for Kai Wohei, let him die. Wait for the order from the world government. This time the Warring States period did not choose to open any meeting, so let the world government have a headache for this matter. He doesn't want to care anymore. However, the room leak happened to be raining all night, and the Sengoku didn't want to pay attention to Kai Wohei's matter here, but another major event happened on the other side. Just today, the long-disappeared Red Earl Redfield suddenly appeared and attacked a stronghold of the world government on the Red Earth continent. What? The Red Earl actually jumped out at this time? He attacked the army on the Red Earth continent. Zhangguo's face darkened when he heard the news, and he stood up from his chair suddenly. Is the target Marshal Kong? Various thoughts emerged in Zhangguo's mind, and his eyes narrowed to reveal a dangerous light. He also knew the grievances between Redfield and Kong, but after thinking about it for a while, he knew what Redfield's purpose was. The face of the Warring States is extremely gloomy. Is this a coincidence? No, this can't be a coincidence. It should have been specially chosen at this time. Zhangguo was sure in his heart that this was definitely not a coincidence, but intentional. The current situation is chaotic. In order to cope with the situation at sea, the combat power of the navy will be mobilized. Akainu and Kizuro went to the New World. Aokiji also rushed over because of the situation in the Chambord Islands. Yurin was not at the navy headquarters at this time, but went to other places to perform tasks. That guy Garp said he wanted to go back to Donghai to see his grandson and left. The Quasi-General has always been on missions, and will only return to the headquarters except for urgent matters. In other words, almost all the general-level combat power went out to perform missions. At this time, the Navy headquarters has an unprecedented emptiness of combat power. And it just so happened that at this point in time, Redfield chose to attack the army. Anyone with a brain knows that this is definitely the day that Redfield chose. Perhaps the situation on the whole island of Chambord was caused by Redfield, in order to attract the combat power of the Navy? Damn. Warring States was secretly annoyed. In order to deal with the situation in the sea, the Navy already had some headaches. Now Redfield came out to do something again, causing Sengoku to have a headache. But Kong is his boss after all, and he also has the kindness to know him. Now that he encounters this situation, warring states can only go to support him. The world government has not only the Navy, but also the Army, as well as the Special Intelligence Agency CP organization. However, compared with the Navy, the Army's power is not very strong. It is more often stationed on the Red Soil continent, and it is specially cultivated to protect the Holy Land of Marijoa. Although the strength is inferior to the Navy, occasionally there will be 1 or 2 strong players. An Xiao, who was killed by Yunya, was once one of the generals of the army. Because he teamed up with Kong to defeat Redfield, he was appointed by the world government as one of the chiefs of CP0. CP0 is just a general term, it serves the Tianlong people and is the personal guard of the Tianlong family. Every celestial dragon family has a special bodyguard, and the collective name of these people is CP0. However, in CP0, there are strong and weak ones. The stronger the Tianlongbran family, the stronger the personal guards they have. Those who can basically go out to perform tasks belong to the strong ranks of CP0. It is the personal guard of the Wolaoxing family who is in charge of the Tianlong people. The reason why Redfield attacked the army was because of the last defeat. For the last defeat, Ladefield is also brooding, and has always wanted to get revenge. And this target of revenge is naturally the current commander-in-chief of the whole army, Steelbones Kong. How strong was Redfield at his peak? He is a strong man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 legendary pirate groups. Facing Redfield's sudden attack, the army was no match at all. In the end, it was time to sit on the ground in the Holy Land of Marijoa to stop Redfield. The Red Earth continent is not far from the Holy Land of Marijoa, where the army is stationed. The moment Kong appeared, Redfield had already noticed it, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kong, you guy is finally here? I thought you didn't dare to come. You guy, Ladefield, dare to appear in front of me. Kong was also furious. He didn't expect that Ladefield would surprise the army again. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, almost a life and death fight when they come into contact with each other. Redfield's goal was empty, so naturally he would not show mercy, and a big battle broke out between the two on the Red Soil continent in an instant. At this time, Steelbone Kong was old, and his strength had dropped a lot facing Redfield's attack. He could barely resist. Redfield's vampire fruit ability is still very abnormal. As long as there is blood for him to suck, he can recover his combat power while fighting. Although there is an upper limit, it will undoubtedly improve his battery life. Jahi, Kong, you are old too. Back then you were able to fight against me without losing the wind. Redfield showed an evil smile, replaced the sword with an umbrella, and slashed a 1,000-meter bloody slash along the ground, cut a gully, and kill towards the sky. Haven't you learned your lesson yet, you guy? I beat you here at the beginning. Kong's hands were covered with armed colors. Although he was old, his body was still tall, and he punched like a tiger. Boom! The two attacked and collided, the strength swept across, and the ground cracked. Breaking through Redfield's attack, Kong stepped on the shaving and shot out like a shooting star, and his fists rained down like raindrops. Of course I remember, this time I'll be ashamed. Redfield's evil smile remained on his face, the umbrella was opened, and countless blood-colored bats jumped out of the umbrella, biting forward. Each punch of Kong shattered the bitten blood-colored bats, but the blood-colored bats seemed to be endless. Even if they were shattered, they would recover in a short time. Ha ha ha, you have such a beautiful idea. This time, you will be defeated by me and imprisoned in the city like last time. Kong laughed loudly, his fists were covered with thick-armed domineering, and he bombarded the void with a fist to produce a violent impact. Blast everything in the fan-shaped area in front of you? It doesn't mean that you are already old, but I have returned to my prime. Redfield's eyes flashed red, the umbrella was closed, and the domineering color suddenly burst out, and his feet rushed out, and the tip of the umbrella pierced Kong's chest. Humph. Kong Lang snorted. For a strong man like him, Overlord color wasn't too affected. The pitch-black color spreads all over the body, and the whole body is armed and hardened. Kong's left hand grabs the stabbed umbrella tip, and despite the force of the impact, he cannot break his defense. The title of Steelbone is not a joke. After grabbing the tip of the umbrella, Sora shouted loudly, and blasted out with his right fist. Seeing this, Redfield on the other side also greeted him with a punch. Boom! The fists of the two collided, a terrifying roar erupted, air waves swept out one after another, and the ground shattered. The two retreated at the same time, and then bumped into each other again. The explosions of boom continued one after another. In the battle between two top masters, others simply cannot get close. The army is too weak. After An Xiao left, no decent strongmen appeared. It is impossible to intervene in the battle between the two. An hour later, Zhang Guo rushed over and joined the battlefield without hesitation. Leadfield, this is not a place where you can run wild. The Buddha strikes. Warring States suddenly turned into a golden Buddha, with a domineering cover pressing down, his right hand forming a palm, and pushing out with a palm. A terrifying impact came from his palm burst out. Jahi, Zango, your strength has not weakened much, and the animal department is indeed longer than other fruits. Redfield was not surprised to see the arrival of Zangetsu, as he expected. The domineering color erupted to fight against it, black thunder flashed in the air, and the umbrella was opened again. When the umbrella was opened, the blood-red blood also spread suddenly, opening it like an umbrella leaf to block in front of him. With a sound of boom, the bulging shock wave hit the front, scattered the blood, and still rushed towards Redfield like a broken bamboo. But with this short moment, Redfield had already left the place in a flash. The palm of the Warring States blasted into the ground, directly hitting a huge pothole. On the other side, Kong also seized this gap, and the knowledgeable color caught Redfield's landing point, came one step ahead of time, and punched out. Redfield's sense of knowledge is not for nothing. At the same time, he also sensed Kong's attack, set up an umbrella, covered it with armed color, and blocked Kong's punch. With the sound of boom, Redfield was repelled, and Sengoku joined the attack, and pushed out with one palm again. The impact was shocking. Your Navy's traditions have been preserved until now. Redfield showed no panic on his face, and suddenly turned into a blood-colored bat and shot around, avoiding the blow of the Warring States period, and condensed a body in another place. The tradition of the Navy has always been to dispatch multiple people together, and there are rarely one-on-one situations. This is also the point that the Navy makes the pirates fearful when they are at sea. Every time they act, they are not alone, but in a collective and organized manner. Vampire fruit can also be regarded as a special animal type, and under the use of Redfield, it also exerted unexpected effects. The Superman type has a special waxy fruit, the animal type has a special Nika fruit, and it seems that a special vampire fruit is not impossible. However, it is not easy for Redfield to achieve this level. This ability to differentiate into blood-colored bats to avoid attacks will not appear until he awakens the vampire fruit. Sengoku and Sora stood side by side, looking at the still elegant and calm Redfield ahead. Zhanguo frowned. I didn't expect that even you ate a devil fruit. What kind of ability is this? This should be the vampire fruit of the zoomorphic beast species, which can restore youth by absorbing blood, but this ability to turn into a blood bat, have you developed this fruit to the degree of awakening? Kong said. As the world government, the commander-in-chief of the entire army has the right to obtain some secret information from the world government, including the Devil Fruit illustrated book, which he has read more than once. When he saw Redfield's ability for the first time, he had roughly guessed it. And obviously, Redfield has developed the vampire fruit to the point of awakening. There is only one requirement for fruit ability awakening, that is, when the body and mind can catch up with the ability, it can reach the point of awakening. And Redfield is a legendary pirate, a strong man who can compete with Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others, and his strength has reached the peak of the sea. It is very difficult for ordinary people to awaken the fruit in such a short period of time, but for Redfield, as long as he is given a certain amount of time to familiarize himself with the ability, he will soon be able to achieve the awakening requirement. Moreover, Redfield and the vampire fruit are also very compatible. The devil fruit is conscious, and may choose its owner from some aspect. For example, Nika fruit will consciously avoid the world government, and finally chose the protagonist Luffy because of fate. Driven by some invisible and intangible thing called fate, the devil fruit will choose its own satisfied owner. Jahi, that's right, this is the ability to bring me back to my youth. Animals are phantom beasts, vampire fruits. Redfield smiled evilly, without denying it. It wasn't the first time that a vampire fruit had appeared on the sea, even he knew about it, let alone the navy backed by the world government. Even if you regain your youth, do you really have the combat power of when you were young? Kong stared at Redfield. Eating a devil fruit will give you an extra weakness, and vampire fruit is not without side effects. As long as you stop you from sucking blood, how long can you last? Then let's try it. Let's see if you can't hold on first, or I lose first. Redfield didn't talk nonsense after finishing speaking, and rushed out in a flash. Old guy, since you have already lost once, go to prison again for me. Zhanguo snorted coldly, and pushed the shock wave with his palm. I'll let you try again what it's like to be defeated. Kong also condensed his fists with thick armor, and rushed out with his feet. Boom boom boom. The battle between the three became more and more intense, and there was no end to roars on the Red Earth continent. At this time, Redfield broke out with extremely strong combat power, fighting against the warring states and the sky alone without losing the wind. Because of his age, Zhang Kong's strength is not as good as before. Warring states has the ability of animals and phantom beasts with strong vitality. Compared with his heyday, his combat power has only declined a little. Such a strong two teamed up, still can't win Redfield in a short time. From here, we can see how terrifying Redfield's combat power was during his heyday, absolutely not inferior to the three legendary pirates of the past. In the end, the ability of the Fruit of the Warring States period was awakened, and it emerged in the form of a three-headed, six-armed, angry-eyed King Kong. It was a big move against Redfield. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was bitten by the neck by Redfield using his ability, and a lot of blood was drawn out, and a lot of vitality was drawn, but at the cost of being seriously injured and comatose, Kong created an opportunity to attack. Redfield vomited blood and flew backwards, wrinkles appeared on his face, and he regained his old appearance. Go to hell. Here Kong also exploded completely, raised his fists, and his six-style profound art bombarded Redfield's body, causing Redfield to spit out blood and was seriously injured. Want to kill me? Is it that easy? Redfield gritted his teeth and took the blow, turned around and used the umbrella instead of the sword to make the terrifying slash of the great swordsman. The slash hit the hollow, leaving a long bloodstain in front of his body, spreading from the neck to the waist and abdomen. The blood gurgled, the slash pushed the sky and flew backwards, the blood spurted out, and finally smashed hard on the ground. A lot of vitality was taken away in the Warring States period. His black hair became grizzled, and his injuries were even more serious than that of Kong Kong. Even though he is an animal of the phantom beast species, his vitality is strong, but it is not so difficult to recover. Easy, already seriously injured and unconscious at this time, and Kong was also attacked by Redfield's last counterattack. The slash directly broke his armed domineering, leaving a deep wound on his strong body. At this time, he barely stood up holding his chest, his eyes still full of murderous intent. Keep an eye on Redfield. Redfield is also very uncomfortable here. It is not easy to achieve this level with 1 against 2. His physical strength and arrogance are almost exhausted. The body is also unable to maintain its ability due to trauma, and it has returned to its old state. At this point, the battle here is over, and both sides have suffered a loss. Later, Redfield was seriously injured and fled, Sengoku fell into a coma, and Sora was seriously injured. San Marijoya. The 5 old stars gathered together, their faces were extremely gloomy. Among them, the 5 old stars with knives said with a cold face, Sengoku and Kong were both injured in the battle with Redfield, and it is very likely that they will not be able to command the army in a short time. That damned guy actually chose to attack the army at this point in time. Is he trying to avenge his previous failure? The blonde Wu Laoxing also said. It's okay to be empty. Now that he has almost recovered after being treated by the medical team, but in the Warring States period, he has already proposed to me to resign as Admiral of the Navy. Another person said with a sigh. Although Sora was also injured, his physique was strong, and the injuries he received were only physical, so it was not difficult to recover. It was just because he was old that his resilience was not as strong as before, but he would return to his previous state after a period of rest. And the Warring States side is in some trouble, because a lot of life force has been taken away by Redfield. At this time, the hair of the Warring States has turned grey, and wrinkles have appeared on the face. Take the position of Admiral of the Navy. After waking up, he directly proposed to Wu Laoxing to abdicate. Hearing this news, the rest of the people were silent for a moment. The bald Wu Laoxing looked at several people and said, now the only 3 generals in the Navy who are qualified for the position of Marshal. The Warring States has already made up its mind. It seems that only one of the 3 can be selected. The yellow monkey is too lazy, the justice of the green pheasant is also ambiguous, and the red dog is tough. At this chaotic time, it is a good choice, but he is too tough. I just don't know if it is a good choice to choose him as the leader. A good choice. The blonde Wu Laoxing said. If they had to choose one of the 3 generals, then their choice would definitely be Akainu. The other 2 are strong enough, but one is too lazy, and the other is for the Navy, not for their world government. Carp, well, they have long been ruled out. If you want to be a marshal, you must have enough merits, and you are still a high-level Navy, so you can only meet the 3 generals. The previous admirals were also selected from the generals. It's become a tradition. Then recommend Akainu, but Sengoku recommends Aokiji. He is a veteran after all, so we have to take our opinions into consideration. The blonde 5 old stars said. If a general is promoted to marshal, then a position of general will be vacant. Who should take this position? Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin are barely qualified, but don't forget, there is also a Night Blade. The 5 old stars with curly hair also said something they need to consider, and that is the Night Blade. Yaren's strength is definitely enough to take the position of general, and his strength is not even inferior to the current 3 generals. But do they want such a prick to become an admiral? Warring States has proposed to us more than once to make Yaren a quasi-general, but we have rejected them all, and I feel a little unhappy in my heart. This time, the abdication and the recommendation of Aokiji are not intended to put pressure on us. What do you think? Wu Laoxing with the knife said with a sneer. However, we also need to solve this problem. The Warring States period really left us with a problem. Just ignore Sengoku's order and let Akainu take over. Such an approach is likely to divide the Navy into 2 factions that are hostile to each other. It's not like you don't know what's going on now. Sengoku recommends Aokiji, we recommend Akainu, and then let their Navy handle it themselves? If Akainu is in charge, they should also choose to suppress Yabasa in charge. After all, the conflict between the 2 of them is not small. After discussing for a while, the 5 old stars all made a decision. When Sengoku recommended Aokiji, they recommended Akainu, and then let their Navy side solve it by themselves, and they will not participate in this matter. Your Navy only needs to send over the final results, as long as it is one of the top 3 generals. At this stage, the Navy cannot be left alone. After the decision was made, Wu Laoxing also took action and directly informed the Navy of the news. After Sengoku was injured and announced that he would abdicate, Akainu and Kizura did not continue to go to the New World, but returned to the Navy headquarters. The incident happened suddenly, and both Aokiji and Akainu were not prepared much, and they seemed to be driving ducks to the shelves. Except for the high-level Navy who knew about this matter, the other navies didn't know about it, but there was no impenetrable wall, and even the navies at the bottom had more or less heard of it, and heatedly discussed, who will be the marshal. The situation intensified, and finally the warring states came forward to explain the situation, and finally set the tone. Aokiji was recommended by the warring states period, while Akainu was recommended by the world government, and the position of marshal was chosen between the two. Later, the two generals who were recommended to be marshals also began to fight fiercely for the position of marshals. Huang Yuan watched the play and said that this matter had nothing to do with his salted fish. Yunya also did not expect that things would develop to this point. This fellow Ladefield actually raided the army on the Red Earth continent, and also wounded Zhangguo, which forced Zhangguo to step down from the position of marshal. The battle between Red Dog and Aokiji marshal broke out. It's somewhat similar to the original book. I just don't know how the ending will evolve. Yunya rubbed his chin and began to think. It doesn't matter to him about this matter. There is a little bit. It does matter, but not much. No matter which of the two becomes the marshal, it is impossible for him to become a general. If it was not done during the warring states period, it is even more impossible for others. The world government will not agree to it. He should have made up his mind to suppress his promotion again and again. It is impossible for him to become a general even if he dies. Now Yunyi is somewhat similar to Drago and Garp back then, that is, they don't obey the orders of the world government very much. Because Garp is a veteran, he has deep feelings for the navy, and he will not leave easily. As long as Garp does not make trouble, the world government will not care about him because of his defeat of Rocks. And after Drago left, he directly set up a revolutionary army, threatening to overthrow the world government. This is a great enemy cultivated by their navy for their world government. And although Yaren didn't see anything yet, any guy with the overlord look would not accept discipline. They are also worried about whether the future Nightblade will do something like Drago. So far, Nightblade is not on the trust list of the world government. After all, Yuren didn't show any hostility towards the navy or the world government. He just went his own way, and Yuren's reputation in the navy was only inferior to the three generals. The world government didn't want to touch him for the time being. Because the two red dogs and green pheasants are from different factions, the dove faction and the hawk faction also don't see each other well. Perhaps seeing this, Aokiji and Akainu didn't want the navy to be completely divided, but chose to use battle to decide the outcome. Win to be Hokage. Be marshal? The battle between the two lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, during which almost no one knew what happened, but the only thing that is certain is that Akainu won and became the marshal. What people didn't expect was that after the failure, Aokiji chose to leave the navy. The new marshal took over, General Aokiji left the navy, and the navy's top management changed hands. Once this news was announced, it immediately shocked the whole world. The departure of Aokiji also made everyone who knew the news so surprised that their mouths dropped. Countless people are discussing this matter, and they are also discussing the impact that the naval reshuffle will have on the world. Whether it is the four emperors, the revolutionary army, or other large and small forces, they all chose to wait and see what happened at this point in time. They also don't want to touch the bad luck of the navy at this time. Everyone knows what Akainu's character is, and he has a tough style. After he takes office as the marshal, he will definitely make a big move. In the next few days, the World Conference kicked off. All the countries eligible to participate in the World Conference gathered in the Holy Land of Marijoa, and as if they had a tacit understanding, more than half of the allied countries proposed to the world government to abolish the Shishibukai system. Forced by helplessness and scruples about public grievances, the world government agreed to this proposal. So far, the Shishibukai system has been thoroughly spread throughout the world through news. At this time, the Navy announced the start of a worldwide conscription. The original three admirals of the Navy, Akainu, became the marshal, and Aokiji left, leaving two vacancies for the current position of admiral. Akainu, who has already become the marshal, did not consider making the Nightblade the new general. The world government issued an order that anyone can become a general, except Yaren. The world government has always been brooding over what Yaren once did, but the Navy has the look of a king. What is overlord color? These old antiques are naturally clear, typical self-centered, and undisciplined types. And the strength is still so strong. He refuses to listen to the orders of the world government again and again. There are already a few lessons learned from the past, and Drago is one, and he ran out to become a revolutionary army. And Aokiji is also one, although his departure is beyond everyone's expectations, but this is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the navy. Even Wu Laoxing didn't expect the ending to turn out like this, so he was more cautious in this matter. If there is another Nightblade, the navy will lose all face. And Akainu also has this kind of thought. He has always had a hunch that Yaren's heart is not with the navy at all, and he can do whatever he wants. It doesn't look like a navy at all, but more like a pirate. Coupled with the bad relationship between the two, Akainu could only give up this idea, and planned to promote the two quasi-generals to generals, but Momoto and Chafa refused. The reason is that their strength is inferior to Knight's Edge, and even Knight's Edge is not qualified to be a general, so they are even less qualified. Hearing this, Akainu was extremely annoyed, but he knew that the position of Admiral of the Navy cannot be vacant, and he also thought of the proposal of the Warring States period, that is, the Navy conscription. Without much hesitation, Akainu announced directly to the public, starting conscription from all over the world. This is the beginning of the world's big conscription, because special circumstances are treated specially. This time conscription, military rank can be chosen freely, as long as you have the strength. As long as you are approved by the Navy and the world government, then you can make an exception and become a high-ranking officer of the Navy, a vice admiral, even an admiral. Therefore, it also attracted countless masters to go to the Navy. The name of the admiral is still very loud. As time passed, more and more people were attracted by the title of admiral. Among all the people who came to recruit soldiers, a man named Huang Mu stood out. Relying on his strong strength, he succeeded in taking the position and became the new general, named Green Bull. The third general is none other than Momoto Zaiwan. Tao Tutu originally didn't want to become a general. She felt that her strength was slightly inferior to Yurin's. However, the elders of the family behind Daoto hope that she will become the new general and revive their family's prestige again. The Peach Rabbit's family is called the Tulip family, and the full name of Momoto's name is Tulip Yuan. Momoto's navy flower is called because of her powerful strength, noble temperament, and beautiful appearance, and she is also called by her surname. The Tulip family is a veteran family of the Navy. In a sense, they are nobles in the Navy, although there are no nobles in the Navy. Their family has been in the Navy for 200 years. It was their ancestor who created this family, the former admiral of the Navy, whose title was Tulip. Their later surnames were also passed down along the title. For 200 years, people in their families have served as marshals, generals, and lieutenants. They are well-deserved naval nobles. It's just that with the passage of time, their family began to decline gradually, but their reputation in the Navy was still outstanding, and in the generation of Momoto, only after Yuan became a quasi-admiral did he rise again. Now that the people in their family see this opportunity, they will naturally not let it go. Under the persuasion of the elders in the family, Momoto also reluctantly agreed to Akainu's proposal and became the new general. So far, the top management of the Navy has been completely stabilized. The new Marshal Akainu, the new General Green Cow Momoto. On the other side, the New World, just when the battle for marshals began on the Navy side, and when the big conscription began. The 10,000 nations sea area in the New World has also begun to turmoil. The downfall of the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling also encouraged countless ambitious people to start to move around. The New World is in turmoil again, and countless people have gone to the seas of 10,000 kingdoms, wanting to snatch the throne of the 4 emperors. However, Katakuri broke out with terrifying combat power, suppressing all dissatisfied ones. In the end, a battle broke out between the remnants of the Big Mom pirates and the strongest jailbreaker pirates who coveted the throne of the 4 emperors. In the end, the prison breaker pirates were defeated. After several battles, without Charlotte Lingling on top of his head, Katakuri's talent was fully displayed. The man who had never been defeated before, his strength was also striving day by day, and even reached the level of the 4 emperors. Level of combat power. Later, Kaido broke into the Sea of 10 Nations, trying to snatch the red history text, but was blocked by Katakuri and the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. The two sides fought for a day and a night, and Katakuri led the remnants of the Big Mom pirates to meet Kaido, and it was a dead end. In the end, Kaido didn't bother too much because of Charlotte Lingling's face, but chose to leave. After several battles, Katakuri's strength also shocked countless people in the New World. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the Big Mom pirates could resist the attacks of those ambitious people. In the end, even Kaido returned without success. Completely declared the sovereignty of the seas of all nations, and someone has already treated him as another 4 emperors. The sudden change in the world's situation has surprised countless people. The Navy has just completed a blood change, the new Marshal and the new Admiral have just taken over, and the Navy is on the mend. Immediately afterwards, the Kaiwahei policy was announced to be cancelled. Everyone has not recovered from the shock, and the battle in the Sea of Nations is coming to an end. Katakuri has retained the right to rule the Sea of Nations, and even faintly has the possibility of succeeding Charlotte Lingling as the new emperor. Several major events were revealed at almost the same time, one after another. Morgans has been in a state of winning during this period, and the continuous major news has also made him a lot of money. Even the price of the news has increased several times in a short period of time, and no one has it. Complaints. After Kaiwahei was banned, the world government also offered a reward again. However, due to the situation, Akainu didn't move the headquarters directly to the New World like the original book, and didn't send troops to crusade against Kibai. Instead, choose to stabilize first. The change in the situation also exceeded Yuni's expectations, so much so that his main attention was on Yurin's side, and he didn't have the leaks in the Wongguo Sea area, so he was very troubled. Originally, Yuni thought that after Akainu became the marshal, he would find any reason to make things difficult for him, and he was ready to fight Akainu, but he didn't expect that Akainu just rejected his proposal to become a general. There is no more text. But think about it, although the relationship between myself and Akainu is fierce, they are both Navy after all. If there is no such capacity, it is not Akainu. Yuni didn't feel anything, but Zifa was very angry because of this incident. Yurin's strength is there. He definitely has the combat power of a general. He was also cultivated by the Navy. Forget about Daotu, after all, he is also a member of the Navy, and his strength is barely enough to be a general. But you Akainu actually let a guy who is not a Navy become an admiral? What is this doing? Suppress the Night Blade? In Zifa's eyes, this is the Red Dog suppressing the Night Blade, and the world government suppressing the Night Blade. Why? Isn't my disciple working hard in the Navy, maintaining the majesty of the Navy, and killing many pirates? Kill Bundy Wald, kill the Golden Lion, and see through Crocodile's plot. Such a meritorious minister, with such strength, is he only a lieutenant general? Isn't this suppression? It is also because of this incident that Zifa is extremely angry at what the Navy has done, and he is extremely disappointed in his heart. Faced with this situation, while Zifa felt angry for his disciple, he also had a crazy idea. The news of Kaiwahe's abolition was naturally passed to the parties involved in Kaiwahe. They hadn't received any rumors before. The sudden incident made them a little surprised. What's going on? Why was their Shishibukai position cancelled? Looking at the newspaper in his hand, the expressions on the faces of the 7 Shishibukai are different. But there is one thing that is extremely similar, that is, they did not show much fear about it. The reason why they can become Chiwahe is not because of anything else, but because of their powerful strength, which is strong enough to be valued by the world government. Anyway, just an idea, the big deal is just becoming a pirate again, no big deal? In the Devil's Triangle Sea area, above the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship, Perona, one of the 3 weirdos, rushed into Moria's room in a hurry, and shouted at the sleeping Moria, "Lord Moria, wake up, something has happened. What's the matter? Did another prey land on the island?" Moria was slapped a few times, and woke up from his sleep in a daze, still a little dazed. At this time, Perona's smoky makeup was about to cry, and she said anxiously, "It's worse than this? Wake up and read the newspaper." As he spoke, he delivered a newspaper to Moria. "What's the rush?" Moria yawned, lazily took the newspaper Perona handed over, and didn't care to sweep it away. But after seeing the newspaper, Moria woke up immediately, rubbed his eyes, and read it repeatedly. When you wake up, you find that you are no longer Kaiwyukai. Moria's face was still a little confused. Did he sleep and time travel by himself? Damn the world government, the damn Navy, are they treating us like monkeys? But after figuring out the cause and effect, Moria was also annoyed. What did the world government think of them? A monkey that comes and goes when you call it? This is playing them like monkeys? It is impossible to say that there is no exasperation. At this time, Moria was very angry. Then, what shall we do now? Perona floated in the air, with a look of worry flashing across her face. Don't worry, we are now in the Devil's Triangle waters. Does the Navy dare to come in? He was angry, but Moria also knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion. No matter how angry he was, things would not change. Moreover, they are in the sea area of Devil's Triangle, which is shrouded in fog all year round. It is not easy to find him. After all, his base camp is the world's largest ship that floats on the sea anytime and anywhere. Without paying too much attention, Moria turned over and planned to continue sleeping. He hasn't slept enough yet. After seeing Moria not paying much attention, Perona was also relieved. Thinking about it, that's right, they are in the Devil's Triangle Sea area at this time, where the fog is shrouded all the year round, whether the Navy can find them or not. Thinking about it this way, Perona didn't worry anymore. She happily floated out without a heart. The daughter island of the Windless Belt, Amazon Lily, is the territory of Boya Hancock, the former empress of the 7 seas of the sea. On the throne, the empress is wearing a red snake print cheongsam with slits, her slender legs are crossed, and her red high-heeled toes are pointing to each other. It was as if everything in the world was eclipsed in front of her. At this time, she was sitting on the throne. Beside the desk and chair was a petrified newsbird. Through the newspaper, she also learned the news that Chiwahe was abolished, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Located in the Windless Belt, Amazon Lily is not well informed about outside news, and few newsbirds fly here. In many cases, the 9 snake pirates would bring the newspaper back after returning from sea. However, the recent events are more important. Morgan spent a lot of money this time. He released almost all the newsbirds, covering almost the entire world. Even in the corners of the world, newsbirds can be seen. Kaiwahe has been banned? The AI family has not received the news. What is the world government doing? Exudes infinite charm. Next to the Empress, her 2 younger sisters also saw the news at this time, and their expressions were inevitably a little shocked. Sandersonia frowned and said worriedly, "Wouldn't it be that we will be wanted by the Navy again, and we finally had a safe time? Alas." Marigold also said, "It's time to go back to the days of being hunted by the Navy." The Empress nodded her lower lip between her left fingers, showed a smile, and snorted softly, "So what? The reason why Igia became Kaiwahe is not because of anything else, but because of its strength." Just when the Empress didn't take it seriously, another voice came over. "Hancock, you are wrong to think this way. The situation is turbulent now. If you lose the title of Kaiwahe, the Navy will probably be against you." We shot. A short, old woman appeared next to the Empress's throne at some point, and picked up the newspaper on the ground with an extremely dignified expression. "Grandma, why are you here?" Marigold and Sandersonia were surprised when they saw this person. "I saw a newsbird flying over, so I came over to take a look." This person is the former emperor of the daughter kingdom, Gu Liliosa, who is called Granny Z on the island. The Empress glared at Gu Liliosa and said, "It's not that Igia didn't think of this, but so what if the Navy takes action? I'm the Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock. How dare their Navy attack Amazon Lily? No." The mother-in-law squinted at the Empress, and said, "Do you think it's the same as before? The current admiral of the Navy is Akainu. He has a hardline style. He is not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. We still need to make some preparations. It's impossible." I ignored it. There are a few strong men in the navy, the yellow ape, the peach rabbit, the green bull, and the night blade. Maybe none of these people are your opponents. Why, mother-in-law Balabala just said. Now I am the king of the Amazon Lily, you who have been in office for so long, stop talking. The Empress popped a well on her forehead. With an impatient face, she stood up and came to Grandma Zi. Holding her with her right hand, the leader of fate directly carried her to the outside of the palace. You, what are you doing? The mother-in-law kept struggling, but she couldn't break free from the Empress's hand. This is an important place for the royal palace. It is not for ordinary people to enter. Remember, I am the king now, out. Grandma Jia danced in midair for a while, but after all, she had practiced it before. Her figure did somersaults, and her legs landed firmly. She let out a long breath. Fortunately, I have practiced before. That girl Hancock is getting more and more outrageous. However, this matter is very important. With Akainu's character, after becoming a marshal, it is impossible not to make a big move. We still have to be careful, and hope that it will not affect Amazon Lily. Alas, Hancock is so arrogant. What about it? She doesn't stop persuading her at all. The mother-in-law leaned on a snake-shaped crutch and sighed, like a mother who has broken her heart for her child. The first half of Krajina Island. This is where Hawkeye lives. In the gloomy, dilapidated old castle, after eating the lunch he made by himself, in his free time, Hawkeye held a cup of black tea in his left hand and drank it leisurely. He held a newspaper in his right hand and looked at it. Hawkeye suddenly changed his expression, put down the cup, and looked carefully. After a long time, he suddenly showed a faint smile. Did the world government really cancel the Kaiwohei? It seems that we will return to the old days. But it just so happens that I couldn't find a reason before, but now I can go to that guy to discuss it. Even the golden lion died in his hands, which makes me very itchy. Hawkeye was called Navy Hunter before he became Shishibukai. From this title, it can be seen how cruel he was. Specialized in hunting the Navy. If he hadn't been extremely powerful and dared to provoke the Navy like this, he would have been killed long ago. And Hawkeye's ability to survive until now and reach an agreement with the world government is enough to prove his strength. Some time ago, he was able to compete with the 4 emperors. The gold content of the world's #1 swordsman is by no means easy. However, the heights are extremely cold, and after he became the world's #1 swordsman, it has been difficult to meet opponents. In the past, there was at least Red Hair who practiced sword with him. Ever since Red Hair broke his arm, Hawkeye seldom went to the handicapped Red Hair one-on-one. Now his hands are very itchy, there is no opponent to cut, life is too lonely. Later, Urin's reputation spread, his strength became stronger, and he was also a world-renowned sword master, so Hawkeye inevitably felt a little itchy. It's just that for various reasons, he has reached an agreement with the world government, and it is not easy to go to trouble with the Navy. But now, he is ready to move. Maybe I can go out to find Urin to compete, it's really exciting. Hawkeye smiled, got up, sad about his own Haideyo, and left the residence. Unlike other Shishibukai, he is not afraid of the Navy or the world government. After all, he walks alone, and there is no force to hold him, and he is free to come and go. So his style of acting is relatively free and easy. With eagle eyes, he can go wherever he wants, but he needs to use a black knife to row the boat, which is more troublesome. Fishman Island. In Dragon Palace City, Kaiksia Jinbei sat opposite Neptune, the kingdom of Ryago Castle. Neptune looked at Jinbei and said, "Now that your Shishibukai qualification has been deprived, what are your plans for the future?" Jinbei shook his head. "Before I joined Shishibukai, I just wanted to protect the Murloc Island and improve the humans' prejudice against the Murlocs in the world, but the effect was not very good. With Dad's protection on the Murloc Island, the Navy should not call me. As for Kaiwohei, if it's gone, and I will continue to stay on Fishman Island." Neptune was silent for a moment, then sighed leisurely. "Prejudice, just like Master Quincy said, the prejudice between races is hard to change. Even if we do a lot of things, it still can't be changed." Jinbei is silent. He can understand this kind of thing best. Shishibukai, appointed by the world government, is an alliance recognized by the world government, but no matter where he goes, people will look at him with strange eyes. Fear, hatred, and slapping are all negative emotions, and there are almost no kind emotions. Neptune shook his head, did not continue to linger on this topic, and instead said, "During this time, Eren has started to attack the pirates who entered the Murloc Island again, and has killed more than a dozen people, and also wiped us out. Quite a few of the pastry workshops traded by Mr. Kushi have been destroyed. Because of Miquen Master, our country has developed very well. Even my wife and daughter were saved by him. If I can't even do this little thing well, how can I continue to be a king? Now I've already put him in jail, I hope you don't mind." Neptune looked at Jinping and said. Yunyi had also arrived at Murloc Island before, and he found a random reason in order for the mermaid Xiali to do a fortune-telling for him. It is said that a Murloc named Eren told him. After Jinbei knew the news, he also used Kaiwohei's position to get Eren's whereabouts from the Navy. After knowing that he ran to the East China Sea to do his best, Jinping's expression sank, and he went directly to the East China Sea to tie Eren back, and asked him to stay in the Fishman Island obediently and not let him go out. Different from the original book, Eren had just stepped into the East China Sea, and before he had time to dominate one side, he was caught by Jinping. However, Eren has a perverse personality. After returning to the Fishman Island, He refused to obey the discipline at all, and often made troubles on the island. It was okay before, and he didn't dare to act lightly when Shiping suppressed him, but recently when Jinping went to the New World, Eren started to make troubles again, but Neptune had no choice but to imprison him in prison. Hearing Eren, Jinbe sighed lightly, shook his head and said, "That's fine, the situation is turbulent now, and it's good for Murloc Island if you don't make troubles, or something will happen sooner or later. The current cooperation between Fishman Island and Moon Knight Island is a win-win situation. Through the trade exchanges with Moon Knight Island, the development of Fishman Island is better than before. Moreover, the flag of Whitebeard was still flying on Murloc Island at this time, and ordinary pirates did not dare to be too presumptuous, so Jinpei also had a dispensable attitude towards the banning of his Shishibukai identity. Regarding Kaiwahei's position, Jinbei can be said to be one of the people who value it the least. He doesn't need to use Kaiwahei's name to benefit himself. The reason why it became Kaiwahei is because it can better protect Murloc Island." Seeing Jinbei's expression, Neptune stopped talking about this matter, but looked him up and down. "What did you do when you went to the New World this time? Why did you come back with injuries all over your body?" At this time, Jinbei was covered in bandages, and it seemed that he had fought a battle with someone, and came back injured. Jinbei said, "It's just a sparring with someone, this injury is not a problem." Similar to the time in the original book, Ace still followed the route of the original book, visited the Redhead, and found trouble with the Whitebeard, but was blocked by Jinbei. The two fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and were forced to stop because of exhaustion. Ace also joined the Whitebeard pirates later and became the captain of Whitebeard's second team. "Well, it's good that you're fine. Now that the Navy has undergone a big change, and Akainu is in charge, there should be a big move. I may not have this concern if I imprison Eren," Neptune said after a pause. "I know." Jinbei nodded. After the two chatted briefly, Jinbei said goodbye and left, and went to the prison to warn Eren, but didn't pay much attention to it. With him sitting on Fishman Island, they couldn't make trouble. In the prison of Dragon Palace City, many criminals were imprisoned. In the innermost part, there are 3 separate rooms where Eren, Holdy Jones, and Vander Daken 9 are held respectively. Vander Daken 9 looked at the other two, and said jokingly, "It seems that Jinbei doesn't regard you as companions." Hearing that both Eren and Holdy Jones had extremely gloomy expressions, Holdy Jones looked at Eren, and said coldly, "That fellow Jinbei actually imprisoned you in a cell. Brother Eren, let's rebel, set up a new Murloc pirates group, let the guys from Murloc Island, let's see how powerful we are." Holdy Jones admired Eren very much, and now that Eren was also imprisoned, he was completely disappointed with Jinbei, and felt that Shive was not worthy of being the captain of the Murloc pirates. Eren took a deep breath and said, "Now we are no match for Shiping at all. Even if we escape, we still can't pose a threat to him." Holdy Jones narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Eren, I know there is something hidden in Dragon Palace City that can greatly increase our strength. Is it ES's evil medicine? I know about it, but it's under the firm control of the royal family, so I can't get it at all," Eren said. Holdy Jones showed a ferocious smile on his face. "I've already got the thing, it's over there on Murloc Street." Eren's expression changed, and he grinned and said, "If this is the case, maybe we still have a chance, but at this stage we need to go out first. Hey, don't talk about yourselves, how about this? I will contribute a huge amount of information to you, let's cooperate with each other." Vander Daken 9, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two, and inserted it. He also wants to be free, no one wants to be imprisoned for a lifetime. He still wants to marry Princess Bakesing? Oh, information? What information? Eren looked at Vander Daken 9. He, it should be. This is definitely a piece of information that is enough to cause a sensation in the whole world. Vander Daken 9 laughed. "Nanbukai Jinpei is not easy to deal with, but I have this confidence. If this news is passed, if it gets out, Hixia Jinbei will definitely not care about our side. But you have to rescue me first. We are grasshoppers on a rope. Scary ha ha ha. Then after we go out together, overthrow the entire Murloc Island, and let them die if they don't recognize our country. It doesn't matter if it is destroyed, we will rebuild it when the time comes." Eren laughed ferociously, his eyes full of coldness. "I have an eyeliner in the army. It is not difficult to rescue us, but I didn't act rashly because of Shiping before. Now that you are back, Brother Eren, with our strength, we should be able to rescue us." Jinbei takes it. Holdy Jones also had extremely cold eyes. "I only have one request, save me out, and I want Princess Bakesing. I will help you." Vander Daken 9's eyes also flashed. He hasn't seen Princess Bakesing for a long time. I don't know if she is still with her. Just as beautiful as ever? It's really exciting. The three looked at each other, and then all laughed ferociously. A conspiracy is quietly unfolding. Originally, Blackbeard Titch had a smooth ride in the first half, and even got an invitation from the world government's Shishibukai. For this invitation, Blackbeard has no reason to refuse, and Chiwahei's name may still play a great role in the future, making the plan in his mind more easily realized. However, not long after he secretly rejoiced, news spread that the Kaiwahei policy was cancelled by the world government. Cancelled. Here, Blackbeard had just sorted out the thoughts in his mind and decided how to act in the future, when this news came. This made Blackbeard a little confused, and then became boundlessly angry. What's going on with the world government? Is it deliberately playing up people's mentality? Just invited me to become Shishibukai, and kicked him out the next second before I agreed. Do you think I, Blackbeard Tiki, are easy to bully? Thief ha ha ha, the Navy, the world government, dare to tease me like this. I, Blackbeard, will never end with you. Blackbeard was so angry that his eyes even showed a cold light. He feels he has been fooled by the Navy and the world government. He is a representative of pirates, insidious and cunning, he does all kinds of evil, and Blackbeard remembers this. In the future, the world government and the Navy must pay the price. After a period of development, the Blackbeard pirates also joined a few people. I don't know if it is the arrangement of fate, but there are still only a few people who join the Blackbeard pirates. Fighting Champion Giza's Badgers, Yin-Yu Fan Oka, Devil Sheriff Lafitte, Reaper Poison Q. Van Oka wiped the spear in his hand, his monocle flashed light, looked at Blackbeard and said, "Then what are you going to do now, Captain?" Thief ha ha ha, since the world government dares to fool us, let them see how powerful we are. Blackbeard laughed, his face full of ferocity. Giza's Badgers assumed the posture of a bodybuilder, his body was full of muscles, and he looked extremely explosive. He laughed and said, "Then the same plan as before, go to Fishman Island." Cough cough. Murloc Island, Whitebeard's territory, cough cough. Q had a half-dead face, coughing again and again, as if he would die in the next moment. That's right, now there is another reason. The Fishman Island is not only Papa's territory, but also an ally of the world government. If we snatch it, wouldn't it kill two birds with one stone? And the price of those mermaids is not cheap. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed loudly, with great ambition in his eyes. Ho 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 ho. Let's go then. I'm also very interested in that place. I wonder if the legendary mermaid princess is really as beautiful as the rumors, and she looks pretty when she cries, right? Lafitte he smiled, his tone was extremely joking. Little ones, let's go to Murloc Island. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard opened his mouth wide, revealing his incomplete teeth. Navy headquarters, boot camp. Yunyi and Zifa were standing in a building in the training camp at this moment, looking down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at Xiao who was sweating and training hard. Zifa looked at Xiao and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao's talent is not bad, and she also practiced very hard. In the future, she may be a strong woman like Xiwen. After Momoto became the admiral of the Navy, the female Navy in the Navy seemed to have been given blood, and the training was even harder than before. Even those officers with military ranks are the same. Female admiral, this is rare since the establishment of the Navy. All female navies regard Momoto as their target. Xiao is no exception. Although she is puzzled as to why Yunya didn't become the new admiral, she still doesn't know much about it now. She just thinks that Yunya didn't become the new admiral because he is not old enough. It is very difficult for women to become strong in this world. Women's bodies are inherently weaker than men's. In this world, strength is the most important thing. It is more difficult for women who are born with weaker nature to become stronger than men. Unless you are very talented, have a monster physique like Charlotte Lingling, or you have outstanding talent in a certain aspect, coupled with hard training. And Xiao ate the Phantom Beast, the ability user in the form of the White Tiger of Thunder of Mau Mau Fruit, and his physique has surpassed 99% of his peers. In the future, with the guidance of Zifa and Yunyi, maybe he can become a female general like Dao Tu. That's why Zifa felt this way. Yunya also looked at Xiao, and chuckled softly. As long as Xiao can spend her life safely, the price to be paid is too high to become a strong one. If it wasn't for Xiao's firm determination to become a navy, I don't want her to become a navy, just spend her life in peace. After all, with me, no one will be able to threaten her. I've seen it for a long time. The reason why she wants to become stronger should be to be able to stand by your side and fight side by side with you. Zifa said with a slight smile. Yeah, that's why I let her join the navy. With your guidance, at least I can rest assured. Yunya smiled. Boy, I will bury this old man. Zifa was speechless. Although he was confident in his teaching level, it was not easy to teach another monster like Yunya. This is not to say that you can be successful with the guidance of a famous teacher. Talent is needed. To be honest, although Zifa is Yunya's teacher, Yunya is really not taught by him. He also only taught Yunya the basics. The reason why Yunya became so strong was entirely because of his own talent. Laughing, Zifa said, "What do you think of Xiao's future development path? This girl has eaten animals and is also a phantom beast. It is more suitable to practice 6-style physical skills, but she should want to be like you. Go in the direction of swordsmanship. Whether it's physical or fencing, it's up to her to choose." Yunya looked at Xiao who was practicing hard, and said with a smile, "Physical arts are guided by you, and I can also guide her in swordsmanship." Or in that sentence, I don't want Xiao to experience danger. As a teacher, Zifa will do it himself, and is determined to choose a path for students to become stronger. Now hearing Yunya's words, he slightly shakes his head. It is good for Xiao to experience some hardships occasionally, if the protection is too tight. Forget it, she is your sister, I know you don't want her to experience danger, so let it be. Anyway, with me here, I will take care of everything. Yunya said confidently. Ha ha ha, among the disciples I taught, you are the only one who can say such things in such a tone? Now who can ignore your Nightblade's reputation? Zifa laughed heartily, being able to teach such a disciple, Zifa, and you are honored. The two chatted briefly, and then Yunya left. Xiao is physically stronger than other students of the same period because of eating animals. In addition, Xiao is very hardworking, so it shouldn't be long before she can enter the elite camp. After entering the elite camp, the real training will begin. At that time, Zifa will personally teach. If Xiao chooses to develop swordsmanship, Yunya, a great swordsman who has reached 100 swordsmanship, can also guide her. Akainu has just taken over, and there are still many things to deal with. The Navy has not made drastic changes at this stage, and there are no big moves, but Akainu has a plan in mind. If you want to fight pirates more easily, then you must set up the Navy headquarters in the New World. However, the chaos in the New World was due to Katakuri standing up and becoming the new 4 emperors, which still formed a situation where the 4 emperors check and balance each other. Let the Navy's plan to relocate the headquarters fall through again. When the situation is stable, the 4 emperors will not let the Navy enter the New World too blatantly. Your Navy should stay in the first half honestly. Faced with this situation, Akainu naturally wants to break the situation. After the conscription, the Navy's combat power was unprecedentedly strong. Although Aokiji left and Sengoku abdicated, the apparent combat power was still stronger than when Sengoku was in power. Originally, the strength of the Navy was enough to destroy 4 emperors, but now it is even more possible. That's right, the current Akainu has already set its sights on the 4 emperors of the sea. As for which one to attack, Akainu hasn't made up his mind yet, and hasn't found a suitable opportunity to make a move. But Akainu won't be silent for too long. When he is completely settled in the position of marshal, then even if there is no reason, he will attack the 4 emperors. At this stage, let's think about other things first. The other Kaiwahei chose to stay dormant because of this sudden ban, but the guy with Hawkeye actually went the other way and attacked a naval branch base in the first half, causing heavy losses to that naval branch base. And it's just the beginning? Akainu just came into power, and encountered such a thing. Before he could show his strength, someone came to the door. Faced with such a provocation, Akainu was naturally furious. I swear to make Hawkeye look good. After thinking about it, he asked Yaren to go after Hawkeye. The only ones who can fight against Hawkeye are general-level powerhouses, and now Green Bull and Momoto are in the adaptation period of handing over to generals, and they won't have time to fight in a short time. And Huang Yuan, hee. Akainu doesn't want to talk about him anymore. Although he is strong enough, Kizaru's character is too lazy. Yaren is strong enough, plus he is idle now. The main point is that Akainu doesn't want to see him in the headquarters. Dog is pissed off. Seeing Yaren upset, it is better to let him go out to perform the task. This is an order from the Admiral of the Navy. If you don't listen to Yaren, you have to listen. If you don't listen, you are disobeying the order. Akainu has a reason to attack Yaren. Although you can't be a killer or something, it's still possible to get the Nightblade's rank again. It's dull for the Nightblade, but it will affect the Nightblade's prestige in the Navy. After all, this is a legitimate reason, and no one would think otherwise. In the first half of the Great Voyage, a warship was sailing. Naturally, Yunya could not refuse the order from the Marshal, even if he was unwilling in his heart. Unless he wants to leave the Navy now, otherwise Akainu's orders must be obeyed. Yunya sat in his office and thought about it. Now that Chi Inu is in the position of Marshal, maybe how he will target him, how can he bear it with his temper? It's time to think about how to leave the Navy. This idea also appeared in Yunya's mind. He entered the Navy at the beginning just to be able to develop in the Navy, and he didn't think about staying in the Navy for too long. It was only after Zifa's careful teaching that some navies with a heart of justice touched Yunyi, which made Yunyi feel that staying in the Navy is actually not bad, and gave birth to a sense of belonging. Yes, but not much. At least it hasn't reached the point where Yunyi is desperate for the Navy. The Navy is kind to Yunya. Yunya himself knows this. Although even if Yunyi didn't join the Navy, he would grow up quickly and reach the peak level of the world. But one thing is certain, that is, the Navy has indeed helped itself. Yunyi doesn't like to owe favors to others. When the Warring States period was in power, he didn't make things difficult for him. He even went to Wu Laoxing to negotiate with Wu Laoxing again and again for his promotion, but was rejected by Wu Laoxing. Warring States is a competent marshal, wholeheartedly for the development of the Navy, and has followed the concept of world government all his life. But here in Yunyi, it is rare to have a different opinion with the world government. In his opinion, although Yaren is a little bit his own way, but after all, he is Zifa's disciple and was also trained by the Navy, so it cannot be harmful to the Navy. It's just that the world government doesn't trust the Nightblade, and several proposals of the Warring States period have been rejected. Here, the Warring States also realized something in their hearts. What the world government wants is a war machine that completely obeys their orders. When he was young, Warring States was a staunch supporter of the world government. He believed that the orders of the world government were absolute, and he did the same. It is precisely because of his performance that the world government will completely trust the Warring States and let him be the marshal. After becoming a marshal, he also came into contact with more dark sides, the darkness of the world government, the darkness of the Tianlong people, and there was more or less a change in his heart. The death of the disciple Khorasan and the establishment of the Kaiwahei have slightly shaken the concept of the Sengoku, which originally surrounded the world government. Navy, should it be so? Is that what justice is? His heart was also briefly shaken. Of course, the Warring States that has been stubborn for decades cannot be changed for a while, but a seed has grown in his heart. He also thought about changing, but he found that he couldn't change anything. As long as the world government is still on top of his head, he can't change anything. That's why he thought about supporting the new force to take over, to see if he could bring about positive changes in the Navy, and it was for this purpose that he proposed the Night Blade over and over again. But none of them succeeded, and was dismissed by the 5 old stars. Simply out of sight and out of sight, he proposed to Wu Laoxing to abdicate with the reason of serious injury, and recommended Aokiji as the new marshal to express his inner dissatisfaction. Among the 3 generals, he is most optimistic about Kingzi. In his heart, if Kingzi becomes the new marshal, he may lead the navy to a different path, but unfortunately he also failed. Zhang Guo could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. Now he is no longer the admiral of the navy. He has retired, so don't worry about these things. Forget it. Let's take a step forward. As long as the navy doesn't behave too much, then I will still be the vice admiral of the navy. If it is too much, I will defect from the navy with Mr. Zifa and form a new navy by myself. Yunya touched his chin and thought about it. This idea was not Yunya's whim, but the experience of Zifa's rebellion against the navy in the theater version. If the navy can't accommodate him, then he will start anew with Zifa and form a new navy, and this new navy will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the world government, can thoroughly implement justice, and will no longer be a running dog of the world government. But this idea is very dangerous. The world government will not tolerate such a thing to happen. So Yunyi just thought about it, and didn't intend to put it into action. As everyone knows, his idea is somewhat similar to that of Zifa. Zifa was already disappointed with the navy, and actually let a person who was not a navy become a general, but Yaren, who grew up from the navy and was not inferior to a general, did not become a general. This made Zifa very dissatisfied in his heart. So there was also a plan in his heart to lead Yunya out of the navy. The ideas of the master and apprentice coincided with each other. Naval G4 Branch Base. This is a naval base located on the edge of the Windless Belt in the first half. Those starting with the word G are all branch bases with lieutenant general level officers in charge. Ordinary pirates will go far away when encountering them. But today is different. Just today, the G4 branch base ushered in an unexpected visitor. And it's a frightening uninvited guest? Hawkeye stood on his coffin-like boat, stopped rowing, and looked at the naval base with the Navy flag flying, with a faint smile on his lips. The second one, the Navy should take action. Right? I just don't know if it will be the Nightblade. As a former Navy hunter, Hawkeye doesn't like the Navy, he just hits the door if he doesn't agree with him. In addition, it is purposeful. After destroying a branch base, it soon came to the second naval branch base. Hawkeye did not hide his whereabouts, and was soon noticed by the Navy in the base. At this time, Lieutenant General Cage of the Navy headquarters is sitting in the base of the G4 branch, that is, Lieutenant General Cage, Yunyi's instructor in the training camp. He has been a lieutenant general for a while, and his strength is undoubtedly strong, so he was dispatched here to sit in a branch base. What did you say? The former Kaiwahei Hawkeye came up. Hearing the news from his subordinates, Cage's face changed immediately. He also received the news before, saying that after Hawkeye was dismissed from Kaiwahei, start attacking the Navy. Navy Hunter, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joracle my hawk. For the original Kaiwahei, the world government did not issue a new reward order, but just continued to use the previous reward order before it became Kaiwahei. The follow-up Navy will make corresponding changes according to the threat level of these people. One thing is for sure, that is, it will definitely be much, much higher than the reward amount before becoming Chiwahei. Let everyone be alert, and send a message to the headquarters. Let them come to help as soon as possible. Cage's face is very ugly, and his strength is not weak, but compared with the top powerhouse like Hawkeye, it is definitely not as good as it is. Knowing that it is impossible to resist Hawkeye's attack on his own, the headquarters was notified immediately. Fortunately, it is not very far from the headquarters here, and it only takes half a day to support them. His task is to lead his subordinates to resist Hawkeye for half a day. After thinking for a while, Cage said to his adjutant, "By the way, I'm thinking about sending out distress signals around to see if there is any naval fleet action in the nearby waters. If so, ask for their assistance." The Navy has its own set of communication radio waves, as long as all naval warships within the transmission range of the radio waves can receive it. Cage just had the idea of giving it a try. If there is a naval mission nearby, he would give up the mission and rush over. In the Navy, when encountering a distress signal, the general on the warship will choose to abandon the ongoing mission and come to support. This is a mandatory order. All navies must rush there as soon as they receive a call for help. On the warship, a subordinate ran over to report. When Yunya heard it, his heart skipped a beat. Oh, S.O.S. Did Hawkeye go to the base of the G4 branch? Without too much hesitation, after receiving the distress signal, even if he had a mission in hand, he had to go and check it out. Yunya ordered to turn the steering wheel and head to the G4 branch base. Because the distance is not far, it didn't take too long for Yunya to arrive here. Dare to reach the nearby sea area, Yunya's knowledge radiated out. His expression froze immediately, and he thought to himself, "Did you really come here? You keep going, I'll go there first." Yunya said to the adjutant Tina, and rushed towards the G4 branch base in a flash. In the G4 branch base, the battle has broken out. Although the Navy has a large number of people, it is showing a one-sided trend in the face of Hawkeye. Hawkeye had one sword per person, except for Base Chief Cage, who could barely withstand 1.5 moves. The rest of the Navy couldn't even resist one sword, and were easily beheaded. At this time, the G4 branch base has been slashed down by a sword, half of the building collapsed on the ground, and countless sword marks intersected, almost destroying the entire branch base. Damn it! Cage blocked Hawkeye's sword, stepped back nearly 100 meters, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely solemn. Cage was not surprised that Hawkeye had such strength, but felt that his strength was too weak, and he could barely resist Hawkeye's casual sword. Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, and has reached the peak in terms of swordsmanship. He has simplified and no longer sticks to moves. Don't look at it as just a light stroke of the sword, but the strength of each sword burst is extremely terrifying. Walking in the base of the G4 branch, like a black god of death, every sword can take away a life. Hawkeye raised his sword and easily killed Hi-Hi. He looked at Cage, who was the only one in the field who could resist him, and said indifferently, "If Hi-Hi only has this level, then you haven't made any progress over the years. Don't be complacent for too long, there will be general level combat power coming soon." Lanjiao Rofang. Cage arched his right leg, swept out a Lanjiao, and went straight to kill Hawkeye. Hawkeye raised his hand, and Haidai blocked him, and with a light swipe, he changed Lanjiao's attack trajectory and passed him. Hawkeye was still unhurried, then let them come. After becoming the Kaiwahei, I have rarely fought against the Admiral of the Navy. I don't know how strong the new Admiral is. After finishing speaking, Hawkeye's figure flashed like a black light. The speed was so fast that even Lieutenant General Cage couldn't react. He slashed down with his sword, trying to kill Cage completely. But at this moment, a magnificent slash struck from a distance. "Hey, are you coming? The speed is really fast." Eagle Eyes showed excitement, the corners of his mouth curled up, he gave up attacking Cage, and swung his sword at the incoming slash. With a sound of buzz, a sword slashed out the same magnificent slash to meet the past. Boom! Two equally terrifying slashes collided together, and the sword energy shot out all over the place, cutting long traces on the ground and buildings. The strong wind swept through, blowing away everyone nearby, and there were many cut wounds on his body. This kind of slash seems to be correct. Hawkeye smiled, and looked at the figure in the navy cloak who came from afar. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Nightblade. He is also one of the people he wants to fight the most? You are a bit embarrassed, Lieutenant General Cage. Yunya came from the sky, landed beside Cage, and looked him up and down. After Kai saw Yunya coming, he felt inexplicably relieved. Although the general didn't come, but the monster Yaren came, he felt that the G4 branch base was saved. But when he heard Yunya's words, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Do you think everyone is a monster like you?" Yunya smiled, looked at Cage and said, "Lieutenant General Cage, leave this place to me. You and the others should step back first. Hawkeye is not a weakling." "Okay." Cage nodded. He also had this idea. He is not stupid, and he will not do stupid things. After a short fight, he knew that Hawkeye was definitely not someone they could contend with. Except for him, no one else in the branch base can get close to the confrontation between the two top powerhouses. This is the deterrent power of the top powerhouses. Each of them is a human-shaped nuclear bomb, and others dare not approach easily. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time, Yaren. Eagle Eye looked at Yunya, with the sword on his body boiling, and said with a chuckle, "I also use swords, and I want to learn a thing or two about the strength of the world's #1 swordsman." Yunya looked at Hawkeye and said the same. "Not long after you became famous, I've been paying attention to you, watching you grow up step by step. I also feel a little itchy. It's really an honor to be remembered by the world's #1 swordsman. Let me see your swordsmanship." Nightblade. The eagle's eyes sharpened like eagles, and he raised his hand to chop off with a sword. The majestic slash smashes through the sky, and slashes directly at Yunyi. "As you wish, Yuiat Yanshang." Yunyi's sword moved to slash, and he slashed down with the same sword. With a sound of boom, two terrifying slashes collided with each other, and the slashes collided with each other, and endless flowing sword energy was aroused all around, turning the area with a radius of 100 meters upside down. The slashes refused to give in to each other. During the conflict, they rushed to the sky at the same time, and then suddenly erupted. The sword energy dispersed the clouds in the sky, creating ripples. The two moved their feet at the same time, and rushed towards each other. The sword momentum rolled the surrounding air. The sword momentum of the great swordsman can be used to counter the overlord's domineering aura. With a sound of buzz, a terrifying domineering look burst out from Yunyi's body and enveloped Hawkeye. At the same time, the sword on Hawkeye's body stood still, unaffected at all. The two quickly approached each other, and Hideoya and Yingxian collided with each other. Ding! The sound of Jinji clashing came, and the two held swords in both hands to contend with each other, followed by a series of attacks like a violent storm. Ding ding ding! The raging sword energy began to burst out from the middle of the two people's confrontation, and centered on the two people. The ravines left by the slashes spread out. Yunya was surprised to find that his sword skills fell into a disadvantage in the battle with Hawkeye. The number of counterattacks was obviously less, and more of them were resisting Hawkeye's sword moves. The two retreated at the same time after a blow. Yunyi rushed out from under his feet, and Yingxian cut down. "It's impossible for a man like you to not have the arrogance of the domineering look. Why don't you use it? For a man like you, the entanglement of the domineering look should be it's not a problem." While Hawkeye dodged in a flash, the huge blade of Hideoya was as dexterous as a dagger in Hawkeye's hands, and a sword swept across Yunyi's waist. I only have a sword in my heart, and the way of the sword is enough to climb to the top. Domineering is just a means to enhance the way of the sword. Whether it is there or not, it doesn't matter to me at all. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world, Hawkeye naturally has the overlord's look, but domineering is just a way he uses to enhance his swordsmanship, and he has long been integrated into his sword posture. It can also stun people. In terms of swordsmanship, I'm not as good as you. Yunya quickly avoided Hawkeye's sword, stepped back and did not choose to strike. Yunyi does not have the belief that Hawkeye only pursues the way of the sword. In his view, any power is just a means for him to become stronger, no matter whether it is high or low, use whatever is easy to use. It is incomparable with Hawkeye, who only pursues the way of swords all his life. There is not only one system in this world. The Golden Lion used to be a combination of swordsmanship and fruit ability, and you are too. Although I only pursue swordsmanship, I am not so stupid that I can't even tell this point. There are many swordsmen in this world. Everyone's swordsmanship style is different. This is also a kind of swordsmanship. No distinction is made between high and low. It's just that I'm a bit more stubborn. Hawkeye chuckled lightly. He is a pure swordsman, without devil fruit, only by himself. But he doesn't look down on other swordsmen who ate devil fruits. This is a kind of swordsmanship, and there is no difference. It's just a pity that there are fewer and fewer people who only focus on kendo. Therefore, during the period of the original book, after seeing Soran's sincere heart for the way of swordsman, he would look forward to Soran's growth. In Soran's body, what Hawkeye saw was his belief in the way of swords. He wanted to fight with a pure master of swordsmanship. Only the collision of swords and the confrontation of different swordsmanship would bring him a certain sense of pleasure. As for the swordsman who ate the devil fruit, although Hawkeye will also feel itchy hands, he will not have too strong a sense of anticipation. Without too much nonsense, the eagle-eyed figure rushed out like black light, and his speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to Yunya's body. Pure swordsman, if you don't die in my hands this time, you might meet. Yunya chuckled, and went forward with swords in both hands. Ding, ding ding ding. The two swords collided with each other, and there was a continuous sound of metal clashing. Has your black sword been conceived to this extent with domineering? You didn't even use the armed color, and you can compete with my silver fiber covered with armed color. Yunya slashed obliquely with his sword, and was blocked by the eagle eye, withdrew the sword, turned around and slashed towards Hawkeye's neck. Ever since I got the black knife yet, I have been conceiving with domineering. With my battle after battle, I have integrated my energy and spirit. This knife is already a part of my body. On the other hand, your sword is just a knife, just a weapon. On the side of Hawkeye's head, he narrowly avoided the beheading sword. Just as Hawkeye said, the black knife was already part of his body in Hawkeye's hands. Part of it, just like his third hand, in an instant, 3 consecutive swords were cut from different directions. Yunyi dodged it quickly, looked at Yingxian in his hand, and chuckled lightly. I'm still very satisfied with this sword, although it can't reach the level of your supreme sword Hideo yet, but I use it, it's pretty easy to get up. Yuaya Tianchong. Yingxian pulled the silver slash, and as Yunyi rushed out, the slash was contained in it, bursting out with terrifying power. One cut. Hawkeye was not afraid at all, and cut down with the same sword. Boom! Both of them were flying slashes hidden on the edge of their swords. There was only one collision, and the movement caused was extremely violent. The ground disintegrated inch by inch, cut by the scattered sword energy, revealing deep ravines, covering the entire G4 branch base, as if the entire base was going to be cut into countless pieces. With a loud shout, Hawkeye swung Yunya 100 meters away with force in his hands. He looked straight at Yunya coldly and said, Yaren, what about your other methods? Are you looking down on me? As he said that, the sword power on Hawkeye's body boiled, and he raised his hand and slashed down with the sword. The 1,000-meter-long dark green slash went along the ground and directly towards Yunyi. This sword is similar to the slash he swung at Whitebeard in the original book, and it belongs to the great swordsman, Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya's gaze also flashed, and he slashed down with both hands holding the sword. The magnificent silver-white slash of the same kilometer was mighty, surrounded by boundless air waves, and collided with Hawkeye's slash. Boom! The horrific slashing strikes were like meteorites colliding, and the terrifying air waves were wrapped in boundless sword energy and ravaged in all directions. The ground cracked again, and terrifying gaps appeared again, and the sword energy erupted vertically and horizontally. Okay, so strong? Lieutenant General Nightblade and Hawkeye are so strong. The great swordsman's attack is indeed the sharpest. Even at such a distance, it still makes me feel creepy. Sure enough, compared to a swordsman, a devil fruit user's attack is slightly less sharp. The naval soldiers watching the battle couldn't help but gasp. Is this a battle between great swordsmen? Just the aftermath of the sword energy generated by the collision has already made them in the distance feel extremely threatened. It seems that as long as they get closer, they will be cut into pieces by such a terrifying sword energy. Swordsman is recognized as the sharpest and most dangerous attack in the world. For others, such as devil fruit ability users and physical masters, a battle can be as long as a few days, and it can be as short as nearly half a day. Many battles between swordsmen ended in an instant, and they would not last longer than half a day. Those who do not match in strength are almost instant kills, and those with similar strength will not fight for too long. As long as one is not paying attention, a flaw will be found, and one blow will kill him. The sharpest and most dangerous battle is fighting with swordsmen. No one would underestimate a famous swordsman. This often means great danger. In the arena, both Yunya and Hawkeye were forced to take a few steps back by the aftermath of the opponent's slash, and the ground under their feet was impacted by force, and it was directly shattered. Yunya took more steps backwards. Obviously he was at a disadvantage in the collision just now. In terms of swordsmanship, even if Yunya's swordsmanship proficiency has reached 100, he still fell into a disadvantage when facing off against Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman is indeed amazing. Yunya looked at Hawkeye with piercing eyes. This was also the first time he had fought against a pure swordsman with complete sword skills, and there was indeed a different kind of danger. Yunya's knowledge can already predict the future, but sometimes he still can't catch Hawkeye's movements, can't make counterattacks in advance, and can only barely parry. Since this is the case, let me show you another form I have developed. This form can greatly enhance my swordsmanship. Yunya laughed, with a sword force on his body accompanied by domineering aura sweep out. Huh? Apart from flame and ice, do you have other forms? Hawkeye also stared. It is no secret that the fruit ability of the Nightblade is in the sea. Possessing extremely hot high temperature and cold ice is simply the ability of the two great generals. Now there is another form. Is it light? There are flames and ice, so it should be okay to have a light attribute, right? You can't treat one more favorably than another. Wouldn't the yellow ape be unwelcome? Well, at first I also thought that my special phantom beast gave me two different attributes of power, but later I found out that the animal department is the animal department, except for some magical power attribute of the phantom beast. In addition, it will still give me an increase in physical fitness. Well, this state should be the fruit ability developed to the degree of awakening. Yunya talked nonsense, holding a sword in his right hand and pointing at Hawkeye, and said lightly, swastika solution, skylock and moon cut. With the whole body of, a wave of sword power rose up Yunya's body with the overlord-like surge, and the jet-black turbulence covered his whole body, spinning non-stop. That's right, this is Zanyu's swastika. Before, Yunya had already raised the proficiency of Zanyu to 80, possessing the ability to swastika. But this is the first time he has used it in a hand-to-hand battle. After getting Liaren Ruohuo, Yunya also used Liaren Ruohuo when fighting strong enemies. After all, Liaren Ruohuo is stronger than the other two Zanpakudeo in some respects. Although it hasn't been sophisticated yet, the initial solution alone has already exerted a power that surpasses that of Hiran Mera's swastika. The reason why he used Zanyu's swastika this time was that Yunya wanted to try it out, whether his own swastika that solved the Skylock Zanyu could compete with Hawkeye. Different from Bing Lunwan and Liaren Ruohuo, Tianshuo Zanyu increases the speed of fighting, moving, and attacking, so as to make himself stronger. Relying on the extreme speed and the power contained in it, he can cut the enemy under the sword. This is the purest way to improve your physical fitness, rather than using some special powerful force to make yourself stronger. It should be more suitable to fight against a pure swordsman like Hawkeye. It didn't take long. In just 1 second, Yunya had already cast the Skylock Zanyu. The black turbulence dissipated, revealing the wrapped cloudy night. At this time, Yunya's original white navy cloak was also dyed black, and his shape changed a little, as if he was wearing the death costume of the god of death, but it can still be seen that it is a navy uniform, which is similar to the situation in the Warring States period when he used the Buddha form. The silver fiber in Yunya's hand turned into a slender black knife. The hilt of the sword with the word is pitch black, which is similar in color to the black knife in Hawkeye's hand, but the black knife in Yunya's hand is deeper. Yunya pointed at Hawkeye, let's fight. Hawkeye looked at Yunya solemnly. The human fruit phantom beast is really the rarest and most special devil fruit. Is this your fruit awakening? Yunya said, I am not proficient in this state, and I can only greatly improve my physique. Because I am not proficient enough, I cannot use the other two abilities, but there are advantages and disadvantages. In this state, strength, movement, attack the speed will be multiplied, just enough to compete with a pure swordsman like you. Saying that, Yunya stepped a little, and a terrifying impact erupted behind him. The ground collapsed inch by inch. Yunya rushed out like a ray of black light. The speed was so fast, Yunya felt that it was close to the speed when he activated the instant coaxing thunder flame form. It's already extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the front of Hawkeye, and cut it down with a sword. Although it seemed like a light sword, it made Hawkeye feel inexplicable pressure. What a fast speed. A red glow flashed across the eagle's eyes, and he was shocked to catch Yunya's movements with his knowledge. Feeling the power of the sword, Hawkeye didn't dare to be careless. Hideoya lifted the weight lightly, and slashed horizontally. With a boom, the swords clashed again, and the roar was even more shocking than before. What came from the huge impact was no longer the sound of clashing swords, but a roar like thunder. Hawkeye held the knife in one hand, and a huge and unparalleled force from the black knife Yesheng made his right hand start to tremble. He quickly grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand, and with the support of both hands, he barely resisted Yunya's force. However, he was still knocked back by Yunya, and the ground under his feet couldn't bear the force of the confrontation between the two, and collapsed inch by inch. Be careful. Yunya withdrew his sword in an instant, moved in an instant, came to the left side of Hawkeye in an instant, and stabbed out with the sword. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, and the red glow skipped over. While stabilizing his figure, Hideo Yehan stood in front of him. With a sound of, although Hawkeye blocked Yunya's blow, his figure was still thrown backwards by the force from above, crashing into the base in the distance. With a loud bang, the entire naval branch base became fragmented, and large pieces of rubble fell down, burying Hawkeye's body. Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya jumped into the air, and the black blade pulled the black slash out. An even bigger black slash flew into the ruins with overwhelming force. The slash twisted the air and twisted it. Drink. Among the ruins, Hawkeye yelled loudly, splitting the gravel and shooting it in all directions. Looking up at the oncoming jet black slash, his face became extremely solemn. Slash with the sword in one move. Sharpness flashed across the eagle-like eyes, and the eagle's eyes made a gesture of drawing the sword. The green slash can break everything, fighting with the black slash in the air. Boom! The sword energy swept across all directions, and the slashes and strikes refused to give into each other. The terrifying roar shook the ground, and the sea water rolled back in the distance. Hawkeye has reached the peak of every move, and he is familiar with all kinds of kendo schools. Before the momentum of air slashing and collision has stopped, Hawkeye has already killed again. Holding the sword in both hands, he came to the top of Yunyi's head and cut it down. The sword's edge affected the momentum of the sword, shaking the air like an overlord. Good time. Yunya yelled softly, and the domineering look also entwined with Jianfeng, and greeted him. Boom! The sword collided with the sword in the air, the overlord's color and the sword's momentum intersected, and the purple-black lightning burst out disorderly at the point where the two collided. Under the stalemate, the eagle-eyed eagle-like eyes stared, the sword condensed a little, and the illusory sword seemed to be a real thing at this moment, stabbing towards Yunya. This kind of attack method is very similar to that of Redfield, but this move of Redfield mainly attacks the mind, while Hawkeye's move is to attack the entity. Overlord look? No, it's sword power. Yunya suddenly noticed it, and took the initiative to avoid it. Good opportunity. Hawkeye's gaze flashed, and when Yunya unloaded his strength and retreated, he slashed down with his sword again. The reason why Hawkeye is able to stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world is that he can unleash the slash of a great swordsman with every sword, not only using the black knife, but also the slash. The raging torrent of slashing strikes attacked Yunyi, causing Yunyi to raise his brows. Are you able to unleash a slashing strike of this intensity almost without accumulating energy? Even Yunya couldn't do this kind of method at this time. However, after Zhan Yu's swastika was released, Yunya's speed was greatly increased, and he was a little empty, avoiding it like an afterimage. Hawkeye's sword only shattered the shadow left by Yunyi. This is my way of swordsmanship. Every sword can exert the power I want. Hawkeye said lightly, and he caught up with Yunya and slashed again. No wonder you have stayed in the position of the world's #1 swordsman for so long, and you have integrated the realm of the great swordsman into every move. Yunya knew the future, and prepared one step in advance to meet the past. Boom, boom boom boom. The two collided again with high intensity, and the swords collided with each other. In the eyes of others, they could only see blurred shadows, and they couldn't see the trajectory of their shots at all. Even the ones who have the color of knowledge and knowledge are the same. The two retreated again, leaving behind a messy ground. Yunya leaped to the sky, held the sword in both hands and slashed down. Yuaya Tianchong. Two-handed swords are more violent and fierce than one-handed swords, especially vertical chops, which are much more powerful than one-handed swords. One hand pays attention to flexible attack, while two hands is a strong attack. The pitch-black slash came down with mighty force, almost blocking all of Hawkeye's escape routes. The three-color domineering has comprehended high-level levels. Counting hundreds of years, at your age, no one can match you. Hawkeye was also secretly startled. Yaren had already mastered all three-color domineering. Applied to an advanced level, his kendo level is also so high, no wonder he can suppress the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido. The strength is really terrifying. Second stroke. Hawkeye caressed the black knife with his left hand, and a sword erupted from his body, and he swung the sword soaring into the sky. Unlike the previous domineering sword, this sword fluctuated like sea water and stretched endlessly. This is the soft sword. Although Hawkeye is no longer limited to the use of moves, he will also change the way of sword moves when dealing with various enemies. Break rigidity with softness. The slashes collided again. Yunyi's slashes were fierce and domineering, and Hawkeye's slashes were soft but endless. The roar sounded, and the conflict continued. In the end, the two slashes exploded at the same time, and the sword energy shot around, leaving ravines on the ground and sea. No, there is still a Quincy in this world. Although I have fought him once, but he will definitely be a stronger opponent than Whitebeard. Yunya laughed. He blows himself up, but his body breaks through the scattered sword energy and bursts out again. The Quincy Master. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot about him. He should be about the same age as you, and he also possesses such strength. Sure enough, the times are gradually advancing, and one step behind will be eliminated. It's a pity that it's not with a sword. Hawkeye laughed, facing Yunyi who attacked in this way. He seemed to feel the joy. It is the joy of fighting with pure swordsmen. It's pure sword-to-sword collision, without any mixture. It's the same fighting with me. Yunya complained silently, with high fighting spirit. Boom. The two collide again. You come and go. The battle between the great swordsmen is extremely dangerous. Such a fierce battle. Injuries are inevitable. Both of them had wounds left by each other, and blood was flowing. Has your sense of knowledge reached the level where you can predict the future? Yunya raised his sword to block Hawkeye's attack. He originally wanted to judge the impact of Hawkeye's attack by predicting the future, but he didn't expect Hawkeye to attack. At this moment, he didn't follow the predicted attack trajectory, so he could only parry. No, my sense of knowledge is not to this extent. The reason why I can judge your attack one step ahead is because of my eyes. My eyes can see through the enemy's attack intention. A red light flashed in the eagle's eyes. Knowledge the color has been pushed to the extreme, facing Yunya's attack as fast as the wind. He also feels the pressure. The reason why he was able to see through Yunya's attack in advance was because of his eyes. He was able to judge the enemy's attack intention through muscle movements, breathing frequency, and some subtle movement habits. It's really amazing. Special talent. Yunya slashed away Hawkeye's attack with a sword, and the two retreated at the same time. Talent? No, it's the result of hard work. I wasn't born with it. I learned it through the tempering of battles and experiments. Hawkeye panted slightly, his gaze was like a torch, and his expression didn't change at all. Each of Yuren's swords was heavy and fast, and after the fierce confrontation, he was also a little out of breath. It's really scary. Yunya turned into a yellow ape, and exclaimed terrifyingly. His chest heaved slightly, and his consumption was not small. Hawkeye is extremely difficult to deal with. Even though his speed and strength are higher than Hawkeye's, he always feels that he cannot exert his full strength. There is a feeling of being held back by Hawkeye. Yunya knew that this was a disadvantage in pure swordsmanship. All his sword moves were seen through by the eagle eye, and he carried out an effective counterattack. He could use the most correct countermeasures to check and balance himself with every blow, which gave Yunya this feeling. But Yunya has stronger strength and faster speed, so I'm afraid he really isn't Hawkeye's opponent. Of course, if Yunya used Flowing Blade Ruo Huo or Dahonglian Bing Lun Wan, it should be easier to defeat Hawkeye. It's just that Yunya has his own pride, saying that he wants to use Tianchuo Zanyu, so he won't consider other abilities? Again. Yunya laughed loudly. He also felt extremely dangerous in the battle with Hawkeye, but at the same time it was also extremely fun. He was a man who liked to fight. This was true in the previous life, and it is also true in this life. He is also enjoying the joy of fighting. I wish for it. Hawkeye also smiled. Fighting against such a powerful opponent is really fun. Crescent Moon Cross Charge. At the same time as the figure swept out, Yunya slashed in the air, and two pitch-black crescent slashes crossed in the shape of a 10, slashing towards Hawkeye. 2 cuts. Hawkeye also swung his sword, and 2 dark green cuts rushed out back and forth, striking like a string of beads. Boom! Attacks collided, roaring erupted, and sword energy raged across the audience again. The two figures were like two black lights, ignoring the surrounding sword energy, and collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The two passed by each other, the ring-shaped sword energy surged, and with a puchy sound, the two were wounded again. One on the chest and one on the abdomen. Turning around, the two looked at each other again, the overlord color and the sword force collided again, and the purple-black thunder jumped. Boom, clang, clang. The attacks became more frequent, and the movement of swinging the sword became faster and faster. The roar and the sound of metal clashing became one, like firecrackers. The terrifying power made the people around stunned. Lieutenant General Yuren can rival the world's #1 swordsman just by relying on swordsmanship. Sure enough, it is a phantom beast. This form is similar to the form of the great Buddha of the Warring States Marshal. Nonsense, isn't Admiral Yeblade the human fruit phantom beast, the form of death? Although it is a bit special, but this is phantom beast. After all, it is the first time that phantom beast's ability has appeared, and we should not know it. But why doesn't Admiral Nightblade use fire and ice? Isn't that his specialty? I understand. Lieutenant General Nightblade wants to defeat Hawkeye with swordsmanship and gain the status of the world's #1 swordsman. The title of #1 in the world can only be given to the Navy, so why let the pirates do it? Lieutenant Admiral Yeblade must have such an idea. The surrounding navy had retreated far away, looking at the fierce battle that broke out in the field. Their eyes were full of longing. And start talking. Some people are wondering why the Nightblade General didn't use the fire and ice that suppressed Kaido. This is the move that the Nightblade became famous for. However, there are also people who started to think that Lieutenant General Yeblade wants to completely defeat Hawkeye in terms of swordsmanship, and snatch the throne of the world's #1 swordsman from Hawkeye. It's just that what they don't know is that Yunya has already hit the head. Cage looked at the two fiercely fighting in the field, and couldn't help admiring. Yaren, this guy is really getting more and more perverted. Without using those two abilities, he can compete with the world's #1 player just by relying on swordsmanship. Is the sword hero Hawkeye hitting this level? Thinking back a few years ago, Yaren was just a soldier under his command, but now he has grown to the point where he needs to look up to. As he had been looking up at Yunya's back a long time ago, the warships that followed Yunya had also arrived at this time, but they did not choose to enter the battlefield under Tina's order, which was a stupid choice. It is to start treating the injuries of the injured colleagues at the G4 branch base. Although Yunya came in time and prevented Hawkeye from slaughtering the entire branch base, there were still quite a few casualties. The Navy in the branch base couldn't take Hawkeye's move at all, and they were either killed or injured. With Hawkeye's strength, it may not take too long to slaughter the entire branch base. Tina also looked at Yunya in the arena. The admiration in her eyes was no less than that of other people. In the arena, the battle is still going on and has entered a white-hot stage. Both of them were wounded, but Yunya looked better. After all, he still has the means of healing. According to others, this is the resilience of the animal system. Thanks to you, I have gradually mastered the true power of this form. Yunya and Hawkeye once again confronted each other, then took a few steps back, panting slightly. Huh? You still have a backup. Hawkeye stopped his offensive and gasped for breath. Compared with Yunyi, although Hawkeye was better than Yunyi in terms of swordsmanship, in terms of overall level, Hawkeye was not as good as Yunyi. I don't know how to say it, but next, my strength, speed, and physique will all undergo a leap. It's the same as flames and ice. My fruit ability is quite special, but it's always the same. The three forms are also the same. The three animal forms correspond. Human, human, and animal, Yunya said lightly. I took a look at the black navy uniform on my body. If I don't have the ability to activate, I'm almost the same as a person who hasn't eaten the devil fruit, and the main body is not like other animals. Enhanced. This kind of increase will only appear after I activate the fruit ability. Yunya looked at Hawkeye and grinned. I named the other forms besides the death god of fire and the god of ice void death. As Yunya said, he clasped his face with his right hand and pulled it down. With a buzz sound, a dark red light emerged from the black, and a hideous black and white mask appeared on Yunya's face. This is virtual mask. After Yunyi killed Charlotte Lingling with a serious punch, he got a title of achievement, and after the title of achievement, it was this thing. Yunyi also used it once afterwards, similar to the movement of the god of death. He clasped his hands on his face and pulled it, and a black and white hideous face was clasped on his face. After buckling it, Yunyi's physical fitness has shown a strong increase, not even inferior to Yunyi's increase in the third stage, Thunder God battle form, and explosive flame warriors. And there is no increase in any side effects. Yunya secretly thought that he had found the treasure, but after checking the panel later, I realized why this thing is placed in the special category. This is not a skill, but an item. At that time, the blur mask, 2/3, was displayed on the panel. Judging from Yoshiko, this thing can only be used 3 times. Then, let's continue. Hawkeye. Yunya, wearing a hideous black and white mask, appeared in front of Hawkeye, pointed his sword at Hawkeye, and his aura also changed, becoming crazy, brutal, violent, and other negative auras. Come on. Everyone is in the form of a phantom beast, a god of death. From this scene, Yunya really looks like a god of death. Animals are phantom beasts, they are really amazing. Hawkeye felt the aura exuding from Yunya, and his expression became extremely dignified. From Yunyi's body at this time, he felt great pressure. Then let's do it. Hawkeye's eyes were lowered, his eyes were silent, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. Swordsman, go forward bravely, he will not be afraid of challenges. Be careful. Because of the mask, Yunya's voice was a little distorted, as indifferent as a high god. With a sound of buzz, Yunya rushed out and slashed down with a sword. So fast. Although Hawkeye was also surprised by Yunya's extreme speed before, but at this moment, he felt the gap. Such a speed, even he, who has knowledge and special eyes, can't see clearly. The premonition of danger struck. Hawkeye followed the perception, and greeted it with a sword. With a boom sound, Hawkeye couldn't block this blow at all, and was directly blasted away. Yuaya, Tianchong. Yunya laughed, and slashed down with his sword. The originally pitch-black slash was also coated with a dark red color, and the bloodthirsty and violent aura complemented each other. Terrible? Damn it. Hawkeye gritted his teeth, let out a roar, held the sword in both hands, and slashed down with the sword. 3 styles, Night Slash. The two-handed sword is more violent than the one-handed sword. In this blow, Hawkeye also used all his strengths, and all his abilities belonged to this sword, and he unleashed the most powerful slash. But the 2 slashes collided, and Hawkeye's slash was broken after only resisting for a moment, and Yuaya Tianchong was still attacking like a broken bamboo. The true meaning of the way of the sword. I have been stuck on this step for a long time, and I have never crossed it. I long for a truly powerful swordsman to fight me, but the heights are extremely cold. I have not encountered such a suppressed person for a long time. It's time to fight. Swordsman, you should go forward and break everything. Thank you, Yurin, you let me experience this feeling again. Under the crisis, Hawkeye's eyes became clearer. Hawkeye's talent is too powerful, not to mention smooth sailing all the way, and almost never encountered 2 strong opponents. When he debuted, the era of the 3 legendary pirates had fallen. The 2 people who used the sword were either dead or disappeared. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is not a swordsman. He challenged along the way, and also encountered strong people, but it didn't take long for him to surpass the people he thought were strong. From the beginning to the end, he didn't feel too much pressure. Just like that, he ascended to the throne of the world's #1 swordsman with ease. In this way, his mind is not perfect. It is also because of this that he keeps challenging kendo masters, but the sad thing is that in this era, he is already the strongest person in kendo. A strong man, the heights are overwhelming, he has no goal, no such indomitable aura of a strong swordsman, he is already at the pinnacle, the highest position. He was a little empty and didn't know how to improve next step. But today, he met such a person. Yurin, he felt the pressure on Yurin, a lot of pressure. He wants to break through the pressure and kill everything. Chop. Hawkeye suddenly raised his head, and swung his sword down lightly. There is no outward momentum, no boiling sword power, only a light sword strike. But this sword was cut out, as if this sword was the only one left in the world. With a sound of buzz, the terrifying dark green slashing shot out through the air, and collided with Yunye's crescent Skychong. Oh, there are some things, but not many. The crushing of hard power is not something you can compete with if you break through. Although Yunya was surprised, he was still calm. In this state, as long as the mysterious I'm comes out, he is the strongest in the sea. Although it is not as good as the instant coaxing of the 4th stage, it is definitely stronger than the instant coaxing of the 3rd stage. It is stronger than the fluent self who is using it at this stage. He doesn't think that Hawkeye will surpass himself like this, even if Hawkeye has really stepped on the level of the 4 emperors, even if he is not weaker than Red Hair and Kaido among the 4 emperors, he still can't be his own opponent. Sure enough, the two slashes collided with each other. Although there was a tendency to contend, they were not the opponent of Yunye's slash. This was Hawkeye's second slash, still invincible against Yunye. Boom! The terrifying sword energy raged across the entire island, and the huge impact hit, and the island was directly torn apart. Before the shock wave came to Yunye, it was already dispersed by a certain momentum. But this shock wave hit Hawkeye's body, causing him to vomit blood, and there were countless wounds on his body, and blood gushed out continuously. The whole person flew out of the island like a shell. Whether you can survive or not depends on your life. Yunye fixed his eyes on Hawkeye, and slashed down with his sword again, Yuayat Yanchong. The equally powerful slash smashed through the air, catching up with Hawkeye's figure flying upside down. With a slash of the sword, the entire sea seemed to be cut open, the clouds in the sky were broken, the sea water was layered, and the sound of rumbling was endless. Plus one famous scene. Cancelling all the statuses on his body, Yunye recovered from his injuries after taking a few breaths, and the virtualization also gave Yunye a very strong recovery speed, super speed regeneration. It didn't take long for Yunye to fully recover, but the super speed regeneration was to draw physical strength for no reason. Although Yunye's injuries were healed, the physical strength was also consumed a lot. His knowledge was disturbed by the terrifying sword energy, and he didn't know if Hawkeye was still alive, but it didn't matter anymore. I didn't hold back the blow just now, and it depends on the fate of Hawkeye whether I die or not. But judging from the system prompt, he knew that Hawkeye was not dead. TCH, people in this world are really tough. The sword just now surpassed Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's big move, BA high, by a lot, and it still hasn't killed Hawkeye. I wanted to get some achievement points, but this plan fell through. Yunye looked at the virtual mask on the system panel, and found that the number of times had decreased by one more, that is to say, there was only one time left. The battle was over, and everyone hadn't recovered from the shock of splitting the sky into two. What kind of power is this? God? All the navy looked at Yunye with longing eyes. This is the backbone of their navy. As long as he comes, the matter will be perfectly resolved. Tina over there also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the battle was over, and that Yunye was fine. With the Night Blade, the matter was settled as expected. Yunye took a deep breath, and asked Tina to take the warship to search for Hawkeye. Hawkeye was not dead, but he must have been seriously injured, and maybe he could find it after looking. When Yunye said that Hawkeye was not dead, Tina was also very surprised. Facing such an attack, since Hawkeye could still survive, it was really terrifying. But without hesitation, she directly led her men to search, but the sea water over there closed and beat, making it impossible for the warship to approach, and Tina had no choice but to come back. Forget it, let it be like this. Hawkeye should have been injured, and he won't come out to attack the navy in a short time. Yunye shook his head and said, giving up this idea. After resting at the G4 branch base for a few days, Yunye completely recovered, but after reporting the mission to Akainu, he didn't think about going to the headquarters, but took advantage of the mission to start traveling in the first half. Well, the Yellow Ape often does this kind of thing. In the next few days, Hawkeye was defeated and fought with the Navy Night Blade, and the Great Swordsman fought against the Great Swordsman. In the end, Hawkeye lost and disappeared. From then on, the world's #1 swordsman changed hands. When the news came out, the world shook. Navy headquarters, Akainu office. At this time, Chiquan looked at the information delivered by Yunye and fell into deep thought. Yeba. Looking at this harsh name, Akainu's face was a little gloomy. Yuren's strength is getting stronger and stronger. If he continues to be left alone like this, it will become more and more difficult for the Navy to suppress him. In the end, he will evolve into another Garp, who is paid but does nothing. Of course, this is the best ending. If that's the case, Akainu doesn't have to worry too much. He can raise one idler at most. But if Nightblade has the idea of defecting from the Navy, it will undoubtedly be a huge trouble, likely to be in as much trouble as Drago. Akainu's eyes are cold. Facing such uncertain factors, Akainu doesn't want Yuren to continue to grow. But he has no choice, as long as Yuren acts according to the rules, even if he is the marshal, he can't be easily moved. After all, with the increase of strength and feats, Yuren has defeated more and more enemies, and its influence in the Navy is also increasing day by day. If such a meritorious minister is suppressed, it will inevitably make people at the bottom feel bad, thinking that he is not a red dog. Yuren, I hope you don't do stupid things, or else, huh. With a cold snort, Akainu didn't continue to think about this topic, but called the new general, Green Bull, into the office. Master Marshal, are you looking for me? Green Bull Araki walked into Akakin's office, saluted Akainu respectfully, and was very polite to Akainu. If you look carefully, you can also see a look of admiration in his eyes. Green Bull Araki is a loyal supporter of Akainu, and he joined the Navy because of Akainu's philosophy. What he pursues is also absolute justice. After Akainu became the admiral of the Navy and started the world conscription, at that moment, the Green Bull seemed to see the opportunity to get close to the idol. Without too much hesitation, he directly chose to join the Navy, and showed a strong combat ability. He won the position of admiral in one fell swoop. Looking at the Green Bull, Akainu nodded in satisfaction. Among the current generals, the Green Bull is the most suitable for his temper. Both of them are supporters of the concept of absolute justice, and they will act in the same way. Akainu is also fancy. This, coupled with the strength of the Green Bull, will make him a general. Akainu said, General Green Bull, there is a top secret mission for you to do here. With that said, Akainu handed a stack of information to Green Bull. Green Bull took it and looked at it carefully, raised his eyebrows and said, Pacifist plan. Well, this is a secret from the Naval Science Corps. I want you to help me. Akainu looked at the Green Bull. Because you are a person with the ability of natural fruits and strong vitality, you may be able to survive the transformation of the human body. The pain it caused, if successful, would definitely help the Navy tremendously. Akainu carefully observed the reaction of the Green Bull, and then said after a pause, Of course, you are an admiral after all, so you can refuse. A pacifist? Interesting. The Green Cow laughed, seeming very interested. I can transform my body into a machine, so I don't need to eat, and I don't need to absorb nutrients to supply myself. The Green Bull is a little excited. He is a troublesome person, and sometimes he dislikes such cumbersome things as eating. If the body is transformed into a machine, wouldn't it be possible to stop eating? And he has also seen the specific implementation of the pacifist plan. If it is successful, perhaps the Navy will have a lot more power. After Kaido was banned, the strength of the pirates has obviously increased a lot, and Akainu also felt tremendous pressure. This pressure comes from the 4 emperors, from the Quincy division, and from those delisted Kaido. Faced with this situation, Akainu is naturally thinking about how to strengthen the Navy. The big conscription is one point, and the other point is the pacifist plan that cannot go on because there are no experimenters. And just when Akainu was at a loss, Araki, the Green Bull, joined the Navy. A person with a natural type dance fruit ability is almost a representative of vitality. Those who can become generals are all recognized strongmen, and with the ability of Sensenguo, Green Bull is definitely qualified for this role. That's why Akainu approached Green Bull at this time, trying to make him an experiment for the pacifist plan. However, Chigu didn't say too much. He just informed the Green Bull of this plan. The choice is in the hands of the Green Bull, and he can't force a general to do such a risky thing. Well, you can think about it. This is for the Navy. Akainu looked at the Green Bull and said solemnly. Green Bull clapped his hands, looked at Akainu, and laughed. Since only I am capable of this task, then I am obliged to do so. It is my honor to be able to solve your problems, Marshal Akainu. Green Bull is Akainu's fanboy. He joined the Navy because of Akainu. In the original book, in order to get Akakin's praise, he even took the risk to go to Wano country, intending to capture Luffy and others. Now that the Red Dog is asking him, he will naturally not refuse, and he is also very interested in the pacifist plan. No need to eat. What a happy blessing this is. How could he refuse such a thing? Akainu chuckled and nodded with satisfaction. How good would it be if all the generals were as humane as the Green Bull? Green Bull happily took the lead and went to Vegapunk's residence, wanting to know more details about this plan. Naval Science Corps, this is Vegapunk's residence and where he works. Much of his research was conducted here. Vegapunk nodded to the Green Bull. General Green Bull, this is all the details of the transformation? You must stay awake during the transformation, so that you can connect the nerves to the machinery, and you need strong willpower and vitality to survive. The Green Bull stroked his chin and began to think. Vitality. If there are some masters with strong vitality for me to extract, this is not a problem. Vegapunk sorted out the documents in his hand, and said lightly, you need to discuss this with Marshal Akainu. I don't have such a person here. The Green Bull nodded. After knowing some details, he also knew the danger, but it was not a difficult thing for him. Leaving Vegapunk's residence, Green Bull thought as he walked. He is an ability user who has eaten dense fruits, and can be replenished by absorbing their vitality. The aspect of vitality is not a problem, as long as there is a master who is willing to let him absorb life force. However, there are not too many criminals detained in Advance City now. Almost all of those criminals escaped during the last riot in Advance City. Forget it, I just came here after all, and I don't know much about the specific personnel of the Navy. Go and report to Marshal Akainu. The Green Bull returned to Akainu's office and explained the matter. A master with strong vitality? There are not many criminals advancing in the city, and there are few people who can be regarded as masters. Akainu also frowned. He didn't expect that these conditions were needed to complete the pacifist. Seeming to see some concerns of the Red Dog, the Green Bull said, when it comes to vitality, the vitality of animal-type ability users is the strongest. If you can catch a few criminals with animal-type ability users, you don't have to be too strong. To achieve a similar effect, it would be even better if it was the same phantom beast as the former Marshal Sengoku. Animal-type abilities? After extracting life force, what impact will it have on the other party? Akainu frowned and asked. Startled for a moment, the Green Bull said, there is more or less the impact. Extracting vitality will affect the lifespan, but if you are a criminal, you don't have to care at all. Well, I see, I will solve this. Akainu nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. There are many people with animal abilities in the Navy. If it is only a small loss of lifespan, this price can be borne. Then please trouble Marshal. I will also go to the first half of this period to find out if there are any pirates who have eaten animal-type ability users. Green Bull said, and also went down. After the Green Bull left, Akainu took out all the Navy's materials from the file shelf behind him. Among them, the navies who ate the devil fruit will be organized together. Opening the information, the first page that comes into view is almost all the high-level ability users of the Navy, such as Sengoku, him, Aokiji, and Kizuru. Akainu put his eyes on the information of the Night Blade, and the human fruit is in the form of death of the Phantom Beast. But then he shook his head, thinking that it was almost impossible for Uran to do such a thing. He continued to look down, stopped at Drake for a while, and stayed at another Vice Admiral, and finally turned to the end. A name came into his eyes. Alternate Navy, Xiaoa, Mau Fruit Phantom Beast, Thunder White Tiger form. There is not a lot of information about Xiaoa. After all, she is not an official Navy, and Xiaoa has never revealed her relationship with Yunyi. In the training camp, only Zifa knows that Xiaoa is Yunyi's younger sister. Akainu's eyes flickered, and he whispered, I didn't expect there to be another Phantom Beast ability user in the training camp. With the assistance of these people, it should be enough. Although some lifespan will be lost, compared with the strength of the Navy, these are negligible. Akainu pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind that the pacifist plan must as soon as possible, no longer delay. This is about the future of the Navy and it must come first. The G5 branch base of the Navy is one of the few branch bases of the Navy stationed in the New World. Vice Admiral Ghost Bamboo Virgo is in command of the Navy headquarters. However, the Navy in the G5 branch base felt that something was wrong with the recent Vice Admiral Ghost Bamboo, and often stayed alone in the office, not coming out for a long time. In fact, everyone in the Navy doesn't know that Lieutenant Admiral Ghost Bamboo Virgo is actually the top cotter of the Don Quixote family, and also Doflamingo's undercover agent in the Navy. After Doflamingo was defeated by Fire Fist Ace and his whereabouts were unknown, Virgo was very worried. He stayed in his office during this period of time to see if he could contact Doflamingo. But these days, he didn't contact Doflamingo, and Doflamingo didn't take the initiative to contact him. This made him realize the seriousness of the matter. My young master is definitely not hiding as everyone in the world thinks, but absolutely what happened? If it was hidden, he would definitely send him a message as soon as possible. Now that there is no message, it means that something happened to Doflamingo. Damn it, what happened in Dressrosa? The young master has lost the news. Virgo hammered the table, his face extremely gloomy. Fire Fist Ace. He took a deep breath. After all, he is qualified for undercover duties. Virgo's psychological quality is top-notch, and he forced himself to calm down. During this period of time, he has also been searching for information about Fire Fist Ace through the Navy's channel, the kind that has never let go of any clues. As a spy who can go undercover in the Navy, his penetration into the Navy is still very strong, at least in the intelligence department. There are also his people, in order to be able to know the orders issued by the Navy headquarters in the first place, and you can pass this information to Doflamingo. It took a while, and Virgo also gained something, searching for some special information from the clues. Fire Fist Porgas D Ace actually has the word D, and the starting point of Fire Fist Ace is Donghai Windmill Village. Windmill Village may not feel that there is anything in this place at first glance, but the country where Windmill Village is located is the Kingdom of Goya. The reason why the Kingdom of Goya is famous in the world is because a famous figure appeared in the Kingdom of Goya, that is, the naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp. After investigation, Lieutenant General Garp's hometown is actually Windmill Village. Judging from these 2 points, Virgo discovered a terrible secret. That is, Fire Fist Ace and Garp were born in the same place. Following this clue and the surname of Porgas, Virgo set his sights on a family on Rila Island, West Sea. As for Baithrilla Island, a figure suspected of being the pirate King Roger once stayed there, and he suspected that he had left an heir there. The Navy also went through a rigorous investigation afterwards, but nothing was found. Roger, the pirate king, does not have any heirs in the world. However, Virgo, who integrated the news, discovered a blind spot in it. That is, Garp also went to Baithrilla Island in the West Sea, and stayed for a while. The reason was to investigate Roger's descendants in the past. One piece Roger's sword used to be Ace. I took out Roger's reward order and Ace's reward order and compared them, and found that there is a bit of similarity between the two. D, Porgas, Ace, Roger, Garp, all these clues combined, Virgo came up with a piece of information that shocked him. That is, Fire Fist, Porgas D Ace is likely to be Roger's surviving heir, and this heir was raised by Garp? This is really... No wonder the young master failed. It turns out that Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger? Garp really hit it deep enough. Virgo was shocked at the same time, but also felt inexplicably excited, like it's like discovering some important secret. If the news that Roger has an heir gets out, it will definitely cause turmoil in the sea. The world government and the Navy absolutely cannot tolerate the news that Roger is still alive. Doflamingo was defeated by Fire Fist Ace, and now his life and death are unknown. With such a big enmity, Virgo wished he could swallow Ace alive. But because of this incident, Virgo saw the possibility of revenge. Fire Fist Ace, Roger's bloodline, Whitebeard's second team captain. Oh, if this matter is made public, the world will definitely be lively. Navy, world government, Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard the pirate group, will definitely break out a world-shattering battle. Virgo showed a cold smile. Fire Fist Ace is his mortal enemy. Isn't it true that the world government and the Navy? If this news is handled well, it may be able to trigger a violent conflict between the two sides. At that time, it will be regarded as revenge for the young master. In the bottom of the sea, a pirate ship made of huge logs is wrapped in bubble film, sailing on the bottom of the sea. After a period of sailing, the Blackbeard pirates also arrived at Murloc Island. Ha ha ha, thief, is this the Murloc Island? It's really beautiful, but from today onwards, this is my Blackbeard's territory. Blackbeard looked at the beautiful Murloc Island, with an evil outline drawn at the corner of his mouth. Radian, his revenge plan starts here. Whether it is the world government or the Whitebeard pirates, he will take revenge little by little. And snatching the Fishman Island was his first step. Start accumulating strength from Murloc Island, and fight back to the new world bit by bit. Ahem, this is not easy. Cough, Seaman Jinbe has been sitting on the side of Murloc Island. As the former Kaiwohei, his strength should not be underestimated. Poison Q coughed a few times, said in a weak voice. Seaman Jinpei, this is indeed a problem, but I heard that he seemed to have had a fight with the current captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division before, and he should be injured now. Badgers, the helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, smiled. Said. The former Kaiwohei, the strength is not bad. Lafitte looked at Blackbeard and said, if such a strong man can be recruited into our pirate group, it should be good. Thief ha ha ha, then it's time to see what Jinbei thinks. If you don't agree, you can only kill him. After all, this guy admires Dad very much. Blackbeard laughed loudly, as if everything it's all under your control. Then go and have a look, Murloc Island, I am also very yearning. Sniper fan Ayaka pushed his monocle and said. The pirate ship continued to move forward, and soon approached the entrance. Is there no guard? Hey, you are really bold. Do you think you have the protection of your father so you dare to act like this? Blackbeard couldn't help shaking his head and laughing after he found that there was no guard at the entrance. But at this moment, Van Oka walked over with a frown. Captain, there are Murlocs surrounding us. Just as Blackbeard's pirate ship approached, a dozen Murlocs surrounded them with weapons in their hands, and were on guard against them. Harmon, pirate? Leopard, it looks like we have something to do. One of the moray eels swam to the front of the Blackbeard pirate ship and looked at an octopus Murloc with octopus legs beside him. Said. The octopus fish man Baozang held his sword, and looked at the people on the Blackbeard pirates playfully. Take them all to Boss Aaron, Hammond. Hammond, the eel Murloc, looked at everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. These guys look so ugly, they can't be sold for a good price, they can only be used as thugs. The people on the Blackbeard pirates side were also looking at the Murloc in front of them, and Lafitte said, is this the Murloc? It's really an ugly species. Badger sneered, they seem to be hostile to us. Haha, it's really interesting. Are they Shiping's subordinates? Thieves? Haha, little ones, it seems that we have something to do. Since we dare to make up our minds, we must teach them a lesson. Blackbeard grinned loudly. The battle is on the verge of breaking out, but it will be over soon. These new Murloc pirates are nothing more than rubbish, they were easily laid down and captured by the Blackbeard pirates. Badger stepped on Hammond's head and couldn't help shaking his head. That's it? It seems that except Jinbei, the Murlocs are rubbish. Poison Q squatted in front of Leopard Zang, extracted the venom from Leopard Zang's body with his hands, tasted it in his mouth, and couldn't help shaking his head. Your poison is too rubbish, it has no taste at all. You, who are you? Hammond was stunned. The pirates in front of him were so powerful. He and the others were not all-in-one enemies at all, and they were easily defeated. Damn it, do you know who we are? We are the new Murloc pirates. Boss Aaron will not let you go. Bao Zhang also roared loudly, his lower body tail kept swinging, his body was crushed, it's poisonous, out of my control. New Murloc pirates? Jinbe's pirates. Blackbeard sat on a chair, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He didn't make a move at all, but his subordinates easily dealt with these people. None of them are devil fruit capable users, and they can get it done in a few clicks after going into the sea. Torture me, what is the origin of these people? Lafitte pulled out the cane from a Murloc's body, licked the blood on it and said in surprise, it's really strange that the blood is the same as that of human beings. As a former sheriff and sheriff, Lafitte is very proficient in interrogation and torture. However, it was precisely because of his violent torture and his cruel style that people were horrified that he was expelled from the country and became a pirate. Later, he was spotted by Blackbeard, and after being defeated, he also joined the Blackbeard pirates. Then I'll leave it to you. Blackbeard nodded. Lafitte showed a cruel smile, and dragged a few Murlocs into his room. Soon the screams came. After a while, Lafitte wiped off the remaining blood on his hands, stepped out, looked at everyone and said, the new Murloc pirates are not Jinbe's forces, but were established to resist Jinbe. Hey, he continued, the captain of the new Murloc pirates is a jagged shark named Aaron, and the deputy captain is a great white shark named Huadi Jones. He was once a prisoner of Shiping and was imprisoned in the prison. However, after they escaped from prison, they started to join the new Murloc pirates. They also have a partner, the captain of the flying pirates, Vander Daken 9, who has formed an alliance. Their goal is the same as ours, to capture the Fishman Island. Lafitte said to everyone. Said slowly. Fishman Island became somewhat turbulent due to the escape of Aaron, Hody Jones, and Vander Daken 9. The entire Fishman Island was under martial law. At this time, countless soldiers in Dragon Palace City were searching for their traces. So there are not many guards at the entrance. Blackbeard easily broke through, and without even alarming anyone, he quietly entered the Murloc Island. Escorted Bao Zhang and others to a hidden corner of Murloc Island where Aaron, Hody Jones, and other members of the new Murloc pirates gathered. After Aaron and Hody Jones escaped from prison, they didn't dare to go back to Murloc Street, so they hid themselves in the sea forest above Murloc Island, for fear of being found by Jinbei. And a new Murloc pirate group headed by Aaron was established here. Its members are basically Murlocs from Murloc Street. Murloc Street is almost always a place where Murlocs who are hostile to humans gather. These people refuse to accept the discipline of Dragon Palace City, hold together to keep warm, set up illegal gangs, and often do illegal activities. Stealing, violence, and killing often happen here, and it is the place with the most crime frequency on Murloc Island. It's also where Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Aaron, Hody Jones, and more were born. After Blackbeard and his party came to Sea Forest, they also met people from the new Murloc pirates, and they fought all the way in. Soon I met Aaron, the captain of the new Murloc pirates, and others. Blackbeard looked at Aaron and Hody Jones who were sitting on the main seat, and grinned to reveal his broken white teeth. Thieves, ha ha ha, are you the new Murloc pirates? It doesn't look good. Who are you? Pirates. Aaron's face became extremely gloomy after seeing Blackbeard and others. The next moment he also saw Leopard in Blackbeard's hand and the others. Seeing their miserable condition, Aaron got up furiously and overturned the big chair behind him. You damned humans, how dare you treat us sinew? The human pirates make a move. In Aaron's eyes, human beings are inferior races, and they are completely incomparable with the superior ones, but these despicable guys dare to do something to their noble Murlocs? It's so boring. Thieves, haha, it seems that you still don't understand the current situation? Murlocs, apart from Jinbei, the former Fisher Tiger is a bit interesting, and the others are just rubbish. Blackbeard is not. They came here to reason with them. They wanted to know the specific situation of Fishman Island and where Hixia Jinpei was at this time. Moreover, these Murlocs can also serve as vanguard fighters, leading to the deployment of armaments on Murloc Island. Blackbeard is not as reckless as Ace, every step of his is planned. Even his ultimate dream, to capture Whitebeard's shocking fruit, is only done with a plan. Although extremely crazy, and extremely risky, a mere human, how dare you speak such nonsense? Aaron couldn't stand Blackbeard's attitude, and his face was extremely gloomy. You must know that our Murloc's bull strength is 10 times that of yours, and humans are just an inferior race. Everyone, come on, let this dim guy see the horror of our Murlocs. Aaron sat down again, with a ferocious expression on his face. He didn't feel too much oppression from Blackbeard's body, thinking that he was just a lucky guy who came to Murloc Island by chance. His own men are enough to take them down? Let me come, brother Aaron, just to show you the power of E.S. Hody Jones sat in Aaron's deputy, stood up upon hearing this, and looked at Blackbeard and the others with tyrannical eyes. He took out a pill from his waist and ate it. Immediately, a more violent aura gushed out from his body, and his eyes became red, looking extremely pervasive. Evil drug E.S is a banned drug in Murloc Island, like a stimulant, but even scarier than a stimulant. After eating it, it will cause people to gain several times their own strength in a short period of time, and at the same time, it will also cause severe pain. It is a drug that uses lifespan to increase one's own potential. Ha 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 ha, is this the killer medicine? I feel a terrifying force boiling in my body. Now I will never lose to that guy Jinbei. Hody Jones pinched the knuckles of his fingers, and the friction of the bones exploded. There was a bean-like crisp sound, and the red eyes looked at Highbeard and others, and the corners of his mouth were split. Are you ready? Let's see the power of Murlocs. Weak humans. With a sound of swipe, Hody Jones' figure suddenly disappeared in place, and rushed towards Blackbeard and the others. Oh, what kind of medicine is this? Poison Q, who is a ship's doctor and is proficient in poison, saw that after Hody Jones took a medicine, his aura suddenly became stronger, and he also became interested. Captain, I want look into that drug. Okay, Badgers, go meet these Murlocs for a while. Remember, don't kill them. Blackbeard ordered his men, Badgers, to deal with these Murlocs. Then look at me, let me see, what kind of tricks the noble Murloc has. Badgers showed his white teeth, and took a step forward to block Hody Jones. Is there only one person? Who are you looking down on? Hody Jones felt his own strength skyrocket after taking the poison, and felt that even Shi Ping could not stop his attack in front of him. Since you want to die, then I will help you. The illusion brought about by the soaring strength, Hody Jones felt that he could smash a hill directly with one punch. With a sneer, he came to Badgers and punched him hard. Waving boxing. Ignoring Hody Jones' clamor, Badgers grinned, and caught Hody Jones' movement with a sense of knowledge, and punched him directly. With a buzz sound, circles of ripple-like power fluctuations spread out above his fist. With a bang, the two fists collided, and a shock swept out, blowing the gravel on the ground. Hody Jones felt a powerful force rushing from his fist into his body, causing him to spurt blood from his mouth, and he was blown away by Badger's punch, sending the people behind him. A large area of trees were knocked down directly. What? Seeing this scene, Eren stood up directly, his face full of surprise. Is this what you Murlocs are capable of? Didn't you say that the bull force is 10 times stronger than that of humans? Is this the only ability? Badgers couldn't help laughing and shook his head, but looked at Hody, who stood up again. Jones nodded and said, but the endurance is indeed 10 times that of humans. You damn guy, I won't let you go. Hody Jones' face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. He took out a handful of poisonous medicine from his pocket again and ate it, and rushed out again, waving his fists. The moisture in the compressed air condensed into a shock. See Tycho. The poison entered his stomach, and a more ferocious and violent aura erupted from his body. Immediately afterwards, his original black hair also turned white. This is the after effect of taking too much poison, but also because of this, his strength skyrocketed again, and this time even Badgers didn't dare to be careless. What the hell is this? It has such a huge effect. Badgers looked a little dignified, but he was still not very scared. He caught Hody Jones's movement with a sense of knowledge, and his figure also rushed out. Greeted the past, undulating elbow strike. The two collided like two meteors, making a bang explosion, and the ground was also cracked. This time the two sides were briefly even, and the two retreated at the same time. Hey, I'm pretty good at it, but that's it. A rookie who doesn't even know how to be domineering. It's pretty good to be able to do this with bull force. Badgers put a little ground on his feet, and rushed again while releasing his strength. Out. This time his fist was covered with a thick armor-colored arrogance, and the strength of his fist rippled one after another, hitting Hody Jones in the abdomen, and once again he vomited blood and flew backwards. I won't play with you anymore, let's get rid of you as soon as possible, or the captain will tell you. Badgers laughed, bursting out at a speed that didn't match his big man, like an afterimage, flashing one after another. All the Murlocs were beaten to the ground. Even Eren is the same. It's done. Badgers clapped his hands and returned to Blackbeard's side. Sure enough, except for Jinbei, the other Murlocs are trash. Blackbeard wasn't very surprised by this. The Murlocs in front of him didn't even have arrogance, so how could they be his crew's opponents? He came to Eren's body with figure of 8 steps, stepped on it, and looked down at him condescendingly. Tell us about the situation of Fishman Island. Who the hell are you guys? Eren's face showed horror. Who are these guys in front of him? They are not opponents at all, and the two sides are not on the same level at all. Blackbeard ignored Eren's intentions, but looked at Lafitte and said, Lafitte, it seems that you are still here, but don't kill them. I still want them to be thugs to lure Jinping out. Yes, Captain, I am extremely happy. Lafitte's face showed joy. In this way, Eren, Hody Jones, and others were pulled down, and then there were screams. Coincidentally, Vander Daken 9, who also escaped from prison, just rushed over at this time. He is now in an alliance with the new Murloc pirates and wanted to discuss the follow-up matters, but just now when I came here, I noticed something was wrong. Rolling his eyes, he wanted to leave as if he didn't know, but the members of the Blackbeard pirates were all domineering, so they noticed it immediately. So Vander Daken 9 was also killed by Blackbeard. Waiting for someone to capture it. Escorted to Lafitte for interrogation. Captain, this drug can stimulate the cells of a person's body, allowing him to have several times the combat power in a short period of time, but the after effects are huge and will consume his lifespan. Gambling Q after Badgers defeated all the Murlocs, also collected some murderous medicine, and researched it. After research, he found that these drugs are a kind of stimulant with very violent effects. After taking them, they will burst into a powerful combat power several times more than the body in a short time, but the sequelae are extremely strong and need to consume lifespan. However, it is very effective in times of crisis. Oh, there is such a thing? You study it and see if you can eliminate the sequelae. This is a good thing. I didn't expect to have such a harvest here. Maybe it will be used later. Blackbeard squeezed. He picked up a poisonous medicine and watched it carefully, then grinned, and put most of the poisonous medicine into his dark A cup ointment. After knowing that there is such a thing, he has already started to plan in his heart. After he has his own power in the future, he will start to cultivate death squads and make them a special combat force under his command. It can burst out several times its own power in a short period of time. If it is used properly, it will definitely be a force that cannot be ignored. The screams over there stopped, and Lafitte walked over with a happy face, and reported to Blackbeard, Captain, the harvest this time far exceeds your and my imagination. Oh, let's hear it. Blackbeard looked at Lafitte. Others also looked over. Lafitte put away his smile and said solemnly, I learned a big secret from another fish population. You should all have heard of ancient weapons. One of the weapons is hidden in the Fishman Island. Here. What did you say? Are there ancient weapons hidden in Murloc Island? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although they know little about ancient weapons, they have more or less heard of them. Blackbeard squinted his eyes, and he knew more about the 3 ancient weapons than the other crew members because he was familiar with various historical documents. He knows best what ancient weapons mean. They are 3 kinds of super powerful weapons that can destroy the world. Even the world government is very afraid of their existence. But he didn't expect to hear the news of ancient weapons here. This is really great. Thief, haha, what's going on? Tell me, Lafitte. Blackbeard's eyes flashed an inexplicable light, and his heart was extremely excited. If the news of the ancient weapons is true, then how long before he reached the top of the world? It's not far away. Yes, Captain. Lafitte nodded, telling the news from the fish population in detail. Sea King, Poseidon, Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. Hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes brightened, and even his breathing became heavy. The Princess of Fishman Island is actually the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon, the King of the Sea, who can command all sea kings in the world. For Blackbeard, this news is the greatest temptation in the world. Perhaps only Whitebeard's shaking fruit can make him equally excited. Thieves, haha, little ones, it seems that our harvest this time has exceeded everyone's imagination. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, looking at Dragon Palace City. His eyes revealed ambition, huge and incomparable ambition. In a few days, on Fishman Island, Dragon Palace welcomes a special guest. It's Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Ace came to Murloc Island to apologize to Jinbe. After all, he fought with Jinbe indiscriminately last time. Brother Jinbe, I was really sorry last time. Ace scratched his head and said embarrassedly to Jinbe. Before, when he wanted to challenge Whitebeard, he was stopped by Jinbe. The two also fought fiercely, and each was injured. Now that he has become the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd team, he knows the relationship between Jinbe and Whitebeard. Relationship. For this reason, he even went to the Fishman Island to apologize to Jinbe. Ha ha ha, I didn't take it to heart. It's good for Brother Ace to call me Shiping. I don't care if I'm a brother or not. Now I see you joining Dad's boat, and I'm so happy for you. Jinping said indifferently. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now that Ace has become the captain of the 2nd team on the Whitebeard ship, he doesn't care even more. Even in his opinion, this is still a good thing. It is definitely a good thing for a master like Ace to join Dad's camp. Ace also smiled, and the two clinked glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. By the way, Jinbe, when I came here just now, I found something wrong with the atmosphere on the island. What happened? Ace asked Jinbe. When he entered the Fishman Island just now, he noticed something unusual. The soldiers here were all under martial law, as if they were on guard for something. And there are soldiers patrolling all around, which is different from the last time he came from the Chambord Islands. At that time, some mermaids and murlocs could be seen playing on the island, but now there is no one to be seen, only soldiers patrolling. It's nothing serious, it's just that some criminals in the prison escaped and ran out. Jinbe also said with a downcast face, shaking his head. He didn't expect that Aaron and Huadi Jones would escape from prison at this time. He also went to Mermaid Street to investigate, but he didn't find any trace of Aaron and others. The Fishman Island is said to be big or small, but it takes a lot of effort to search for it. Do you need help? Although I am not strong, little brother, I can still help you, Ace said enthusiastically. Jinbe shook his head. No need, it's just some rebellious guys on the boat, they can't make waves. That's what he said, but Shiping still knew the danger. Although Aaron and Huadi Jones are not strong, they have great prestige in Murloc Street. But that's not enough to worry about. What's more, the Murloc who ate the target fruit, Vander Daken 9, is likely to threaten Princess Bakesing. At this time, Princess Bakesing had once again taken refuge in the Hard Shell Tower, just to avoid the threat of Vander Daken 9's ability. Now the soldiers of Fishman Island are more searching for traces of Vander Daken 9, and Aaron and Huadi Jones are just incidental. As long as Vander Daken 9 is not eliminated, Vising will never have a peaceful day. As for why Vander Daken 9 was not executed, but instead chose to be imprisoned, it was because mermaids rarely killed their own kind with their own hands. After all, mermaids don't even eat fish in the sea. As a result, Neptune also regrets the current consequences. If he knew it, he would have killed him. If you need help, I will be obliged. Ace ate the delicious shellfish without saying anything more. He could see that Jinbe didn't want to say too much on this matter. Ha ha ha, don't talk about these spoilers, hurry up and drink. Jinbe raised his glass and touched Ace again. The two started drinking again. But at this moment, a mermaid soldier swam over and reported to Jinping Hui, Boss Jinping, there is news that Aaron and the others are hiding in high season, and there seem to be many pirates over there. At that time, they were attacking Dragon Palace City. Aaron and the others probably cooperated with the pirates. What? Jinbe's expression sank after hearing that. How dare these damned guys collude with pirates? What audacity? Brother Ace, stay here for a while, I'll go and finish them off, Jinbe said to Ace, and then left the place in a flash. Let me go there too. Ace got up and followed Jinbe. On the other side, after the new Murloc pirates were educated, they also became Blackbeard's thugs. Starting from high season, heading towards Dragon Palace City, there are at least tens of thousands of people. Many of them are pirate thugs who were captured by them during this period, and the rest are members of the new Murloc pirates. But now they have all become Blackbeard's thugs. Thieves, haha, I hope they can lure Jinbe and the guards of Ryago City, so that we can prevent us from killing all the people in Murloc Island. Blackbeard pirates and others hid behind their backs and looked at this scene. Blackbeard is determined to win Fishman Island, and this is only the first step. After dealing with Jinbe and other people, he is going to see that Princess Shirahoshi, Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons. But these rotten fish and rotten shrimps should not be able to resist that guy Jinping, and we probably have to do it ourselves. Badger said with a grin. Lafitte laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as it can consume Jinbe's physical strength. It will take a lot of effort for Jinbe to face the Murlocs who have eaten those medicines." In order to make Eren and Hody Jones become thugs, Lafitte also used hypnotism to make them forget what happened before. At this time, Eren and others have forgotten the existence of the Blackbeard pirates, just executing the previous plan. Ahem. I have strengthened the effect of that medicine. After taking it, I will go completely insane, and my strength will increase even more. The side effects are likely to make my body completely collapse. But it doesn't matter, it's just some consumables, that's all. Poison Q said weakly. During this period of time, he has thoroughly researched that medicine, and strengthened the medicine's efficacy, from the original ability to increase the combat power several times to 10 times. Because the medicine is too powerful, its side effects are also more obvious, which will completely break down the body of the user. But the people of the Blackbeard pirates don't care, these people are just some consumables in his eyes. As long as their goals can be achieved, it doesn't matter how many people die. Eren, Hody Jones, how dare the two of you do such a rebellious thing? Jinping was very fast, and at this time he had arrived at Jilongkou Square. Before him, more than 10,000 people rushed forward. Come over, the leaders are Eren and Hody Jones. Scared? Ha ha ha, Jinpei, you still came out. But this time, I won't let you go easily. Eren has forgotten what happened before because of Lafitte, but he still follows his previous plan. Plan to act, that is to attack Dragon Palace City on a large scale and seize the power of Fishman Island? Hody Jones also said, the Fishman Island is the best only under the rule of Boss Eren. You guys who only rely on others are not worthy at all. It seems that you have made up your mind. Jinping's face was extremely gloomy. Let's stop talking nonsense. Eren interrupted Jinping with a big hand, and said with a cold snort, today we will completely control the regime of Murloc Island and kick you guys out. Murlocs are the only ones in this world. The most powerful race, human beings, can only succumb to the Murlocs. Jinbei, you, a guy who has taken refuge in the world government, has already broken your heart, and you are not worthy of being the leader of the Murloc pirates. Our new mermaid pirates are the successors of Tiger's Belief. Everyone go to me. Eren gave an order, and almost everyone rushed up and killed Jinping. It seems that I need to give you some color, or you are still living in a dream. Jinbe was furious, seeing his former companion turn into such a state. He felt a little guilty in his heart. He felt that he had failed Big Brother Tiger's expectations and failed to manage Eren and others well. That's why such a thing happened? These guys actually want to overthrow the regime on Murloc Island? But before Jinbe could make a move, Ace had already come to his side, and said with a smile, Jinbe, if you face a large number of enemies, you need to use such a method. As Ace said, his eyes were fixed, and a domineering look rushed out of him, sweeping towards all directions. Brush. The domineering look, the weak will roll their eyes and pass out. Suddenly thousands of people fell into a coma? What kind of power is this? Eren and Hody Jones were also taken aback. They have never encountered such a force, just one glance, their military strength is reduced by half. Damn it, where did Jinpei get this help? Everyone take the poisonous medicine, give it to me and kill them. Eren's face was extremely gloomy, and he directly ordered everyone to attack. The members of the new Murloc pirates took out a medicine and swallowed it, their eyes flashed fiercely, and their aura became violent. It rushed forward like crazy. On the other side, the Blackbeard pirates and others hiding behind the scenes also saw the scene of Ace bursting into dominance. Domineering and domineering? Who is this? A person who can possess the domineering color should have some reputation in the sea. Lafitte looked at Ace and frowned and said. The rest of the people also looked serious, and those who can control the domineering look are definitely not unknown people in the sea. Thief, ha ha ha, I recognized this face. It is Fire Fist Ace, one of the supernovas. Now he should be the captain of the second team on the old man's ship. I didn't expect to appear here. Is it a coincidence or? A look of surprise flashed across Blackbeard's face. Obviously, he recognized Ace's identity. It's the supernova pirate who just became the captain of Whitebeard's second team, Fire Fist Ace. That incident once caused a sensation in the sea. Fire Fist Ace, so it's him? It's a bit difficult now. The rest of the people groaned when they heard what Blackbeard said. Thief, ha ha ha, wouldn't this be better? Originally, it was just to snatch a father's territory, but now you can use a captain to blackmail your father. Isn't that a good thing? Blackbeard is still confident, and he doesn't think that there is an extra Fire Fist. SI can have too much influence on his plan, and he can also capture Fire Fist Ace and use it to blackmail Whitebeard. The others sneered, and they knew more or less about Blackbeard's plan. They joined the Whitebeard pirates not only because Blackbeard has the power to crush them, but also because Blackbeard has some kind of crazy plan that is attracting them. One of them counts as one. They are all crazy guys. Overlord. Brother Ace, you. Jinping also looked at Ace in surprise, who didn't expect Ace to have the domineering aura of Overlord. I'm sorry about what happened last time, so I'll fight with you this time. This is Daddy's territory, and I don't want Daddy's power to be in turmoil. Ace looked at Jinping and said with a smile. This reason is reasonable. The flag of Whitebeard is flying here. In a way, this is the territory of Whitebeard. And he is the captain of the second team under Whitebeard, and there is civil strife in his own territory, so he has a reason to act. That's it, then trouble Brother Ace. Jinbe didn't refuse. Although he could solve these guys by himself, it is inevitable that the army of Murloc Island will suffer casualties. Ace's strength is very strong, at least on land. He may not be able to defeat Ace, the flame is too restrained him. Ace's shot can also avoid more casualties of the army. Okay. Ace laughed, took a step forward, a fist of fire surged from his body, and punched out, fire fist. The flame condensed into a fist, and it rushed forward in a mighty way, envelop hundreds of people in it. Eren, you actually stole the evil medicine. Looking at the people of the new Murloc pirates who suddenly went crazy, Jinping's face became gloomy again. He was no stranger to the evil medicine, but he knew the side effects of this drug. This is a banned drug from Murloc Island, and it has been sealed away. It's just that he didn't expect that Eren and others were so crazy that they stole all this stuff and gave it to his subordinates. Scary ha ha ha, this thing is so easy to use. You actually chose to seal it up, what a stupid idea. With this thing, what kind of world government, what kind of 4 emperors, it is impossible for us to be the opponent of our Murlocs. We are born with 10 times the bull power of human beings. After taking the evil medicine, who can stop us? You are too narrow, so, let's hand over the regime of Murloc Island. I want to start from Murloc Island and start playing the prestige of our Murlocs makes all human beings surrender at our feet. Eren laughed wildly, and also took out a poisonous medicine to take. The more powerful medicine turned his hair into ashes, and his powerful aura was also rising steadily, and his body became even bigger. This is the strength of the Murloc? This is my strength. Jinbe, you are no longer my opponent. Eren laughed, stepped on his feet, and rushed towards Jinbe. I hate Murloc karate, but in order to deal with you, I have studied it for a long time. This is to surpass you, Jinbe? 3,000 Wajhen fists. When he came to Jinbe in an instant, Eren posed in the Murloc's karate posture. He punched Jinbe's chest with a punch. Eren, it's you who are narrow-minded. You don't even know how terrifying those strong men in the sea are? Then let me completely disintegrate your stupid ideas. Jinbe has been in the New World for many years and knows those strong men how powerful it is. They can no longer be generalized by humans. It's a monster, a real monster. The 4 emperors, generals, Quincy, world government, these people don't even need to do anything themselves. The forces under their banners are enough to destroy their Murloc Island. It's not something they can compete with. Murloc karate 5,000 Wajhen fist. Jinbe faced Eren's punch, also put on the Murloc karate posture, and punched out. Which is stronger, 5,000 Wajhen fists or 3,000 Wajhen fists? It can be judged from the numbers. There are ranks in Murloc karate, and the naming of each rank is very particular, not just a name. Of course, it also depends on the strength of the user. The 2 fists collided. Even if Jinbe was not covered with armed colors, it was still extremely terrifying, and Eren was directly blasted until he vomited blood and flew upside down, crashing into the rock behind him. Fishman Island, Geelong Coed Plaza. While clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers, Ace was not surprised when he saw that Jinping had the upper hand. Jinbe's strength is very strong, and Ace, who has fought against him, knows this very well. The soldiers of Dragon Palace City also rushed over and fought with the new Murloc pirates. However, the members of the new Murloc pirates had taken the poison and became insane, and their combat power soared tenfold. The soldiers of Dragon Palace City were no match. In the end, it was Ace who came to help, and the fire fist blasted away, and the scorching heat swept all around, swallowing countless enemies, roasting them, and defeating many enemies with one blow. Jinbe also fought with Eren and Hody Jones. Eren and Hody Jones, the 2 drug-addicted fighters, exploded with great strength after taking the poisonous drug, and they could barely fight Jinbe. Looking at the state of the 2 of them, Jinping also felt extremely heartbroken. Jinping hit the attacking 2 with Tang Kao Ajang fist, and said with a cold face, "You 2 guys, don't you know the side effects of the evil medicine? This is consuming your lifespan." Scared ha ha ha, Jinping, don't use such stupid excuses. Now I just feel a powerful force boiling in my body. You are afraid that our power will overtake you. Eren's figure was forced backing away, but resisting the shock wave, he looked at Jinbe and sneered. Side effect? Consuming life? He thinks this is just Shiping's excuse? Hody Jones also said ferociously, I don't know how much I've eaten. If there are any side effects, it would have happened long ago. Jinping, you are afraid. You are no longer the senior I admired. You should lie down obediently. Come on, the future of Murloc Island will be opened by us. Hit the water. A drop of water overflowed from the palm of his hand, and was thrown out by Hody Jones. Under the effect of tremendous force, the drop of water hit Jinping like a sniper bullet. Many Murlocs learned Murloc karate under the guidance of Fisher Tiger, and Hody Jones naturally knew it too. It seems that you have been completely blinded by your ignorance and arrogance. Jinbe stared at the 2 with cold eyes, and seeing that the other party didn't take his words to heart, he knew that the 2 were already stunned. The strength is not strong, but they have such ambitions, and their arrogant and conceited characters will sooner or later make them die in this dangerous sea. Water strike. Jinbe also used water strike, collided with Hody Jones' attack, and the 2 water droplets broke open at the same time, turned into water droplets and scattered. Murloc karate Shua Jingquan. Jianwen Essie locked on the figure of Hody Jones, stepped over hundreds of meters in one step, came to Hody Jones, and punched out with a concentrated force. Good time? Jinbe, I want you to know that I am not inferior to you now. Hody Jones was full of confidence, and also put on a Murloc Karate posture, Murloc Karate Kai Taiko. The two figures rushed out at the same time, and punched each other. With a boom, the two fists collided, and Hody Jones only felt a strong force coming from his hand bones, and there was a crisp crack sound from the bones of his hand, and then, Hody Jones vomited blood and flew out backwards. After a few hundred meters, it finally crashed into the rocks. Inexplicably, Hody Jones felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had experienced something similar before. Then, the physical pain brought back his memory, allowing him to get rid of Lafitte's hypnosis, and he remembered everything before. Brother Aaron, stop, we've all been tricked. After Hody Jones remembered everything, he didn't choose to make another shot, but yelled at Aaron. Compared with failure, being captured by humans and being used as a thug embarrass him even more. He is a noble Murloc, how could he be reduced to a human thug? This made him extremely angry. Without the help of Hody Jones, Aaron retreated steadily in the face of Jinbe's offensive. He was hit by Jinbe several times and spit out blood. Voice, Hody Jones, what the hell are you talking about? Come over here and help. Brother Aaron, we have all been hypnotized by humans. They should be hiding behind at this time. Even if we fail, we can't let the humble humans control us. Hody Jones also roared at Aaron, his heart thinking of everything. I suddenly felt aggrieved and angry, and my eyes were even redder than before. Jinbe couldn't help frowning when he heard Hody Jones roar. Could there be someone else behind this incident? Hearing this, the group of Blackbeards hiding behind heard this, and Lafitte laughed. It seems that we can't continue watching the show. Thief, haha, let's go out. Anyway, Jinbe has been attracted now, and there is also a captain of the second team of Whitebeard. Let's solve it as soon as possible, and we will go to Aquaman's side later. Blackbeard smiled ferociously, also came out from behind. The sudden appearance of a group of people naturally attracted the attention of many people. Both Ace and Jinbe looked over and frowned. Hody Jones, what are you talking about, stupid? Aaron saw the Blackbeard and his party in the middle of his words, and was stunned for a moment. His previous memory came back, and when he remembered what happened before, his face turned blue and purple. Also extremely aggrieved and angry, he couldn't help roaring at Blackbeard and his group. These damned humans dare to control us. Damn it, I won't let you go. Aaron also hated humans very much. After knowing that he had been defeated and controlled by humans, a surge of anger surged in his heart. You guy, is Blackbeard Tiki. After seeing Blackbeard, Jinping recognized it at a glance, and couldn't help frowning. Blackbeard Tiki. Ace came to Jinbe's side, and after hearing the name, he was startled, and then his face sank as if thinking of something. It is to kill Captain Sage, and then from the guy who defected on Papa's ship. After Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates, he also heard something about the Whitebeard's ship. And of course Blackbeard Titch, the guy who committed a heinous crime, knew about it. Blackbeard smiled evilly, and led the Blackbeard pirates to come, ignoring the clamor of the two Murlocs, but looked at Ace and Jinbe and laughed. Ha ha ha, Seaman Jinbe, Dad's second team captain, let's meet for the first time. Why do you guys appear here? Jinping's face became serious, and he looked at Blackbeard. Ace also stared at Blackbeard. Why? Of course I came here to avenge my father, but here, I know a shocking secret. Blackbeard grinned his mouth wide, showing his broken teeth, then looked at Ace and Jinbe, and invited, Jinbe, Captain Ace, join me? Let's turn the world upside down. Join you. Ace snorted coldly. Although he didn't know Sarge, he was extremely angry when facing such a sinful person like Blackbeard who committed the crime of killing his companions. Ace said coldly, Blackbeard Huzatikai, dare to do the most unforgivable thing on the old man's boat. Today I will capture you, bring you back to the old man's side, and let the old man deal with you with his own hands. After joining Whitebeard's pirate group, Ace also liked the atmosphere on Whitebeard's ship very much. On Whitebeard's ship, he's found where he belongs? And the black fat man in front of him once did the most intolerable thing to his father, and even defected from the Whitebeard pirates. He, the captain of the second squad, met him, so naturally he couldn't easily let Blackbeard go. Brother Ace, be careful. Jinbe saw that Ace was about to move, and reminded him. For some reason, he could sense an evil aura from Blackbeard's body, and a feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart. And what Blackbeard said earlier made him think a lot more. I have a bad premonition in my heart. Don't worry, I won't be careless. Fire fist. Ace threw a fist with hot flames all over his body, and the hot flame boiled, forming a fist like a billowing fire curtain, directly covering the Blackbeard pirates gang. What a powerful flame. Captain Ace deserves to be the captain of the second team on the old ship, and his strength is really strong. Blackbeard praised a lot, and the black mist in his hand condensed and spun wildly, as if a black hole had been formed, and the flames were directly absorbed into it. Huh? What kind of ability is this? Ace was a little surprised. His flame was actually absorbed. Jinbe will be handed over to you, and I will come to meet the strength of the captain of the second team. Blackbeard laughed, and then looked at Ace after giving instructions to his subordinates. Thief, haha, Captain Ace, let me come and experience your strength. As he said that, he opened his hands wide. Amidst the surging black mist, countless huge boulders were thrown by him from the black mist, hitting Ace. Fire fist. Ace didn't talk nonsense. He wasn't that kind of character. He preferred to do it. The fist of fire is condensed into fists, surging and boiling, intersecting with the black mist of Blackbeard, as if they are natural enemies. With one punch, the surging flames roared and devoured everything, smashing the boulders one by one. This seemingly fateful opponent in the original book broke out in a big battle. On the other side, Lafitte lifted his hat, tapped his crutches on the ground, and chuckled lightly. Hey, we also want to see the strength of the former Kabai. Hixia Jinping, I also feel a little itchy facing such a big man. I wonder how many punches he can resist me. Badgers also grinned, staring at Jinping intently, showing fighting intent in his eyes. Ahem. I won't get involved with the old man. Ahem. Poison Q knows his own strength, and he probably won't die or be seriously injured by Shiping's punch. He didn't try to be brave and chose to retreat. I'll help you guys from the sidelines. After all, I'm not very proficient in combat. Van Oka pushed down his monocle, took a sniper rifle in his hand and stood beside Poison Q, aiming at Jinbei. You guys dare to come to Murloc Island to make trouble, so don't blame me. Jinping's eyes also became sharp. He still remembered what Blackbeard said just now. What's the big secret of their Fishman Island? There is a terrible thought in Jinbei's heart, that is, Shirahashi's identity may be discovered. Bai Xing's identity is the biggest secret of their Murloc Island. If it is revealed, it will definitely attract the prying eyes of countless crazy guys. It will even trigger a series of events, which will plunge Fishman Island into an unprecedented crisis. With a swish sound, a bullet with a condensed armed color was shot out of Van Oka's gun barrel, aiming towards the center of Jinbei's eyebrows. Jinping's face changed slightly. Can he hide the murderous sniper? The knowledge color did not catch this attack, but the Murloc's skin is very sensitive to the airflow. In the sea, they also use their skin to sense the movement of the ocean current. Any slight movement can't escape the Murloc's sense of touch. Plum blossom skin. Jinbei put on a posture, crossed his hands in front of his body, and with a clang sound, the bullet hit Jinbei, but was blocked by his armed color. This attack was like the starting gun for the outbreak of the battle, and the next moment Badgers and Lafitte rushed towards Jinping. Floating elbow strike. Badger's armed color covered his elbows and even half of his body. The big man exploded at a speed of several blocks, and his elbows smashed out power ripples, and rushed towards Jinping. Ho, then I'll take the shot too. Wings grew from his back, and Lafitte jumped into the air. The crutch in his hand was out of its sheath, and it was a thin sword. The flapping of the wings on his back made him swoop down and stab at Jinping one after another. Make a few swords. Murloc Karate Tang Koa Jingquan. Facing the attack of two masters, Jinbei assumed a karate posture, stepped forward, the ground cracked, and punched the void. With a sound of boom, this punch seemed to hit the air, and then a shockwave like a wave swept across and exploded, resisting the attacks of Badgers and Lafitte, and hitting it in reverse. After all, Jinbei is the Kaiwohei that the world government values and recruits. There is no doubt about its strength. Even among the Kaiwohei's strength is not weak. One blow resists the attacks of two people, and in turn knocks them back. Badgers took a few steps back, the ground under his feet couldn't bear the force and collapsed, and Lafitte flew back into the air again. On the other side, Aaron and Hody Jones are still annoyed because they are controlled by humans. At this moment, their biggest enemy is no longer the people of Murloc Island, but the Blackbeard pirates. The two rushed towards Badgers, one from the left and the other from the right. It was this guy who defeated them before and left them with a painful memory. Ahem, this is a battle between them. You two Murlocs should not interfere. Poison Q retreated to the back, but he was also paying attention to the battlefield, seeing that the two Murlocs were attacking them at this time. When he started, he couldn't help but shook his head, snapped his fingers, and activated his poison in their bodies, causing Aaron and Hody Jones to spit blood from their mouths and fell to the ground hard. For these two Murlocs they regard as thugs, Poison Q naturally has countermeasures. Lafitte's hypnosis is not a panacea. As long as there is a little incentive, it will be broken, so Poison Q mixed his own poison into the poisonous medicine they took to counteract it. Ahem, what did you do to me? Aaron stared at the poisonous Q, hissing and roaring. Hody Jones also felt his stomach churning, as if a sharp knife was stirring in his stomach, making him in agony. I just fed you a little bit of poison, cough cough. Du Q coughed lightly, and said in a weak tone, thinking that the effect of your medicine should be gone soon. Cherish the next little time. You guys, hurry up died. After Poison Q's voice fell, Aaron and Hody Jones felt severe pain from their bodies, making them scream, and they felt that the original turbulent power in their bodies was gradually weakening. A wave of weakness came over them, making them exhausted even speaking. Immediately afterwards, their bodies that had collided with the poison gradually shrank, and finally turned into a skinny appearance. After the efficacy of the evil medicine was enhanced by Poison Q, the side effects were also enhanced by more than a few degrees. Just one is equivalent to the side effects of several previous ones, and Aaron and Hody Jones took more than one evil medicine to deal with Jinping. Now that the side effects have occurred, their vitality has almost been emptied, and they are not far from death. Jinbei's battles with Badgers and Lafitte were also extremely fierce. Facing Badgers head-to-head and knocking it back, the knowledgeable color caught Lafitte's slash, covered his 5 fingers with armed color, smashed it with a slap, and at the same time, moved his feet, rushed into the air like a meteor, and said in a cold voice, "Do you think I can't do anything about you in the air? 5,000 tiles." With a punch, the howling wind of the fist drove the violent momentum to erupt. However, after all, Lafitte is also the owner of two-color domineering, and has the ability to stay in the air, so he can avoid it with a flap of his wings, but after Jinbei's attack, the attack becomes a tiger, and the palm overflows with water droplets. Hit the water. The water drops shot out like bullets, but they were sniped by Van Oka's bullets. The bullets smashed the water droplets from below and fled towards the sky. Below, Van Oka held a long-barreled sniper rifle, locked on Jinping with knowledge, and fired again. In midair, Jinbei didn't have the ability to stay in the air. Seeing the attack, his face darkened, his hands protected his chest, and his arms covered his arms. With a bang, the bullet hit Jinping and did not bounce off. A violent explosion occurred, and the explosion rolled up smoke and dust, and black mist billowed. In the smoke and dust, Jinbei fell from a high altitude, landed on his legs, and smashed a huge hole in the ground. But in the distance, Badgers came over with a sneer. His right arm was covered with a large area of armed color, and then he swept forward suddenly, unsinkable ship, new style. The strange power exploded, the muscles swelled, the veins burst out, and the terrifying power condensed into the most ferocious attack. Plum blossom skin. As soon as Jinbei hit the ground, he sensed the sound of the wind and had no time to dodge, so he put on a defensive posture again. With a bang, Jinbei was repelled by the blow, and his feet rubbed 10 meters on the ground. As soon as he stopped, the force behind him came, and it was Lafitte who seized the opportunity to stab him in the back of the head. Sword. Jinping's eyes were cold. He turned around abruptly, covered the domineering left hand, grabbed it towards the sword, and rubbed it with sparks. I've caught you. The left hand tightly clasped the blade of the sword, and the murloc gripped and pulled it with a strange force, preventing Lafitte from drawing the sword and escaping while driving his body towards him. Strong wave. Jinbei looked at Lafitte coldly. A ball of water droplets condensed and deformed in the palm, and when he pushed out with his palm, the water drops suddenly turned into spikes, piercing Lafitte's body. With a sound of, Lafitte spat blood out of his mouth, and a big hole was pierced directly in his waist and abdomen. The blood was gurgling, and was brought upside down by this force, hitting the ground. Fix 1. Jinbei turned around, touched the ground with his feet. His burly figure burst out with skill, and came to Badgers in the blink of an eye. Water droplets gathered in his palm, and he was crumbling. Next is you, Lai Guan. Pushing out with one palm, the terrifying power seems to be able to penetrate everything. Damn it. Badgers didn't expect Jinbei to be so fast, and he didn't notice that Jinbei was close to him for a moment. The knowledgeable color realized the horror of the blow, his face changed suddenly, and the armed color covered half of his body to defend. With the body of Boom, Jinping's palm pressed on Badger's abdomen, and the penetrating impact pushed the water droplets to burst into a strong attack, which directly penetrated Badger's abdomen, causing blood to overflow from Badger's mouth. The impact exploded suddenly, rolled Badger's body and flew upside down uncontrollably, hitting the ground. After passing through Badgers, the water droplets flew for thousands of meters, smashed through all obstacles, and even broke through the bubble membrane between the Murloc Islands, and fell into the bottom of the sea before disappearing completely. Jinbei's strength is not something that Badgers and Lafitte can contend with, but after a short confrontation, he has the upper hand. On the other side, the battle between Ace and Blackbeard continues. After Blackbeard absorbed the incoming fire bullets with the dark fruit, he stretched out his right hand, and the black mist condensed in the palm of his hand, dark water. With a buzz sound, an inexplicable force gushed out from Blackbeard's palm, and Ace felt his body being pulled by a suction force, and rushed towards Blackbeard uncontrollably. Ace's complexion changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He opened his hands wide, and a flame vortex was formed under his feet. Flame pillar, flame vortex. Flame surged out, attacked Blackbeard, and became entangled with the black mist. The temperature of the surrounding flames continued to rise, and the sweat on Blackbeard's body couldn't stop rolling down, but he didn't seem to notice the danger, and let the flames hit him. His right hand still maintained the position just now. Blackbeard also noticed that he was no match for Ace in terms of long distance, so he could only resist the impact of this flame and pull Ace's body over. It's really burning me to death? Captain Ace. The flames that swept across the sky were absorbed by Blackbeard. His face became distorted because of the pain, but there was a ferocious look in his eyes, and his right hand was already grabbing hold Ace's body. Damn it. Ace was caught by Blackbeard's big hand. He wanted to use elementalization to escape, but found that when his body touched Blackbeard's palm, his ability disappeared strangely. Thief, haha, my ability can restrain all devil fruit users. Blackbeard laughed ferociously, his right hand muscles swelled, he grabbed Ace's body and pressed him to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered directly, Ace's eyes turned white, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Thief, haha, it seems that I have won, Captain Ace. Blackbeard raised Ace's body above his head, let go of his hand, covered his arms with armed colors, and slammed Ace fiercely with his fierce arm blow. Not good. Burning Huo Dharma. Sensing the danger suddenly, Ace came back to his senses and quickly activated his ability. The flame burned on him again, faintly glowing, and then exploded. The flame exploded from between the two of them, and with this explosion, Ace narrowly escaped Blackbeard's blow. He could feel that if he took this blow firmly, he would probably feel very uncomfortable. The impact of the explosion also knocked Blackbeard into the air, and two figures flew upside down, one on the left and the other on the right. After reading the information about the latest episode of One Piece, seems to have made a move. Destroyed a country with one blow. Tisk, it's very tricky. I've already said all kinds of things about Im's ability, but the result is that after watching this, I am so tired. Wait and see. The flames boiled, and Ace crawled out from the ruins, wiped the blood from his mouth, and his eyes became serious. Your ability, can you dissolve my devil fruit ability? Thief haha, as expected of Captain Ace, he reacted in such a short period of time. Blackbeard laughed loudly, the gunpowder on his body was extinguished, and he did not suffer any harm. His dark fruit ability user can absorb all the damage without leaving scars on the body, but it must bear double the pain. At this time, he is also very uncomfortable. Ace's flame has been developed, and the temperature is already very impressive. Although it is not as good as Yunya's flowing blade, it will not be crushed by the magma of Akainu like in the original book. Ace learned his lesson. This time he didn't dare to get too close to Blackbeard. He found that Blackbeard's dark water can be involved within a certain range of ability users. Dark cave. However, Ace didn't approach, and Blackbeard also had countermeasures. A large shady scene emerged under his feet, and Ace's feet seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and his movements were also restricted. Blackbeard rushed a certain distance, and a black hole appeared in the palm of his hand again. Dark water. Oops. Ace groaned inwardly. Almost repeated the previous scene again. Ace was dragged by the dark water, but this time he was prepared. The flames in his hands boiled, and 2 flaming spears of more than 10 meters were condensed, and he threw them over violently. Shenhuo Shiranui. Blackbeard wanted to look crazy, gritted his teeth and carried it down with his body, and then the muscles in his right arm swelled. When Ace's body was pulled by him, he sent Ace flying with an elbow. Even though Ace had used the armed color to cover his body for protection, he was still vomited blood and flew backwards by the Blackbeard's strange power. And Blackbeard also kept rolling on the ground because of the burning of the high-temperature flames. Ahem. Ace got up from the ground with a gloomy face, blood kept overflowing from his mouth, and stared at Blackbeard. Thief haha. Blackbeard also rolled over on the ground a few times, panting heavily with lingering fear, and he didn't know whether it was caused by the high temperature or the pain, and big drops of sweat rolled down his forehead. After taking a few breaths, Ace knew that this was going to die. If he was hit by Blackbeard a few more times, he might not be able to hold on. The only way now is to attack from a large distance. Yanjian Great Yanja Yandi. Under Ace's body, circles of flame patterns appeared, surrounding Ace's body, and a hotter temperature swept away. After Ace's development, the color of the flame on his body has gradually changed at this time, as if the flame was pressurized. It has changed from the original orange-red to the current pale gold, but if you look closely, it's a bit like the color of sunlight. The reason why it is named Yingyan is because the color of the flame is close to that of the sun. The color of Yunyi's flowing blade Ruohuo is burnt gold, while Ace's is pale gold. Although they are somewhat similar, if you look closely, they are not the same. At this time, Ace felt like a devil fruit awakening. The ice of Aokiji can awaken the coldness that freezes the movement of particles, so the burning fruit can also awaken a hotter flame. Such a flame is not inferior to the magma temperature of Akainu. Of course, the current Ace has not reached the point of awakening, but the color change means that Ace is developing in the right direction. Thief haha, devil fruit awakening? Captain Ace, you really gave me a huge surprise. Blackbeard sweated on his forehead. This time he was a little terrified to see Ace unleash such a high-temperature flame. He underestimated the young man in front of him a little bit. Has the devil fruit been developed to the point of awakening? Blackbeard doesn't know that Ace is not really awakened. It's just the extreme high temperature brought by Ace compressing the flame to the extreme as much as possible. However, this will also consume Ace's physical strength. If this blow can't defeat Blackbeard, he has no strength to fight anymore. This is the last resort, success, or benevolence? But he is Blackbeard, a man determined to replace Whitebeard. But do you think you can defeat me like this? The darkness is shrouded. Facing the mighty Ace, Blackbeard also laughed ferociously, with his hands open as if he was embracing the world, and the black mist on his body surged like a magma burst. A tornado formed behind him. Ace's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't open his mouth, but tried his best to condense these flames into a fireball above his head, shining like a sun, and the scorching breath gradually rose. Go. Ace panted heavily. It was obvious that this move was very exhausting. At this time, he was a little exhausted, but he still completed this move. The fireball boiled and burned, and then crushed towards Blackbeard, trying to burn Blackbeard to death. However, at this moment, when Ace was a little relaxed, a bullet wrapped in a thick armored color pierced through his chest. Die to me. Blackbeard laughed wildly. His arrogant character was clearly revealed. He is Blackbeard. He will not lose. The black mist tornado collided suddenly, hitting it like an angry dragon. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other, forming a terrifying spectacle on the Murloc Island. One white and one black each occupy a place, as if dividing the world into two worlds. The flames boiled, the black mist rose to the sky, and the two sides competed and clashed with each other. Waves of air swept out, and the entire Cake Island was shaken. The bubble film is teetering, as if it is about to burst. The terrifying impact stirred up the sea water around Murloc Island, and the undercurrent on the bottom of the sea never stopped. Brother Ace. Jinbe looked over there with an extremely serious expression on his face. What's going on? Has the submarine volcano erupted? Look over there, guys. Hey, what happened over there? The movement was so loud that it almost spread throughout the entire Murloc Island. At this moment, all the residents of Murloc Island saw that terrifying scene. One black and one white separate the two sides, like different domains. In Dragon Palace City, Neptune looked over there with an extremely gloomy expression, its Shiping and the others. Princess Otohime stood beside Neptune, looking up into the distance, with a worried expression on her face. Naturally, they are very clear about the incident on Murloc Island, and that is where Shiping and the others fought with the new Murloc pirates. In the hard shell tower, the mermaid princess by seeing also sensed the vibration, saw what happened there through the window, and murmured, "Mother, father." In the mermaid cafe, Mrs. Xiaoli seemed to know what would happen a long time ago. Looking at the black and white outside the window, she sighed softly. Did it really happen? Mermaid princess, Sea King. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Xiaoli took out a phone bug from her bosom, was silent for a moment, and finally dialed. Boom! One black and one white fiercely confront each other, and the momentum gradually grows, which is absolutely terrifying. After a while, the two attacks of different colors fell silent. At the center of the collision of the two attacks, the stratum had sunk, and there were burnt black marks. The smoke and dust in the field dissipated, revealing the appearance inside. Ace was lying face up on the ground with blood overflowing from his mouth, while Blackbeard was kneeling on one knee, his chest heaving violently like a bellows, sweat dripping non-stop. Thief, haha, it looks like I won? Captain Ace. Blackbeard gasped, but there was a grin on his face. This time, he won? Although he used despicable means, but in the end he won? He doesn't care about fairness, this is war, it's just a play. As long as he can win, he will use any means. Jinbe, it's you next. Blackbeard's gaze suddenly looked at Jinbe with a gloomy face. Ship Dr. Dukyu rode a horse leisurely to Blackbeard's side, and handed the special healing medicine in his hand to Blackbeard. Highbeard didn't say much, just took it and ate it. After gritting his teeth and grunting a few times, Blackbeard's face was exhausted, and he showed that arrogant smile again. This is a drug specially made by Poison Q for Blackbeard. It can be used in conjunction with his special physique, and the effect is outstanding. As long as the old man is still there, you will never succeed. Jinbe walked over, his face full of coldness. It's different now, I have a hostage in my hands. Give up Jinbe, or the entire Murloc Island will be destroyed because of your decision. Blackbeard sneered and threatened directly. You. Jinbe was out of breath, his eyes boiling with anger. Needless to say, Blackbeard has a large number of people, and the lives of the residents of Ace and Murloc Island are the most threatening. In the end, Jinbe chose to lower his proud head and was captured by the Blackbeard pirates. Afterwards, the Blackbeard pirates attacked Dragon Palace. Losing the protection of this strong man of Jinbe, Dragon Palace quickly fell. As for Whitebeard's flag, it was also pulled out by Blackbeard and replaced with his own flag. So far, the regime on Fishman Island has been completely controlled by Blackbeard. Blackbeard was also led by the fruit ability of the target fruit ability user Vander Daken 9, and met the legendary Sea King, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. And knowing that Shirahoshi's cry is the way to attract the Neptunes, Blackbeard's mind became active. Although Shirao Seeng's ability is uncontrollable, it is only for now. When Shirao Seeng is completely tamed, he will have plenty of time to study it. At present, let's think about how to use this power to check and balance Dad. Murloc Island has fallen. As long as the news spreads, Whitebeard will not ignore it. Not to mention that Murloc Island is Whitebeard's territory, and now it is taken away by others. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Whitebeard, and his captain of the second team is also in the hands of Blackbeard. As long as the news gets out, Whitebeard will definitely take action. Blackbeard already had a plan in mind. That is to use those giant Neptunes to deal with Dad. Destroy Murloc Island to make your fame reach the peak. Then take this opportunity to see if you can grab Papa's shocking fruit. He wants to take Dad's place. In the palace of Wangsu, Yunya hung up the phone, rubbed his chin and pondered. That guy with the black beard actually went to Murloc Island? And he also took down Murloc Island. Ace and Jinbe were both defeated by him? It seems that this guy is still the same as in the original book, trying to snatch Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. Yunya crossed his legs and thought, forget it. After all, I still owe Fishman Island a favor. Mrs. Xiaoli I have already called here. There is no reason to ignore it. And, after all, Ace is my nephew, so I can only go there once. Now it has become a lot stronger. I just went to see Toyu Shirahoshi's secret soul. If you find the soul fruit, it may be useful. Charlotte Lingling has also died for a while, and there is no news yet. It seems that not only the New World, but even the whole world will send people to search for it. It just so happens that the Navy is not far from Murloc Island. Let's go there. Yunya's eyes flickered. After that mission, Yuren didn't choose to go back to the headquarters, but has been strolling on the sea. At this time, it is not far from Murloc Island, so it is easier to go there. After all, the palace of Wangsu is in the New World, and there is a long distance from the Fishman Island. It will take several days at the fastest to get there from Moon Knight Island. After thinking about it, let it be closer. Above the sea, the warship sailed slowly. Yuren sat in his office and took out a mask from a drawer, which was the same style as the Quincy. The identity of this masked night blade was also used once, that is when he went to the Vinsmoke family to let him clone Xiao's arm. Therefore, just in case, Yunya always brought it with him. The main body does not have the ability to disguise, so you can only wear a mask if you need to use the identity of the Quincy master. Anyway, no one would suspect anything. After all, the mask was once the signboard of the Quincy, and you can fool it for any reason. Now, no one has the courage to ask why the Quincy wears the mask again. After simply talking to Lieutenant Tina, Yunyi walked away with Shunpo. Arriving at the Shamboard Islands, Yunya took off his navy uniform, found a random clothing store and bought a set of light white casual clothes, put on the mask of the Quincy, and went directly to the Black Rose where Yachi stayed. Killer group. Along the way, Yunyi didn't cover up, but he was more careful, and walked in places where there were fewer people. However, it seems that because the Tianlong people were killed in the Shamboard Islands, the martial law here is more severe than before, and the Navy's eyeliner is almost everywhere. It is not as easy for the pirates to land on the Shamboard Islands now. They are all terrified, and they go directly to the sea after quickly finishing the film, and they don't even dare to stay for too long. Also because of this reason, those Tianlong people seldom come to the Shamboard Islands. They are also afraid. Without the patronage of pirates and Tianlong people, the Shamboard Islands live and work more peacefully than before. This is all thanks to Yunya. On the current Shamboard Islands, the main islands are monitored by phone bugs. Although Yunya was walking to a place where there were not many people, he was still discovered by a phone bug. In the monitoring room in the branch base, a red light suddenly flashed and a piercing alarm sounded. This is a face that can recognize some pirates and send out different levels of alarms according to the degree of danger. This is the handwriting of Vegapunk, specially made for the Shamboard Islands, which greatly improves the security of the Shamboard Islands. Huh? Is this the highest level of alert? What's going on? Check it out. The monitoring room in the Shamboard Islands branch base suddenly flashed a dazzling red light, and the people inside became flustered because of this movement. Then, that mask? Yes, it's MI. Quincy. A Navy staring at the screen swallowed suddenly, and then a panicked voice sounded. Everyone looked, only to see a Navy soldier pointing at the monitor screen. What? How is this possible? Isn't the Quincy in the New World? Hearing this name, the monitoring room became even more chaotic, and everyone was looking at the mask that was frozen on the monitoring screen. That's the Quincy? The heinous criminal with a bounty of 4.8 billion berries is one of the few people at the top of the New World. Notify the headquarters. A Navy soldier frantically dialed the phone bug of the Navy headquarters to send the news back to the Navy headquarters. Not only the Navy found out, but also some illegal elements on the island. Everyone was shocked and inexplicable. Navy headquarters, Akainu office. Akainu squinted his eyes and listened to the intelligence agent's report, and couldn't help frowning. You said that the Quincy is now in the Shamboard Islands? Why didn't our eyeliner in Wangsu Palace report the news? The intelligence agent faltered. This is not clear. Maybe the Quincy acted alone, but now there is indeed a person wearing a Quincy mask appearing on the Shamboard Islands. But is it true or not? It needs to be investigated. After all, the Quincy hasn't worn that mask for a long time now. Well, you go down. Akainu waved the soldier down, narrowed his eyes, and said to himself, could it be that guy who doesn't know how to live or die pretends to be? It's not impossible. Although there is no such precedent, the name of the Quincy is too great, and it is inevitable that there will be some admirers. But he didn't want to pay attention to this matter. It's okay if it's fake. If it's true, he wouldn't dare to be careless until he figured out the purpose of the Quincy. Every action of Quincy is very purposeful. Almost every time it is dispatched, it will cause a huge commotion. The Shamboard Islands are the back garden of the Celestial Dragons. Although several Celestial Dragons have died, and those Celestial Dragons rarely leave the Holy Land of Marijoa, there are still some people who don't know how to live or die occasionally. If the target of the Quincy is the Celestial Dragon, then things will be bad. After all, Quincy is not without a criminal record, and several Celestial Dragons have died in his hands. Thinking of the consequences, Chiquin broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone knows that Quincy is a madman. Although he has calmed down a little recently, the name of a madman is not fake. We still need to make some preparations. The green bull and the peach rabbit can't get away, and only the yellow ape passed by, and he can reach the fastest. Except for any urgent matter, the first one is the same as the Warring States period. What comes to mind is Huang Yuan. Who is this guy's ability? In addition, the lazy personality makes the superiors dislike it, and no one wants to have an employee who only cooks and does not work under him. Akazuki dialed Kizoku's phone number and ordered him to be transferred. Yunya didn't know that his whereabouts had been discovered at this time, so he went directly to the subordinate force of Wangsu Palace, Yachi's Black Rose Killer organization. After Yachi was transferred to the New World by Yunya, he didn't bring everyone there, and some remained on the number 7 island. It can be regarded as an intelligence network organization of Wangsu Palace. Entering the Yes Bar, Yunyi found that the place here has not changed in the slightest from the ones he visited before. Big, my lord. Alas. After seeing Yunya with the Quincy mask appearing, these younger brothers were all frightened out of their wits. Their eyes widened. Isn't the boss of the boss in the New World? How did you run to the first half? My lord, you. Some people even doubted Yunya's identity. After all, the current Quincy hadn't worn that iconic mask for a long time, but they didn't dare to be careless. Anyway, they hadn't met such a kind person who dared to pretend to be a Quincy. Help me prepare a boat, I'm going to Fishman Island. Yunya said simply and straightforwardly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Some people entertained Yunya tremblingly, and others, in order to ensure Yunya's identity, contacted Yachi himself who was far away in Wangsu Palace through phone bugs, wanting to confirm whether true. Yachi was also very shocked. He saw Yunya himself in Wangsu Palace yesterday. Why did he go to Shampoo Land? She received no news at all. Yachi, it's me. Yunya didn't talk too much nonsense, and spoke directly into the phone with Quincy's voice. My lord, why did you run to the first half? Yachi also showed an expression of disbelief when he heard the voice. It would take several days at the fastest to rush from here to the Shamboard Islands. Could it be that the lord flew there directly? Well, I have something to deal with, so I'm here. Yunya hung up the phone without explaining too much, but looked at the younger brothers and said, prepare a boat as soon as possible, I want to use it. After thinking about it, the faster coding master in the Shamboard Islands should be Layli, Yunya said, just prepare the boat and put it in the number 7 dock. I will find someone else for the coding. Use this phone bug, contact me. Coding also takes time, larger ships may even take a few days, and a very skilled coding master is required. But Yunya just wanted a small boat, so it shouldn't take too long, and Layli's hands and feet must be faster than other coding masters, so he simply went to trouble Layli directly. After finishing speaking, Yunya left the 7th island and rushed directly to the rip-off bar on the 13th island. Along the way, Yunya occasionally saw the navy running around in a panic on the island, and also heard some wind. Cut, have you been discovered by the navy? Yunya didn't expect that the navy would find out that he was on the island at this time, and martial law had started for the entire island, so he was a little speechless. But I don't care anymore, since I've been discovered, let's act faster. Thunder surged behind him, and Yunya rushed out like a ghost, and arrived at island number 13 in a short time. Enter the rip-off bar. At this time, there is only the boss lady Xiaoqi. Hey, you are really a rare visitor, Master Quincy. Xiaoqi smoked a cigarette and looked at Yunya with a smile. That old man Layli is not here at this time. The news of the appearance of the Quincy on the island has been spread secretly. As long as the intelligence network is not behind, almost everyone has received the news. Xiaoqi, the number 1 intelligence officer in the Shamboard Islands, naturally knew about it, and she knew it even more clearly. Even Yunyi knew about the trip to the 13th island, so there were not many surprises about Yunyi's arrival. But she was also curious, why did the Quincy appear here? Long time no see, Mrs. Xiaoqi, you are getting more and more beautiful, and the years have not left traces on your face. You really deserve to be the emperor of the Daughter Kingdom. Yunya greeted and complimented. After a while, he said, the old man is not here, so he went to cheat people again. You really know that old man well. Xiaoqi smiled, and was not surprised that Quincy knew that he was the emperor of Amazon Lily. They have a lot of information on big figures of their level, but looked at Yunya, pushing over a glass of red wine. He said, Brother Quincy, sit down for a while, a big man like you is visiting, and that fellow Raleigh should be back soon. After knowing that Yunya was rushing to island number 13, Xiaoqi knew that Yunya's purpose was their place, so she naturally notified Layli just now. Sister Xiaoqi still understands me, but she shouldn't need money, right? Yunya laughed. Don't worry, please, it's my honor to be able to invite a big shot like you to drink. Xiaoqi laughed, never expecting a big shot like Quincy to have such a personality. The two were chatting one after another, and after a while, an old guy with white hair came in, and when he saw Yunya, his face darkened. Why did you go to the shampoo place again? Don't you want to attack the Tianlong people again? We're there, am I that kind of cruel person? Yunya shrugged. Hearing Yunya's words, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they asked themselves, aren't you a Quincy master? Okay, don't talk nonsense, what's the matter here? Layli found a place to sit down, took a sip of wine to moisten his throat, and gave Yunya a sideways look. This guy must be uneasy and kind. But he was given a hard time and asked him to block a dangerous guy like Huang Yuan. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I have something urgent to go to Fishman Island. I'm running out of time, so I'm here to invite Senior out of the mountain. Yunya said with a smile while drinking from his glass. Urgent matter. Both of them became curious. Quincy suddenly appeared in the first half, which surprised both of them. Why do you want to go to Fishman Island now? Someone has taken action on Murloc Island. Now Murloc Island is controlled by Blackbeard, and Ace is also in their hands. After all, he is my god-nephew, but I can't take a look. And Murloc Island is still mine. Without the special snacks from Fishman Island, my business on Moon Knight Island will plummet. Yunya said casually, this is not a topic that cannot be brought up. The Fishman Island has been controlled by someone? Who is so bold? Blackbeard? I have a little impression. After hearing Yunya's words, Xiaoqi was surprised. Her intelligence network did not find out what happened on the Fishman Island. After all, it has only been a day since the incident, and the Fishman Island is also located 10,000 meters below the sea, and is controlled by Blackbeard. Almost no one can get in and out. If Mrs. Xiaoli had no way to contact Yunya, Yunya would not know what happened to Fishman Island. Therefore, the fact that Blackbeard took control of Murloc Island has not been discovered yet. Ace? Didn't that little guy recently join the Whitebeard Pirates and become the captain of the 2nd Division? Blackbeard, is that the guy who betrayed Whitebeard? Didn't Ace go after Blackbeard? Rayleigh also touched his chin and thought about it. Yunya wasn't too surprised when he called Ace his nephews, Layli and Xiaoqi, and they roughly guessed that the two should be somewhat related. Well, Ace's background is too hard. Garp's grandson, Roger's son, Whitebeard's godson, Quincy's godnephew. Putting these identities together, is it really terrifying? I don't know the details. I only found out when I got help from Fishman Island. Fortunately, I went to my hometown in Bahai some time ago. I just wanted to go back to the new world. This happened because the incident happened suddenly. I had no choice but to rush over as soon as possible, so I found you, senior, and came here. Yunya made some nonsense. TCH, let's talk about it first. This time I am an ordinary coding worker, and the cost of rushing to work is a lot of Bailey. Laylee said with a curled lip. The action, as soon as one thinks about it, is the cause of the Quincy. Now he is retired, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. Don't worry, I don't have any other Quincyans. If it's money, I definitely have it. Yunya assured with a smile. The top government. That's right, the Wangsu Palace of your Quincy master is now the richest power in the world. Even in the Shamboard Islands, I have heard of your reputation as Moon Knight Island. Xiaoqi laughed. The guy in front of me has Moon Knight Island. Deo is such a big money sucker, even Gulen Tetsalo, who used to have the most Baileys, is his subordinate strength at this time. This guy's wealth is definitely the richest among all forces except the world government. Sister Xiaoqi is welcome to visit me, it's free. Yunya said with a smile. Okay, stop talking nonsense here, go there as soon as possible, or the Navy will take action because of you. And now the Navy is in power with that guy Akainu, very fierce. Raleigh hurriedly urged, he doesn't want to fight with the Admiral again. If the Navy knows that the Quenching Division is here, there will definitely be generals who will come to check. The Navy is not at ease if such a dangerous guy is allowed to be in the Shamboard Islands. Okay, the boat should be ready. It's on the 7th island. Thank you, Sister Xiaoqi, for your hospitality. Yunya didn't talk nonsense, thanked Xiaoqi, and went to the 7th island with Laylee. At this time, the Shamboard Islands had begun to become chaotic, and the news that Quincy was on the island had already spread. No one dared to stay here. Staying here is waiting for death. And a celestial dragon who came to play in the back garden because he was bored, after hearing the name of the Quincy, he was frightened and ran back before he started rattling. The two soon arrived at island number 7, and Laylee didn't talk nonsense, and started coding directly as soon as he arrived. But when the job was done so, he frowned and looked over the sea, where a warship was coming towards him. Laylee withdrew his gaze and said to Yunya, there is not much left, I will leave it to your subordinates, I will go first, I don't want the Navy to see that I am with you. Last time I wanted to get rid of the yellow ape, I spent a lot of effort. Yunya thanked, it's really troublesome senior. Take care of Ace. After all, he is the son of my old friend. I, an elder, have retired and can't help much. With that said, Rayleigh left here in a flash. Yunya nodded, still very grateful to Laylee. After all, coding yourself is still a risk. Then he looked at the sea surface, his knowledge radiated out, and he heard a familiar aura. Hey, is it the yellow ape again? Yunya chuckled. The one standing in front of the naval warship was none other than the yellow ape. At this time, the yellow monkey is like a dead eggplant, listless, so is the Marshal of the Warring States period, and so is Akainu, and they all use him as a brick. Anything dangerous is thrown at him. At this time, the coding was completed, and Yunya didn't talk nonsense. He stepped on the boat and drove directly towards the sea surface. As long as he left a little distance, he could dive into the bottom of the sea. The warship was not far away, and Huang Yuan also saw Yunya wearing a mask on the boat, and his expression became serious. Quincy, why don't you stay here in the new world? Why come here? Don't worry, this time I'm not here to trouble the Navy or the world government. I just want to go back to the new world. Your Navy won't stop me, right? Yunya looked at Huang Yuan through the mask and said calmly. Huang Yuan was speechless for a while. Now the position is very awkward. Stop him, he can't beat Quincy. Don't stop him, and Akainu will definitely say a few more words when he goes back later. Don't stop me. Besides, you alone may not be able to stop me. Yunya shot at Huang Yuan with cold eyes, and thunder surged behind him, outlining Taigaguyu. This is a threat, a naked threat? After finishing speaking, Yunya ignored Huang Yuan, and instead drove the boat into the bottom of the sea. Huang Yuan's expression kept changing, but in the end he still didn't choose to make a move. With him alone, he really might not be the opponent of Quincy. Both In Xiao and In Xiao failed to deal with the Quincy, unless the two generals go up together, otherwise the Quincy has nothing to do. Moreover, the Quincy master didn't show any hostility at this time. It's not good to fight with such a dangerous guy here. The yellow ape simply ignored it. The purpose of his coming here is to investigate the purpose of Quincy. Since Quincy chooses to leave, then let him leave. In the original book, like the red-haired pirates in the East China Sea, they turned a blind eye and closed their eyes, rashly fighting against powerful enemies, and their navy will also weigh the results. Kizuru spread his hands, and then called Akainu back. Akainu, the Quincyus didn't make any moves. He should have just come to the Shamboard Islands for coding, and now he has left for the new world. Well, I see. Akainu took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and then slammed the table. Damn it, do you dare to go to the first half to provoke? It seems that something needs to be done, or else I, the Marshal, will be underestimated. Akainu said with long-distance eyes and gritted his teeth. It is unwise to mobilize any imperial power without preparation. Even if Quincy was alone, unless their navy dispatched 2 or 3 generals, they might not be able to take down Quincy, so Akainu didn't blame Kizaru for it. As long as the Quincy isn't messing around in the Shamboard Islands, that's fine. But watching Quincy appear blatantly and leave blatantly like this, Akainu, the new marshal, feels extremely aggrieved. In the deep sea, a small boat sailed slowly on the dark seabed and sank deeper. The deep seabed is not a peaceful place, full of dangers everywhere, not to mention the chaotic currents that can tear apart the bubble film, and some giant Neptunes that open their mouths and can bite off large sailing ships. There is a chance of accidents happening here, it is very high. But to Yunyi, these are just pediatrics. Even if he is only in a small boat, the dangers on the bottom of the sea are not a threat to him. Under the threat of his terrifying and domineering look, even giant sea kings will panic, let alone ordinary sea kings. Animals have a stronger perception of danger than humans. On the boat, a white flame in Yunyi's hand was slowly burning, illuminating the surrounding area, and following the eternal pointer in his hand. Oh, it's here. Suddenly, the originally dark scene in front of Yunyi's eyes lit up with starlight, and as he approached, the light became more and more obvious, and finally the outline of Fishman Island was reflected in Yunyi's eyes. This is the second time Yunyi has come here, but he still feels the incomparable magnificence of the Fishman Island, and he doesn't know whether it was formed naturally or artificially. If it is thought to be manufactured, then what is the identity of this person? Poseidon, the former Neptune? If Yunya wanted to destroy Murloc Island, he could do it, but if he wanted him to create such a magnificent creation, Yunya really couldn't do it, mainly because his means were mostly attacks. Driving the boat close to the Murloc Island, the entrance of the Murloc Island was controlled by the man with Blackbeard, forbidding all things to enter or exit. It's been less than a day since Blackbeard occupied Murloc Island, and he hasn't started any action yet, and even the news hasn't spread. Because the Fishman Island is 10,000 meters deep under the sea, although it is a road leading to the New World, it is not often visited by pirates. Occasionally, it will take a few days, 10 days, or even longer for pirates to come to the Murloc's Island transit, and then to the New World. The man guarding here is none other than Badgers. When Badgers saw someone driving the boat closer, there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and some unlucky guy came over. But after seeing Yunya, he was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. How did the Quincy come here? As for that mask, as long as you have explored the sea, there is no one who doesn't know it. Badgers wanted to contact his captain through the phone bug almost the moment he saw Yunya, but as soon as he picked up the phone, Yunya rushed over. Badgers saw Yunya, and Yunya naturally saw Badgers, and after seeing him with a frightened face and wanting to notify Blackbeard, Yunya had already moved. Jumping directly from the boat, crossing hundreds of meters, almost in the blink of an eye, the terrifying domineering color pressed down, preventing Badgers from moving. And with a little finger, the 6 sticks of light firmly fixed Badger's movements, stretched out his right hand, clasped Badger's big face, and knelt on one knee on the ground under pressure. Yunyi clasped his hands hard, and clasped his 5 fingers like Badger's head. The electric current surged and poured into Badger's body, and a trace of blood gushed out. Badgers was trembling with pain, and subconsciously grasped Yunya's right hand with both hands, trying to break it apart, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Yunya's right hand, and with Yunya's force, the current, the attack, the severe pain made him confused. His physical strength seemed to be drained, his body softened, his eyes looked at Yunya in horror through Yunya's fingers. Me, Quincy Master, why did you appear here? What? Surprised to see me? Yunya chuckled. Of course I came here to trouble you, the Blackbeard pirates. Don't you know that Murloc Island is my partner? You. Badger's voice trembled, and his whole body was pulled out by the electric shock. In the middle of speaking, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Letting go of his right hand, Badger's body softened to the ground. Yunya was a little speechless. Did he faint? He hasn't asked where Blackbeard is. Trash. Yunya snorted softly, pointed out, and a pillar of lightning pierced Badger's heart, directly killing him. The Murlocs who were threatened to become Blackbeard's subordinates were all stunned when Yunya burst into dominance just now. I couldn't find anyone to ask about it. Let's go directly to Mrs. Xiaoli. Yunya didn't stop, and left directly in a flash. Along the way, Yunya found that there were hardly any people on the street. Even civilians knew roughly what happened on the island, and they were so scared that they hid at home and shivered, not daring to show up. Yunya glanced around, looked for a direction, and walked towards Coral Hill, where Mrs. Xiaoli's Mermaid Cafe opened. In a short while, Yunya came to the door of the Mermaid Cafe, and there was a sign of suspension of service hanging outside the door. Yunya pushed open the door, the lights inside were dim, and there was no guest. The sound of the door being pushed naturally also attracted the attention of the people in the back room. A glamorous mermaid girl poked her head out and was startled when she saw someone coming in, especially Yunya was wearing a mask at this time. It looks a little weird. At first glance, this Murloc was kind and simple, the kind of person who had never seen the world. At this time, he was a little nervous and said weakly, who are you? The coffee shop is closed today. All the waiters in the Mermaid Cafe in the back room showed their heads when they heard the movement, and looked at Yunya curiously. When Yunya saw the first mermaid poking her head out, she felt a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that this little mermaid girl was the red-haired mermaid who used to make tea for him. Well, she is still working as a waitress in the Mermaid Cafe. There is another one that I am a little familiar with, the little mermaid girl who was auctioned off on Gulen Tizalo, who was taken away by Whitebeard and sent back to Fishman Island. Where's Mrs. Xiali? I have something to do with her. Yunya found a place to sit down at random, and said lightly, this. The mermaids were a little hesitant. It was closing time, and something terrible happened on the island, so they were a little flustered. But before the mermaids could reply, Mrs. Xiali swam over from inside, and after seeing Yunya wearing a mask, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Master, sir. Mrs. Xiali did not expect Yunya to come so soon, she thought it would be at least a while. Well, tell me what's going on now. Yunya asked Mrs. Xiali without any nonsense. Mrs. Xiali also knew the seriousness of the matter, and said directly, there is a group of pirates. After simply listening to Mrs. Xiali's narration, Yunya roughly understood. It's nothing more than a group of pirates controlling the new Murloc pirates and fighting with the soldiers of Dragon Palace. In the end, Jinbei was defeated, and now Dragon Palace City is almost under the control of those pirates. In fact, Mrs. Xiali didn't know much. She had already known about this disaster in advance through divination. In her divination, a person covered in black mist and a person covered in flames had a battle on Murloc Island, and the final scene showed giant sea kings surrounding Murloc Island. Divination is just a fragment of the picture, she doesn't know when it will happen, and she has no ability to change it. So when she saw the darkness and the flames fighting against each other, she realized that this was the scene of her divination. It was normal in the front, it was just a fight between two people, but the scene in the back surrounded by layers of giant sea kings made her feel extremely frightened. This is a catastrophe enough to destroy Murloc Island? Faced with such a situation, Jinbei didn't even come, but Mrs. Xia immediately thought of Quincy, the person who shocked her so much. The scenes of divination for Yunya were deeply imprinted in her mind, endless flames erupted with every gesture, as if the whole world was going to be burned. In her opinion, only such a big shot can make their Fishman Island survive the catastrophe. Moreover, Yunya once promised to owe her a favor. So when she realized that the situation was not right, she used the phone bug left by the members of Wangsu Hall to contact Yunya and ask Yunya to come to help. After finishing speaking, Mrs. Xiali looked at Yunya expectantly, hoping that he would save the Fishman Island. I once asked you to do divination for me, but this time I have repaid the favor. I will ensure the safety of the Fishman Island. Yunya looked at Mrs. Xiali and said. However, he was deep in thought. In the divination scene, there were giant sea kings surrounding Murloc Island. This is undoubtedly Bai Xing's ability. Mrs. Xiali also told Yunya the information she had obtained through divination. According to your arrangement, my lord. Xiali bowed deeply to Yunya. After receiving this gift, Yunya continued, I want to know what's going on with Bai Xing now. If she knows that Dragon Palace City is occupied by villains, she will probably have violent mood swings and attract giant sea kings. Has there been anything nearby during this time? Change? Mrs. Xiali shook her head and said truthfully, I don't know either, but those pirates have only occupied Dragon Palace City for less than a day, and now I don't know what's going on there. Since then, there has been no movement on the island. Dragon Palace City is under control. With Shirahoshi's personality, it is impossible not to explode. It should be that Shirahoshi was controlled by Blackbeard and others by some means. If I remember well, there seems to be one of the Blackbeard pirates who can hypnotize. When Yunyi heard Mrs. Xiali's words, she made a judgment instantly. He nodded and said, I'll go to Dragon Palace City to have a look. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Mrs. Xiali to reply, Yunya left the Mermaid Cafe in a blink of an eye. With an adult taking action, the matter should be settled. Mrs. Xiali muttered in her mouth. After Yunya appeared, the panic in her heart dissipated inexplicably. Whether it's the threat of the Blackbeard pirates, or the giant sea kings encircling Murloc Island in the divination screen, she feels that Yunyi can solve it. Yunya left the Mermaid Cafe and headed towards the Dragon Palace City on the top floor. He didn't use the color of knowledge to cover the entire Murloc Island, which would scare the snake away. People who are knowledgeable can perceive other people's prying eyes. Yunya knows that Blackbeard's character is a crazy guy. If he knows that he is in Fishman Island at this time, he may do crazy things. If there were hostages in hand, Yunya would be bound more or less. Although Blackbeard doesn't know about Yunya's relationship with Ace, or with Murloc Island, but when things are out of control, Blackbeard may have the idea of destroying the entire Murloc Island. Yunya frowned as he walked. Why did Blackbeard occupy Murloc Island? Is it because of Whitebeard? Murloc Island is Whitebeard's territory, and Blackbeard has always coveted Whitebeard's ability. In the original book, it was this guy who caused the outbreak of the Top War. The throne of the Emperor? Yunya would not believe that Blackbeard had no idea about Zhen fruit. Blackbeard grew up on Whitebeard's boat, and he has an inexplicable fear of Whitebeard. In his opinion, Whitebeard's ability is the most powerful ability in the world. If he wants to achieve the ambition in his heart, Whitebeard's shocking fruit is inevitable. Perhaps the purpose of attacking Murloc Island this time is to deal with Whitebeard. Thinking of these, Yunya started to think more. Did Blackbeard already know Shirahoshi's secret? Want to control Shirahoshi and use Shirahoshi's Sea King power to deal with Whitebeard? It's not impossible, and it's very likely. Forget it, why think so much? Yunya shook his head, thinking about it so much. Yunya doesn't care about the current Blackbeard, even if it is the Blackbeard in the original book. Yunya doesn't take it very seriously. A Blackbeard who is at the peak of both fruits may not be able to beat a Whitebeard who is at the peak. Now Yunyi, with the improvement of his strength, is already at the top of the world. In this world, except for I'm, the true ruler of the most mysterious world government, Yunya is no longer afraid of anyone. Even the Whitebeard in his peak period is the same. Yunya has always wanted to test I'm, but after thinking about it, it is better to wait for a while before saying that his strength is still on the rise. As long as he gives himself a little more time, any I'm will be trampled by him at your feet. Acting rashly now will lead to more dangerous results. Yunya was still quite cautious. In many previous battles, he would act with almost 90% certainty. Even if he couldn't win, the success rate of his leaving was very high. Strength brings confidence to Yunyi. Even when Yunya was not too strong back then, he dared to enter the battlefield of the two emperors, Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling alone, after a lot of consideration. Hiding his aura, Yunya easily sneaked into Dragon Palace City. He wanted to find out where the people in Dragon Palace City were being imprisoned by Blackbeard. However, after searching around, Yunya couldn't find it, and couldn't help frowning. Could it be that he was being watched by Blackbeard? It would be great if I unlocked Kyoka Suijutsu. At least it doesn't have to be so troublesome. If you have the ability of Kyoka Suijutsu, you can easily avoid the sight of the Blackbeard pirates, and you can even use this ability to know where Jinbei and the others are being held. However, Yunya didn't want to unlock the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Although Mirror Flower and Water Moon is very useful in battle, it can only hypnotize the 5 senses of the enemy, and cannot hypnotize the enemy to obtain information. If hypnosis could be used to achieve the effect of obtaining information, Yunya would have unlocked it long ago. You don't need to look for the soul fruit, you can directly get the information he wants from Doflamingo. The flower in the mirror and the moon in the water did not increase Yunya's current strength very much. Yunya already had enough means and did not need any auxiliary abilities. Yunya looked at the panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 1800. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainyo, proficiency 82. Iaroman Maru, proficiency 92. Flowing blade Ruo Huo, 80. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 81. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 80. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 Sticks of Light Prison, proficiency 70. 81 of Binding Tao, Breaking Space, proficiency 100. Returning Way, Rejuvenation of Dead Wood, proficiency 100. Special Category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 100. Virtual Skeleton Clone, 0/1. Virtual Flash, proficiency 82. Virtual Mask, 1/3. Killing Charlotte Lingling earlier gave Yunya 2000 achievement points plus defeating Hawkeye got 500, and the value of achievement points also came to 4500. The reason why killing Charlotte Lingling got so many achievement points is because Charlotte Lingling used Soul Return, and her strength climbed to the point where she could threaten Yunyi. In the end, Yunyi used the 4th stage Instant Coax to solve Charlotte Lingling. Although Hawkeye's strength is also very strong, it has not reached the level that Charlotte Lingling used to be, and Yunyi did not kill Hawkeye, just defeated. During this period of time, Yunyi raised Duankong to a proficiency of 100. He only had this defensive method. In the previous battles, he had already been obviously weak, and he was often defeated by the enemy. The 3rd Zanpakuto Ryuran Ruo Huo was also upgraded to 80 swastikas. For these two skills, Yunyi gained more than 2000 achievement points, and his strength has been improved again. Of course, Yunyi also tried it, and the swipe-like swastika did not reach the point where the whole world could be destroyed in the original work of Death God. At best, it is the power of the old man Yamamoto in the original work of the God of Death 1000 years ago. It's not the real remnant fire sword in Yunya's mind. And after the swastika was removed, Yunyi's silver fibers did not turn into scorched marks, but turned into a whiter color of the blade. The power has increased a lot, but Yunya felt that he was not very satisfied, and could not achieve the invincible effect in his mind. The flames hadn't been shrunk to a single point, and there were still burning golden flames radiating from the whole body. That is to say, reaching 80 proficiency is only the ability to solve the swastika, and it cannot be completely controlled like Mr. Yamamoto. Perhaps only after raising the proficiency to 100, will the true appearance of the remnant fire Tachi in Yunyi's mind appear. In the same way, the same is true for Hiranmaru and Zainyu. Forget it, since you can't find it, you can only crush it. Yunya shook his head, throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, but twisted his neck, ready to fight, and released his knowledge, radiating the entire Murloc Island. Oh, is it all over there? It's a little easier to handle. Yunya's knowledge radiated the entire island, and he also sensed countless breaths. Blackbeard and others are in the main hall of Dragon Palace City, while Shirahoshi, Jinbei, Ace, Neptune, Princess Otohime, and the others are all imprisoned in one place. There is Shirahoshi's former residence, the Hard Shell Tower. With a sound of swipe, thunder surged behind Yunyi, and his figure rushed towards that side like a ghost. As for Yunyi's undisguised release of knowledge, Highbeard and the others were naturally aware of it. Huh? Who is it? Blackbeard felt that someone was watching him with knowledge, and he stood up from Neptune's throne suddenly. His face sank, and his knowledge also radiated out. In the knowledgeable perception, a terrifying aura appeared, and this familiar aura made Blackbeard's face change drastically. Quincy? Damn it, why did this guy appear here? Blackbeard recognized Quincy right away. After all, he was once above Gulen Tizalo, and Quincy left a strong impression on him. That guy, but the guy who can compete with the old man without losing the wind. Blackbeard once considered snatching Quincy's ability, but compared to the peak Quincy, Whitebeard whose strength has declined is easier to win. That's why Blackbeard didn't have the idea of Quincy, but he is also very interested in Quincy's ability. As long as there is a chance, he will try to kill Yunyi and take his ability. The ability of the Quincy Master, which is suspected to be an elemental fruit, has shown a strong combat effectiveness in his hands. It can even resist Daddy's shocking fruit. But what puzzled Blackbeard was why the Quincy appeared here now. Could it be that he came here for the Fishman Island? It's not impossible. After all, Murloc Island and Quincy's Moon Knight Island are close partnerships. But isn't the Quincy in the New World? It took less than a day for me to occupy Murloc Island. No matter how fast I was, I couldn't come here so quickly. I can't fly so fast. Is it a coincidence? Thoughts flickered in Blackbeard's mind, but he didn't have time to think too much. The Quincy had already gone towards where Bai Xing and the others were imprisoned. Quincy's actions have proved that he came here for this purpose. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates also have a sense of knowledge. They immediately sensed the feeling of being spied on, and their knowledge also radiated out, but they just felt an inexplicable and terrifying aura, which made them faintly breathless. After sensing that person's aura, the knowledge color jumped wildly, reminding that this guy is not easy to mess with. Except for some people who can see the screen, they can only hear the breath, so the black-bearded person doesn't know that this person is the Quincy Master, but just knows that this person is not easy to mess with. But after hearing what Blackbeard said, none of the people present did not change color. Quincy, a big shot in the new world? Those of them who wandered into the sea, there is no one who is not clear. How could it be Quincy? This place is far away from Moon Knight Island. Whitebeard's coming here is more convincing than Quincy's. Damn it, is Quincy coming after us? I've heard that he has a close relationship with Murloc Island. What should we do now? The Quincy is clearly aiming at Jinbe and the others. The faces of the people with the black beards were extremely gloomy. They were planning to snatch the Fishman Island. After thoroughly researching the news of the Sea King, they planned to declare war with the Whitebeards. Division? What's happening here? Facing the Quincy Master, they were also a little flustered. Stop talking nonsense, go over and have a look. Blackbeard's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he was very afraid of facing Quincy. But he was a bit reluctant to give up Neptune Bakesing. He had just planned to use Neptune's ability to deal with Whitebeard, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Under the greeting of Blackbeard, several people also rushed over there. The speed of Yunyi's eruption was like a ghost, and he had already arrived at the hard-shell tower in the blink of an eye. Seeing someone guarding in front of the hard-shell tower, Yunyi did not hesitate. His eyes glared, and a monstrous domineering arrogance directly crushed him. With a sound of buzz, the terrifying domineering arrogance almost covered the entire Dragon Palace city, and the weak and weak without exception were directly stunned. In the hard-shell tower, Ace and Shirahoshi were in a coma, while Jinbe, Neptune, Princess Otohime, several princes and all the high-level officials were awake, but their expressions were extremely solemn and gloomy at this time. Their Dragon Palace city has fallen. The fall was too fast, they didn't have any resistance at all the high-level officials were defeated, and the entire Dragon Palace city also fell into the hands of Blackbeard. Hey, Jinbe, I've got you involved. Neptune lowered his head and sighed with his hands tied. He felt that he had failed too much as a king, and his strength was not enough. After losing the protection of the strong, I don't even have the slightest ability to resist. Jinping was also tightly tied up, shook his head and didn't speak. He was also extremely silent. Now he can only wait for his father to find out what's going on here and come to rescue them. But at this moment, Jinping suddenly frowned, looked up and said, "Someone is coming." His knowledgeable color also sensed being spied on. Immediately afterwards, a surge of domineering arrogance swept over, making Jinping's eyebrows frowned. Who is the domineering here? The color of knowledge radiated out, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Huh? This breath, is it Quincy? This breath is right, it is the Quincy Master? Master Quincy? How could he be on Fishman Island? Princess Otohime also raised her head slightly when she heard Jinbei's words, and said in surprise. Several other people also looked up at Jinping in surprise. I don't know either. Jinbe shook his head, but a certain thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Quincy came here to save them? However, this is a bit confusing. Although their Fishman Island has cooperated with Quincy, if it is only this kind of relationship, it is impossible for Quincy to come here in person. In Jinping's voice, there was only a bang, and the solid hard-shell tower was directly shattered by some kind of attack, and the top was cut off directly. A few people looked up, and saw a man in white casual clothes, with 6 taiko balls outlined by thunder on his back, and a masked person looking down at them. Yunya fell to the ground, swept away the comatose Ace, and like Bai Xing, checked and found that they were just in a coma, and Ace was injured, but it was not serious. My lord, Princess Yi looked at Yunya and said in surprise, "My lord, why are you here?" Neptune was also full of surprises. Seeing the Quincy at such a critical time on Fishman Island shocked him, as if he had seen a savior. And Jinping looked at Yunya with piercing eyes, but he didn't speak. "It was Mrs. Xiaoli who notified me. Because of the last divination, I owe her a favor. She begged me to save Murloc Island, so I came here to take a look. By the way, I will take a look at these two little guys." Yunya nodding his head slightly, without saying much, he pointed out a shining white light covering Ace and Bai Xing. The light of Huidao enveloped the two of them, healing them. Ace, who was in a coma, let out a muffled snort. His injuries were healed, and the blood hole in his chest began to heal. After recovering, Ace also woke up, and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Then, as if thinking of something, the previous memory came to mind, and his face suddenly changed. Just as he was about to stand up, he found that he was tightly imprisoned by shackles, and there was a sense of powerlessness in his body, which should be adulterated Halishi's handcuffs. Damn it, did I lose? Knowing his situation at this time, Ace's face was extremely ugly. Jinping? And King Neptune? Are you also being imprisoned? Ace's face darkened, and then he looked around a lot, saw Yunya wearing a mask, and said with a dark face, "The man with the black beard. Stupid boy, it's me." Yunya was speechless with Ace's performance, and walked to Ace's body in a short step, and knocked on his head with a boom sound, and suddenly a big bag appeared. This. Jinping was also taken aback by Yunya's actions, thinking that Quincy was going to attack Ace. "What are you doing? It hurts." Ace's head was in severe pain when he was hit by the weapon, which made him grin his teeth, but when he heard a familiar voice, he froze for a moment, although he couldn't see Yunya through the mask, but he caught Yunya's aura with his knowledge, and Ace also recognized Yunya's identity, and said slowly, "Uncle? You, why are you here?" Yunya squinted at Ace. "You guys are really dishonest. Do you think you can do whatever you want after joining the Whitebeard pirates? Haven't you learned enough from the last lesson?" Hearing this, Ace scratched his head and smiled embarrassingly. His face was full of embarrassment. This time it was an accident. The last time he was reprimanded by Yunya, and now he saw him being defeated again. Ace's face was a little uneasy. Uncle? Alas. When several people around heard Ace's words, they all looked at Ace in surprise. This kid in front of him is actually the nephew of the Quincy? Even Jinbi is no exception. Brother Ace, he didn't expect that Ace was the captain of Whitebeard's second team, and he was actually the nephew of the Quincy. Ace woke up, but Bai Xing did not wake up, but Yunya could see that Bai Xing was not injured, but just fell asleep. It should be that the man with the black beard did something. Untie it yourself, the man with the black beard is here, I'll go over and deal with it. Yunya threw down a bunch of keys, which he got from the guards. The color of knowledge has already caught the arrival of Blackbeard and others, and they left the place in a flash. Jinbi used the key on the ground to untie the shackles on himself, and also helped Neptune and others untie them, and finally came to Ace. After untying them, he looked at Ace with curious eyes. "Brother Ace, you and me, but the teacher still has something to do." Ace rubbed his arm that was bound by shackles, and said with a smile, what? The Quincy is my uncle. It's really amazing." Jinping also sighed with emotion. Brother Ace's background is really hard. Jinbi even felt unlucky for Blackbeard, and immediately provoked the two worst beings in the new world. The man with the black beard also rushed over at this time. After seeing Yunya, a solemn expression flashed across the face of the Blackbeard. "It really is you, Quincy. How did you get in? Where's Badgers?" Although he had already sensed the aura of the Quincy before, but seeing it with his own eyes now, Blackbeard still couldn't believe it. Why did this guy suddenly appear here? It is impossible for the Quincy to be here at Murloc Island from the very beginning, and it was only after they made their move that they arrived. If it had come in through the gate, why hadn't Badgers informed him? Badgers may have been killed. Blackbeard immediately thought of this possibility. With the strength of Quincy, the only possibility to get in without Badger's knowledge is, he killed Badgers before he could report. "How did you come in?" "Of course you came in through the gate." Yunya looked at Blackbeard, and jokingly said, "On the contrary, you are quite courageous. After defecting from Whitebeard's boat, you still dare to attack his territory? Do you want to? Do you want to attack Whitebeard? Thief, haha, Dad is old, and he is no longer the invincible Whitebeard. I, who got off his ship, naturally have the most hope to succeed him as the new 4 emperors." Blackbeard heard Yunya's words confirmed what he thought just now. Badgers was indeed killed. What a waste. He was killed without even getting the news. He didn't care about Badger's dead Blackbeard. Being killed proved that he was just a waste. He looked at Yunya and said lightly, "After the death of Charlotte Lingling, the former Katakuri, didn't she also take over her position? The times are advancing, and no one can stay strong forever. Quincient, I once invited you. How are you thinking now? Do you want to become an ally with me? I know the conflict between you and the world government. The world government will not let you go. I have it's a secret that you can use against the world government." Blackbeard said with his eyes narrowed. The secret in his mouth is naturally the news about Poseidon, the ancient weapon of Bai Xing. Blackbeard wants to win over Quincy to become his ally. In his mind, although the situation of Quincy looks good at this time, but killing several Tianlongren one after another, the world government loses all face. Will let him go? Facing an enemy like the world government, no one cannot feel the pressure? The Quincy must be the same? He knew the secret of Poseidon, the king of the sea, as long as he figured out how to use by seeing. This is a weapon that can be used to fight against the world government. He wanted to use this to win over the Quincy. Oh, secret? What secret? Can it make me fight against the world government? Yunya looked at Blackbeard as if interested. Seeing Yunyi's intentional move, Highbeard narrowed his eyes slightly, laughed loudly, and said slowly, "Thief, haha, I can't tell you about this. As long as you reach an alliance with me, with the two of us together, it is enough to wipe out all the 4 emperors and form a powerful force. At that time, neither the Navy nor the world government will dare to touch us. We can even overthrow the rule of the world government and become the new ruler of the world." Is it similar to that of rocks? I remember that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, Wang Ji, John, etc. were once on the rocks ship. No, it should be said that they were allies, but the result later you saw it too. Haven't you been disintegrated by Roger and Garp? Yunya chuckled and remained unmoved. Then he said, the Navy only dispatched a Garp, and joined forces with Roger to defeat the Locks pirates. Do you think you can compare with Locks? Don't think that you can be able to if you have the same ability as him. Do everything Rocks can do. In Yunyi's previous life, there were many people guessing whether Locks was the ability user of the Dark Fruit. However, after Yunyi entered the New World and established Wangsu Palace, he also collected the history buried by the world government. Through some clues, Yunyi can be sure that Locke's ability is indeed the Dark Fruit ability. He is the last Dark Fruit ability user? I didn't expect you to know that period of history so clearly. Hearing the meaning of Yunyi's words, Highbeard's face darkened again, and he didn't expect Quincy to know so clearly about Locks. This is a piece of history that was erased by the world government. If he hadn't often searched and read those ancient books, he wouldn't have discovered this secret. Moreover, he also saw a certain conjecture about the dark fruit in a certain Locke's diary written by an unknown person, so he has been waiting for this fruit to appear on the Whitebeard boat. Only with his special physique can he display the true power of the dark fruit. As long as the plan is successful, he will surpass Locks and become a real overlord. Besides, it's almost the same for Whitebeard to tell me what you said. You are not qualified, Blackbeard. Yunya shook his head and sneered. This is already obvious. You, Blackbeard, are not qualified to talk to me about these things? Thief, haha, it seems that you don't know what to do, Quincy. Anyway, we can avenge the revenge on Gulen Tizalo last time. Blackbeard was extremely angry. Quincy dared to underestimate him. It really made him furious. That's just right. I'm worried that my hands are itchy these days. I don't know how you, a traitor with a white beard, compares to Charlotte Lingling. Thunder surged behind Yunya, outlining Taigoguyo. With a great momentum it also soared into the sky, overwhelming everyone in the Blackbeard pirates in front of them. When Blackbeard was talking with Yunya, none of the Blackbeards made a sound. They were just wary of Yunya's every move. Huo, what a terrifying aura. I thought there was no need to fight. Lafitte straightened his hat that had been crooked due to the oppression of the Overlord, and said solemnly, Quincy, one of the great figures in the New World, is he going to encounter such a monster before entering the New World? Fan Ayaka's monocle eyes flashed coldly, but he was not very afraid. They were only in the first half of the trip before. Although they had heard about the deeds of those big figures in the New World, they didn't feel it specifically. Don't be careless, this guy is a real monster. Badgers has probably been killed by him quietly. Although Blackbeard is arrogant, he is not stupid. He is the one who has faced Yunya directly. Know how terrifying this not-so-tall guy in front of you is? Are you ready? Shi Xiang. Yunya laughed and punched the void in front of him. With a sound of boom, this fist bombarded the void, and the wind of the fist pressed the air into a column, blasting forward. Blackbeard and the others are all knowledgeable owners, and they noticed it immediately. Dark hole. Highbeard spread his 5 fingers, and the black mist formed a black hole. Lafitte didn't know what devil fruit he ate. Wings grew from his back. The wings suddenly expanded and waved forward, creating a strong airflow. Fan Ayaka held a sniper rifle, domineeringly dyed the body of the gun black, pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out. Poison Q hid behind a few people. He was weak and didn't have much attack power except using poison. With a bang, Yunya Zixiang collided with the attacks of several people, directly crushing their attacks, and swept the entire Blackbeard pirates. Boom! The berserk shock wave engulfed the air wave and directly crashed into it. Puff-chi. I saw several people were hit by the impact and spurted blood directly. Except for Blackbeard who only took a few steps back, the rest of them were directly blasted out and fell to the ground. Damn it, it's this move again. Highbeard was barely able to withstand Yunya's normal blow. He stepped back a few steps, and stopped after unloading, but he also suffered some injuries. The current Blackbeard's strength is about the same as Ace's now. In a fair fight, it is uncertain who will win and who will win. Facing Yunyi, it is simply a situation of being crushed. Dark water. Stopping his figure, Highbeard shouted loudly, and opened his right hand, trying to pull Yunya over. However, he was surprised to find that a move that was effective against Ace didn't work at all against the Quincy. Why doesn't my ability work for you? Blackbeard showed a shocked expression. Hehe. The dark fruit can involve the ability user itself, but the arrogance can be offset. Do you think you can shake my arrogance? Yunya laughed disdainfully, not to mention that he is not an ability user. Even if he is, hey, the beard will not be involved in Yunyi's body as easily as it is involved in Ace. Domineering can check and balance devil fruits. In the original book, Trafalgar Law's ability cannot cut and move monsters with terrifying and domineering such as Big Mom and Kaido. Domineering can limit the ability of Devil Fruit. As long as your domineering is strong enough, you can resist those strange abilities. For example, Perona's negative ghost and Granu's childlike fruit ability make it impossible for her ability to work on herself. The same goes for Blackbeard's dark fruit. After saying that, Yunya's figure flashed, and he came directly in front of Highbeard, punched him again, and sent him flying. With 5 fingers spread out, the thunder surged, and the thunder column condensed into shape. The next moment, it blasted out and landed beside the Blackbeards. Boom! The lightning arc exploded, detonating a terrifying impact, and after a loud explosion, several people vomited blood again and flew backwards. After successive attacks, Lafitte and Van Oka were already injured, fell to the ground and vomited blood. Poison Q even lost consciousness. When the few people looked at Yunya, their eyes were full of fear. Is this the strength of the peak powerhouse in the New World? With just 2 moves, they were already seriously injured. And Blackbeard himself has the special physique of the dark fruit that absorbs attacks, and his will is also very strong, so he carried it down abruptly, but his eyes are even more dignified. Dark A Cup Ointment, release. Black mist rose from Blackbeard's body, spinning like a tornado, and then, the black mist spread towards the sky, covering the area like a dark cloud. The next moment, he released countless boulders, buildings, sea water, and all kinds of things from the dark cave, and smashed towards Yunyi. Thunder Flame Explosion. Yunya stretched his 5 fingers towards the top of his head, the power of Thunder Flame condensed, and the shockwave of Thunder Flame swept across the sky. Smash everything, even the black mist that filled the sky was blasted out of a hole by him. Die to me. Blackbeard took this opportunity to rush forward. Black mist surged on his fist, and then, a pale golden flame rose up, as if released from the black mist. This is Blackbeard who absorbed Ace's fire curtain before and stored it in his dark cave space, and now he has liberated it and used it as an attack. Duan Kong. With a point between Yunyi's fingers, Duan Kong was formed, blocking the flames and Blackbeard's fist. The impact of the flames could not shake Duan Kong, and poured from both sides. I've caught you. I can absorb any fruit power. Blackbeard laughed loudly, turning his fists into claws, and the black mist appeared like a whirlpool, trying to absorb Yunya's power. However, he was once again shocked to find that his ability was still invalid. Idiot, don't you understand? As long as you strengthen your domineering energy, you can counter your abilities. Yunya grinned sneerily and kicked out. With a bang, Blackbeard vomited blood again and flew upside down, crashing into the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. Blackbeard doesn't talk about other aspects, but his ability to resist blows is really strong. After being attacked by Yunyi one after another, he can still get up, but at this moment, he was extremely gloomy. He knew that Quincy was very strong, but he never thought that he could be so strong that he could put himself and others in such a mess with just a few moves. Damn it. Blackbeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up, feeling very unwilling to be weak. Why are these guys so powerful? You are not using domineering to check and balance my ability at all. Armed colored domineering can only be covered on tangible things. Highbeard faintly sensed that something was wrong, and his ability failed repeatedly, not at all like Yunya said. As he said, he was resisted by the armed domineering? A shocking thought appeared in his mind, that is, Quincy is not a devil fruit ability user at all. But this is impossible. If it is not a capable person, it is impossible to use such a variety of abilities. Thunder, air, fire, light, darkness, these are all the moves used by the Quincy master, and they are all natural elements? You have been on Whitebeard's ship for so many years, don't you even know the high-level use of armed color? Yunya shook his head disdainfully. It is true that what Blackbeard said had some truth. That is, domineering cannot be attached to things that have no substance. But as long as one can cultivate the armed color to a high-level state, it can be attached to an attack without a substance through a flowing method. For example, Jianhao's Flying Slash can also be equipped with armed color domineering, but the premise is that you must master the advanced use of armed color. Yunya himself tried it, but it was quite exhausting. It's better to attach it to the sword body and attack at close range, which will save more effort. The same is true for Devil Fruit ability users. If you want to test your ability to attack the enemy, you might as well cover your hands with arrogance, which saves effort. That's it. A high-level armed color. Highbeard felt a little relieved when he heard Yunya's explanation, but he still felt something was wrong in his heart. Although he has been on the Whitebeard ship for a long time, he is not that proficient in the two-color domineering. He can only use it, and he doesn't know that the high-level armed color has such a use. Faintly feeling something is wrong. Locke used to be able to bring those masters under his command. If you have the same fruit as him, but only to this extent, then I will be very disappointed. The former overlord of the sea is not a waste like you. Yunya didn't mean to talk nonsense, as he jokingly said. Thunder exploded behind him, and he rushed out with a step on his feet. He rushed towards Blackbeard like a ghost, his fist pulled the plasma to draw, and he punched out. Although Lafitte and Van Oka next to them were injured, they did not lose their ability to fight. Lafitte unsheathed the stick knife in his hand, and slashed at Yunya from the side, while Fan Aoka raised his gun and aimed at Yunya, and fired. Yunya's knowledge are already able to predict the short-term future, and he detects the attack one step in advance. With a wave of his right hand, he emerges from the sky and blocks the two attacks. I'm not the only one you have to deal with now. Highbeard's face became ferocious, and he opened his right hand again, and the dark water condensed into a black hole, trying to drag Yunyi's body. But Yunyi didn't have the slightest influence at all. He just used Shunpo to pretend to be dragged by Blackbeard. Seeing that his attack had worked, Blackbeard also had a look of surprise on his face. As long as Yunya is under close control, he will have a way to counteract his ability. This means that at close range, even if the opponent has domineering blessings, he will still be restrained by the dark fruit. This was the case when he was fighting with Whitebeard. He could cancel most of the abilities of the shocking fruit. Although he was still injured by the shock, he had just eaten the dark fruit at that time, and he couldn't use it freely. Let him take Whitebeard's attack now, he is confident that he can completely absorb it. When Yunya was involved, Blackbeard wanted to deal with Yunya in the same way he used to deal with Ace, so the muscles in his left hand swelled, and he swung it round and threw it at Yunya. Drink. Yunya chuckled, and before he came to Blackbeard, he stopped abruptly. His right hand was drawn with lightning, and the domineering look wound up, and he punched Blackbeard together. Boom! The two fists collided in the air, and a terrifying impact erupted. Highbeard only felt a domineering look directly impacting his consciousness, making him lose his mind for a short time, and when he loosened his strength, Yunya's punch directly blasted him away. If it weren't for the special physique brought by the dark fruit to Blackbeard, the bones of his left hand would have been directly smashed to pieces by Yunya at this moment. But at this time, Blackbeard was also very uncomfortable. His whole body was blown away, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Like a meteor, it directly smashed into the ground of Dragon Palace City, and built this city that has been built for an unknown number of years. A corner of Dragon Palace City was smashed to the ground. It's too strong. Lafitte saw the Blackbeard being crushed, and a look of horror flashed across his face. The Quincy is too strong. So strong that they can't compete at all. Is this the strong man of the New World? Fan Oka also looked terrified. Blackbeard was able to subdue them because of force and his huge ambition. After hearing about Blackbeard's ambition, they wanted to try to get along with such an ambitious big man, to see if Blackbeard could turn the whole world upside down like his ambition. But now seeing his own captain being easily crushed, it was the first time he felt the terror from the Quincy. This is simply inhuman. Boom! In the direction of Blackbeard, discussing the dark vortex slowly rotating, swallowing everything around it. Highbeard got up from the ground, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth unstoppably, and the black mist on his body enveloped his whole body. I'm Blackbeard, and I'm going to take Dad's position in the future. I can't lose here. Blackbeard roared loudly, like a madman, with black mist boiling over his body, which seemed to be the case. You forced me to do this, Quincy Master. You made me lose my dream. I must make you pay the price, Quincy Master. The dark vortex in his hand turned, and a devil fruit with peculiar patterns was taken by him. In hand. This is a devil fruit obtained by Blackbeard in the first half. Having read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, he is no stranger to the shapes of many devil fruits, and he knows that this is a fairly good ability. This is just in case. He always carries it with him. It is his second choice. If he fails to snatch Whitebeard's ability, he will choose to use this devil fruit. This is Superman, Impact Fruit. Shock and Vibration, in a certain way, are indeed similar types of devil fruits, both of which are direct attack abilities, so it will also be selected by Blackbeard as the second choice. After being easily crushed by Quincy, he knew that with his current self, it was impossible to be the opponent of Quincy. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this devil fruit. The devil fruit gradually changed in his hand, as if something had been absorbed into it. The strange lines on the devil fruit began to disappear gradually, and it became an ordinary fruit. Blackbeard felt a force melt into his body, and immediately burst out laughing. Thief, haha, you probably haven't seen it before, a power user with 2 devil fruits. Today I will let you see what kind of cards I have. I am the one who surpasses rocks. Ripples of power visible to the naked eye emerged from Blackbeard's body. His fists were clenched tightly, and ripples of power also appeared on his fists, and his feet were directly smashed to pieces by the ripples. He mastered the ability to impact fruit in an instant, and apply it with ease. Yao Yao punched towards Yunya, like the sky falling apart. The terrifying impact wave after wave, swept towards Yunya. The momentum is so huge that it seems to be able to destroy everything. Oh, can you actually have 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities? How did you do it? Yunya pointed at the sky, blocked all the impact, and looked at Blackbeard and said meaningfully. He actually didn't know why Blackbeard could have 2 abilities. In the previous life, some people said that Blackbeard has more than 2 hearts, and some people say that there are other souls in Blackbeard's body. There are different opinions, but there are reasons and evidences, but after the old thief Oda didn't directly announce it, he can only guess. But one thing is for sure, that is, the dark fruit is needed as a medium to achieve this level. Thieves, haha, although it can't compare to Dad's Zhen fruit and your elemental fruit, it is undoubtedly a powerful ability. Now I have 2 abilities. Black mist rolled behind Blackbeard, and black mist in his right hand boiling. The left hand exudes force ripples, and the momentum of the whole person is also different from before. Interesting, it seems that I underestimated you. You dare to attack Whitebeard, there is indeed something. Yunya grinned, his figure broke through again, and his punch touched the plasma drawing wire, and the domineering color covered him, teleported to the front of Blackbeard, and punched out. Now I have the power to counter you? The dark fruit is the nemesis of ability users, and I have the power of impact at close range? What do you use to fight me? Blackbeard became proud, possessing the second fruit ability after that. He also gained the confidence to fight against the Quincy. Although he may not be able to defeat him, he should be able to compete with the Quincy, right? The same punch was blasted out, and the force rippled the air to form ripples. Boom! The fists collided in the air, and the Blackbeard didn't have the look of a domineering man, but there were ripples of strength, and he also competed with Yunyi. The surrounding air was blown away, and the ground began to shatter due to the impact of the two, sweeping away in all directions. However, Blackbeard still overestimated himself and muttered to Yunya. After the two of them just contended for a while, Blackbeard was blown away again. The legs dragged on the ground, pulling out a long trace. A look of surprise flashed across Blackbeard's face, and he was still at a disadvantage. Are you able to exert such power just now with this ability? How did you do it? Yunya looked at Highbeard and narrowed his eyes. After the devil fruit is eaten, it is impossible to fully control it, and it even takes a long time to adapt and control it, but the current Blackbeard does not feel this way when using the impact force. It seems like I have had this fruit for a long time. In the original novel, after absorbing the Zhen fruit, Blackbeard immediately possessed an attack power not inferior to that of Whitebeard. It can be said that he is very familiar with Whitebeard's ability and has already known how to use it in advance. But what about the result of this shock? Could it be the ability of the dark fruit? Thieves, haha, this is the ability of the dark fruit. I can thoroughly see through the essence of the ability, allowing me to easily grasp the impact fruit. Although it has not yet reached the point of awakening, it can still exert extremely powerful power. Blackbeard laughing loudly, as if admiring himself at this moment, seeing the black mist in one hand and the ripples in the other hand, a look of pride flashed across his face. And the people with Blackbeard who were not waiting for an opportunity in the distance were shocked when they saw that Blackbeard really used two kinds of devil fruit abilities. They didn't expect what Blackbeard said to be true. There is really someone who can use two kinds of devil fruit abilities? It shocked them all. Maybe. It means that maybe Blackbeard with two abilities can compete against Quincy. No wonder you hid on Whitebeard's boat for so long just to get the dark fruit. Lox doesn't have two abilities, it should be because you are special. Yunya looked at Blackbeard with probing eyes, trying to see through him the secret of the body, but he has no white eyes, and cannot see through it. Let you be my stepping stone to the highest. Quincy? Dark water. Blackbeard's smile faded away, his eyes became sharp, and the black mist in his right hand condensed into a black hole. Pull him again. But Yunyi was unmoved, not even the slightest reaction. Huh. An inexplicable look flashed across Highbeard's face, and his eyes narrowed. You also have a secret. It's impossible for someone with no ability to resist the pull of the dark water. Even if the armed domineering can check and balance, it's impossible not to have the slightest of the change. Guess. Yunya laughed, with red light dancing between her fingers. Ready to go? The color of knowledge jumped wildly, letting Blackbeard know the horror of this blow. It's this trick that once competed with the old man's shocking ability without falling behind. Dark water. The black mist swirled around, forming a black hole a few meters ahead, and the black mist swirled to block him. False flash. Yunya pointed out, black and red rays pierced out, along a straight line, as if to directly defeat the obstacles in front of him. However, when encountering Yunya's false flash, the black hole did not make any resistance, and was directly pierced by Yunya's false flash, and continued to kill Blackbeard. What? How is this possible? Blackbeard was shocked. Yunya's attack was not absorbed just now, but it can be explained by punching the air into a column with the wind, and some kind of skill and not the devil fruit ability. But now it is obvious it is the performance of the devil fruit ability. Why can't his dark water be absorbed? Before he had time to think about it, Blackbeard's left fist condensed into ripples, and he punched out. Ripples of strength were layered upon layers like waves, colliding with Void Flash, and after a brief struggle, Blackbeard was still crushed. The virtual flash ray is extremely terrifying, and when it encounters an obstacle, it explodes suddenly. The purple-black energy field was like a big bowl turned upside down, covering Blackbeard, and then, booming made a terrifying roar, a mushroom cloud rose slowly, black smoke rose, and its energy swept all directions, destroying everything directly, and even shaking the bubble membrane that wrapped the mermaid island in the distance. The nearby buildings were directly overturned, and the seawater rolled back, a doomsday reaction. At the middle point, the black mist rises and turns into a tornado roaring, swallowing everything, and the black mist suddenly opens up, turning into a big mouth, pouring out everything, and rushing back towards Yunya. Hey, I just like people like you who can fight hard. Yunya sneered when he saw that the Blackbeard's aura disappeared, and pointed again and again. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly. The Iron Princess who hinders the crawling of the eternal sleep. The clay dolls who continue to inflict self-mutilation. Unite, rebound, extend to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. Break the way. 90 Black Coffin. A huge black cube appeared out of thin air, forming a huge coffin in the blink of an eye like building blocks, covering the direction of Blackbeard. A strange aura pervaded the air, as if it could corrode the soul. The endless torrent of gravity swept across, suppressing everything, and the black blade pierced down, piercing everything? But Yunya suddenly didn't wrinkle, and suddenly looked in another direction. Over there, the black vortex rolled, and Blackbeard jumped out of it, appearing beside Lafitte and Van Oka. Blackbeard sucked himself into the space of the dark cave, and opened it from another place, with a sense of sight of the fruit of the door. However, this kind of ability consumes a lot for him, and when he enters the space of the dark cave, he himself will be eroded by the black mist inside. It is fine for a short time, but after a long time, even a person with this ability will get lost in the endless empty black domain. Are you alright, Captain? The faces of the men with black beards were serious. They saw that Blackbeard had 2 abilities just now and thought that their captain could fight against Quincy, but they were still suppressed. They can also feel that it's not that Blackbeard is not strong, but that the Quincy in front of them is too strong. Thief, haha, it's really dangerous. Blackbeard wiped the sweat off his face, looking terrified, then he looked at Lafitte in the distance and said, Lafitte, let that mermaid princess wake up, use his ability to attract those giant sea kings. We should leave. Blackbeard had to admit that even if he had the double fruit, he was still no match for Quincy. He really deserves to be the man who can kill Charlotte Lingling. This man has even surpassed his old father. Now he can't care about any plans, it's better to leave here first, leave the Quincy, otherwise they may die here directly. Okay, Captain, I've wanted to see the power of ancient weapons for a long time. Lafitte restrained himself, took a deep breath, and snapped his fingers suddenly. There was a crisp sound of bow, crisp and sweet, and the sound spread out, drifting towards the direction of the hard shell tower. At this time, Bai Xing, who was still in a coma, seemed to have noticed something, and opened his eyes suddenly, but his eyes were still confused. Immediately afterwards, big tears burst out of her eyes, as if she had experienced something desperate. She burst into tears. Wow, father, queen, brother, what's wrong with you? Don't leave Bai Xing. Wow. The voice was shrill and piercing, accompanied by the crying, as if possessing some kind of magical power, containing a wave of soul wave that was transmitted. The sound spread out like ripples, out of Murloc Island, and into the dark seabed. On the dark and deep seabed, streaks of light opened up. These were pairs of eyes. The owners of the eyes twisted their bodies and looked in the direction of Fishman Island. Mouth opening and closing, a string of bubbles spit out from his mouth. Over there again. Go and have a look. The king's call. The king is in danger, he must pass. The giant sea kings here communicated with each other after waking up, and then swam their bodies that had not moved for a while, just swayed their bodies slightly, and the entire seabed seemed to be stirred, and the surrounding sandstones were rolled up by the current. The giant sea kings began to swim slowly, but the speed was not slow, and began to move towards the direction of the Fishman Island. Not only in this direction, but also in other directions, there are giant sea kings that have not moved for a long time. That is the call from their king. Deep in the bottom of the sea, hundreds of sea kings of different sizes felt the call and headed towards the Fishman Island. Fishman Island, the hard shell tower is here. Bai Xing, what's wrong with you? Don't be afraid, the Queen Mother is here. I'm brother, little Bakesing. Seeing Shirahoshi start to cry, everyone here panicked, especially Princess Otohime and Neptune. They knew what would happen if Shirahoshi cried. So they began to coax Bai Xing, trying to make her stop crying, but they found that Bai Xing couldn't listen to them at this time, and was crying all the time, yelling Father, Queen Mother, and so on, as if they died a terrible death. Princess Otohime and Neptune were sweating profusely in order to coax Shirahoshi well, but it was of no avail. In the end, Jinbi couldn't see it anymore, and stepped a little in front of Shirahoshi. A hand knife knocked Shirahoshi unconscious, and Shirahoshi's cry just stopped. However, although Bai Xing stopped crying, the soul wave was still released to the outside world. The giant sea kings summoned by Shirahoshi are still rushing towards this side. Even closer sea kings have arrived nearby, and you can see through the naked eye, there are a few extremely huge sea kings showing their bodies, swimming come over. This movement, is there something wrong with Bai Xing? Yunya felt the special soul fluctuation, whispered, then looked at Lafitte, and said coldly, you hypnotized Bai Xing before? Let her come to sleep at this time. Wake up and summon those Neptunes. Being stared at by Yunya, Lafitte felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and couldn't help shivering. He didn't speak, and remained silent. Do you know the secret of the mermaid princess? Blackbeard keenly heard the meaning of Yunya's words, and his face darkened. The news that Bai Xing is one of the ancient weapons, Sea King, he also knew from the murloc of the target fruit. How did the Quincy know this? Otherwise, why do you think I'm here? Yunya sneered, and rushed out again, punching the void, oppressing the air into a column. This time Blackbeard made a move by himself, with the impact fruit ability attached to his left fist. He also greeted the past with a punch. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire Dragon Palace city trembled, and Blackbeard directly struck with a strong force, causing his footsteps to retreat a few steps. However, he took Yunya's blow. The thunder dissipated behind him, replaced by boiling flames. Yunya turned on Blast Flame warriors, charged straight out, and punched down like a nuclear explosion with his fist, hitting it down again. The boom trembled in the void, like a bomb exploding. A terrifying impact accompanied by endless flames impacted all directions, shaking the ground with every gesture. Highbeard was already thinking of retreating, and he didn't want to fight anymore. The Quincy was not something he could deal with at this time, so he barely parried the punch, but was blown away by Yunya. Relying on his powerful fighting ability, Blackbeard stood up again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted at his companion, we should go. Lafitte and Van Oka raised their poisonous cue and retreated. Needless to say, Blackbeard, they had already started to retreat. Go? Can you go? Yunya snorted coldly. Blackbeard knew Bai Xing's secret. If he was allowed to go, it might cause trouble for Bai Xing. Blowing out with another punch, Zixiang rolled the flames and rushed out like a roaring beast. Day Tiger. The tiger roared and rushed out. Everything it passed was shattered by the impact, and the temperature also rose sharply. Get out of here. Blackbeard roared. His fist condensed into ripples, and he punched it down. 2 shock waves swept across, exploded, and the air was turbulent. I can't run away. Yunya stepped forward again, punching one after another. Each punch carried the might of a nuclear explosion, knocking back Blackbeard repeatedly. Quincyr, let me go. I won't reveal the news of the ancient weapons, and I will help you deal with the world government. After being blown away by Yunya's punch again, Blackbeard vomited blood, and barely got up. Zhou Yunyi said. After knowing that Quincy knew Bai Xing's secret, he understood that Quincy already had the means to deal with the world government, and that was the ancient weapon-seeking mermaid princess. He appeared here, attacked the Fishman Island, just touched the reverse scale of the Quincy division, and the Quincy division would never allow the ancient weapons to fall into the hands of other people. That is the method he will use to deal with the world government in the future. Blackbeard thought he had discovered Quincy's secret, otherwise Quincy wouldn't have paid so much attention to Murloc Island. It took less than a day for me to do it myself, and the Quincy rushed over? Even thinking about it, it seems impossible, unless Murloc Island is the top priority in Quincy's plan. Dead people won't reveal it. Yunya remained unmoved, and with a ferocious punch, Blackbeard was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Yunya was also amazed. This guy Blackbeard is too tough. No, it should be said that he is too strong-willed. He still endured such heavy blows one after another. Damn Quincy. Blackbeard climbed up again, cursing to himself. Quincy didn't want to get in, he just wanted him to die here. Severe pain came from all over his body, making Blackbeard's consciousness a little blurred. He knew that if he continued like this, even if he could absorb the damage, he would be defeated sooner or later. Suddenly, Blackbeard seemed to remember something. The black mist billowed, and a capsule-shaped drug appeared in his hand. It was the murderous drug E.S. He knew the effect of the evil medicine. After eating it, it would explode several times its own combat power, but the after effects were very serious and would consume the lifespan of the user. But at this time, Blackbeard doesn't care about these anymore. Lifespan? If you can't run, you will definitely die here. Take the evil medicine and make a final counterattack. As long as the Quincy is repelled for a short time, he may still have a chance to survive. Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard swallowed the poison without the slightest hesitation. Boom. With the poison in his belly, Blackbeard's heart beat violently, his eyes became red, a fierce breath emanated from his body, and his body gradually grew. Thief haha, although the side effects are extremely strong, but it can really enhance the strength. Blackbeard laughed loudly. He saw the hope of surviving. With his left hand clenched into a fist, his energy surged, and the circles of power ripples became stronger. He punched out from a distance, and the terrifying shock shook everything in front of him. Huh. Yunya raised his brows. The Blackbeard guy's strength has increased. He also saw what Blackbeard ate, but he didn't think of what it was for a while. With the same punch, the two attacks collided in the air oscillated like waves, and shock waves swept out. Oh, there is such a whole card? Yunya asked curiously. Highbeard's punch just now was able to equalize with himself? What exactly did he eat? However, looking at the changes in Blackbeard at this time, his body has become thicker, his eyes are red and bloodshot, and he has a faint sense of sight. As if thinking of something, Yunya said, the murderous medicine of Murloc Island. Yunya remembers the evil medicine very clearly. It is a kind of medicine that will burst out several times its own strength for a short time after taking it. The side effect is that it consumes lifespan. He didn't expect that Blackbeard had such a thing in his hand, but from this point of view, Blackbeard was at the end of his rope and could only rely on medicine to increase his combat power. Thief haha, doesn't Murloc Island have any secrets for you? You even know about this kind of thing, and those who don't know think Murloc Island is your territory. Blackbeard felt his surging power and knew that he couldn't delay. Go down, these things have a time limit. If he doesn't get out, he has only one ending. Repel the Quincy division? As long as the Quincy is repelled and delayed for a little time, he can escape. Highbeard rushed out from under his feet, and the violent force directly split the ground, hitting Yunya with a punch. Kryptonian warrior, but if you want to use this to become the top powerhouse, you are not qualified enough. You don't have high level 2 color domineering, so what if you have 2 abilities? Disdain, after Ant Krypton life, was not blown up by him? What? Yunyi himself died too? That's not Krypton's life. His lifespan has not been affected, it's just a limit explosion. Boom boom boom. The two clashed in physical skills at close range, and every time they collided, the entire Dragon Palace city shook, and cracks spread out. It has to be said that Krypton's explosive seed is indeed powerful, and at this time Blackbeard can barely contend with him, instead of being defeated in one blow. Although he is still at an obvious disadvantage, at least he can resist a few times. Jinbe and Ace were a little worried about the situation here, and they were a little stunned when they saw this scene after rushing over. Especially Ace, it was also the first time he saw Yunya make a move, and now he saw that Blackbeard, who could compete with him, was suppressed to death, and he had the same feeling as when he challenged his father. No, the guy with the black beard seems to have become stronger. Ace looked at it, and suddenly found that the Blackbeard was stronger than when he was fighting with him, and it's much stronger. When he sensed Blackbeard, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Blackbeard is not in the right state at this time, he must have taken the poison, and he seems to be able to use another ability? How is this possible? There are actually two kinds of people with devil fruit abilities in this world. Jinbei he was also extremely surprised. He saw that Blackbeard should have taken the poison at this time, but these can all be explained. It was nothing more than snatching it from Eren and others. However, another ability that Blackbeard exploded at this time made him a little confused. He could see that it was a powerful devil fruit ability, but how could someone possess two kinds of devil fruits at the same time? The Quincy is worthy of being one of the top people in the new world, and he can still suppress Blackbeard at this time. Jinbei sighed. Quincy is indeed terrifying. Facing such a Blackbeard, he still will. Blackbeard is firmly suppressed. Ace also nodded. I don't know how his strength compares with Dad's. Jinping looked at Ace. You'd better not have this idea. If it was the father at the peak, it might be okay, but the current father. Jinbei didn't say anything later, and he wasn't sure who would win when the two people at the pinnacle of the new world fought. From the current point of view, it should be that Quincy has a higher winning rate. After all, Quincy is still at its peak, and Whitebeard is getting old. Ace was just curious, and he didn't know what to do if the two fought. Quincy Master, the recognized uncle, has rescued him twice, and his father treated him very well, allowing him to experience fatherly love. Both of them are his elders. If the fight really doesn't end well, he doesn't know who to help. Is that the extent? The traitor on Whitebeard's boat. Yunya blasted Blackbeard away again, and walked towards him step by step, with a playful tone. I'm Blackbeard, not Dad's traitor. Remember it. Blackbeard was furious. This guy has never taken himself seriously. The traitor of Whitebeard who keeps talking, doesn't he have a name? Seeing that he still couldn't pose a threat to Yunya after taking the poisonous medicine, Highbeard became ruthless, took out a handful of medicine and ate it again, and his body became bigger again, approaching 10 meters in height. The aura is even more fierce. Follow Krypton, let me see how far you can go. Yunya disappeared in an instant, came to the top of Highbeard's head, and punched him down. Don't underestimate people, Quincy. Blackbeard was furious, because of Yunya's words, and also because of the effect of the evil medicine. He went completely mad, and punched the top of his head. Boom! The two fists collided, and a burst of energy impacted. The ground shattered directly. Blackbeard was pressed down, and he knelt on the ground on one knee, but he roared again, and the impact fruit ability was activated. Against Yunyi's attack, the black mist in his right hand spread, grabbed towards Yunyi. Yunya stepped out of the air to dodge skillfully, spread his 5 fingers to condense the thunder flame, and released the thunder flame shockwave. Losing the target, Blackbeard's punch hit the sky just now, and a shock went straight to the zenith, breaking through the bubble membrane and bombarding the seawater, stirring up the turbulent flow of the seawater. The color of knowledge jumped wildly, seeing the attack of Lei Yanzu. Blackbeard's face changed drastically, his strength skyrocketed after taking the poisonous medicine. He could use the fruit ability more freely, and he punched out a terrifying punch again. Duan Kong. Yunya's knowledge predicted in advance. Duan Kong condensed to block the front, the bang exploded, and Duan Kong shattered, but it blocked the blow. Immediately cast, Yunyi came to Highbeard like a ghost, and punched him fiercely. Blackbeard caught Yunya's attack, turned around and punched out with ripples. Boom! The fists of the two collided together, setting off a violent wave, and the ground shattered again. With the two fighting as the center, the surroundings were in chaos. Blackbeard was repelled again, leaving a mark under his feet. After stopping, he pressed his right hand to the ground. Dark Cup ointment. The billowing black mist spread out and spread over the ground, turning the ground into a sea of black mist. Everything was dragged into the dark cave space by him. Dark compression, great liberation. Squeeze all substances together in the dark cave space. Black mist forms a black cloud above the head, and everything squeezed together falls down like a meteorite. Shi Xiang. Yunya punched out, smashing it into pieces, but there were still large pieces of rubble falling down. Seeing this, Yunya blasted out the Leiyan shockwave towards the gravel, smashing everything into pieces. At this time, Blackbeard came to attack again. His left fist lingered and waved, bombarding Yunya's face. My knowledge and color can predict the future. You can't hit me. A red light flashed in his eyes, and Yunyi's left hand clawed steadily to receive Blackbeard's blow, and the ground was shattered by the impact. You monster. Blackbeard secretly cursed that this guy is really a monster. The two-color arrogance is high level, the domineering color is entangled, the physique is also extremely powerful, and the ability is exaggerated to the extreme. Does this guy have no weaknesses? Thank you for the compliment. Yunya sneered, grabbed Blackbeard to prevent him from breaking free, and then punched Blackbeard's chest several times, causing Blackbeard to vomit blood. However, Highbeard gritted his teeth and carried it down, completely ruthless, and launched another attack, punching Yunya. With a sound of boom, the two of them retreated, and Yunya took 2 steps back before letting go of his strength. And Blackbeard retreated 100 meters one after another, collapsing the building behind him, and panting heavily after stopping. It's not bad, at least you can compete with me. Moreover, your endurance is better than I imagined, and my aunt can't resist beating. But, what about this move? 5 dragons turn and die. Yunya chuckled with a sound, it leaped into the air, and 5 fire dragons rose up in the distance behind it, rising dozens of times in the face of the wind, and the scorching heat swept out, distorting the air. He didn't want to waste time anymore, those sea kings were already close. With 5 heads and 10 eyes looking down, his body is full of flames, and his power suppresses everything, just like a world-destroying dragon. Yunyi's attack will increase as his own strength becomes stronger, and it will also change differently due to Yunyi's state. When using the lightning attribute to instantly coax, the 5 dragons will turn out to be 5 thunder dragons, and there will be an increase. In the state of explosive Wushuan, there will be a fire dragon, which will also increase. The use of false flashes only makes the power stronger. This is because the main body becomes stronger and the driving ability becomes stronger. There is no increase in the slightest. Yunyi can't understand the reason for it. Maybe it has something to do with the power of different sources and different attributes. After all, one is a god of death, and the other is a ghost. There is also a possibility that the 5 dragons are purely destructive spiritual power, which can bless other attribute abilities. Therefore, although Void Flash is strong, in Yunyi's place, it is obviously not as good as the 5 dragons who are the highest in the broken way. Damn it, what is this? Feeling the power of Yunyi's move, the ferocious look in Highbeard's eyes disappeared, and a look of horror appeared on his face. This move will hurt even a monster with a physique like Big Mom. Yunya kindly reminded, pointing it out. 5 fire dragons roared down. When Charlotte Lingling was fighting against the 5 dragons, just 1 dragon head was enough to cause damage to her. When the 5 dragons gathered together, even a monster with a physique like Ant would suffer serious injuries. Facing Yunya's blow, Highbeard panicked. Did he run away? Can't escape. How can an attack of this range be avoided? Now the only way to survive is to force it. Black mist rose from behind him and turned into a tornado. The impact force ripples and waves spread out. The combination of the 2 abilities is also very powerful. Dark impact. Blackbeard went crazy. His face was exposed, and both fists blasted out at the same time. Boom! The deafening sound resounded throughout the Murloc Island, and the violent fluctuations twisted the bubble membrane, making it look like it was about to shatter. The smoke and dust dissipated, the waves dissipated, and a gigantic pothole appeared on the ground. The place with a radius of 1 kilometer was sunken by the bombardment. Yunya stood in midair, not moving at all, and the Blackbeard below was lying on his back on the ground, with blood continuously overflowing from his mouth, dying. Blackbeard struggled to get up and spit out blood again, but his expression was still so arrogant. Haha, thief, did you see it? Quincy, even if you come, you still can't stop me. Dad can't even deal with them? As long as they charge over, the entire Murloc Island will be wiped out. Since I can't escape, let's die here together. Blackbeard laughed ferociously, his eyes full of madness. He also saw those Neptunes in the distance, and he could feel the powerful aura of those Neptunes by scanning over them. That's an aura even stronger than Whitebeard's. Whitebeard may be able to deal with 1 or 2, but in the face of dozens or hundreds of Neptunes, Whitebeard does not have this strength. This is the power of the ancient weapon Poseidon, the king of the sea, which is powerful enough to destroy the world. A cruel smile appeared on Blackbeard's face. He wanted to see the expression on Quincy's face, but Yunya was wearing a mask, so he didn't see it. Blackbeard's plan was right. He used giant sea kings to destroy the entire Murloc Island. In this way, except for those mermaid Murlocs who can survive in the sea, Yunya, the ability user, will definitely die here. He also had the same idea before, wanting to lure Whitebeard over, and then use the power of the Sea King to destroy Murloc Island and let Whitebeard die under the deep sea. This way he can absorb Whitebeard's shocking fruit. But before the plan was carried out, the Quincy met. Blackbeard is a crazy person, since he can't run away. Let's die here together. Oh, don't worry, only you will die this time. Yunya glanced at Highbeard and said jokingly, that's a power that even the world government is afraid of. It's a power that can destroy the world. No one can survive under this power. Dad can't do it, and neither can you. Those beasts won't listen to your reasoning. Thieves, haha. Blackbeard's evil medicine disappeared, and his body shrank like a broken balloon. His body shrank back to before, and his muscles also showed signs of atrophy, but his hair did not turn white. As if the side effects of the murderous medicine didn't work for him. That's not necessarily true. Yunya laughed. When he first came to Murloc Island, Yunya discovered that he seemed to be able to instill incomparably great fear to those giant sea kings. Yunya didn't know the specific reason, but he was more or less guessing. If there is a divine personality in this world, it means that the personality of his god of death is higher than that of By Seeing, the Sea King Poseidon. Those sea kings can see through the essence of their souls. Make those sea kings fear themselves? By Seeing may not be able to control his own power, control those sea kings, but they may listen to Yunya's words. Of course, this is just Yunya's guess, we will have to wait to see if it can be done. The battle is over? The Quincy has won. Jinping's knowledge spread over, and he felt a little relieved when he sensed the situation here, but soon, he noticed the abnormality, and his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. Over there, hundreds of sea kings swam over one after another. Jinbi secretly yelled something bad. It's a giant sea king? Did Shirahoshi use his own power just now? Damn, Blackbeard actually has such an idea. After seeing Yunyi's victory, Ace breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he also noticed the strangeness around the Fishman Island, and when he looked at it, his face suddenly changed. He looked at Jinping suddenly. Sea Kings? There are so many, how is this going? Jinbe shook his head and said, go and see Shirahoshi. Just now he ran over because he was worried about Yunya's situation. Now that he noticed the arrival of those Sea Kings, he immediately thought of Bai Xing's crying just now. If Bai Xing woke up again, Fishman Island would be in danger. With a flash of stature, Jinbe returned to the hard shell tower. At this time, Shirahoshi was still in a coma on the side of the hard shell tower. Princess Otohime and Neptune looked at the Neptunes gathered in the distance while looking after Shirahoshi, their faces extremely solemn. Sure enough, it's still here. Princess Otohime looked at the comatose Bai Xing. Her face was extremely pale, and she knew very clearly about Bai Xing's ability. These Sea Kings in front of me were all summoned by Bai Xing's cry. Bai Xing, I don't know if my lord can solve it, if not. Neptune was also extremely worried. The people of the entire Fishman Island also noticed something strange at this time. They all sensed the movement from the battle that broke out in Dragon Palace City before, and they all ran out to watch. Like Princess Otohime and the others, they were also extremely pale. Mrs. Xiali was not in the mood to smoke anymore. Looking at the giant Neptunes around her, her worries still lingered. This scene was exactly the same as her divination. The entire Murloc Island is surrounded by giant Sea Kings. Bai Xing was still in a coma, but the strange soul fluctuations kept radiating out. Other people couldn't perceive it, but Yunya could notice it. Thief haha, then tried to stop it. Blackbeard gasped, looking like he was dying, but his mouth was still extremely stubborn. Ignoring Blackbeard's clamor, Yunya did not kill him, but used 6 sticks of light to hold him in place. He also wanted to find out what was different about Blackbeard's body. Now Blackbeard has lost the ability to fight, and with the restraint of the 6-stick light prison, he can't run away. After finishing, Yunya leaped into the air, and his knowledge radiated around, searching for the aura of Lafitte and Van Oka. He couldn't let these people run away. If they did, the situation of Bai Xing here would be very serious. Maybe exposed. Oh, how far have you run? According to knowledge-based perception, Lafitte and Van Okara are already approaching the entrance of Murloc Island with Poison Q, waiting for Blackbeard to come over. However, being swept away by Yunya's knowledge, they also roughly knew the situation here, and their captain Blackbeard was defeated. Even if he possesses double fruits and eats the poisonous medicine, Blackbeard, who has exploded completely, is still no match for Quincy. Without any hesitation, they stepped onto the pirate ship and chose to leave directly. False flash. Yunya's eyes turned cold. I can't let you run away. The black and red rays broke through layers of space and blasted towards Blackbeard's ship. With a sound of boom, the whole ship was directly shattered, and the unconscious Poison Q was hit directly, and his body was torn apart. However, Van Oka and Lafitte made a judgment in an instant, decisively abandoned the ship and fled, and escaped the catastrophe, and used the coil that can release bubbles to swim in the sea, and stay away from here desperately. Although I don't know if this small bubble film can make them leave here smoothly, but it's better than dying here. If you're lucky, you may even meet the pirates who want to go to Fishman Island in transit, so that they still have a chance. Yunya didn't want to let them go, but those Neptunes got closer and closer, almost hitting the Murloc Island. After throwing a false flash towards them again, Yunya's figure came to the midair, and his domineering look was released in a disorderly manner, covering almost the entire Murloc Island. With a sound of buzz, the domineering color covered the entire island, stunned the weak, and Yunyi looked at the Sea Kings with a bright gaze, and shouted, "Stop!" Wow! Almost at the moment when Yunya's voice fell, the hundreds of Sea Kings who were staring at each other as if they had been pressed the pause button, stopped their swimming bodies in unison, and looked at this human being who gave them a sense of threat. However, there were still a few of them that didn't stop, and they still moved forward. I don't know if their brains were not working well, or they didn't notice Yunya's breath. And the few giant Sea Kings who had encountered Yunya once again recalled the fear of being dominated by humans, and shivered. One of them opened its mouth and transmitted a wave stop. One of the giant Sea Kings, which was comparable in size to Murloc Island, was still approaching, and opened its mouth, spitting out bubbles, sending out a wave. Who are you? Where is our king? If you get any closer, I'll kill you. Yunya released his domineering look, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and the power of thunder flames wrapped around the conflict behind him, and a terrifying wave of power erupted, which almost made the entire Murloc Island tremble. If this Neptune doesn't stop, Yunya will kill it. The instant coaxing in the 4th stage is enough to kill a Neptune of this size with one blow. The aura on Yunya that made the Sea Kings fearful became more obvious, and almost all the Sea Kings trembled as if they sensed the crisis of their lives. Sweat oozes from the forehead of the Neptune, which is comparable in size to Murloc Island, as if he saw an extremely tall figure. The oppression from the soul made it very sensible, and hurriedly stopped its figure. The human in front of it, no, this person cannot be a human, but a god. One of them whispered, "Have you stopped talking? You still haven't listened." The other ones also nodded. The huge Neptune opened his mouth and said respectfully, "My lord, I offended you." Yeah. Yunya nodded in satisfaction, restrained his aura, pointed at the Sea King who had just made a small noise and said, "Go and swallow the 2 of them over there." The Sea King was startled, then nodded slowly, "Yes, my lord." Saying so, it swam its body and rushed towards Lafitte Van Oka, who escaped his life again, and swallowed them in one gulp under the horrified eyes of Lafitte and Van Oka. Stop. What happened on the island recently? First there were rumors that the Murloc Island was occupied by pirates, and now there are so many sea kings coming over, and the biggest one is about the same size as the Murloc Island? It's so dangerous, I almost thought they were going to collide. Everyone on Murloc Island swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. Hundreds of sea kings collided with Gule just now, almost scaring them to death. They are just ordinary residents, and they don't have such things as eroticism. I don't know why, but looking at the hundreds of Neptunes surrounding them, they feel a little flustered just by looking at them. But fortunately, finally stopped. Let's all retreat. Yunya glanced at all the sea kings and told them to retreat. Yes, my lord. These sea kings seemed to have heard an irresistible order. After glancing at Yunyi, they turned their eyes to their Wangbaixing, and then swung their bodies and left again. These Neptunes come and go as fast as they come. Princess Otohim, Neptune, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately there is an adult here, otherwise they wouldn't know what to do. Yunya fell from the sky and came to Highbeard's side. Why do they obey your orders? Blackbeard was still a little stunned at this moment. Why did those giant sea kings obey the orders of the Quincy? In his cognition, sea kings will not obey the orders of humans, and even humans cannot talk to those beasts? But how did the Quincy master do it? He is also a domineering person who can see the fear and respect of those sea kings towards the Quincy. But it made him a little confused. Why? There are still many things you don't know. Yunya just glanced at him lightly, and didn't pay much attention to him after saying a word, but lifted him up and went to the hard shell tower. Highbeard was still dishonest in Yunya's hands, and said harshly, don't think that you won. You can't hide the news about the king of the sea. Even if I die, the news about the mermaid princess will be passed on. Thief, haha, the world government will not let go of ancient weapons? It is impossible for you to keep concealing the matter of ancient weapons. Now Blackbeard still thinks that the Quincy is plotting the ancient weapon sea king. That's a lot of nonsense. Yunya snorted coldly, and knocked Blackbeard unconscious with a punch, but what Blackbeard said was not unreasonable, and it was impossible for Baising to hide his secret for too long. Sooner or later there will be a day of exposure. This time, there were hundreds of sea kings surrounding the Murloc Island, and it was impossible to hide such movements. There are not only Murlocs and mermaids living in the Fishman Island, but also some other humans on merchant ships, and they have the contact information of the outside world. Now they are 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and the ordinary phone bugs in their hands cannot send out the news, but as long as they go out and return to the first half or the new world, then the news will definitely be sent out. Others don't know, but if the world government knows these things, it will definitely think of the ancient weapon Poseidon. Even if Yunya killed all the humans on the island, it would not be able to eradicate this situation. Every country has the eyes of the world government and the navy, but they usually hide as ordinary people. It cannot be ruled out one by one. Unless Yunyi cut off all the external communication of the entire Fishman Island, everyone is forbidden to enter and exit. But don't forget, this is not Yunya's territory, but Whitebeard's territory. Only by allowing the Fishman Island to fly its own flag, otherwise it would be impossible to completely cut off the connection between the Fishman Island and the outside world. But the territory of the four emperors should not be tampered with easily. If it is moved, it means a declaration of war. Yunya is not afraid of Whitebeard, but it is not wise to rashly attack Whitebeard, not to mention the relationship with Ace, and Whitebeard does not have any conflict of interest with him. Fighting will only let the world government pick up the loopholes. It is unnecessary. It seems that Shirahoshi can only go to the new world. Yunya thought about it. Baising's secret was spread. The world government will not let it go. It is not advisable to continue to stay on Fishman Island. Only let Baising go to Moon Knight Island, have his own shelter. No one can easily touch Baising. For little Baixing, Yunyi still likes it very much, and Yunyi also wants to find out what secrets are hidden in Baixing's soul, so that he will not let anything happen to Baixing. Therefore, letting Baising go to Moon Knight Island is the best choice. Of course, Yunya will not force it, and will listen to Baising's own opinion, as well as that of her parents. In the blink of an eye, Yunya came to the hard shell tower. When Neptune and Princess Yuji saw Yunyi coming back, they greeted respectfully. My lord, are you all right? No problem. Yunya waved his hand. Princess Otohim took a step forward, with a look of worry flashing across her face. My lord, look at Baising, there is something wrong with her current situation. Although Princess Otohim couldn't detect that soul fluctuation, her sense of knowledge was also very special, and she could perceive people's emotions. At this time, the emotions emanating from Shirahoshi were tinged with panic and fear. Yunyi also sensed it, so he came over immediately. At this time, the soul fluctuations emanating from Baising's body did not stop, and were still released to the outside world. If it wasn't for Yunya's order, those sea kings would probably come over to check. Let me take a look. Yunya covered Baising's body with knowledge, and observed carefully. After thinking about it, Yunya tapped a finger, and the white aura that replied fell into Baising's body, and began to heal, but it didn't heal at all. Variety. Shirahoshi didn't wake up either. Yunya frowned, came to Baising's side, and pointed at the center of Baising's eyebrows. In a daze, Yunyi seemed to see many fragmentary scenes, a thriving country with people of all races, an ancient battleship smashing the island, a female mermaid in armor standing on top of a sea king, commanding the densely packed Neptunes behind him. It was a man with a huge straw hat, commanding the soldiers to fight. In the dark clouds, there seemed to be some fierce beasts inside. A red light flashed, and a thunderstorm bombarded the whole country below. All vanished into thin air. In the end there was a man with a four-fingered crown. With some unknown force, he opened his big hand, and a red wall rose from the ground, dividing the world into two halves. All the pictures behind were broken, and another picture appeared, which turned into Neptune, Princess Otohime, and the three princes, as well as Shi Ping, ministers, Yunya and others lying in a pool of blood. The picture just now. Yunya suddenly woke up, recalling the blurry picture he saw before, and squinted his eyes. Was that the war in the past? What happened in the blank 100 years? After recovering, Yunya shouted loudly, "Wake up!" With a sound of buzz, Yunya exuded a domineering look, and also exuded a special soul wave that no one else could perceive, awakening Bai Xing, who was in a coma. Bai Xing's behavior doesn't look like he's in a coma, it's more like his ability awakening. The coma and hypnosis are just catalysts, allowing her to awaken her abilities more deeply. After Yunya drank, Bai Xing woke up in a daze, sat up on the ground, rubbed his eyes, and yawned, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yunya wearing a mask, and was caught startled. The huge little hand patted Yunya. Again, Yunya's face darkened. She dodged her figure, stood on Bai Xing's shoulder, and poked her soft little cheek. "Hey, little Bai Xing, do you not like me?" My lord? No, I'm sorry." Seeing Yunya and hearing Yunya's familiar voice, Bai Xing's face flashed surprise, and when she thought of what happened just now, she felt a little embarrassed. But soon thought of something. Tears fell down, wiped away the big drops of tears with both hands, and cried miserably. Although she is awake, the memory of being hypnotized before is still in her mind. Now she has not figured out the situation, and still regards those memories as real, sobbing. "Little Baixing, it's okay, the Queen Mother is here." Princess Otohime breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Baixing was awake, and then her heart ached when she saw her like this. She swam up to Baixing and gently stroked her cheek. Alas mother, wow, I thought you, mother, you, woo, it's great that mother is fine. And father, brother, you are fine, it's great. Seeing after Princess Otohime, Bai Xing cried even harder, but there was a relieved smile on the corner of his mouth. Just now when she remembered that her mother, queen, father, and elder brother were all in a pool of blood, she was terrified in her heart. Ace and Jinbi also rushed over. After Blackbeard was defeated, they were also relieved and finally passed the crisis. They were also a little startled when hundreds of Neptunes surrounded them just now. Facing those sea kings, they can't deal with it. It's okay. Princess Otohime patted Bai Xing to calm her down. Bai Xing stopped crying, but still sobbed in a low voice, knowing everything from Princess Otohime. She looked at Yunya, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, my lord." Neptune, Princess Otohime, and other high-level officials of Murloc Island all saluted Yunya, and Jinbi did the same. Such a great kindness, they can't repay. "It's okay." Yunya waved his hand and said, he didn't care too much about it. He came because of Mrs. Xia Li's request. This time he also returned the favor. Yunya didn't like to owe favors to others. After a pause, Yunya looked at Neptune and the others and said, "This time the commotion is not small, and the world government will probably know about it. You are also aware of little Baixing's situation. If the world government finds out, they will not Shirahoshi will be easily let go." Neptune and the others were silent when they heard the words, and they also knew the seriousness of the matter at this time. The news of ancient weapons is history that was erased by the world government, which shows the attitude of the world government. If the world government knows that Shirahoshi is the ancient weapon Poseidon, it is impossible for the world government to sit idly by. Before Neptune and the others could speak, Yunya continued, "I have a proposal. Let Bai Xing go to Moon Knight Island. Princess Otohime, you once asked me if you can make Bai Xing return to normal. I can't guarantee this, but there is my shelter. No one can touch her. Of course, I will not force you. You can make your own choices. If you feel that Bai Xing is safe in Murloc Island, I will not say anything more." Regarding the secret of Bai Xing's soul, as well as the memory fragments that appeared before, Yunya wanted to find out what was going on. This may be able to know some information about Im, the King of Heaven. These are still very important to Yunya. Moreover, after Bai Xing's ability is fully awakened, there is also a powerful boost that can help him. This. Princess Yiji pondered for a moment, a little surprised by Yunya's words, but after thinking about it, it was the same. And after Bai Xing heard Yunya's words, his eyes lit up, little stars twinkled, and he almost said that I wanted to go. Princess Otohime discussed with her husband for a while, then looked at Bai Xing, and said softly, "Bai Xing, would you like to go to the new world with your lord?" Bai Xing raised his hand and said excitedly, "Mother, I want to go to the new world to see." Bai Xing has always been very interested in the outside world. Now that she heard such a request, she quickly raised her hand. Although Shirahoshi was not threatened by Dodecon Nina's ability in the original book, she was able to freely enter and leave Dragon Palace City, and occasionally wandered around Murloc Island under the leadership of guards, but for the world outside Murloc Island, she's still full of curiosity. Yunyi nodded and looked at Jinping. "Jinping, if Shirahoshi wants to go to the new world, please take her to Moonlight Island. I still have things to deal with here, so I will leave first." Okay." Jinbe didn't expect that Quincy would give him this task, but he didn't refuse. Quincy has saved their Fishman Island twice, and he is also his benefactor, so he will naturally not refuse Quincy's request. Yunya gave Ace a final sideways glance. The old guy with white beard is still very strong. Please ask him more about the use of domineering. You also have the domineering color. Learn the high-level use of the 3-color domineering as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are still so weak, and everything needs to be solved by others, so what do you use to surpass that guy? Okay, I will work hard. Ace smiled sarcastically, facing Yunya's reprimand. He could only nod. Helpless, I am weak. Uncle, don't mention these embarrassing things anymore. However, he also realized that his own strength was indeed not strong compared to the top powerhouses, so he should work hard. 3-color domineering and ability awakening all take a long time to complete. However, Ace's talent is still very strong. Roger's blood is not a joke. For others, it may be out of reach in a lifetime, but for him, it should not be difficult. After all, he has only been out at sea for a long time, and he already has the strength of Chi Wohei in his early years, and his ability is half awakened. Fighting is definitely the best way to temper himself. After going to sea, Ace has also experienced many long and arduous battles, and his strength has improved rapidly. After saying that, Yunya waved his hand to everyone, and left directly on Shunpo. He has to go back to the first half, and it's time to go back to the Navy headquarters. A few days later, Yunya returned to his warship again and headed towards the Navy headquarters. During this period of time, Fishman Island took care of everything, and Shirahoshi, led by Jinbe, went to the famous Moonlight Island in the New World. The news of the Fishman Island was also spread in a small area, especially hundreds of sea kings surrounded the Fishman Island, which made many people speculate. What kind of power affected those sea kings? The news of this incident was not widely circulated, but Blackbeard's conspiracy was published in the newspapers. How Blackbeard failed later was not described in detail. The world didn't even know that it was the Quincy who did it. I just think that Blackbeard is too courageous to take revenge on Whitebeard by snatching Murloc Island, but he was defeated by the captain of the second team on Whitebeard's boat, Fire Fist Ace, and the former seaman Jinpei from the 7 Martial Seas. Get rescued. When Fire Fist Ace became the captain of Whitebeard's second squad, he also let everyone who knew about it know about it. Now that the Murloc Island incident has become popular again, he defeated the defector Blackbeard on Whitebeard's ship, making Ace's the reputation is even louder. Dahai paid more attention to him. The same goes for the Navy. Originally, it was just an ordinary supernova that ate the burning fruit of the natural system. It was already very famous in the first half, but the Navy didn't care at that time. After all, several supernovas would emerge every once in a while. Only later, Fire Fist Ace's several actions made great things. First, he defeated Doflamingo and let his conspiracy fail, which indirectly led to the banning of the Shishibukai policy. Later, he became the captain of the second team on the Whitebeard ship, shocking the world. Next, defeating Blackbeard, several major incidents happened one after another, which also made him gain a huge reputation. The Navy's attention to Fire Fist Ace has also skyrocketed, and some people have even started to investigate. It was at this time that a piece of news came out of nowhere. There were various evidences that Fire Fist Ace was the bloodline descendant of Pirate King Roger. He's Roger's son? At first, no one took it seriously, but as the news spread more and more, the specific news also became more and more specific, and it was impossible not to pay attention. The Navy also attaches great importance to this news. And this news, of course, was secretly released by Virgo. Navy Headquarters, Akainu Office. Is this true? Fire Fist Ace is actually Roger's son. Akainu frowned and looked at the information in his hand, narrowing his eyes. At the beginning, he didn't care too much, but he paid more attention, and began to search for the case records left behind. As more and more clues appeared, Akainu finally believed it, and called Karp to ask if true, but Kapur is not Akainu, or even past. Karp also knew about the rumors in the sea. His face sank immediately, and he cursed secretly. Where did these news come from? He is also puzzled. He has been hiding this secret for more than 10 years. No one has discovered it, and now it suddenly appeared. Someone must be playing tricks behind it. However, how did the person behind know this? Only the Navy has the record of ever being in Bedrilla, and the surname Porgas only appears in Bedrilla. Only the Navy has the right to know this. But news is coming out of the sea. Even if the Navy knew about it, they would treat it as if they didn't know, and would only act in secret, and would not publicize it like this. They can't wait to help Ace hide this news. After all, the appearance of the offspring of Pirate King Roger is enough news to shake the world. All the evidence now shows that Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger. Although there is no real hammer yet, many people already believe it. Holy Land Marijoya, 5 Old Star Office. Several people gathered together again, and the gloomy look on their faces became more obvious. It's already confirmed that the ancient weapon, Sea King Poseidon, has awakened again. It is likely to be someone from Murloc Island. Do you want to investigate? The informant over there has reported that the former mermaid princess can summon sea kings, but at the beginning they thought that mermaids could communicate with fish, so they didn't report it. Whitebeard's captain of the second squad fought and felt that something was unusual, so he chose to report it. Could it be that Blackbeard's goal is the Aquaman? Whitebeard chose to include the Murloc Island in his territory. Could it be that he also knows the Aquaman's secret? The guy with the white beard doesn't have such ambitions, but he has to guard against it. After all, he is that man, and he probably deliberately made Murloc Island his territory in order to conceal the news of Sea King. What should we do now? Do we need to act? Neptune's affairs are of great importance, and even we cannot underestimate them. And Fire Fist Ace, if it's really Roger's son, we can't just sit idly by. Let the Navy take action. We can't let Roger's blood stay in the world. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will become a future trouble. What do you think of Akainu's pacifist plan? I couldn't find the target before, but now there are green bulls. It's time to catch them and make them move. Akainu has already reported to me that all preparations are in place, and Vegapunk has also made preparations, and it should be carried out within this period of time. Now the whole world is too chaotic. Quincy, Neptune, Roger's son, even we have some headaches. Wake up Lord Im, I need to report to Lord Im. I agree. Reconsideration. Several people discussed it and decided to go to Huajian. This matter is beyond their ability, so they can only ask Im to make a decision. When they came to Huajian, several people kowtowed towards the highest throne, respectfully like servants. Master Im. On the throne, a pair of lofty eyes opened, looking down at the 5 people below. The tone was not human, without any emotional fluctuations. What's the matter? No one was prostrate on the ground, and one of them said, a light has awakened. Navy headquarters. Akainu has almost lost his mind during this period of time, which made him realize the difficulties of high-ranking people. He has to deal with everything by himself, and it is still a major matter recently. Without his approval, the people below dare not make decisions. Many things are suppressed, which makes him feel a little bit burnt. He felt a little emotional. The position of Admiral of the Navy is really not easy to sit, and he even regretted being the Admiral. Not as easy as the former general. And he also experienced the feeling of the Warring States period. He asked Garp to come over before, and he wanted to know about Ace from him, but in the end he got a soft nail, and he was not even easy to get angry. He also knew Garp's status in the Navy. Even if Garp didn't like him, he couldn't do anything to Garp. It's very frustrating. Moreover, the world government also keeps ordering him to investigate the situation of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, and the situation of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. There are also a lot of things about the Navy itself, and he has been following up on the pacifist plan. The consequences of the banning of Kabai, the former Quincy appeared in the first half inexplicably. What is the purpose? These things are all under the pressure of Akainu on the head. In a word, the recent Red Dog is really tired. There are so many things. Fortunately, because of Uran's victory over Hawkeye on Kaiwahe's side, those dissatisfied Kaiwahe also chose to endure and did not explode. The pacifist plan is also coming to an end. The preliminary preparations have been completed, and we are waiting for the Green Bull to go to Vegapunk for transformation. The sea is turbulent and the situation is chaotic. For this reason, Akainu also opened a naval meeting. At the meeting, high-level naval officials gathered together. The current 3 generals, as well as all the elite lieutenant generals are listed. The 2 veterans, Warring States, and Zifa, were also in the meeting room. The bastard Garp didn't come. He went back to his hometown in Donghai, or he didn't want to come. Akainu has nothing to do with him. He can only let him go, but that's fine. The next topic involves Garp, and it doesn't matter if Garp is not there. Maybe Garp knew this too, so he didn't choose to come here, but went back to his hometown to see his grandson. It is worth mentioning that after the Warring States retreat, he did not sit idle, but, like Zifa, trained recruits in the training camp. His position is also the same as in the original book. He is Ometsuke of the Navy headquarters. Going to the training camp is just a free time. Occasionally, he can catch up with his old colleague Zifa, drink tea, and play chess. Life is more comfortable. The heavy burden of Admiral of the Navy was thrown away, and Sengoku, who occasionally worked as an instructor in his spare time, smiled more on his face. Looking at the thriving naval recruits, he also felt relieved. Although he is free, he will still pay attention to the development of the Navy, especially after the big conscription. The Navy has undergone a major internal change, and he also wants to see the changes in the Navy after this move. Naturally, Yunya was also present. After the incident on Fishman Island, he took a small boat back to the first half, and returned to his warship. He has been back to the headquarters for 2 days. Blackbeard and Shirahoshi asked Jinbe to help him send him to the New World. He acted as a night blade, so the only way to go to the New World was Jinbe. He's still in no danger. Jinbe didn't hesitate, and after the matter of the Fishman Island was settled, he took Shirahoshi and Blackbeard with him and headed for the New World. It was estimated that he was almost at Moonlight Island by this time. At the beginning of the meeting, Akainu's character was straightforward and he didn't talk nonsense. He said, now the situation in the sea is turbulent, and the Kabai is banned, and the burden on our navy is even greater. Red Dog looked at Daotu and Green Bull. General Daotu, General Green Bull, you two should have gotten used to the position of general in this period of time, right? Well, the specific affairs have been handed over. Momotu nodded and said. The Green Bull just nodded, but didn't speak. During this period of time, they have been familiarizing themselves with the position of generals, and there are still many troubles left by the replacement of generals. The general has more power and can mobilize more troops. The subordinate navy also needs to go through the mobilization arrangement, and it took some time to complete it. Daotu is okay. After all, she was promoted from an alternate general. Originally, she had her own subordinate troops. It is not difficult to adjust and adapt a little bit. The main thing is to deal with things when she was an alternate general. The lieutenant general will hand over the situation. And Green Bull was promoted to general suddenly, without the slightest background in the navy, and it took a while for the subordinate navy to get used to the sudden parachute of an unknown leader. Running in takes time, and it cannot be done too quickly. In the original book, it took a period of time for Green Bull to fully understand the ways of the navy headquarters. But these are not big things, and now they are basically done. Akainu swept everyone present, and said lightly, "You should have heard about the Fire Fist Ace." "Lieutenant General," he said, "is it Roger's son? Is this news true? It's not like our navy didn't search extensively, but we didn't find any news." As the chief staff officer, Lieutenant General, he naturally knew a lot about this matter. Now that this matter involved Carp and Roger, Lieutenant General, he also pondered. If it is not done well, the situation is likely to become more serious. Her eyes looked in the direction of Jean Guo vaguely. The order to search for Roger's heirs was given by Jean Guo. It is naturally impossible for warring states to not know the news that is spreading in the sea. He was also very shocked at the time. Fire Fist Ace, Roger's son, Garp's grandson. Where is this all? But after all, he used to be a marshal, and through his own means, he also tracked down some clues, and in the end he could only look at the information and sigh. The identity of Ace in the original book may have been detected by the warring states period, and with the identity of Ace, the top war started. But now he can only look at the information and sigh. What kind of role does his old friend play in it? He is no longer the marshal, and he will not ask about these things again. So Jean Guo did not go to Carp to ask about these things, as if he did not hear or see. This matter was discussed for a long time at the meeting, but because the matter was not confirmed, we could only let it go temporarily, and Akainu decided to wait and see. What happened to the Fishman Island was also discussed later, and finally Akainu asked Momoto to go there, and if possible, arrest the mermaid princess for investigation. The world government did not disclose the news that Shirahoshi is the king of the sea to the navy, but only asked the navy to investigate and arrest Shirahoshi. After briefly setting the tone, Akainu talked about the pacifist plan. After hearing that the candidate for this plan was Green Bull, everyone present was greatly surprised. Yunya never opened his mouth, but after knowing that Green Bull was about to become a pacifist candidate, he was also very surprised, and thought to himself, is this guy crazy? Actually chose to transform Vegapunk? Doesn't he know how big the risk is? The confidentiality of the pacifist plan in the navy is also a top priority. Only Akainu and Sengoku know the specific situation, and the others only know a general idea, and the specifics are not clear. Therefore, everyone was just surprised and didn't express much. Akainu continued, but the transformation process is very dangerous, even with the vitality of General Green Bull, it will be dangerous, so. Akainu paused for a moment, he looked at Zifa and said, General Green Bull's ability is a person with the ability of sensen fruit, which can extract the vitality of other people. In order to allow General Green Bull to carry out the transformation smoothly, I will draw the animals in the navy. Those with abilities go to help. The green cow sat upright, and said with a smile, if it is a phantom beast, the chance of success will be higher. After hearing this, everyone present looked at Jean Guo and Yunya intentionally or unintentionally, but quickly shook their heads. It is impossible for these two people to be selected. But Yunyi's eyes narrowed, as if he had guessed something. He thought to himself, Chigo, I hope you don't say anything that makes me mad, otherwise. Akainu didn't say a word about the fact that the life force will be consumed by being drawn. He just glanced at everyone, and after seeing no response from everyone, he went on to say, there are not many people with animal abilities in the navy, but there are not many, and I have already made a good candidate. Akainu looked at Zifa and said, Mr. Zifa, I know that in the recruit training camp, there is an animal phantom beast named Zayawa. I need to transfer her to this mission. Of course in the future, I will give this recruit some meritorious compensation, and she will directly become an officer after graduation. Akainu's tone could not be refused, and he said to Zifa in a commanding tone, regardless of whether Zifa agrees or not, that naval recruit named Zayawa must perform this mission. After hearing this, Zifa's face turned cold, and there was an angry look in his eyes. But before Zifa broke out, Yunyi at the side raised his eyes became sharper, and said lightly, Chigo, try saying it again. Yunyi's eyes were extremely cold, and his murderous intent surged all over his body. With a boom, a terrifying domineering aura erupted from his body, and together with a vast aura that oppressed the surrounding space, the entire conference room trembled? No, the entire Navy headquarters is trembling slightly. The domineering look was released, and in just a moment, countless people in the Navy headquarters fell into a coma. The unaware Navy thought it was an enemy attack, but soon someone turned their attention to the meeting room of the headquarters. Over there, what happened? The sudden change took everyone present by surprise. A look of surprise flashed across their faces, and they looked at Yunya, not knowing why he erupted with such arrogance. Zifa's expression finally changed at this time. The others didn't know who Zayawa was, but he did. Zayawa is Yunyi's family member. Anyone who touches Yunya's family, Yunya will not let him go easily. Chiquin's actions like this are undoubtedly cutting a knife on Yunya's and Ailin. The dragon has reverse scales. If you touch it, you will die. Yunyi doesn't care who you are? The red dog's face changed, and he asked, Lieutenant General Yurin, what do you mean? Yaren actually dared to show a domineering look in the conference room. This is why he has completely ignored him. At the same time, Akainu felt offended, and boundless anger surged in his heart. What do you mean? You want to take action against my family, and you ask me what do you mean? Yunyi's tone was cold, full of murderous intent, and he looked directly at Chiquan. What did you say you wanted to do to Xiaoa? As Yunye's words fell, the killing intent became even stronger, making the lieutenant general's present tremble a little, and it became even difficult to breathe. Enveloped by Yunye's domineering look, even a powerhouse at the lieutenant level would find it difficult to breathe. Such an overlord's color intensity. This guy Yuren. The faces of everyone around were gradually serious. That Navy recruit selected by Akainu was actually Yuren's family? The relationship between the two is well known in the headquarters, and it is almost like fire and water. It is impossible for these people not to know, but they did not expect it to become such a trouble. Things are not going to end well. Many people have such thoughts in their hearts. Anger, such emotions are rarely seen in Yunyi. In the past, he always looked indifferent, as if he was unmoved by anything. Only when Xiao's arm was cut off and Zifa was injured by Carmenio, did Yunya show anger. Now this fellow Akainu actually wants to do something to Xiaoa? Although there will be no danger to his life, Yunya is still very clear about the concept of extracting life force. That is something closely related to longevity. Regardless of whether Akainu did it intentionally or unintentionally, today's matter is not so easy to expose. Family? That Navy recruit is your family. Akazuki also understood the meaning of Yunya's words, but narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, even if your family members join the Navy, they can only execute an order. A Navy that cannot carry out an order is trash. This is the headquarters of the Navy, and any Navy must obey the orders of Marshal Akainu. As long as he compulsively orders, let alone just a naval recruit, even Garp must obey his orders. Unless Garp wants to completely betray the Navy like Aokiji, otherwise he can only obey. The Admiral of the Navy is the absolute leader of the entire Navy. No one can disobey his orders. At this time, Zhang Guo also stood up and said, Lieutenant General Yaren, the matter has not reached this point. There is no need to use swords and guns. Zifa also persuaded, Yunyi, Xiao will be fine, no one can touch her. But Akainu was extraordinarily cold at this time. No one can question my order is absolute. Ha, then come and give it a try? Chigo, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Yunya smiled coldly, ignoring the persuasion of Zhang Guo and Zifa. Dogs must pay the price. That's death. It's useless if I'm comes. Xiao Yunyi didn't even have time for her baby, yet someone wanted to hit her on the head. Akainu, damn it, Yuaya, Tianchong. Under anger, Yunyi Yingxian pulled out of the sheath directly, and slashed at the red dog with an extremely terrifying slash. Chiquan's face also changed slightly, and he didn't expect Yuren to actually draw his sword at him, which made him even more furious. A lieutenant general took action against him, a marshal. Yuren was provoking him. Akainu was also angry at being offended. His right hand suddenly turned into magma, and rushed towards the slash. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and a shock wave swept away, blowing the entire conference room apart. Damn it, the Nightblade actually did it. Shooting at the marshal here in the Navy conference room? Is he crazy? Go back. Almost all the people present were masters. Before Yunya made a move, they had already noticed it. Seeing the killing intent and sword momentum suddenly rising from Yunya, their expressions suddenly changed. This guy Yaren is for real. But before they retreated, the aftermath of Yunya and Chiquan's collision directly swept them away. Fortunately, they were also masters, but they were affected by the impact and flew out backwards without being injured. After landing, they looked inside. Yunya and Akainu had collided again, and even more terrifying shock waves swept in all directions, waves of heat swept out, and thick smoke billowed. One held the silver fiber, the other held it with a fist, and they were in a stalemate with each other. During the stalemate, Akainu continued to exert force on his hands, and said with cold eyes, Yaren, you are guilty of the next crime. You can't escape today's crime. I will beat you into the city. Too much nonsense. Dare to touch my family. You will die today. No one will come. Yunya's eyes were indifferent, with the same killing intent. He held the sword in both hands and pressed the red dog down. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shatter due to the wrestling between the two, and the building of the meeting room was wiped out in ashes after the first collision just now. Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya drew his sword and slashed horizontally. The silver slash was drawn by the blade of the sword, and he slashed towards Chigu. Dare to say such a thing, Yuren, it seems that this time I can't let you go. Chiquan snorted again, with killing intent in his eyes. The magma in his right hand was boiling, and he clawed out with 5 fingers. God dog. Boom! The two collided fiercely again, and the fierce roar made the entire headquarters tremble. The magma shattered and shot, and the sword energy cut around. After one blow, the two retreated at the same time. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. After standing still, Yunyi's eyes were indifferent, and above the sword edge, a golden flame rose up, covering Yunyi's body in an instant. Surrounded by flames, Yunyi was like a god controlling the flames. The scorching heat swept out, and the ground turned into magma due to the high temperature. Is this your flame? It is indeed very hot, but my ability is magma enough to annihilate the flame, and it is the superior ability of all flames. Akainu also looked dignified, covered with magma under his feet, flowing like a wave, thick smoke rolling, a sulfur smell passed out. High temperature, scorching heat, both of them have fire attribute abilities, and the surroundings are covered by scorching heat, making people in the distance feel thirsty. This is troublesome. Huang Yuan fell into the distance with an extremely solemn expression. He never thought that such a thing would happen. These two are completely serious? It can be seen from the killing intent emanating from the two of them. Warring States and Zifa landed with solemn faces. Warring States directly roared towards the surroundings. What are you still doing? Stop them. When the rest of the people heard this, their faces were solemn, but some people still took action. Akainu is not what it used to be. Now he is the marshal and the supreme ruler of the Navy headquarters. Whoever takes action against him is the enemy of the Navy, even if this person is a Nightblade. But they also knew that this was not to kill the Nightblade, but to stop the battle between the two of them. But in the face of this high temperature, they were all a little frightened. It was too terrifying. Even if they were so far away, they still felt very uncomfortable, as if their bodies were about to be ignited, and if they wanted to get close, they even needed to use armed colors to cover them. Only the surface of the body can resist this high temperature. Green Bull rushed out and saw his idol fighting with someone. Although he was not clear about the conflict between Yunyi and Chiquan, one thing was clear, that is, when the idol was in danger, he would make a move. Forbidden to hate. Under the influence of the Green Bull's ability, countless plants grew strangely around, and turned into fists, bombarding towards Yunyi. Green Bull, it's none of your business here. If you dare to intervene, I'll kill you. Yunyi shot over with cold eyes, and a golden flame erupted with a sword in his hand. Not even a single trace was left, as if it had been wiped away with an eraser. Frightened by Yunyi's eyes, the green cow froze in place. He also felt the terrifying murderous intent and sense of oppression from Yunyi's body. But then he became angry. Why do you, a lieutenant general, talk to him like this? What's more, you actually dared to attack the marshal. You are done for today. Green Bull doesn't know the specific strength of urine, it's just hearsay, but not becoming a general means that your urine's strength is nothing more than that. He is a person who breaks the rules and becomes a general. How could it be inferior to a lieutenant general? What's more, now that there is an opportunity to perform in front of the Red Dog, the Green Bull can't let it go, and snorted coldly. Yaren, this is the Navy headquarters, and you are the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. You should know how serious the following offense is. Bar. Since you don't know the rules, then I'll let you know what the rules are. After finishing speaking, the Green Bull pressed the ground with both hands and used his power again. The vines were like tentacles, and the trees were suddenly uprooted, surrounded by greenery vibrant and full of vitality. Even the surrounding high temperature was suppressed. Forbidden and Sensen Luan Mu. The trees twisted and grew, vines ran along the ground, and the trees condensed into fists, killing towards Yunyi. I don't know how to live or die. Yunyi swept his eyes coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the golden fire curtain swept across, destroying all the trees that attacked. The beginning solution of Liu Blaruo Huo has the surface temperature of the sun. This kind of temperature can easily vaporize not only trees, but also steel. With a chi sound, the Green Bull's attack was easily wiped away like butter meeting fire, leaving no trace. And the fire curtain rushed out mightily, burning everything. Even the high-temperature destruction seemed to burn the air clean. What? The Green Bull was shocked. What kind of flame is this? It can easily burn even the trees covered with domineering colors? Fireproof forest. Seeing the curtain of fire coming, his face changed drastically. He didn't care too much, and pressed his hands on the ground again. Bushes grew and spread, but he didn't dare to stay where he was, but chose to keep away. As expected, his trees were easily burned when they came into contact with Yunyi's flames, but he has already taken advantage of this time to escape far away. The flames devoured everything and attacked the Green Bull again. With a sound of boom, the Green Bull burst into flames, and the terrifying flames swallowed him, and even began to burn his body little by little. Even though his vitality was strong and he was blessed with arrogance, it still did the same. Ah! The green cow screamed. He was not dead with strong vitality, and even a green light emerged from his body, helping him resist the flames. However, he was still swept away by Yunyi's random blow, and his figure flew out backwards, flying thousands of meters away. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? It's so strong? Why can't my fire prevention forest stop his flame? The Green Bull kept writhing on the ground, and the flame was still burning, as if it was going to burn him directly into ashes. A green light appeared on the surface of his body, and while resisting the flames, he also healed his body, restoring the position he was injured just now. Reluctantly extinguishing the flames, the green cow looked at Yunya with fearlessness in his eyes. Being able to have the combat power of a general level, his trees are not afraid of flames, and because of his strong vitality, he is not very afraid of the weakness of flames. But, why? Could it be that the flame temperature of the Night Blade is so high? It's just that Yunyi's unresolved Liu Blade Ruo Huo has the terrifying power to sweep away everything, enough to compete with the peak Whitebeard. If the swastika is solved, Yunyi will directly break through to the pinnacle of the world's combat power. Become a person whose individual strength is comparable to a god. Perhaps apart from the mysterious Im, the three ancient weapons can pose a slight threat to Yunyi. This actually hurt General Green Bull with one blow. The strength of Lieutenant General Yurin is indeed strong. The nearby lieutenant generals all looked at Yunya in surprise. How could they force the General Lu Niu back with one blow? Just one hit? The strength of Green Bull is recognized by all navies, otherwise it would be impossible to break the rules and become a general. But now he was knocked into the air by Lieutenant General Yurin with a single strike. He was obviously not an opponent. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The Night Blade is very strong, which is well known to everyone in the Navy, but it is a bit beyond their imagination to be so strong. Therefore, the people present did not move, and the generals were all forced back by a blow. If it were them, the consequences would be even worse. Who knows if Yurin will be concerned about the righteousness of their colleagues at this time. They will not be able to catch such a sword. Lieutenant General Yurin, it's really scary. Huang Yuan had a deep understanding of fishing, and he didn't rush forward. He was very clear about the strength of these two people. He recognizes that Yurin's strength is superior to his. After all, Yurin once overwhelmed Kaido. And seeing the erupting Yunyi, Dao Tu smiled wryly, and said to himself, I just said that I am not qualified to be a general. There is a more suitable candidate for the general. She has walked with Yunya before, and knows the power of Yunya's flame. So for the first time when Akainu proposed that he become a general, she refused. It was only later because of the request of the elders in the family that she reluctantly chose to accept the position of general. But in her heart, Yurin is more suitable to be a general. Zhang Guo grabbed Zifa's collar and roared, Zifa, what are you doing, old fellow? Tell your disciples to stop. How decent is this? Zifa patted Zhang Guo's hand away. He was equally angry in his heart. He also treated Xiao as a family member, looked at Zhang Guo and said coldly, the family is Yunya's reverse scale. No one can touch it. He is very precious, my younger sister. Now that Chiquan has offended Yunya, with that kid's character, how could he let it go? Ghost knows that recruit will be Yaren's family. Sengoku cursed secretly in his heart. He believed that if Akainu knew, he would definitely be concerned about this. Akainu is not stupid. No matter how much he targets Yaren, he will not touch his family. Just now, it was only because of Yaren's attitude that it was difficult for Chiquan to step down. That's why he spoke so resolutely. Zhang Guo then roared, are you just looking at it like this? Take action and stop the two of them, or the consequences will be disastrous. Now both of them are in a rage, and even burst into murderous intent. If they don't stop it, the consequences may be very serious. Sengoku is thinking about the navy. Stop it? Even the general has been repelled. Who do you ask to stop it? Zifa was unmoved. His eyes were still cold. If it wasn't for the serious decline in his combat power at this time, he would have stood with Yunya. Seeing that Zifa was unmoved, Zhang Guo became impatient, looked at Huang Yuan and Tao Tu and said loudly, Huang Yuan, Tao Tu, you still don't make a move. As he said that, he turned into the form of a great Buddha and wanted to rush out, but Zifa stood in front of him at this time. Zhang Guo, you have nothing to do here. Zifa, do you want to make the navy a joke of the sea? The current navy is no longer the navy of the past. Sengoku, I will not allow you to intervene. You bastard. There's so much nonsense. Look at the fist. Zifa sneered coldly, and threw his fist at Zhang Guo. He still has some understanding of the character of his disciples, knowing that this time there will definitely be a big trouble. At least let Yunya vent, otherwise the matter will not stop. Of course, he didn't think that Yunya could kill Akainu here. Akainu is very powerful. Even in his mind, his disciple is already the number one in the navy, but he still couldn't kill Akainu. At most, he just vented his anger one time. What he has to do now is to let Yunyi vent completely and not let others stop him. As for the consequences, anyway, after this trouble, it is impossible for them to stay in the headquarters anymore. At worst, they will leave the navy and set up a new navy organization by themselves. Fight criminals wherever you can. Zifa, do you want to pamper your disciple? Zhang Guo was extremely angry. This guy Zifa actually stood by his disciple at this time, and even chose to attack him. Boom boom boom. Because of their different philosophies, the two veterans chose to fight. The movement here also attracted the attention of the people present, making them all look at each other in blank dismay. Why are you fighting too? After repelling the green bull with one blow, Yunyi looked at Chiquan and said lightly, can your magma extinguish all flames? Is it a superior ability? Then you can try the power of my solar fire. Extreme flame slash. The hot gold gathered on the silver fiber, the heat was condensed and compressed, and all the power was concentrated in one point. Yunya sneered, and cut it down directly. With a sound of buzz, a scorching golden 1,000-meter slash pierced through the air, and everything that the slash passed was burned. It's ridiculous, any flame ability can't be hotter than my magma. Akainu didn't dare to be careless. He also knew the flame of the night blade, and knew that the temperature was extremely high, but he was still confident that he had solid magma. It is stronger than flames without entities. Big fire. The magma rolled across his body, and the drops of magma fell to the ground, making a soft shishi sound. Thick black smoke emitted from his body. He punched out like a volcanic eruption, enough to harden the punch of the anti-white beard shocking fruit. Boom! The two attacks collided, and the shockwave scattered. The entire island of the headquarters began to vibrate, and cracks spread out on the ground. The two retreated at the same time, then rushed forward again, and their attacks collided with each other. The flame and the magma compete with each other, but it can be clearly seen that Akainu's magma was burned little by little when it met Yunyi's flame. Your flame. Chiquan Lianshan also flashed a look of surprise and uncertainty. His magma was actually burned by Yunyi's flame. Did you see it? This is the fire of the sun, it can burn even your magma? My ability has a relationship with you. Yunya raised his sword and slashed out, and the terrifying flames spread and swept away like a whirlpool. To Akainu? What nonsense are you talking about? How can magma with entities be inferior to flames? Akainu shouted and punched out, big fire. Akainu is a natural magma fruit. Under his development, every blow has the terrifying power of a volcanic eruption. With this power, his can compete head-on with Whitebeard's shaking fruit without losing the wind. The magma condensed into a fist and exploded, and the terrifying momentum shook the flames rolled by Yunya into turmoil. Resisting the blow? You can develop the magma fruit to such an extent. You are really strong, Aokiji, but I am stronger. Slashing down with a sword again, Yunya was extremely fast, and rushed out after the fire curtain. I'm the Admiral of the Navy, and even the green pheasant is no match for me, let alone you. The dog gnaws at the red lotus. His right hand turned into magma, and a ferocious head emerged, opening its mouth wide and rushing towards the flames. Boom, boom, boom. The two killed each other at close range, and every time they collided, the island shook, the ground shattered, magma spurted everywhere, flames scattered, the temperature swept in all directions, and the ground began to melt. Boom! The two fought fiercely again, and the attacks collided. Yunya retreated a few steps, while Chi Quan was directly knocked out. The flames burning on his body made Akainu feel the feeling of being burned, and his face couldn't help but change again. The magma flowed, the flames fell off his body, and he condensed in another place. Akainu looked cold, and raised his hands high. Endless magma erupted in the air, and then turned into a fist and fell down. Meteor volcano. Boom boom boom. Yunya waved his sword to form a fire curtain in front of him, resisting all attacks, and a dense roar came. Hot hell. Yunya snorted coldly, stepped on the ground, poured flames into the ground, and then erupted suddenly. Pillars of fire pierced out from the bottom of his feet, and the large-scale attack completely dispersed the approaching magma. Akazuki was forced to retreat again. His face was extremely gloomy. In the battle with Yunya, he was obviously at a disadvantage. The battle here is so powerful that almost all the affairs of the headquarters are attracted, and they start to rush over here. Why is Admiral Akainu fighting against Lieutenant General Yaba? What happened? Although we knew that the two were at odds, they actually started fighting. Hiss. Lieutenant General Yeblade suppressed Marshal Akainu. Marshal Sengoku and General Zifa also. What happened? The people who rushed over from all around were shocked when they saw this scene. What happened? The high level of the Navy headquarters actually started a fight? Yunya's adjutant Tina was equally shocked when she saw this scene. Next to Tina, Smoker said blankly, I'm not dazzled. Huh. Tina took a puff of cigarette and said solemnly, what did Marshal Chinu do to make Yunya so angry? Tina has been in contact with Yunya for a long time, and she also knows Yunya's character. She knows that Yunya is not a person who likes to get angry, and even she has never seen Yunya get angry before. No matter what time it is, Yunya always looks calm, with a warm smile. Seeing people surrounding them, Tao Tu and Huang Yuan's expressions darkened. It's difficult to make such a big commotion. But seeing Yunya suppressing Chi Quan, they were also very shocked. Momoto, we can't just watch, otherwise people may die, we must stop them. Huang Yuan took a deep breath, seeing that Chi Quan was suppressed, he couldn't just watch. Well, we must stop them, or it will end badly. Dao Tu also said solemnly. The two looked at each other, and went directly to Chi Quan, facing Yunya. Huang Yuan said, Lieutenant General Yuran, stop, let the people below see it like this, it will have a bad influence. Momoto also said, Lieutenant General Yaba, Marshal Akainu hasn't done anything yet, and your family has not had any accidents. If this continues, it will be bad for everyone. Seeing this, the green bull on the side squinted his eyes, and also dodged to the side of the two, staring at Yunya firmly. Akainu also took a step forward, standing in front of the three of them. His eyes were extremely cold. Yaren will capture you without a fight, or we can only defeat you completely, and then imprison you and push you into the city. The highest combat power of the Navy gathers together, the momentum spreads out, and they face Yunya directly. Let's go together. Let me see what kind of combat power the general and the marshal have. Yunya remained unmoved. This time he obviously didn't want to let the red dog go. Akainu has already moved his reverse scales, and it's useless to anyone. This time, the results of the complete separation will come out. Hot hell. Yunya took a step forward, the domineering color erupted and swept across, the flames boiled and roared, and the pillar of fire erupted from the ground again, covering a radius of 1 kilometer with flames. The scorching heat made the hearts of the four of them sink. Except for Akainu, the other three used armed colors to cover their bodies to resist the heat wave. Bakakain Guyu. Huang Yuan took a deep breath. Yaren still didn't intend to stop, obviously wanting Akakin's life. He is a Navy admiral, Akainu is a marshal, and he couldn't let Akainu be let down by reason when something happened. He crossed his hands, and endless light bullets shot out, radiating towards Yunya like a barrage. Tianyuxin sword art, extreme slash. Momoto made a posture of drawing his sword and slashing. Jin Piluo suddenly unsheathed, and slashed a 1,000-meter slash, blocking the fire pillar in front. Senluo Forest Realm. The green bull pressed the ground with both hands. The ground was undulating, and thick trees rose from the ground, like giant pythons entangled in the past. At this moment, the three generals shot at the same time. Relying on the magma fruit, Akainu can rely on the magma physique to resist the high temperature of the flames. He strode forward, shaved like a teleport, and came to Yunyi in the blink of an eye, and punched out with a powerful punch. Yunyi raised his sword in front of him to block Chiquan's explosive punch, and his legs rubbed a long trace on the ground. The pitch-black wooden stakes on the left were entwined, trying to bind Yunyi, and the laser barrage on the right attacked indiscriminately. Fire refusal. Yunyi yelled softly, and the sword cut down in a circle, and a wall of fire appeared around him, blocking all attacks. The wall of fire was pierced by the magma fist to open a big hole. The red dog rushed out, and punched down again. Big fire. A red glow flashed in Doubt's eyes, and he shattered the flames with his sword, and also broke through. The golden light condensed, and the glaring light flickered under Huang Yuan's feet, and he kicked towards Yunya. The green bull's eyes were cold, and his figure suddenly swelled, turning into a giant wooden monster, and he punched it down. It's useless. In front of me, a lot of people are not very useful. My ability is to attack in a large area. Burning hell. Seeing this, Yunya was not afraid at all. He stepped on the ground, and the pillar of fire erupted again, resisting while attacking. Knock everyone out? Yunya stepped forward and killed Chigu directly. The flame condensed on the edge of the sword, and around the edge of the sword, the high temperature condensed a little bit, and the lethality was even more terrifying. One knife flow extreme flame cut. Brush. Slashing with a sword, the scorching heat seemed to burn the entire space, and the space was directly annihilated, revealing a pitch-black void. Not good. Akainu's knowledgeable face caught this attack, and his expression changed suddenly. Without hesitation, a strange force erupted from his body. Under his feet, craters suddenly formed one after another, and all of them erupted. Black smoke billowed, magma spewed out, and the surrounding area turned into a volcanic area in the blink of an eye. Fire breathing. Akainu gritted his teeth. After the fruit awakened, his aura surged, his fists blasted out, and the terrifying power of the magma burst into an attack, impacting the space ahead. If Aokiji's awakening is the cold that can freeze the movement of particles, Crocodile is the sand that can wither everything, and Akainu's awakening is to completely control the powerful shock wave that can destroy everything when the volcano erupts. Manpower controls the power of a volcanic eruption. Just think about it and you will know how terrifying it is. This is definitely the most powerful attack ability. Boom. The ground shook and the mountains shook, the Navy headquarters collapsed directly, and a large area of the ground was broken. Centered on the collision of the two, circles of shock ripples spread out. This explosive force. Yunyi was pushed back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand holding the sword trembled a little. This was because his arm was impacted by the collision just now, and his muscles became a little numb. At the same time, the three generals rushed over again, each bursting out with different attacks. Cut and cut. Yunya touched the silver sword with his left hand. He rushed forward, the sword on his body erupted, and he slashed across the front with the sword. The flame condensed a little and exploded. Several people passed by. Yunya retracted his sword, and behind him, boundless flames suddenly exploded. 3 roars of boom, boom, boom sounded, and flames suddenly surged from the bodies of Dao, Yellow Ape, and Green Bull, and they were swallowed by the flames. And Yunyi also had 3 more wounds. Just now, the 4 of them attacked each other, and at the same time that their figures were staggered, Yunya attacked the 3 of them with lightning-fast sword moves, and he was also hit by the attacks of the 3 of them. The general's attack was difficult to catch, and the corners of Yunya's mouth overflowed with blood, but he was unmoved. A glistening white light appeared on his body, and the injuries on his body were repaired. He didn't even look at the 3 people who were swallowed by the flames. His goal was still Akainu. Is it the recovery power of the animal system? But it's useless, Urine. No one can save you this time. Akainu let out a loud cry, stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and the fruit ability was activated, and the awakening here directly assimilated the ground. When the crater was formed under Yunyi's feet and bulged. Scorching hell. Yunya also stepped on the ground, and the flames penetrated the ground. Boom boom boom. 2 terrifying shocks exploded in the ground, and the explosions were released. The entire headquarters collapsed at this moment, and there were even faint signs of shattering. Yunyi stepped out instantly, his gaze as indifferent as ice, raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The flames roared and raged. Akainu's eyes widened, the surface volcano erupted, his power was mobilized by him, and he punched out. The 3 generals are all covered with armed colors, resisting the engulfing of Yunyi flames, each using their own methods to get rid of the flames, and come rushing again. Tao Huo didn't want to kill Yaren, but just wanted to prevent him from continuing. The same is true for Huang Yuan, who is very measured in his actions. But Red Dog and Green Bull are deadly tricks, they want Yunya to die. Yunya blocked Daotu's slash with a sword, turned around and forced Daotu back with a sword. The golden light flickered between Huang Yuan's fingers, and several laser beams came, which were captured by Yunyi's knowledge, and the silver fiber swung down, breaking it open, and the flames enveloped Huang Yuan. The vines behind the green cow swayed, and the tip covered with armored color stabbed towards Yunya, but Yunya predicted the future and dodged it, and returned a move. The red dog came to kill, and the fire-breathing blasted out. Yunya snorted coldly, and chopped down with the sword in both hands. Boom boom boom. The 5-person battle, the terrifying roar that erupted also spread out. Every sword of Yunya came out with a violent wave of fire. Although one person fought against 4 people, although he fell into a disadvantage, it still shocked everyone who saw this scene. Facing the 4 top powerhouses, Yunyi also felt a bit overwhelmed. Although Daotu and Huang Yuan didn't take it too seriously, Chiquan and Lunio broke out with all their strength. Boom! Without noticing for a while, Yunya was directly hit by the red dog, and the green bull on the other side also seized the opportunity, punched out, was hit by 2 people. Yunya vomited blood and flew backwards. Daotu and Huang Yuan chose to stop and did not attack further. After Yunyi's legs rubbed against the ground and made 2 marks about 100 meters long, he managed to stabilize his body. Blood was also overflowing from his mouth. At this time, the vines swept towards Yunyi, trying to pierce into his body. Go away. Yunya stabbed his sword into the ground, and with a bang, the flames erupted again, burning the rolling vines. Yunya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression remained indifferent. What a tricky ability. It was also the first time Green Bull saw Yaren's strength, and he was shocked. Facing the 4 of them, he could still compete to such a degree. Moreover, the flame of the Night Blade is too powerful, his trees can't get close at all, and his ability is completely restrained. Lieutenant General Yuren, stop, there is no need to fight anymore. Daotu looked at Yunyi, feeling a little worried. She admired Yunyi very much and didn't want him to die here. If he stopped, maybe the Navy would let him go because of his meritorious deeds. At most he would be imprisoned for a period of time. Huang Yuan didn't speak this time, his eyes were sharper. He had already seen that Yunya was serious this time. He was really angry. This is the first time that Huang Yuan has seen such a Cloud Knight as a colleague for so long. Even for Zifa's revenge, Yunya didn't exude such a terrifying aura when he killed Carmenio. Oh, Huang Yuan didn't know what to say. As for Yunya, Huang Yuan's senses are also good, and he doesn't want to see this kind of trouble. Yaren, this time, the crime you committed is too great, and your thinking is too narrow. In order to prevent you from becoming another Durag, I will kill you here. Looking at Yunya with killing intent, he said in a cold voice. The crime Yunyi committed this time was too serious. Even if Chikan killed him, no one in the Navy would say anything. Yunya's eyes were still cold. He looked at Chi Quan, and said indifferently, do you think this is my limit? Is your ice ability? It's useless, even Aokiji's ice can't compete with my magma. Akainu narrowed his eyes and said. Yunya let out a breath, and looked at Akainu. My flowing blade Ruohuo is divided into 2 types of flames. One is the flame on the surface of the sun, and the other is the flame at the core of the sun. You have seen stronger sun flames. Is it fire? As his words fell, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Yunyi's body, and a hotter temperature radiated from Yunyi's body. The remnant fire Tadeo possesses the ability to fire at the core temperature of the sun. It is capable enough to destroy the world. Although this world can't reach the level of horror of the world of the god of death, this flame also exceeds the upper limit of this world. Straight to the sky. Buzz buzz. The flames boiled, hot waves radiated out, the air became dry, and even the sea in the distance seemed to be ebbing, and the water level gradually dropped. The sky was sunny, the clouds overhead were all evaporated, and there was no cloud in the sky. This temperature. Is this really the temperature that flames can produce? The fire of the sun. Everyone felt that their mouths were even more parched, and even their hair became scorched black and twisted because of the high temperature. They had to retreat again, and even retreated to the coast, but the heat wave still hit their faces, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhangguo and Zifa stopped fighting. The 2 didn't fight too hard. After all, they were old comrades in arms. It was only a few tricks to fight back and forth. Zifa just wanted to hold back Zhangguo and prevent him from passing, just messing things up. This is troublesome, Zifa, do you still want to ignore it? The great Buddha incarnate in the Warring States period roared at Zifa. Zifa gasped for breath. His old body and lung injuries made him unable to fight for a long time. He also looked over there solemnly, and said to Zhangguo, I can't stop that kid. It's the famous Night Blade of the Sea, not a kid anymore, he knows what he's doing. Feeling Yunye's killing intent, Zifa knew Yunye's determination, no one can stop him this time? Not even him? Damn it, why are you still watching? Subdue Yaren first. Zhangguo threw away Zifa and rushed towards that side. Feeling the aura emanating from Yunye, and the flame that seemed to destroy the world, the expressions of the generals changed in shock. Yaren actually has such a terrifying move hidden? In Yunyi now, even they felt a strong sense of oppression. It can't be solved now. Huang Yuan whispered, his eyes became serious. Akainu is the admiral of the navy, he can't die. If he hides clumsily again, Chiquan's life may be in danger, even the few of them are the same. This flame is too strong, if they are not careful, they may all be killed. The sword of the mighty fire. Yunya shot at the 4 people, raised the sword and waved it lightly. With a sound of buzz, the boundless flame rolled like an ocean, and returned to the silver sword body. The flame slash moves forward to cover the impact. Let's shoot together. Akainu also sensed the horror of that flame. Even the volcanic magma after his awakening was burned visible to the naked eye, even covered with domineering. Such a temperature shocked him. Awakening volcanic eruption. Akainu attributed the power of awakening to himself, and blasted out with both fists, as if the power of several volcanic eruptions had been mastered by him, blasting out the most powerful blow. Tianyi Xian sword Dao returned to nothing. Dao to Tianyi Xian sword Dao started, squatting down, putting Jin Piluo into its sheath, making a posture of drawing the sword and slashing, and the sword power on his body exploded. Chilajin Piluo rubbed the scabbard, using the friction force to gather momentum for the slash, and as the momentum of the sword climbed to the extreme, he slashed out with one sword. Endless light field. Huang Yuan's ability was also awakened, and boundless golden light spread out from his body, dazzling, and rounds of beams of light blasted out of the golden light field, abstaining from all kinds of things. The green bull pressed the ground with both hands, and vines sprang from his body and plunged into the ground, infusing the surging vitality into his body. Giant trees rose from the ground, and the vitality blocked the heat wave for a short time. The trees were like dragons, spread from the ground to the cloud night. Yeblade, do you want to betray the navy? Sengoku's ability was awakened, and a three-headed and six-armed King Kong appeared, with 6 arms waving at the same time, and rounds of circular shock waves slapped out. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire naval headquarters collapsed and shattered into several pieces. The ear-piercing roar made everyone in the headquarters cover their ears and watch the battle in the field in horror. The dazzling brilliance shone, and the shock waves rushed out one after another, and the sea water was directly repelled, and it retreated thousands of meters. Even the lieutenant general could barely withstand the impact without being blown away, and the weak were no exception. They were all vomited blood by the impact, and flew upside down for an unknown distance. In the field, a mushroom cloud exploded, and the black smoke rushed into the sky, reaching thousands of meters. Several figures flew upside down from the smoke and dust, spurting blood from their mouths, and there were many scorched black wounds on their bodies. Everyone's landing point, the ground exploded, and several deep potholes appeared, running through the entire island. If it wasn't for the sea water being repelled and retreated, they would have fallen into the sea water at this time. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. Watching the mushroom cloud erupting thousands of meters high, they seemed to see the end of the world. It was silent, except for the roar of flames. There was no sound coming from the field. But the next moment, a faint voice came over. Navy? There is no need to stay any longer. The flames spreading all around seemed to be attracted by something, and gathered toward one point, and finally condensed on the sword edge of the figure that came out. With a wave of Yunyi's hand, violent wind pressure was generated to disperse all the smoke, and he walked out with strides. Still ignoring the others, Yunya walked slowly towards Chi Quan. At this moment, Akainu's whole body was scorched. One hand was completely burned by the hot flames in the attack just now, the blood kept overflowing from the mouth, and his face was extremely pale. They combined a blow, but they still couldn't stand against the Nightblade's attack. Ahem. Yaron, you. Akainu stood up with firm willpower. His eyes were still full of killing intent. The red dog is over, no matter whether you did it on purpose or not this time, but you touched my reverse scale, then I can only send you to die. Yunya came to the red dog and looked down at him, said in an indifferent tone. Hehe. You have such strength, but you have been hiding it all the time. You guys have long since ignored the navy. If I knew it, I would have shot you when you were still weak. Akainu coughed, blood is bleeding, eyes are still cold. As a hardliner, he will not be afraid of any enemy. Even if he dies, he will not surrender to the enemy. Yunya opened the corner of his mouth, and said disdainfully, in the hands of people like you, the navy will be destroyed sooner or later. You are not suitable for making tasks. With Akainu's tough character, there are indeed merits in some aspects, but it is too extreme. In order to complete the goal, he will even choose to sacrifice some marines and use their lives to achieve the goal. It is true that kindness does not control soldiers, but too extreme will also weaken the naval combat power. If human life can be used to pile up the destruction of the 4 Emperor pirates, Akainu will execute it without hesitation, even if the loss will be extremely heavy. Looking at the red dog, Yunya raised the silver fiber and was about to cut it off. At this time, Zhangguo walked over on moon steps. Yaren, no. With a roar, Zhangguo's palm condensed a circular shock wave and bombarded towards Yunya. He had to stop Yaren's behavior. The admiral of the navy can die, but he can't die here in the navy headquarters, and the person who does it is the vice admiral? Humph. Yunya snorted coldly, raised his hand and slashed down with his sword, breaking through Zhangguo's attack, and charged into Zhangguo's attack with terrifying flames in his sword. Was blasted out by Yunya. The current warring states has been weakened after the previous battle with Redfield, otherwise it would not have been entangled by Zifa just now. Marshal of the warring states period. Seeing this, several other people also rushed over. They were not Yunya's focus on taking care of them. Although they were injured, they were not as serious as Akainu, and they were still able to move. Seeing Yunya knocking the warring states into the air, it was another time. Shot. The yellow ape laser golden light bombarded the past like a rain curtain. Dauta once again slashed with a 1,000-meter slash. The green bull roared, and the trees turned into shapes, charging towards them like a bull. It's useless, you are no longer my opponent. Even if you go together. Yunya sensed the attack, but still took it easy, raised his hand and cut out a terrifying wave of fire with a sword, and the 3 of them fought together. Attack collision. There was no surprise at all. The attack of the 3 of them was not enough to look at Yunya at this time. They were defeated by one blow, and their bodies flew upside down again, spitting out blood. Let's end it here, Akainu. After finishing everything, Yunya ignored the others, and turned to look down at Akainu with a cold gaze. When Akainu was about to attack Xiaoa, Akainu's fate was already doomed up. The world government will not let you go, and so does the navy. From now on, you are the enemy of the Navy? I order as the Admiral of my Navy, after you betray the Navy, you will be wanted by all the Navy. Chi Quan smiled coldly, facing death without the slightest fear on his face. Feeling Yunye's killing intent, he knew that he would not survive today. Yunye's strength was beyond their imagination, even if they teamed up, they still couldn't match Yeren. If you lose, you should pay the price. But from now on, Yeren will also be removed from the Navy, hunted down by the Navy, and hunted down by the world government? It doesn't matter. Yunya laughed, stabbed with a sword, and the flames burst out suddenly, devouring Chiquan's body. Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki, die. After killing Chiquan, Yunya looked at the others. Are you still fighting? I don't want to kill you. You. Sengoku vomited blood, furious, watching Akainu die in front of him with his own eyes, and it was another Navy who did it, which made him feel inexplicably angry. An admiral was killed by a vice-admiral. This has never happened since the establishment of the Navy for so long. The yellow monkey, the peach rabbit, and the green cow all gasped, and the red dog was killed just like that. The Admiral of the Navy died in the Navy headquarters, and it was done by his own people. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole world. All three of them were extremely dignified at this time, but none of them rushed forward again, and they also knew the gap between them. They were no match for Yuren, which shocked them too. Marshal Akainu, dead. Was he killed by Lieutenant General Yuren? Who will tell me what happened in this world? Can't even a few generals suppress Lieutenant General Yuren? This is too scary. All the navies around were watching this scene at this time, and almost none of them were dumbfounded. At this time, they still haven't figured out how the incident broke out. He still looked dazed, but Akainu was indeed dead, without even leaving any traces. This is an indisputable fact. Navy, I don't want to wait any longer. I, Yeren, have betrayed the Navy. You can also try to keep me. Yunya glanced at everyone present, and after a final glance at Zifa, his figure disappeared in a flash. Land? Shock? Shock? The whole world is boiling up? The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, was killed in the Navy headquarters? And the person who did it was the once legendary Lieutenant General, Yeren? As soon as this news came out, the whole world almost boiled. No one can ignore this news. What is the Navy? What kind of character is the Admiral of the Navy? No one in these worlds is unclear. This is the Overlord of the Sea. No one can ignore the existence of the Navy. Even those big pirates in the New World are like this. However, one day a newspaper said that the Admiral of the Navy died in the Navy headquarters, on his own territory. Is this a joke? It's a pity. This is not a joke. Akainu is really dead, and the person who did it is Yeren. This news has been spread throughout the world through newspapers in a short period of time, and everyone knows about it. In the section of the newspaper, only this incident was reported, and the font was bold and enlarged. People can see the news at the first glance of the newspaper. On the largest plate, there is a reward order. On the top is Yeren's profile picture, and a number with a string of zeros underneath. Navy trader Nightblade, offering a bounty of 4.8 billion Baileys. The specific reason was not clearly stated in the newspaper, but the news was simply announced, and a reward order for boarding the Navy Nightblade was published. Newspapers are not written by the world government, but by Morgans. The world government also knows that it is impossible to suppress this matter. After all, there must be eyeliners of other forces in the Navy, and it cannot be hidden. But they don't want this matter to cause a stir in the whole world. They plan to deal with it in a cold way. Except for those big pirates with intelligence networks, ordinary civilians have no access to this level of information. The intelligence of civilians is generally learned through newspapers. As long as it is dealt with coldly, although it is still impossible to prevent the news from spreading, only a small number of forces will know it. It's impossible for those stupid commoners to know, but what the world government didn't expect was that Morgans didn't care about their face, and directly revealed the news. Moreover, the bounty order that assigned them to Yuren, but it is not sure whether to release it, was also revealed. This makes the world government extremely annoyed. After Morgans moved his territory to an empty island, he no longer cared about the world government after publishing the news. Anyway, it is very difficult for your world government to find me. The empty island is floating around. Easy to find? Doesn't Lian Quincy have any thoughts about him? The former king of the Dark World is the only one left. With no further worries, Morgans will publish it in the newspaper as soon as any major event occurs, and spread it to all parts of the world through the newsbird. In the words of Morgans, how can such an important matter be hidden? The times are advancing, and the truth should be seen by everyone. So, just like that, the news of Admiral Akainu Sakazuki's death and death in the Nightblade spread from his hand to the whole world. The forces of the four emperors, the original Shishibukai, the Revolutionary Army, and other small forces all saw this kind of newspaper, with different expressions on their faces. The Whitebeard of the four emperors, the Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, and laughed. Gulala, Navy, really? How long has it been since Akainu became the marshal? He was killed? Or did he do it himself? Hands, this matter can make us laugh for a year. The others also showed a smile. This matter is really interesting. Such a thing happened in the Navy. It really surprised them. Ace looked at the newspaper, remembered the figure of Yeren, and felt a little emotional. That guy is really strong. The Golden Lion was defeated by him, and the Red Dog died in his hands. Obviously he is the most qualified a man who becomes an admiral of the Navy. Hearing Ace's words, Jaws, the captain of the third team, turned his head in doubt. Ace, do you know Yablade? Ace thought for a while, and then said, I don't really know him, I just met him once. How should I put it? He is a bit different from other navies. Yurin had seen him once before, but Yurin didn't attack him. After knowing that he was a pirate, he still chose to let him go. The Navy and the pirates are naturally opposed, but the Nightblade does not have the prejudice against the pirates that the Navy has. As long as you don't do evil, even if you are a pirate, he will not arrest you. It was very similar to a certain female marine he had met. Marco also came over. Have you seen the Nightblade? You haven't been taken away. That's why he is different from other navies. Ace said. Gulala, being able to kill the Red Dog in the Navy headquarters, the strength of the Nightblade may need to be re-evaluated. This guy is not a simple guy. Whitebeard shook his head and laughed. He had never seen the Nightblade with his own eyes, but the deeds that came out also know that this guy is definitely not simple. When the Navy was reshuffled, almost everyone thought that Yurin would take over the position of general, but to everyone's surprise, Yurin did not become general, but Momoto and Green Bull became generals. Some people in the world already think that what happened this time was caused by this incident. Yaoran refused to accept Akakin's arrangement and turned hostile to each other. The two fought, and in the end Yaoran won and killed Akainu. That's why such a thing came out. In short, the strength of the Navy can be said to have plummeted, and it lost two powerful navies at once. Redhead territory. At this time, Hawkeye, who had a broken left arm and was covered in bandages, was sitting opposite the red hair. He was holding a newspaper in his right hand with an inexplicable expression on his face. I'm not surprised by this guy is a real monster, but I didn't expect that he would choose to defect from the Navy. What happened inside? After being defeated by Yunyi, the position of the world's #1 swordsman was handed over to others, and Hawkeye was also seriously injured, so he ran directly to Honghae. Chi Wuhei was banned, and he was hunted down by the Navy again. He couldn't stay in the first half. After much deliberation, only red hair is more suitable here. The redhead took a sip of the wine, and his expression was also changing. Beat you, kill the Red Dog. Everyone underestimated the strength of the Nightblade. I don't know how he compares with Whitebeard. Hawkeye shook his head. The current Whitebeard is definitely not the opponent of the Nightblade. When fighting me, he only used swordsmanship, and did not use the ability of ice and fire. Last time he fought with me, he probably didn't use his full strength. It is rumored that his flame is the fire of the sun, which can kill Akainu. Obviously, his flame is not afraid of Akainu's magma. This guy is really a monster. I just didn't expect that such a monster would defect to the Navy. I don't know where he will go later, the red hair said. I'm not sure about this. No one knows the reason why Yurin did this. There must be some kind of reason, otherwise Yurin would not have done such a thing. Hawkeye raised his eyes, not knowing, thinking about something. The redhead laughed and toasted with Hawkeye. Now the situation in the sea is turbulent, so many big things have happened one after another. Big Mom was killed by Quincy, and such a big thing happened in the Navy. Hawkeye, join me? Otherwise, I would still be a little panicked by myself. Hawkeye glanced at him. You want me to be your subordinate? Now that I have broken my arm, I have no advantage against you. What? Fight a game? Who wins and who decides? The redhead laughed, and patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. There is no such thing. We are best friends. How could I let you be my subordinate? It's an alliance, it's just an alliance. Hawkeye squinted at the red hair, and snorted coldly, neither refusing nor agreeing. The Sea of Nations, once the base of the Big Mom pirates, is now the base of the Four Emperors Katakuri pirates. Katakuri also saw the news, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had just become the Four Emperors, and he still had a lot of things to deal with. Basically, every once in a while, someone who is not afraid of death will challenge him. He has just become the Four Emperors, and his deterrent power is not as strong as that of the Ant, so there are still people who come to provoke him. However, with his repeated battles and victories, he gradually stabilized the position of the Four Emperors. His talent is very strong. Without Charlotte lingering on top of his head, his strength is also increasing day by day, and he has firmly established his position as the Four Emperors. Of course, compared to the other Four Emperors, he is still a little insufficient, but at this time, no one dares to underestimate him. Katakuri, Wano country. The 100 Beasts pirates also saw this incident, and a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of their mouths. Oh, that Nightblade guy really did a good job. Among the Four Emperors, he had the most dealings with Yurin, so he was very clear about Yurin's strength. Being able to kill Akainu did not exceed his expectations, but in the Navy headquarters, almost all high-level officials are there. How did the Nightblade do it? Is it a sneak attack while Akainu is not paying attention? No, it's impossible. With Yaren's domineering character, it's impossible to do such a villainous thing. Then, Yaren used his own power to fight against the entire Navy headquarters, and killed Akainu in full view? In this case, it is necessary to re-evaluate the combat power of the Nightblade. Yurin's strength improvement seems to have no bottom line, and it rises slowly. When he first met Yurin, he was not his opponent. In the end, he was able to suppress him by joining forces with Aokiji, and he was imprisoned in the advancing city. Later, when he escaped from prison, Yurin was able to contend with him, but only fell into a slight disadvantage. When he was on Skull Island, that kind of flame ability crushed him even more. This guy is progressing so fast. It has been a long time since the last time he fought Uran, and it is possible that Uran's strength has increased. After all, according to the information, Uran is only in his 20s and has not yet reached his peak. Jack also looked at the newspaper in his hand and fell silent. He was the stepping stone to the rise of the Nightblade, and it was with him that the Nightblade Battle of Fame broke out. But now that Uran has surpassed him by an unknown amount, he also saw Uran stepping up to the peak step by step, and felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. Uran has become the fear in his heart, and now he occasionally thinks of Uran's face, and shudders for a while. Yin said, "There is such a big mess in the Navy, and there should be no action in a short time. This mess is not small. I don't know how the Navy should deal with it. How dare you put a reward on the Nightblade? The world government is afraid that the Navy will return. Isn't it messy enough?" Kaido sneered, "Isn't this normal? A bounty of 4.8 billion is offered. Who do you think can receive such a bounty? The bounties at the 4 emperors level are like this, and they are just made for the world to see, to give those civilians a false impression that the world government is not afraid of these people. With the strength shown by the Nightblade, who else in the Navy would dare to trouble him now? It's just for others to see." Kaido sneered, "What is the plan of the world government? Not sure? Giving a reward is just an explanation to the world, and it's all about stabilizing the hearts of those allies? If nothing is done, the prestige of the world government will be gone long ago. At this time, it is estimated that the world government is having a headache." Quinn on the side also spoke, "Boss, now that Doflamingo has disappeared, and no one has provided us with artificial devil fruits, this plan is likely to be stopped." When Kaido heard this, anger flashed in his eyes. This damn Fire Fist Ace actually defeated Doflamingo. Damn it, if he hadn't become the captain of that old guy with white beard, I would definitely not let him go of. After the failure of Doflamingo, their plan for the Animal Legion also stopped, and they lost their supply source, and they had nothing to do. For this reason, Kaido still hates Ace. If it weren't for this guy, his plan is still advancing steadily. Damn it, give up, now we have to find other ways to increase our strength. Pay attention to me. If there are any pirates who are more famous recently, recruit them all, and kill them if you don't agree. Kaido narrowed his eyes and said truthfully. Kaido has experienced several failures in succession, and he also felt that his power is not strong enough. He originally reached an alliance with Charlotte Lingling, the alliance of the Double Emperors, and his strength has been greatly improved. But then Charlotte Lingling was killed by the Quincy division, the Big Mom pirates collapsed, and Katakuri replaced him, but he had made an alliance with Big Mom before, and it had nothing to do with Katakuri. In fact, the last time he ran to the Sea of 10,000 Nations, one of his purposes was to snatch the red history text from Big Mom's hands, and the other reason was to recruit Big Mom's remnants to join him. However, he was rejected, and later a battle broke out with Katakuri. Although he was suppressed, the red-haired pirates also came later, scaring him away, and his plan failed. The current Katakuri's strength has also improved, and he said that he would not be afraid, but he didn't want to get too stiff with Katakuri, the new 4 emperors, so he didn't move. Kaido has been very honest recently, staying in Wano country and not going out. Yes. Several 3 disasters all responded. That's right, the world government is indeed a headache. Holy Land Marijoya, 5 Old Stars meeting room. The 5 got together again. One person said with a cold face, Yaren's strength is beyond our imagination. One person fights against the 3 generals, Akainu and Sengoku. He still kills Akainu and retreats calmly. The morale of the Navy has plummeted. This is a bit strange. It's easy. This damned guy, dare to do such a thing? Does he still have our world government in his eyes? The Navy? He has already seen that this guy is rebellious. One person hammered down the table, his face was very ugly. He and Zifa took away a large number of navies and established the Neo-Navy. Although it is equally hateful, it may not be without the possibility of detours. As long as you give him some power and let him become an alternative naval force, it is not impossible. Even a Mingit can frighten the pirates even in the dark. But now the Birdman Morgoth spread the news, making it known to everyone in the world. After Yunyi left the Navy headquarters, Zifa also chose to leave the Navy, and took a group of navies with him to form the Neo-Navy organization. No, there is still a chance, let's send someone to contact him secretly. We don't need to withdraw the reward, just treat it as a show to those stupid civilians. The reward is just an illusion. As long as an agreement is reached, we will not deal with it because of the reward. Maybe there is still a turning point. It is a crime for Uran to kill Akainu, but it may not be impossible for them to do something. As long as Uran doesn't do anything that is detrimental to the world government like Darag, then they may not be able to do something. Let the Neo-Navy become a secret force of the Navy and not open to the public. The Neo-Navy is an enemy of the Navy headquarters and the world government to the outside world, but the interior is actually one of the forces under the world government, but it is not disclosed to the public. It is not impossible to fight criminals openly and secretly. What if he doesn't agree? When he was in the Navy, he was hostile to the world government. His loyalty is to the Navy, not the world government, and he has opposed us again and again. You all know his strength. Whitebeard is even more terrifying since he was at his peak. Almost no one in the Navy is his opponent, and it is not easy to deal with him. Do you want your master to take action? Several people were silent. The last person said, let's send someone to contact the Nightblade. No matter if it succeeds or not, we must try it. That's the only way. Several people nodded. They were very afraid of the combat power exposed in the Nightblade battle. One person suppressed several of the highest combat powers in the Navy, and even surpassed the peak Whitebeard. Facing such a person, they can only be cautious. The bounty is only for the world to see. To be honest, they have nothing to do with urine now, unless I makes a move. One person said calmly, let's talk about the Navy first. The Navy cannot be left alone for a day. Now that the Red Dog died in battle, the Navy needs a new marshal to replace it. Sengoku rejected the offer to become marshal again, and recommended Aokiji again. Although we didn't give Aokiji a wanted arrest, it is clear that he has defected from the Navy. If we let him come back, what will the world think of our world government? Another person frowned. There is a Drago, and there is a Nightblade. The Navy needs to be rectified. We can't let the Navy go on like this. We must choose someone who can make us feel at ease for the position of marshal. One person suggested, move from CP0. No, this will arouse the dissatisfaction of the Navy. Another person vetoed it. Just kidding, if a CP0 is airborne to become the Admiral of the Navy, I am afraid that the dissatisfaction of the Navy will explode. Not to mention all, but there will definitely be more than half of the Navy who will choose to join the One Navy, and then they will lose more than they gain. Consider Sengoku's proposal, Aokiji may be a good choice. One person said with a sigh. Helpless, among the 3 generals in the Navy, except for Huang Yuan who has this qualification, the other 2 have just become generals and do not have this qualification. Yellow Ape? Hehe. Forget it, let's consider bringing Aokiji back. After all, Aokiji left because the marshal was Akainu, and the 2 had different ideas. Now that Akainu died in battle, Aokiji might return. In short, let the people under you get in touch with it. The Navy cannot be left alone for a day, and after this kind of thing happened, the Navy's heart sank and it needed to boost its morale. And the return of Aokiji will more or less regroup the Navy? The pacifist plan must start now, and it can't be delayed any longer. The strength of the Navy has declined seriously, and the Kabai has also been banned, causing a great emptiness. We need a powerful weapon to deter the pirates in the sea. Let Vegapunk and Green Bull get it done as soon as possible. For vitality, let's transfer it from CP. I remember that there are 2 devil fruit capable users in CP9, and a few animals of the animal system were transferred from the world government. Devil fruit, for the chosen one to eat. That's the only way to go. This topic ended, and they discussed another matter. The Sea King Mermaid Princess was taken to the Quincy by Jinbe. From Murloc Island, there is more specific information that Quincy has appeared on Murloc Island. In other words, that guy with Blackbeard was probably killed by Quincy. The Sea King riot on Fishman Island also involved the Quincy. The reason why Quincy came to the first half was to investigate ancient weapons. He has been seeking ancient weapons. When Quincy entered the New World for the first time, he entered the Fishman Island. Maybe that's when he noticed something. This guy is too mysterious. We haven't figured out what his specific purpose is until now. If it's an ancient weapon, it might make sense. Seeking ancient weapons is such a big ambition. Don't worry, he won't be jumping around for long. If he dares to attack the ancient weapons, Lord I won't let him go. The lights are awake, Lord I won't sit idly by. Hehe, maybe this is fate. Originally, Master I'm just wanted to completely destroy Murloc Island and let the lamp of Sea King go out, but unexpectedly, he ran to Quincy's territory. On land, it is easier to solve than 10,000 meters deep sea. Now we can solve 2 big troubles. Master Yumo makes a move, nothing will go wrong. Let's just wait, Lord I'm is ready. If Yurin doesn't understand, I can only let Lord I'm take care of it. Simple betting. One Navy, where Yunya is now. After defecting from the Navy, Zifa also defected from the Navy together. Lieutenant Tina and Yunya's former subordinates almost all left with Yunya. Yunya's status in the minds of these subordinates is still very high, and they left the Navy together with them. They believed that there must be a reason for Yunya to do such a thing. Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade is not a rash man. They were more willing to follow Yunya. When Zifa left, a group of students followed him. Among them, students who were close to Zifa like Anne and Bins all left together. However, Zifa and the others said that they ran away, rather it was another form, and they were not wanted by the Navy. Yurin himself is the only one who has been deemed a defector in the Navy. The Neo Navy does not have any bases yet, and has been drifting at sea since it left. Zifa and Yunyi were standing at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance. They were talking. Yunya shook his head and said, Teacher Zifa, you don't actually need to accompany me like this. You stayed well in the training camp. Wouldn't the world government miss you if you come here? Zifa snorted. The current Navy has changed. It is no longer the previous Navy. It is useless for me to stay there. The Navy does not fight criminals, but internal struggles. I can't stay in such a Navy down. Yunya smiled. Mr. Zifa doesn't think I've gone too far. Zifa shook his head and laughed. You are not a child. You have your own judgment on everything you do, and the teacher will support your judgment. Thank you, teacher. Yunya said with a smile. Zifa took great care of him. No matter when he was in the training camp or when he became famous, Zifa always chose to stand by his side. Yunya looked into the distance. Teacher, we need a base. It's not good to drift on the sea like this. Training needs time and a place. That's right, let's find a place to be a base. Zifa also said. At the time of the original book, Zifa's philosophy has changed. He just blindly fights pirates and wants to destroy the world. so drifting at sea all the time, like a sea chase team. But this time is obviously different. Zifa also wants to be able to settle down. After all, there are many people who follow this time, but they can't accommodate everyone just on the boat. I do have an idea. Yunya looked at the sea and laughed. The G7 branch base I was in before is now deserted because of the battle with Kaido. We can use it as a base. Zifa was stunned, and then laughed, but the ice on it needs to be dealt with. The base of the G7 branch has been destroyed by Yunyi, Aokiji, and Kaido, and it is almost fragmented. The climate on the island has also become a winter island. It's enough to roast it with a fire, and then combine those fragmented islands. It should be feasible. Yunya touched his chin and thought, the deserted G7 branch is indeed a good place, and it is more than enough as a base. I just don't know if people can live there. Yunyi himself is not sure. Then go and have a look. Zifa also clapped his hands, decided to go to the G7 branch base to have a look, and went down to direct the others to turn around and go to the G7 branch base. Seeing Zifa go away, leaving only Yunyi alone, Xiao walked over, pursed her lips and said, Brother Yunyi, it's all because of me. Yunya rubbed Xiao's little head, and said with a smile, the red dog dares to touch you, it's just trying to make things difficult for me? Xiao, don't take it to heart. But, Xiao looked up at Yunya at 45 degrees, holding Yunya's clothes with her small hands, her eyes were watery. She also heard Zifa mention the incident, and knew that Yunyi defected from the navy because of her. Yunya flicked Xiao's forehead, and made a serious face on purpose, why, you don't even listen to me. No, I just feel a little bad. Xiao still pursed her lips, feeling very guilty for causing Yunyi to defect from the navy because of her own affairs. Yunya knelt down, looked at Xiao, and said solemnly, Xiao, you have to remember clearly, without you, there would be no me. I was saved by you. If it wasn't for you, I would have died somewhere now. You are very important to me. In my heart, you are more important than anyone else, understand? Xiao blushed greatly at Yunya's words, her eyes were a little dodgy, she didn't dare to look into Yunya's eyes, she just nodded weakly. Well, brother Yunya, I won't say such things in the future. Yunya smiled and patted Xiao on the head, that's good, don't worry, with my strength, I won't be bullied anywhere. In a hurry, the Ino Navy also arrived at the G7 branch base. At this time, the base of the G7 branch was dilapidated, and the island was snowy and freezing cold all year round, making it unfit for human habitation. In addition, it was broken into several pieces due to the battle. It is said to be an island, but it is not exactly. As soon as he set foot on the base of the G7 branch, Yunya was also a little emotional. It was here that he raised Hiran Meru to the level of, and Aokiji contended against Kaido, and directly smashed the island to pieces. Looking at the sky full of wind and snow, Yunyi's blade was like a fire coming out of its sheath. The flames boiled and swept across. The high temperature enveloped the entire island. The flames burned the island. Yunyi controlled the temperature, and it didn't take long for the ice and snow on the island to melt, revealing a piece of barrenness. The island has been torn apart. Yunyi has no choice but to do this. He still doesn't have the ability to move the islands and make them fit together. It happened to be cut out and used as plates for different purposes. It took time to rebuild, and the Neo Navy was also stationed here. Because the naval uprising broke out suddenly this time, even the fact that Ace was Roger's son was briefly suppressed. Of course, this is only temporary. When the Navy reorganizes the headquarters again, the world government may take action against Ace and Quincy, One Navy, and other big and small things. Anyway, it is foreseeable that the Navy will not be able to draw out in a short period of time. A month later, the new admiral of the Navy took over, and it was none other than Aokiji. Under the persuasion of warring states and Huang Yuan, Aokiji let go of his prejudices and returned to the Navy headquarters again, becoming the new marshal. No one can take care of this mess except Aokiji. Aokiji took the position, which caused a shock in the sea, but after Aokiji took the position, there was no big move. The Navy is a mess right now with all sorts of things to deal with. It was also the first time for Aokiji to feel this pressure. The Navy is in such a difficult position right now. Things big and small can't be dealt with at all. Simply stabilize and develop well. The pacifist plan started, and the green cow was still transformed by Vegapunk as an experimental subject. On the side of the world government, the CP9 who are performing the task are summoned and let them act as the vitality battery of the green cow. As the most loyal guardian dog of the world government, CP9's Rob Lui, Gabra, Keiku, and others were transferred and gave up their previous missions. It is worth mentioning that because Keiku is not an animal-type ability user, he was given an animal-type devil fruit, which is the same as the original book, in the form of a cow fruit giraffe. The experiment is progressing steadily. With Vegapunk's superb scientific research technology and the unparalleled vitality of the green bull, the progress of the transformation is progressing slowly. It is estimated that it will not take long for the pacifist plan to succeed. New weapons may bring different changes to the Navy, at least not as passive as they are now. Eyes turn to the New World. Now that the New World has 4 emperors and 1 king, the pattern of 4 emperors and 1 king has taken shape again, and it has stabilized. At least nothing major happened during this time. Except that the news of Red Hair's alliance with the former world's #1 swordsman surprised people in the New World for a while, and then, there was no more. There was an alliance of 4 emperors before, but now the alliance between Red Hair and Eagle Eye is not a big deal. The other people in the original Kaiwahei didn't make any big moves, they were still on their own territory, and almost didn't take any action. There is no action because the situation in the sea is unknown, and too many things have happened during this time. It takes a while to digest. New World Moon Knight Island, the territory of the Quincy Division. At this time, Bai Xing had already lived on Moon Knight Island, and she, who had never been out of Fishman Island, was very curious about everything. Accompanied by Yunya, she wandered around, ate delicious snacks on the island, and went to Gulan Tizalo to experience a life of entertainment to death. Here, she can live a happy life without any worries. Happy, except for the occasional miss of Princess Otohim and the others, life is considered happy. Moon Knight Island is divided into several areas, and each area has a 10 blades in charge. A place to the east, here is the residence of the Vinsmoke family. Dozens of huge snails formed a small island, leaning against Moon Knight Island. In the laboratory, Yunya walked in, looked at Jiaji and asked, "Can you see anything?" On the experimental platform, Blackbeard was lying on it. His hands and feet were handcuffed by Hailishi, and he fell into a coma at this time. Gage wiped the sweat from his forehead, shook his head and said, "My lord, I didn't find anything special, except that it's a little strange that he doesn't need to sleep. Everything else is no different from ordinary people." After Blackbeard was detained by Jinping, he was also detained by Yunyi, and let Jiaji use scientific means to see if he can discover the particularity of Blackbeard's body, but with Jiaji's scientific ability, he didn't find anything. After all, he is proficient in science and technology such as body modification and human cloning, and his knowledge of blood factors is inferior to that of Vegapunk, and he does not see the particularity of Blackbeard. It's not clear why Blackbeard is able to have 2 devil fruit abilities. Oh, it's okay, just study it slowly, and let me know if you find anything. Yunya was not disappointed, turned around and left. "Yes, my lord." Geiji saluted respectfully. Yunya left the residence of the Vinsmoke family, meditating as he walked. Devil fruit abilities should be on the soul, not the body. The soul is the root. After eating the devil fruit, the soul is transformed into other life forms, and the soul is closely related to the body, and changes in the soul will also be fed back to the body. No, the body should change passively, just to adapt to the new soul. This is also the origin of ability users. The devil fruit is the root, which can be seen from the many details in the original book. For example, after Brook's death, his body has rotted and turned into a skeleton, but the return of his soul can still make the skeleton move. This is enough to prove that the ability of the devil fruit acts on the soul, and it is a change at the level of the soul, which in turn affects and changes the body, allowing the capable person to have different abilities. If there is no abnormality in Blackbeard's body, then the abnormal point appears on the soul. This guy doesn't need to sleep, maybe he has more than 2 souls in his body? When one soul rests, the other soul will take over the control of the body, so that he does not need to sleep. Moreover, he was able to bear double the pain of the dark fruit, and it may be because he was able to bear it because of other souls to share it. The soul is the key to devil fruit transformation. Ordinary people only have 1 soul, which means they can only carry one kind of devil fruit transformation. Blackbeard has more than 1 soul in his body, so he can carry another ability. Although Charlotte Lingling is a soul fruit, the split soul is also hers, and her home eyes can no longer eat the devil fruit, because the split soul is also her own. Thinking about the question about Blackbeard's physique, Yunya left from the residence of the Vinsmoke family and went to the prison located under Wangsu Hall. Here, Doflamingo and a group of people are imprisoned. Ignoring the others, Yunya had a clear goal and walked towards the innermost layer, a separate cell, where Doflamingo was held. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Doflamingo, who was being held in custody, raised his head slightly. Seeing Yunya, he narrowed his eyes and grinned at the corners of his mouth. Fur, Quincy, this is the first time since you captured him. Seeing you once, what is your purpose of detaining me? In fact, Doflamingo more or less guessed about Yunyi's purpose, nothing more than knowing from him what the world government is hiding. After all, he was also a celestial dragon and knew some secrets about the world government. Can't you come and see you if you have nothing to do? After all, we are old acquaintances. Yunya laughed and looked at Doflamingo. If you're here to make fun of me, then don't say too much. Doflamingo snorted coldly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. You should know what I want to know from you, right? Yunya pulled a chair and sat not far in front of Doflamingo. The secret about the world government? Then, do you think I will tell you? Doflamingo laughed disdainfully. Although he was a prisoner, he was not too afraid. As long as the Quincy hasn't gotten what he wants from him, then he is still safe. That's right, with your personality, you really won't tell me, so I haven't come here before. Yunya said lightly. Doflamingo raised his head slightly. So what is your purpose for coming this time? You should be aware of the 3 ancient weapons. Now that Sea King is with me, then, how will you deal with me with the piss of the world government? Yunya poured 2 glasses of red wine and gave one to Doflamingo. After passing by, I drank a glass by myself. Your goal is an ancient weapon? It's really hidden very deep. You actually succeeded the Sea King Poseidon. Brother Doflaming was not polite, took a sip of red wine, looked at Yunya and said silently. Well, that's right. When I went to the New World for the first time, I noticed an abnormality in the Fishman Island. Then, through my special intelligence source, I confirmed that the Mermaid Princess is one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon. Poseidon the Sea King, Pluto the Pluto, Uranus the Heavenly King. I now know the whereabouts of the two ancient weapons. Yunya said lightly while drinking red wine. Phew, the ancient weapons have disappeared for a long time. Even some people in the world government are not sure whether they exist. You actually know the exact location of the two ancient weapons, and you got one of them? Your ambition, it's not small. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and looked at Yunya. Quincy, it seems that his purpose has always been ancient weapons. Is it to overthrow the world government? Many people in the world are speculating about the real purpose of the Quincy. Some think that he is also targeting Ralph Drew, and some say that he is to overthrow the world government. But it's all just speculation, and no one has figured out his specific purpose. It was an accident. Yunya chatted with Doflamingo like old friends, shaking his head and laughing. If the world government knows that you have a weapon like Neptune, then I'm sure they won't let you go. Phew, are you afraid? Quincy. Doflamingo poured the drink. He drank it all in one gulp, his tone extremely playful. World government? If they can do anything to me, I won't develop to this level. Yunya looked at Doflamingo and said jokingly. Phew, the methods of the world government are not as simple as you think. Doflamingo said with a curled lip. Yunya crossed his legs and said calmly, are you talking about the national treasure of your Tianlong people, or I'm on the Void Throne? Hearing Yunya's words, Doflamingo's pupils shrank violently. How did this guy know the national treasure of the Tianlong people in the world and the existence of I'm? If he hadn't been a celestial dragon and there were simple records about I'm in his family, he wouldn't have known about these things at all. No one in the world knows that there is another person above the 5 old stars? It's very strange why I know this. Yunya laughed. I knew a long time ago that there is a king on the Wulaoxing, and I even know his name, and I also know that he is the first to be killed. How long did the old monster endowed with permanent life by the fruit of the operation? 800 years? Since that kingdom was destroyed, he has become the real master of this world. Doflamingo stared at Yunya with an extremely solemn expression. How do you know? Yunya smiled and didn't say much. The reason I'm so afraid of the world government is because of him's existence. I don't know if I can defeat him now. Does his power come from himself, or from it? Heavenly King Ilanos? Or another weapon? Before I figure it out, I will be extremely afraid of the world government. You are scarier than I imagined, Quincy. You actually know so much? Who are you? Doflamingo lowered his eyes. His heart was shocked. Quincy knew too much. Even more than he, the former Tianlong man, knew. He also asked people to search for the name that Quincy had revealed, but there was no news at all. He suspected that the former Quincy master was trying to fool him. The origin of the Quincy master is mysterious. No one knows where he was born. They only know that the first time he appeared was in the North Sea. After that, there will be no more. Not a single clue. As if it just popped out of nowhere. Know a lot? No, it's not much. I just know some general information, and I don't know the specifics. In fact, I don't expect to get this from your mouth. You are a smart person. You will end up dead, and if you don't say anything, there may be a way out. Even if I want you to promise, you will not trust me, so this time, I just came here with the attitude of giving it a try. Trying to pry your mouth open, it's impossible, unless you can extract your soul and your memory. Yunya laughed. Then he said, you should know what I mean by saying this. Yes, I am telling you that even if you don't tell me, I still have a way to know this, but it will take a little time. Fufu, it's useless to threaten me, unless you can really find those abilities, otherwise you don't want me to speak. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, but he still laughed. I will see if you find those abilities first. The ability should be wiped out by the world government first, and Neptune is in the hands of a dangerous guy like you. Those 5 guys can't sleep and eat, and will destroy you no matter the cost. The navy under the world government can pose a threat to me, but you don't know. Yunya smiled and threw a newspaper over. Now the navy doesn't have the ability to attack me, they are a bit too busy for themselves. Doflamingo picked up the newspaper. At first glance, his face changed slightly, and then he exhaled. Phew, such a big incident happened to the navy, it really is. He leaned against the wall, looked at Yunya, and still had full confidence in the world government. As long as that person wakes up, no one can stop him. I don't know how strong that person is, but he can become a king, can control a certain power. According to the records in my family, that kind of power can destroy the entire island with one blow. The same is true for your Quincy's territory. A certain kind of power? It seems that you are not very clear, but it is indeed terrifying to be able to destroy an island. But who can't do it? Whitebeard, me, or the 4 emperors? Whether it is an ancient weapon or not, it is another thing that's fine. But do you think I can't resist? Yunya looked at Doflamingo seriously. Doflamingo seemed to have heard the funniest joke. That kind of power cannot be resisted by manpower. You can, because of the continuous attacks, and the island can't be too big, but that kind of power is different. That is the power that can truly destroy an island with one blow. That kingdom was destroyed by the bombardment of this weapon. Do you think you can compete with that kingdom? Their king, but even the guy on the throne is afraid. Very good. You mean Joey Boy? That guy is indeed an amazing guy. He can gather the power of the whole world to artificially create another ancient weapon, the evil battleship Pluto. It's a pity that he underestimated people's hearts. In the end, he was defeated by I'm, and his years of hard work were ruined, and he even made a wedding dress for someone else. Yunya said with emotion, as if talking to himself. Phew furfur, I'm getting more and more curious about your identity. Are you also a member of the D family? A descendant of that former king? Doflamingo remained expressionless on the surface, but his heart was filled with shock. Quincy knows too much. Even knows so clearly about the 100 years that were erased. Guess. Yunya was talking, but suddenly his expression froze, and he suddenly looked up at the top of his head. The color of knowledge was beating wildly, and there was an extremely dangerous feeling. Yunya looked cold. You really guessed it. I didn't expect that guy to be so decisive. Did you use your national treasure? Doflamingo's sense of knowledge also sensed it. His face changed suddenly, and then he looked at Quincy and laughed loudly. Phew phew phew, it seems that your retribution is coming, Quincy. Yunya ignored Doflamingo, but in a flash, he broke through the top of his head, and after breaking through the rock formation, he stood in midair and looked up. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thundered, as if something was being conceived, and an extremely terrifying aura came down from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Destruction, tyranny, terror, the entire sea was boiling. At this time, everyone on Moon Knight Island raised their heads subconsciously, watching this scene in horror. What is that? Is it some kind of celestial phenomenon? Look, Master Quincy is over there. Everyone below began to discuss. After seeing the Quincy master, they were a little relieved, but those who had knowledge did not relax their faces at this time, but became more dignified. They can perceive the power of this breath better than others. All 10 blades appeared, looking at the sky, their expressions fluctuating. Geiji narrowed his eyes and said, "What is this? Why does it give me this feeling? It seems like the sky is about to collapse." Hawkins was silent, and began to divination, but the more he did the divination, the more solemn his expression became. Can't divination? What is this? Is it some kind of attack? The rest of the 10 blades also looked at the sky in horror, and they also felt a strong sense of oppression. The floor of the prison was broken, and Doflamingo was able to see what happened in the sky. His mind was shaken, and he whispered in his mouth, "That guy made a move. It's over here? Furfur, you can actually see it before you die. At this scene, this is the god slaying I want to have." The color of Yunyi's knowledge radiated wildly, as if he had sensed something from the clouds. Something wreaked havoc in the clouds, tumbling, and stirred up the clouds. Is it the ancient weapon King Uranus? Or is it the ability of the devil fruit? Or is it a new type of weapon creation? Yunya stared at the clouds, extremely dignified. The knowledgeable color predicted the future, and a scene came, which made Yunya's face change, and he suddenly said to 10 blades and other officials below, "Everyone, step back as much as possible. All 10 blades, protect Moon Knight Island." "Yes, my lord." All the 10 blades were awakened, and quickly responded respectfully, and began to act. Buzz buzz. From the sky, it seemed that something was tumbling, and the endless sound waves were transmitted with some kind of oppressive force, causing the buildings on the island to collapse and the sea to roar. At this moment, who was far away among the marijoya flowers in the Holy Land, spread out the map of the New World unhurriedly, looked at the location of Moon Knight Island on the map with eyes like a god, picked up a brush in his hand, and moved towards the click on the location of Moon Knight Island, and then draw a diagonal line. Through some kind of connection, seems to have seen the cloudy night standing in midair on Moony Night Island, but the godlike eyes did not fluctuate at all, not even a trace of emotion. In the sky above Moonya Island, Yunya seemed to be being watched by someone. He looked up into the clouds, as if he had also seen through the connection, and saw this pair of eyes that looked like gods. Continued to write, and in the middle of the second stroke, he also sensed some kind of spying, paused for a moment, looked at the map, but seemed to see the top of Moon Knight Island at this time. The two looked at each other, as if they had crossed a long distance and looked at each other together. At this moment, both of them sensed each other. Yunyi's eyes were cold, and like a god on high, he showed a faint smile towards the cloudy sky in the sky. "It's the first time we meet, the king of the world." Heard Yunya's words and knew that he was talking to him, but he didn't open his mouth. He just narrowed his eyes like a god, and the second stroke was drawn on the position of Moon Knight Island on the map. A time's word? "We will meet again, king of the world. Such an attack can't kill me. Just wait for me to kill you in your lair." Yunya grinned, revealing a big smile. And as Im's second stroke fell, the entire sky began to boil, and the berserk power suddenly gathered together, forming a destructive force. A series of attacks containing terrifying thunder, like divine punishment, descended from the sky. The 16 thunder punishments are like the world-destroying god thunder. Under the will of the gods, destroy everything that hinders his will. This is a blow from the gods. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning erupted, and God's punishment came to the world, as if it could penetrate everything and shatter everything. A terrifying blow wanted to destroy the entire Moon Knight Island. Although it's powerful, it's not enough to kill me. Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, and the two-color power erupted behind him, and the terrifying power collided and annihilated each other, erupting with unparalleled power. Use your own strength to contend against the boundless sky, as if the gods are high above, erupting with terrifying power. In the fourth stage of instant coaxing explosion, Yunya used all his strength, and the domineering look exploded, covering an unknown distance. With such a domineering look, even the 10-blade master felt a sense of oppression, and he could barely hold it by gritting his teeth. A serious punch. An ordinary punch blasted out, hitting the void, causing the entire space to be directly shattered, revealing dark cracks. With a punch, the world collapsed, and the terrifying punch and the world-destroying god's punishment confronted each other. Boom boom boom. Two extreme forces erupted, and its shock wave swept across the entire new world, and the roar spread out. Countless people below were impacted, and the impact was so strong that Moon Knight Island broke directly from the middle. The sea surface kept oscillating, forming a tsunami to hit out, and then a bigger tsunami hit. Fortunately, 10 blades shot one after another, stabilizing the trend of UI Island fracturing, and directly defeated the incoming tsunami. At this moment, the entire new world, people with knowledge and knowledge, are all looking up in one direction. The expression is extremely dignified. They sensed that there was a movement coming from the far side. What happened over there? Boom, rumble. The shock is still going on, and there are more conflicts. The terrorist shock is more powerful than the tsunami, but it just swept away slightly, and Moon Knight Island cracked again, and the sea water repelled it farther. One punch won't work? Then give another punch. Yunya shouted, and threw another punch. This punch was horrific, and it defeated me shyly I directly. Scatter. With a bang, the boundless thundercloud shattered directly, and the wind of the fist shook the space, filling the space with cracks, but it recovered soon. The sky became clear again, the clouds dissipated, and Yunya saw and sensed crazily. He wanted to find the source of the attack, but unfortunately he couldn't find it. World government, remember for me, one day, I will kill you in your lair. Yunya's power of thunder and flames collided, his momentum skyrocketed. He looked at the position just now, and sneered. Immediately ignoring it, he fell into Moonlight Island, watched the 100-meter tsunami rushing towards him, flicked his fingertips, and a terrifying force destroyed all of the tsunami. Everything is back to normal? Far away in the Holy Land, among the flowers, Im's movement of drawing the pen paused for a moment. His originally emotionless gaze fluctuated like a god's, and he whispered, "The Quincy Master." Seeing this scene, Doflamingo opened his mouth wide, his face showing unstoppable shock and bewilderment. Block it. The blow to destroy the world. No one in his family's records could follow up on Im's attack. No one. This is the power that represents the king of the world. No one in this world can compete with it. This is no longer something that manpower can contend with. It is a god. He is the god of this world, and the trump card for the world government to stand for 800 years. However, he saw today that there was a person who fought against the gods by relying on his own strength alone. How can this be? Holy Land Mary Joa, among the flowers, I'm suddenly gathered the 5 old stars, and lightly ordered, from now on, give up all actions against the Quincy. He is not something you can fight against. It means that the lights will gradually wake up and find other ancient weapons as much as possible. This. Hearing Im's words, Wu Laoxing was extremely surprised. Could it be that Lord Im has made a move just now? And judging from Im's words, he couldn't kill Quincy? How can this be? Im is their king, the lord of the world. If there is any trouble in the past, as long as Im takes action, there will be almost nothing that cannot be solved. Did he miss the Quincy this time? All the 5 old stars were shocked in their hearts. Regardless of the shock of Wu Laoxing and others, Im waved at them, go down and find other ancient weapons. Yes, Lord Im. The 5 old stars didn't dare to hesitate, knelt down deeply, bowed respectfully, and went down. But at this moment, their hearts could not be calm for a long time. After the 5 old stars left, Im took out all the information about the Quincy. His lofty eyes were still like gods, and he just whispered, "The Quincy, is it Joey Boi? The light has been passed down, the lamp that will not be extinguished. Is that what you meant when you said it? Being able to withstand my blow, it is impossible for others to develop their abilities to such an extent. Other lights have also begun to recover, and they will gather around you. Joey Boi, Quincy Master." Im came to a certain place, looked at a huge straw hat frozen there, and fell into deep thought. However, I was able to extinguish you once before, and it's the same this time. I won't let you come back. The sound gradually decreased, and finally disappeared into nothingness, and the whole flower room fell into a calm again, a deathly silence. Regarding the attack on Moon Knight Island, it was also spread in the sea, especially the words of the last Quincy, which made them resurface. What caused this big commotion was actually the world government's attack on Quincy. This is really a big deal. I learned from their eyeliner that the sky suddenly darkened, and then thunder punishments fell. These thunder punishments are extremely terrifying, and each one seems to have the power to destroy the island, but it was blocked by the Quincy Master. What is the strength of the Quincy Master? Countless people are guessing. However, what happened later made countless people in the world fall through their glasses. The palace of Wangsu and the Quincy actually offered rewards to the top of the navy, even the 5 elder stars with the highest power in the world. 5 old stars, each of them is offering a reward of 4 billion baileys. Admiral Aokiji has a bounty of 3,290,000,000 baileys. Admiral Garp, the hero of the navy, is offering a bounty of 2.83 billion baileys. Admiral Huang Yuan is offering a bounty of 2.74 billion baileys. Admiral Green Bull, offering a bounty of 2.536 billion baileys. Admiral Mamoto has a bounty of 2.36 billion baileys. The former admiral of the navy, the current Navy Ometsu, offers a reward of 2.335 billion baileys. Commodore Chappie, offering a bounty of 2.1 billion baileys. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, offering a bounty of 1.29 billion Baileys. Vice Admiral. The Navy, which is almost famous in the sea, is now being offered a reward by Wangsu Palace. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Everyone knows that Quincy is the richest person in the New World, but they didn't expect to be so rich. How much do these bounties add up to? Close to 50 billion Baileys. And everyone knows that it is not impossible for Quincy to pay this price. Although it is a bit unreliable to add up all of them, it is still possible for Quincy to spend 10 to 20 billion Baileys. In general, if someone can really kill these people, Quincy will definitely have the capital to pay the price. The evil forces offered a bounty to the Navy in turn. This was the first time since the world was founded, and everyone who knew about it was shocked. Quincy is too bold, and also too generous. After a few days, what happened on Moon Knight Island began to spread wildly in the New World, and countless people wanted to know the reason. Perhaps it was under the investigation of others, or someone spread some kind of remarks. In the New World, such a piece of information has spread. That is, the legendary ancient weapon has been revived and is in the hands of the Quincy Master. It is precisely because of the ancient weapons that the world government does not allow anyone to control such a weapon that can destroy the world. Therefore, the world government brazenly launched some kind of powerful attack on the Quincy. Want to completely wipe out the Quincy division and ancient weapons? But because of underestimating the strength of the Quincy, the attack launched by the world government was resisted. According to gossip, what is in the hands of the Quincy is an ancient weapon, Poseidon, the king of the sea, who has the ability to summon all sea kings in the world. For a moment, countless people in the sea were in an uproar. Isn't this ancient weapon something that has been passed down in legends? How could such a thing exist in the world? But regardless of whether they can do it or not, this matter was actually published in the newspaper. Moreover, it was obtained by Quincy. Given the conflict between Quincy and the world government must be afraid, and it is normal to attack him. Countless people were relieved, and then, the sea boiled, and for a while, there was an upsurge in searching for other ancient weapons, not even less than the sensation caused by the words left by Roger before his death. Some people even linked the ancient weapon with Roger's great secret treasure, saying that the great secret treasure left by Roger is probably the ancient weapon Pluto. As long as you get the big secret treasure, you can use Pluto's ability to control the whole world. This is the truth about the great secret treasure left by Roger. Anyway, all kinds of news are flying around, each has its own theory. But what is certain is that the pirates in the world are even crazier. As time passed, the raging enthusiasm for ancient weapons didn't last long, because almost no one found any clues, and the enthusiasm dropped. However, there are still some people who are not reconciled, still looking for the whereabouts of the ancient weapons, and even secretly offered a reward. As long as there is a little bit of information, they can get Bailey. But like Roger's big secret treasure, no one could find it at all, and the sea behind was relatively calm for a while. World governments, navies barely acted. The four emperors ruled one side separately, developed secretly, and stabilized their power. The forces of all parties seem to have pressed the pause button, and there is almost no major movement. However, there are still an endless stream of people who go to sea to find Roger's secret treasure, the whereabouts of ancient weapons, and become thieves in the sea. In the first half, the Navy still spared no effort to fight against pirates, and the Neo-Navy, established by the Navy trader Uran and the former General Zifa, also aimed to fight against pirates. The pirate survival in the first half is more difficult than before. Although the pirate situation is more difficult, there are still star pirates who stand out, go through adventures and hardships, and go to the new world. The sea will be calm for a while, but not forever. In the year 1520 of the lunar calendar, a boy wearing a straw hat set off from the East China Sea. In the same year, the Revolutionary Army moved frequently and moved its forces to the New World, causing revolutionary turmoil in several countries. The long-disappeared descendant of the devil, Barrett, reappeared and occupied a territory, claiming that the target was the ancient weapon Pluto. In the Navy, a new type of weapon called the pacifist appears. It looks like the General Green Bull. It is powerful and possesses the laser attack like a simian. It shined brightly in a confrontation with pirates, shocking the world. The Prison Breakers pirate group wanted to recruit Moonlight Moria from the original Kaiwohei, and attacked the Devil's Triangle Sea area. The two sides fought against each other in the Devil's Triangle Sea area. The two sides played against each other, and the Prison Breakers pirates were defeated, and became a subordinate force of the Katakuri pirates. The 100 Beasts pirates attacked Rookie pirates, and all those who refused to surrender were killed. Because of the terrifying combat power, countless pirates had no choice but to join the 100 Beasts pirates. A singer named Yuda's reputation is revealed. Her singing is sweet and melodious, making people find salvation in despair, and she is dubbed the savior by extreme fans. The headquarters of the Neo Navy is located at the base of the former G7 branch of the Navy. Rookie pirates from all walks of life are also emerging one after another. The calmness of the sea before was like the tranquility before the storm, and even greater turbulence seemed to be unfolding. In the first half, the former Navy G7 branch base, now the Neo Navy headquarters. The Neo Navy has a Nightblade in command, and almost no one dares to provoke it. Everyone knows that the Nightblade is not easy to mess with. Even the Navy only offered a reward for arrest, and did not take any action against Yaren. Aokiji will not order to do stupid things. Going to war with the Neo Navy is a thankless act. It's not that the world government doesn't want to take action against Yeren, but considering Yeren's strength, the 4 emperors are not as strong as him. Although they are inferior to the 4 emperors in power, Yeren's strength is definitely more difficult than the 4 emperors. The world government considered it for a long time, and finally chose to let it go. Their mission focused on finding ancient weapons. Almost all the people in the CP organization started to take action. CP9's Rob Lui and others, after completing the pacifist plan, returned to Water 7 Island again and continued to lurk, wanting to know the specific location of Hades' design. The Neo Navy has also developed very well during this period. The strength of the navies who left together at the beginning has also increased, and some people from the outside world have come here to become recruits for the Neo Navy. Although it is not as powerful as the Navy headquarters, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the Neo Navy does not have the pressure of the world government, and it can move more freely. Basically, those who have faith in justice will give priority to the Neo Navy instead of the Navy headquarters. Already 18 years old, the slim Xiao came to Yunya's office, showed a sweet smile and said to Yunya, "Brother Yunya, I want to go back to Bihai. The last time I went back was more than a year ago, and I also want to go out to practice." Yunya was startled, thought for a while, but did not refuse, nodded, and said, "Okay, but you still have to be careful. Although your strength is not weak now, the sea is still very dangerous." Xiao pursed her lips and snorted softly, "You still treat me like a child. In my brother's heart, you have always been that kind and lovely little girl." Yunya smiled and patted Xiao's little head. Xiao shook off Yunyi's big hand, although it was very comfortable, but this attitude towards children made her a little uncomfortable. She stared and said dissatisfiedly, "Xiao is not young anymore." "Okay, Xiao has grown into a beautiful girl." Yunya laughed dumbfounded. "Humph, I still have the same tone, I don't care about you." Xiao gave Yunya a hard look, snorted softly, and left with a single ponytail. This little girl. Seeing Xiao leave, Yunya shook his head helplessly. He also sensed Xiao's feelings for him. How did that sentence say? The feelings have deteriorated? I treat you as my sister, but what do you want to do to me? To be honest, Yunyi is not good at relationships, and he has always regarded Xiao as his younger sister, and has not considered the relationship between men and women. Forget it, don't want to think about it. Yunya shook his head to shake off these thoughts, and took a reward order in his hand. The reward order is a boy wearing a straw hat and showing a big smile, Monkey D. Luffy. The reward is 30 million Baileys. Did the protagonist group go to sea? Now the plot has changed a lot. I wonder what kind of actions you can do? The real child of destiny. Looking at Luffy's reward order, Yunya smiled lightly. Yunya looked at the location of Holy Land Mary Joya, and whispered in his mouth, "You don't have much time left. When I am ready, I will kill you." Quincy has been paying attention to the news of Pio fruit and Soul fruit, but until now, there is still no clue, not even a clue. He has been looking for it for a long time, and even Yunya felt that these two abilities might have been cut off by the world government in advance, so he couldn't find it after searching for so long. Although Yim's attack was blocked by him last time, Yunyi solved it only after the 4th stage of instant coaxing broke out. In the 4th stage of instant coaxing, Yunyi still can't fully grasp it, and the burden on the body is too great. Although after a period of practice, Yunyi's quality has improved in all aspects, but he still cannot bear the side effects of the 4th stage of instant coaxing. The persistence time is much stronger than before, but it is still not enough. One Punch Man, other people deal with the opponent's punch with one punch, but I am the kind of one punch man who can only swing one punch. Others are in permanent form, but my explosive form is so weak. Based on this, Yunya didn't choose to trouble the world government. Was too mysterious, and he didn't know if that kind of attack could be used casually. If possible, then the current self is really not his opponent. Of course, Yunya didn't underestimate himself. Even if could use that kind of method continuously, he still couldn't kill himself. At most, they couldn't do anything to each other. Yunya looked at the panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 2800. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zanyo, proficiency 90. Iaroman Maru, proficiency 92. Flowing blade Ruohuo, 85. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 90. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 90. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 Sticks of Light Prison, proficiency 80. 81 of Binding Tao, Breaking Space, proficiency 100. Returning Way, Rejuvenation of Dead Wood, proficiency 100. Special Category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 100. Virtual Skeleton Clone, 0/1. Virtual Flash, proficiency 90. Virtual Mask, 1/3. After a period of time of adding proficiency and self-increasing proficiency, Yunyi's skills have improved to some extent. The improvement of skills means the improvement of Yunya's strength. Yunya is not in a hurry, he still has time. As time goes by, his strength will become stronger and stronger, and now he is only in his 20s? There is no need to take this risk. At this time of fighting the later the world government takes action against him, the better the situation will be for him. Not long after, Xiao came back from Bahai and brought a message to Yunyi. Xiao said enthusiastically, "Brother Yunyi, on the way back, I passed through Alabasta and met a very interesting pirate." "Oh, what pirate?" Yunya became interested and asked with a smile. Every time Xiao came back from going out, she would tell all kinds of interesting experiences she had experienced. Xiao has a talent for telling stories, and she can tell them vividly. Xiao recounted her experience since returning to Bahai. After returning to Bahai, the people in her hometown were very happy. Xiao didn't go back often. After becoming a navy with Yunyi, she only went back 2 or 3 times. Every time she went back, the people in the village were very happy. After gathering with the people in the village, he also returned to the Great Route, and her course was the route that passed through Alabasta. Because she was bored, she also went there to have a look. Turned out to be a funny pirate with a straw hat. Unlike other pirates, this pirate saved Alabasta when it was attacked. The specific reason is because there is news that there seems to be the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto at the location of Alabasta. Countless pirates went to Alabasta, wanting to capture Alabasta, and learned about ancient weapons from there. In this world, the news of ancient weapons is very valuable. As long as there is a little clue, you can get rewards in the Dark World. It is true that the king of the Dark World is the territory of the Quincy Division, but not only the Quincy Division is the only one in the Dark World, there are still people offering rewards for information on ancient weapons in secret channels, and the price is not low. Because of this, Alabasta will be targeted by pirates and bounty hunters. And the pirate with the straw hat actually chose to protect the Alabasta kingdom, and teamed up with several partners to defeat all future pirates and protect the entire Alabasta kingdom. Saying this, Xiao took out a reward order from her backpack. The reward above is the reward order of Monkey D. Luffy, the protagonist of the pirates. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, has a bounty of 100 million Baileys. After all, the kingdom of Alabasta is the country that you once protected, Brother Yunya. Seeing that they are in danger, I will naturally not do nothing, so the pirate with the straw hat and I defeated those pirates and bounty hunters. Alabasta is protected, looking at Yunya with a 45-degree face, as if wanting to be praised by Yunya. Yunya also smiled and patted Xiao's head. "Good job, Xiao. Thank you for having you." "Hey." Xiao squinted her eyes, like a kitten, enjoying herself very much. She said happily, "The pirates saw that I was a navy, thought I was an enemy, and wanted to attack me. Well, although he is very strong, he is only strong in the bowl, and he has not mastered domineering. In the end, he is not my opponent. Here, ha ha ha." At the end, Xiao seemed to think of something funny. She pursed her lips and laughed happily. "Also, and oh, there is a green algae head. His swordsmanship is also very good, but he is still not my opponent. This guy can't even fly and slash, but his willpower is very strong. In addition one, huh? That guy actually wanted to get close to me, but I sent him flying, and the lightning scorched him." Xiao raised her small fist, showing her small canine teeth, with a proud expression on her face, looking lively and cute. Yunya smiled helplessly. After all, Xiao is still young, and she doesn't go out often. Every time she comes back, she will pull him to talk about many interesting things. Yunya would listen to her talk with a smile, occasionally interjecting. With Zifa and his teachings, Xiao is already very strong now. She has mastered 2-color domineering, is proficient in 6 styles, and her devil fruit ability has also been developed very well. Like Yunyi, Xiao mainly uses swords, but her fist kung fu is taught by Zifa, and she is not weak. It should be more than enough to deal with the current 3 major main forces of the Straw Hats, but you can't underestimate them. Their talents are very strong. If you don't work hard, you will probably be surpassed. That guy in the straw hat is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. Yunyebo touched Xiao's forehead. "Ah," Xiao exclaimed, covering her forehead, and looked at Yunya resentfully. Her eyes seemed to say, "Why are you hitting my forehead?" She said angrily, "With Teacher Zifa and your teaching, I will not lose to others." "That's not necessarily the case. I'm about the same age as you, and I can already defeat Drought Jack." Yunya pointed at himself and said with spread hands. "It's different? How can I compare with a monster like you?" Xiao pouted angrily. "That's why, don't underestimate anyone. If you don't work harder, you will probably be surpassed. Then you will be the one with the head full." Yunya rubbed his chin and looked at Xiao's delicate face, as if thinking about what she looks like with a full head. "I won't be overtaken by others." Xiao snorted arrogantly, her tone slightly dissatisfied. "Lai Yulyu, I'm going to train. For nothing." Xiao stuck out her tongue at Yunyi, turned around and left Yunyi's office with brisk steps. Yunya watched Xiao leave with a smile, looked at the reward order on the table, and said to himself, "The plot has changed. Will Luffy still follow the original route? Without Crocodile, instead with another enemy, Fate? Hehe." With a chuckle, he didn't pay too much attention to this matter. In New World, Neo's headquarters island, the sky suddenly became cloudy, and a large cumulus cloud floated over, blocking the sunlight in the sky. For some unknown reason, countless broken rocks fell from the cumulus cloud. The rocks were large and small. They hit more than 100 meters and kilometers, and fell into the sea around the Neo headquarters, triggering a massive explosion. Not a big tsunami. Although it was easily resolved, some subordinates still informed Yunya of the news. Yunya heard the words, looked at the sky, and the color of knowledge radiated to him, and he sensed a scene that interested him. Oh, is it an empty island? Really interesting? There is also a familiar aura. Nicole Robin. Yunya thought carefully, and then remembered the owner of this breath. It was none other than Nicole Robin who Yunya had met once. Could it be the Sky Island incident? Calculate the time, it should be about the same. Forget it, go and have a look. Yunya thought about it, and decided to go there. Don't worry about it. I'll go up and have a look. It should be an empty island floating here. Yunya came outside and saw that martial law had begun on the island. He said calmly, calming his subordinates. With a flash of stature, stepping on Shunryu, he rushed straight to the high-altitude cumulus cloud. High above the sky, lightning flashes and thunder rumbles, but there is no airflow sweeping over, and raindrops fall, which is very unscientific. To Yunya, those thunder and lightning were not painful at all. Yingxian swept away the thunderbolts, slashed down with a sword, and opened a hole in the clouds, and Yunya rushed straight up. The field of vision suddenly widened, and Yunya looked, and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and even more terrifying thunder and lightning raged around. In the middle of the sky, a pitch-black thundercloud contained terrifying thunder, exuding a terrifying aura. It looks like it should want to press down. The disordered thunder was raging, which made Yunya feel familiar. Well, it was similar to Dama's Tianmin Dazai's god, and it was all indiscriminate thunder bombardment. The thunder broke out, destroying countless buildings, sinking into the Bibai Sea, and falling into the blue sea below. And Yunya Neo Navy's base happened to appear below this, and the fragments of the ruins fell from above, causing a tsunami to hit the headquarters of Neo Navy. Everything is a coincidence. The people on the Sky Island all looked at the lightning ball with a wide range, with expressions of horror and despair on their faces. They had already seen this move just now, and they just dropped it lightly, knocking their Angel Island give straight to bust. Now the scale of this thunderball is many times larger than before, and despair enveloped their hearts. Facing an attack of this scale, what should they do? At this time, he was also within the attacking range of the thunderball, and the fragments of the ruins that fell into the blue sea made Yunya narrow his eyes. Does this affect me? I can't bear it. Yunya scanned the surroundings and saw that people were flustered and running around, while others stood still and chose to meet death. And on top of a huge vine, a young man in a straw hat dragging a golden ball in his hand is rushing up with all his might. Below, it should be his partner. Yunya saw a familiar shadow there. It's Nicole Robin? Even if the plot has changed, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates are still those same people, and they still came to the empty island. Several people discussed it, and a young man with a green algae head rushed out, recalling in his mind a certain female sailor who gave him a blow not long ago, and said to himself, I am not strong enough, I still need to become stronger. Avoiding the thunder and lightning bombardment, Soran held a knife in his mouth and held a knife in both hands at the same time. This is his unique three-sword style. Three-sword style, 180 treble wins. Soran's eyes were extremely determined and he slashed towards the huge vine with a flying slash close to 100 meters. With a sound of chi, the vine broke from a corner of the root, and the slash tore a hole, and the incision was smooth. The center of the vine shifted, crooked, and began to fall slowly in one direction, and Yunya was just standing under the collapsed vine. Okay, it's finally down. Among them, a reindeer civet cat suddenly waved its arms and shouted in surprise. Surprise flashed across the faces of the rest of the people, and then they looked up and said to themselves, I'll leave the rest to you, Captain. But the next moment, the faces of the people under the vine suddenly changed. I saw Yunya looking at the falling vines slowly, and slashed down with his sword. The 1,000-meter silver slash directly cut the vines from the middle. Peace? Luffy and Nami, who were climbing up by stepping on a strange vehicle on the vine, changed their expressions drastically at this moment. Why did the vine suddenly break into pieces? Slash, you didn't use it like this. Yunya said lightly, looking at the thunderclouds pressing down in the sky. The sword power on his body exploded, and he swung his sword towards the sky. With a sound of buzz, with this sword, Yunya shot with all his strength, and a slash several kilometers long pierced through the edge of the sword. With a stronger physique, Zanyu proficiency is 90, and the power of Yuayat Yenshang has also become stronger. A sword, as if to split the world. The endless sharp slash collided with the thunder cloud, directly cutting one of them in half, even splitting the sky. Open the sky with one sword. Boom! There was nowhere for the thunder to vent in the split thundercloud, and it exploded suddenly, directly blowing up the cloud that split into two halves. The people under the vines were all staring blankly at the sky at this moment. What did they see? The sky has been split. The vines and the sky were cut in half. A certain reindeer looked at the sky, its eyes were about to fall out, its hands and feet moved erratically, and finally fell to the ground with its mouth wide open. What is this? Is it some kind of attack? Usopp didn't know what happened. He was terrified by the scene in front of him, and hid behind Soran. This is a slash? But, can a person really do this with a slash of this level? Soran on the side could see that it was a slash, but it was precisely because of this that he felt shocked. He looked in the direction of the slash. Is this level of slash really capable of being slashed by humans? He seems to have heard someone say something, but he didn't hear it clearly because of the dense rumble around him just now. This time, unlike the original book, Soran did not meet Hawkeye, and he had no idea of the world's top powerhouses. Even things like flying slashes, only after seeing Xiao's slashes, did I know that slashes can still be used in this way? With a clear goal, Soran quickly mastered the flying slash and applied it. But this level, a slash that almost split the sky. This is the first time he has seen it? Because the vines were chopped, Luffy and Nami above also fell from the air. What? Nami was so frightened that she trembled wildly, holding onto Vaeba's handle tightly with both hands. Ha ha ha, what happened to that guy's attack? Did you shatter yourself? Luffy fell with a heavy object in his hand. When he saw the thundercloud shatter, he thought it was Anilo's own attack that shattered himself. Up. Fortunately, there was a cloud below, and the two of them fell on it and were not injured. Sandia warrior War Ghost Weber is also there. His eyes are extremely dignified. He can also judge that this is what he thinks. Is it an enemy? Still. Navy Knight Blade. Robin's face was solemn, and he used his ability. A hand with glasses appeared in the palm of his hand, and he also saw Yunya over there. After seeing Yunya, Robin showed a shocked expression, and then became extremely dignified. It's him. Of course, she is very clear about what happened in the Navy, and she still knows the information about Yuren leaving the Navy. But I don't know why Yuren appeared here. Could it be for himself? You can't just come here for sightseeing, right? She looked at her companions, sighed softly, turned around to an empty corner. She knew that with Yuren's strength, she must have spotted them. Yunya saw what Robin did just now, smiled slightly, and came to Robin in a flash, looked at this beautiful woman, and said with a smile, "It seems that you have met a group of trustworthy partners. Are you going to sacrifice yourself?" Yunya could see why Robin avoided their companions, because he felt that he wanted to catch her and planned to sacrifice himself. Robin has changed a bit. In the past, she would betray and save herself without hesitation. Robin was still a little nervous in the face of Yunya's level of power, but his tone was still calm. The commander-in-chief of the Neo Navy, is he here to arrest me? Yunya glanced at her, shook his head and said, "I didn't catch you last time, and I won't this time. I just wanted to see if it was that desperate guy who dared to throw stones on our heads." Saying that, Yunya looked up at the sky, his eyes locked on Ai Nila, and saw that Luffy was still rushing towards the sky resolutely. However, it seems that I don't need to take action. Robin was silent, did not speak, and looked at the sky. Above the sky, the thunderclouds dissipated, leaving a flying golden ship slowly going up into the sky. Anilu on the ship had an extremely gloomy expression at this time. He saw the Cloud Knight below with his unique knowledge, and knew that it was this person who just did it. With one sword, he cut his thunder cloud in half. Who is this person? Is he an enemy? He actually cut my thunder cloud open? Huh, damn it. Although he was surprised that someone could make such a terrifying blow, he had never experienced a domineering and brutal beating. He thinks that no one in the world can hit himself except this rubber man. The arrogant and conceited guy doesn't know the vastness of the sea at all, and he feels that he is a god when he is in a corner? Consider yourself a god? Oh, you electric bastard, I'm going to blow you away. A certain rubber idiot got up again, and Luffy didn't take what happened just now to his heart at all. Why did the thunder cloud that was about to be suppressed directly broken? He doesn't care about these. He only has one thought now, and that is to blow this discharged bastard straight into the air. He actually wanted to destroy Sky Island? How can this be tolerated? Using the power of the rubber, with the help of the weight on his right hand, doing back and forth a few times, Luffy ejected himself and flew towards the skyship. You damn rubber man. After I kill you, go deal with the other one. 200 million volts, Thor. Anilu laughed angrily at Luffy. This guy is really annoying. He is chasing after him? He is a god. He was actually chased and beaten by a rubber monkey, which made him very angry. Luffy grabbed the edge of the airship, used his ability to bounce high, the weight in his right hand drooped, and the spiral twisted together. Thunder and lightning intertwine on Anilo's body, making him the god of thunder who controls thunder and lightning. A thunder column blasted towards Luffy, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Anilo snorted coldly, and then stabbed at Luffy with the golden spear in his hand. I won't let you destroy this country. Luffy gritted his teeth, resisted the blow with his body, and clasped the golden spear that pierced his body with his left hand. The high temperature burned, making his right hand smoke continuously, and the pain was also it made him yell, but Luffy was unmoved, roared in his eyes, pulled his right hand and blasted towards Anilo. Rubber spiral gold rifle. Boom! This blow was powerful, and the terrorist bombardment directly destroyed a part of the ark's motto. The fist hit Anilo, and the rubber ability ignored the lightning on Anila's body, pushing Anilo back one after another. Okay, hateful rubber monkey. Anilo was severely injured, and he vomited blood again and again. Being hit hard by natural enemies, Enel's elementalization was useless at all, and he was pushed back. In the end, Luffy pushed Enel's body with his fist and collided with the golden clock behind him. The golden ball in Luffy's hand shattered, and there was a roar. The impact caused the golden clock to swing, and the hammer swung, colliding with the clock wall. Boom! The thick and melodious bell rang, and the golden bell, which had not been rung for 400 years, was rung again, as if conveying some special meaning. The bell radiated in all directions, and the Neo Navy below heard it. Everyone on Sky Island heard it. Nami, who was sitting on top of a cloud, was delighted when she heard this voice. She knew that Luffy had won. After a while, she muttered, "Is this useful? Now this empty island has been blown somewhere by the storm, and Guy Island probably can't hear it anymore." But Nami continued to laugh. Since Sky Island exists and Golden Country exists, sooner or later, people in the world will know this. Let's ring out. Let the chestnut uncles below hear it. After Luffy hit the blow, a happy smile appeared on his face. He let the golden bell that had not rang for 400 years ring again, and he was telling the following for people: Sky Island exists, and Golden Town exists. It's a pity that the empty island he didn't know about was already far away from Guy Island because of the storm. Luffy laughed and fell from the sky, rolled up on the clouds, and finally stopped near Nami. Luffy showed a bright smile. "Nami, so the Uncle Chestnut below should be able to hear the bell. The thing he is looking for is real. Well, they will know." Nami nodded heavily, and did not tell Luffy that this place is estimated to be far away from Gaia Island, and there is no Gaia Island below, but she believes that Sky Island exists and Golden Town exists. Yes, sooner or later, this news will spread across the sea, and the grievances of Coolie Kai's ancestors will be washed away. Riding that special vehicle, he took Luffy back below. "Miss Nami, it's great that you're fine." Sanji stepped on the whirlwind and came to Nami's body to show his courtesy. Nami rolled her eyes at Sanji, her beautiful eyes shot around. Everyone else was there, but Robin wasn't here. She asked suspiciously, "Hey, where's Robin?" Sanji also searched around, frowning. "Hey, is Robin gone?" Luffy also came back to his senses, put his right hand in front of his eyes, and squinted his eyes like a monkey to look around. Soran also narrowed his eyes. She was still here just now. Could it be related to that person just now? Robin's expression seemed to have changed slightly just now. Could it be that she knew the person who swung the slash? Shouldn't he be taken away by the man who cut the sky in half? Usopp also remembered what happened just now, and the fear in his heart was lingering, and he was once again frightened and trembling all over. Robin is gone? There is her smell here. It seems to have run over there. The reindeer was startled, and finally his nose twitched, and he ran in one direction. Past. Seeing Chopper running in one direction, several people also ran over together. "Your captain did a good job, but how should I put it? The one who ate the thunderous fruit was a bit unlucky. He met his natural enemy." Yunya didn't know what to say about Anilo's encounter with Luffy, his natural enemy. With Anilo's fruit ability, putting it in the sea is at least at the level of Shishibukai. Even in terms of attack power, it is enough to compete with the general. It's just that his shortcomings are more obvious. His physique is not good. Well, Luffy is indeed very unexpected, but his strength is indeed very strong. He is a captain worth and trusting. Robin also laughed, remembering her experience when she was on the ship. After Robin left Alabasta, he started drifting again, avoiding the tracking of the world government. She met the Straw Hat Pirates on Magnetic Drum Island. At that time, when Luffy climbed up Magnetic Drum Island with a feverish Nami, she almost fell off. She helped Luffy with her ability, so that Nami was successfully rescued. The reason why I chose to join the Straw Hat Pirates later was because Robin was more interested in magical creatures like Chopper. At that time, she was avoiding the pursuit of CP and planned to let Luffy take her away from Magnetic Drum Island. Well, the one who paid the money, Nami saw the money, and Robin was her savior, and the main reason was that the money was enough, so Nami agreed directly. Later, confused, he became Luffy's partner out of nowhere. While the two were talking, a golden clock tower fell from the sky, just hitting Yunya and Robin not far in front of them. Yunya looked at Robin and said, "Aren't you going to take a look? You seem to be looking for this kind of thing all the time, right? The main text of history, by the way, tell me what is written in it." Robin was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "What is your purpose? Didn't you say that it's here to deal with the bedbugs that keep throwing garbage on our heads, but if someone else takes care of it, I won't take action." Yunya spread his hands and said. Robin glanced at Yunya, did not speak, walked slowly to the side of the fallen golden clock, and looked at it. Yunya followed slowly. "Ancient weapon, see King Poseidon." Robin scanned the text of the history text one by one, and said the words engraved on it in detail, for Yunya to hear. Finally, next to the main text of the history, she saw a line of ancient text engraved on gold. She looked at it with a little surprise on her face. "Gold Roger has visited here? Has even One Piece arrived here? Could it be that he can understand the text of the history, and under the guidance of the text of the history, successfully arrived at the final island?" Sure enough, it records the news of ancient weapons. The location of Poseidon, the king of the sea, is really the mermaid princess of the Fishman Island, but it has been obtained by the Quincy division. The last time the historical text in Alabasta should record this Pluto, the whereabouts of Pluto and Neptune. You already know the location of the two ancient weapons. You are indeed the most dangerous person in the world, Nicole Robin. Yunya also looked at the historical text. He saw not understanding the text above. Robin recounted everything to him. "So, are you going to catch me? Leave a dangerous person like me alone." Robin looked at Yunya, without any expression on his face. Yunya shook his head and laughed. "After I defected from the navy, I am the sworn enemy of the world government. In other words, the world government is my enemy. How can I stop things that can cause trouble to the enemy? Aren't you curious about the location of Pluto? Now that Neptune is in the hands of the New World Quincy, everyone in the world is looking for the whereabouts of other ancient weapons. Robin looked at Yunya curiously, somewhat wondering what this man was. What are you thinking? What is his purpose? Sea King is in the hands of Quincy, and Pluto should be hiding in Wano country, right? Yunya chuckled lightly and said indifferently, that kind of thing is useful to me, but as long as I dare to show the slightest sign, the world government will definitely follow suit. Use some kind of power to deal with me like the Quincy, although the world government doesn't like me now, but the situation is unstable, and they won't take action against me in a short time, as long as I don't do too much. The Quincy is far away in the New World, and the world government has less power to use. It is not so easy for the Navy to enter the New World, but I am different. My headquarters is in the first half. If I get Pluto, I will be in some danger. Yunya said lightly. Now the relationship between the Neo Navy and the world government is very delicate. The world government has no spare power to deal with him now, and the Navy headquarters will not rashly attack him. One is to be afraid of his Uran's strength. The second is that the Neo Navy is also fighting criminals, and has not done anything extraordinary to the Navy. Of course, the tension between the two sides has been formed, but it hasn't exploded in a short time. Can you also understand the main text of history? Hearing Yunya's words, Robin was a little surprised. She didn't expect Uran to even know the location of Pluto, but she didn't say it last time. When Yunyi shook his head, I don't understand, but I can understand your heart. You don't have to worry about me, and I don't plan to attack your companions. After all, your captain has a lot of background. Garp his grandson, Durag's son. If he moves, it will cause unnecessary trouble. After training, Yunyi's sense of knowledge has also been greatly improved. Now, like Redfield, he can read other people's hearts. Of course, he can only read people who are defenseless and not very proficient in knowledge. But even if Yunya didn't read Robin's heart, he still knew a lot through the original book. For example, the whereabouts of Pluto is hidden in Wano country. Yuren doesn't want to leave for Wano country, but he has the idea, if possible, Pluto Yunya will snatch it. Of course, let the Quincy take action. Reading the heart? It's really scary. Robin restrained his mind and kept his thoughts from spreading. Although he didn't know if it would be useful to this man, he said in surprise, Luffy? Garp's grandson? How much? Rag's son? You mean our captain? This is also the first time she knows the identity of her own captain, which is too scary. Garp and Drago's reputation in the sea is extremely loud, and she knows it because she often pays attention to sea intelligence. Needless to say, Garp is already in the history of the old calendar. The naval hero, the person who captured the pirate King Roger, has a unique reputation in the Navy. As for the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army's actions have been very frequent recently, and they have set off several revolutions in the New World, causing the fall of many countries. The world government regards Drago as one of the most terrifying criminals. His identity is more dangerous than yours. You don't have to worry about your identity affecting them. I can see that you are very happy on this pirate ship, at least compared to the first time I saw you. Much more cheerful. Yunya chuckled lightly. In the past, Robin was absolutely wary of anyone, but this time when Yunya saw her, she found that she was a little different. For Luffy and the others, Robin already regards them as companions. It has to be said that Luffy seems to have some kind of magical power, which makes people involuntarily get close to him. Even people who have experienced Robin will be affected by Luffy. Robin was silent again. Indeed, he was very comfortable on the Straw Hat boat, but he was a little scared in his heart, because she had experienced too many betrayals, and she no longer wanted to experience being betrayed again. Moreover, she was also afraid of causing unnecessary trouble to them because of her identity. I don't know. Robin shook his head, gritted his silver teeth, and was a little tangled in his heart. Is it really good for a dangerous person like me to join them? I still say that. No one will be lonely forever. One day, you will meet someone who is sincere to you, just like now, you have already met. Well, your companions come here, yes, they couldn't wait to find you as soon as they found out that you were gone. In their hearts, you are already their companion. Yunya smiled, waved at Robin, and left in a flash. Companion. Robin whispered as he looked at Yunya's disappearing back, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Robin? Why did you come here? Who was that just now? Why did I seem to see him wearing a navy uniform? Do you know him? Nami arrived here first on a vehicle. She saw Luo just now. Bin and Yunyi are talking here. Well, it's sort of. Robin calmed down and replied with a smile. Sister Robin, why did you come here without saying a word, which made us worry for a long time, thinking that something happened to you? Chopper hugged Robin's leg like a pet rubbing. It's okay, I just came here when I saw something falling. Robin smiled and touched Chopper. Robin-chan, I wanted to. Sanji also wanted to move over. Don't make trouble. But Nami punched her into the ground, and her whole body twitched. Soran also ran over, squinted his eyes and looked at Robin. The man just now should be the Navy. Soran's eyes are very good. Just now he saw Yunyi wearing a navy cloak of justice. But that costume seems to be a little different from ordinary navy. It is another type. The costumes of the Neo Navy and the Navy Headquarters Navy are different, and the difference can be seen at a glance. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, Soran is the most vigilant. Up to now, he is still a little wary of Robin, a woman who joined their pirates out of nowhere, and does not fully trust him. However, his vigilance was also let down, and it was only when he saw Robin standing with a person who seemed to be a navy that he became a little alert. Well, it's right to say that it is the navy, but he is not anymore. He was a former vice admiral and now the commander of the Neo Navy. You should have heard that the traitor of the navy, Nightblade, has a bounty of 48 Yibelai, Robin said simply. Robin is naturally very familiar with the events at the Navy headquarters that have shaken up the entire world. She also deliberately investigated. Navy? Why is the Navy here? Wait. 4.8 billion rewards. Usopp was startled when he heard the Navy, and then came back to his senses. 4.8 billion? What level of reward is this? Usopp's legs were weak, and he almost collapsed on the ground. He looked at Robin and asked weakly, are you sure it's 4.8 billion Baileys, not 480 million Baileys? Well, that's right, 4.8 billion Baileys. Robin nodded in affirmation. Gudu. After hearing this, several people present swallowed their saliva, and Usopp almost fainted from fright. Navy, 4.8 billion, these two words made his head dizzy. 4.8 billion Baileys? Isn't it 4.7 billion more than Luffy? Chopper screamed, dancing in fright, hiding behind Robin, looking around. I was afraid that Uni would come back again. Their captain, the current Luffy, only offered a reward of 100 million Baileys, but that man just now offered a reward of 4.8 billion Baileys? Just hearing this number, Chopper trembled all over. 4.8 billion? Is there anyone in the world who has such a high amount of reward? If it can be exchanged for Bailey. Bah, what are you thinking? It's not bad that such a person didn't come to trouble us. Nami was also caught. She was taken aback, but the huge amount of 4.8 billion Baileys made her, a little thief, open her eyes to the money, and even fantasized about it. But she quickly shook her head and offered a reward of 4.8 billion Baileys. She couldn't imagine it. However, there was a huge treasure in front of her eyes. Her eyes were fixed on the huge golden clock. Her eyes were shining brightly. Can this thing be taken away? She looked at the golden clock in front of her with Bailey's light in her eyes, showing her true nature as a money fan. Yabani, is that the man who killed Admiral Akainu before? I didn't expect Robin-chan to know such a person. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, looked at Robin, and his expression became serious. As the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, he naturally knows what this bounty means. Those who can have this kind of reward are all top experts in the sea. Navy renegade Urin, who once defeated the world's #1 swordsman, is now the world's #1 swordsman. How do you know this kind of person? Zoro stared at Robin, wanting to ask. Soran also has some understanding of the world's #1 swordsman changing hands. After all, his goal is the world's #1 swordsman. Before, he was shocked for a long time when he heard the news that Hawkeye lost and the world's #1 swordsman changed hands. Unexpectedly, the man named Hawkeye actually lost. He naturally paid a lot of attention to Urin, the new world's #1 swordsman. It's just that they didn't expect that the person who made the move just now was actually the world's #1 swordsman himself. But think about it, only a swordsman of that level can make that kind of slash. Well, I was saved by him once, he was my savior. Robin didn't hide anything. He told what happened in Alabasta before, and pointed to the golden clock in front, and he said, leave this to me. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. A violent chestnut knocked Soran into the ground. She said angrily, Robin is so kind to us, she is my savior. You actually doubt her, you green algae head. What the hell are you doing, you stinky woman? I just want to ask. Zoro pulled his head out of the ground and yelled at Nami. Green algae, how dare you yell at Ms. Nami? Watch me kick you to death. The back of your neck. Sanji appeared with a snort and kicked Zoro. Zoro dangerously raised his sword to block. With veins throbbing on his forehead, he slashed at Sanji with his sword. You perverted pufferfish. Green algae head. Sex cook. Clang clang clang. The two huddled together. Seeing this scene, Robin covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Here, she really felt a sense of belonging. Is this a companion? Not too bad. If possible, I really hope to continue like this, but, my identity. Thinking of this, Robin shook his head slightly, but quickly put aside the thoughts in his heart. Oh, don't worry about other things, little ones, the battle is over, let's have a banquet. Luffy couldn't understand what they were talking about at all, and now he just wanted to have a good meal and then go to sleep. Oh, let's have a banquet. Chopper also became excited, and put his previous worries behind him. Usopp is also resurrected with full blood, and he is also hungry? Suoshi withdrew his sword, but his heart was facing Yunye's sword just now. His eyes narrowed. He still needs to become stronger. The world's #1 swordsman, Yaren, we will meet again. Next time, I will learn your swordsmanship. Soran's eyes were firm. From what he had seen and heard just now, he knew that he was still a long way from the world's #1 swordsman. But he will not give up. Then I'll prepare the ingredients. Sanji volunteered. As a cook, the rest of the work is his. Over there, the Sky Island residents and Sandia warriors who escaped the catastrophe all let out a long sigh of relief, and the Straw Hat Boys are extremely grateful to them for saving the Sky Island. In the evening, a grand banquet began, and the people on the empty island were all celebrating that they escaped the catastrophe, singing and dancing. In the next few days, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail again, falling into the blue sea from a high altitude, and embarking on a new round of adventures. Above the sky, the golden ship, the ark, the proverb. Enilo was defeated by Luffy, but he didn't lose. At this time, he collapsed on his own boat, pulled the turban on his head aside, revealing an explosive head. He said to himself, ancient weapons? Neptune? Pluto? What are those? Lanhai, how many strong people are there? Just now, his unique knowledge covered the entire Sky Island, and he also heard the conversation between Yunya and Robin. His sense of knowledge is very special. He senses the enemy's heart voice through the fruit ability to sense the ion vibration in the air, and even Yunya didn't notice it. Knowledge color has different branches. Some can read the heart, some have a very wide range, some can future with it, and some can read everything. The development of abilities varies from person to person. Enel has the ability to read the heart, and the particularity of his ability makes his knowledge very powerful. Forget it, all of that has nothing to do with me. I'm going to continue looking for the infinite land. Enil spread out on his boat, moving in one direction without purpose. He was going to find the infinite land in his mind. Flying aimlessly in the air, Enilo suddenly found himself in an empty place. It's a barren area above, and the surrounding area is extremely empty, but there is no life at all, and the blue-gray ground under the feet is also full of potholes, like the marks left by the impact of meteorites. Here, he meets some villains who are not afraid of electricity, and also encounters space pirates. After solving the space pirates, he also found some hidden relics, and activated the relics through his lightning ability. Countless mechanical soldiers were activated and became his subordinates. He built an army of robots on the moon. Among those ruins, he also knew many hidden secrets. There used to be a country here, but because of the poor material, the moon people went to the blue planet below, and brought their mechanical technology and transformed creatures with them. The ancient weapon Pluto mentioned by Yunya and Robin was made by the moon people. What happened to the ancient weapons, the Moonman, and the blue ocean? What about those moon people? This made him extremely curious, and he looked at the blue planet. Maybe I should go to the blue ocean. Enilo made up his mind that if he had the opportunity in the future, he should return to the blue ocean again. Recently the sea has been rough again. New pirate stars from all walks of life were born. There are only a few people with more than 100 million Baileys. Compared with the previous supernovas, the number has increased a lot. Among them, Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, after the Battle of Judiciary Island, offered a bounty of 300 million Baileys, Rorano Zoro offered a reward of 120 million Baileys, and almost all other members a bounty was offered. The Kid Pirates have become famous. The Captain Eustace Kid has a bounty of 315 million Baileys, and the combatant Kira on board has a bounty of 162 million Baileys. Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, is offering a bounty of 200 million Baileys. Skulachman APU, the captain of the Radio Pirates, is offering a reward of 198 million Baileys. Urki, the captain of the Monk Pirate Group, offers a reward of 180 million Baileys. Capone Becky, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, has a bounty of 138 million Baileys. Edward Vabel, a lone traveler, claims to be the son of Whitebeard. He has outstanding achievements. He once fought against the warships of the Navy headquarters, and easily killed all the Navy and a pacifist. He was crowned with a bounty of 350 million Baileys. Among all the supernovas, the one with the highest bounty? Because the number of pirate rookies with a bounty of over 100 million is much higher than in previous years. The specific reasons, some people attribute to the fact that the Navy is weak now, and the control over the first half is much weaker, and the previous craze for ancient weapons also made more people go to sea to become pirates, wanting to find ancient weapons and become kings. Some people even think that these pirate novas may be able to catch up from behind, find ancient weapons, and overthrow the current 4 emperors and 1 king. The difference in the era has made the Nova pirates stronger this time, so this era is called the Evil Era. Neo Navy Headquarters, Yunya looked at the information in his hands, and couldn't help but sneered. The Battle of Judiciary Island has not been over long, right? The extremely evil era has been released? Because of me, Hawkins went to sea early, so he was not caught. Come on, then, where are the others? Drake didn't have the order of the warring states, and didn't choose to defect from the Navy. That big eater Bonnie, if I remember correctly, she should have something to do with Tyrant Bear. Now Tyrant Bear has not become Shishibukai, nor has she been transformed, so she didn't choose to go out to sea and become a pirate? Well, it is possible. But this Edward Vabel, if you remember correctly, he should be the guy who calls himself Whitebeard too. He actually jumped out at this time. Looking at the information, Yunya sorted out the situation and couldn't help shaking his head. Now that the plot has changed so much, the protagonists are still together. Is this destiny, or what? But there are still some changes. Robin didn't leave without saying goodbye, but chose to fight? It's a pity that he lost to Rob Lucci. In the end, the Straw Hats still chose to attack Judicial Island, and they won. Well, this it's not surprising. Yunya rubbed his chin and pondered, and looked at Edward Vabel, the second king of Bai. Jump out at this time. What are you planning to do? If the Navy finds out about his relationship with Whitebeard, will they take action? How will Whitebeard respond? If they know that someone is impersonating Whitebeard's son, the captains on the Whitebeard's ship will not let it go, especially AI. That guy. Hey, what an interesting development. Yunya whispered, showing an inexplicable smile. The capital of 7 waters. The Straw Hats and their party passed through the Battle of Judiciary Island, and all of them are recuperating with injuries. It was time to eat, and the members of the Straw Hats sat down to eat, but they were not in a good mood. Because the food on their plates was snatched by Luffy, it made them furious, but because Luffy consumed too much in this battle, they turned their anger back to anger and did not lose their temper. Because of excessive consumption, Luffy actually eats and sleeps while eating, and he doesn't know how to practice this skill. Robin propped her chin up and looked at Luffy with a smile. It was this guy who saved herself from the world government. She couldn't help but think of Yunya and Zoro's words. She finally had a group of people who could accommodate your partner. Even for themselves, they can throw their lives away, just to come and save themselves, who have fallen into darkness. You are not born to be alone forever. Sooner or later, you will meet a partner who is willing to sacrifice your life for you. Zoro, Urine. It seems to recall the scene on Judiciary Island before. In order to save themselves, these guys are willing to risking his life to protect himself, even being hostile to the world government. Robin showed a faint smile. Robin-chan, why are you smiling so happily? Is it because of my food? Sanji stepped on the whirlwind, looked at Robin's beautiful smile, his eyes showed his heart, and ran over to show his hospitality. Well, it's delicious. Robin showed a bright smile. It's an honor in my life to be praised by Robin sauce. Here, this is dessert. Sanji's heart was beating wildly, his eyes were still shining with heart, and with a flash of his figure, he took out 2 desserts from the kitchen. Plate of dessert, handed to Robin and Nami. But it was snatched away by Luffy who was sleeping. Sanji was furious. Hey, Luffy, I prepared this for General Robin and Nami-chan, not yours. Luffy turned a deaf ear, he was still sleeping. Soran looked at the partners who were making a mess, couldn't help but shook his head, picked up the wine glass, and drank freely. Everyone was happy, except for Sanji who was a little angry. In the capital of 7 Waters, a doghead warship landed, and a man wearing a Navy Justice cloak and a doghead hat led an army towards the location of Luffy and others. The wind was blowing all the way, and the residents on the island saw it, and they all exclaimed, "This is Naval Hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Hey, why did the Navy come here? Did you come here for the Straw Hat Pirates? They are the saviors of Mr. Ispago. This is terrible, let them know." When the people around saw this person, they all recognized the person who came, and someone had already run over there, wanting to inform the Straw Hat gang of the news. Get them out of here quickly? Because of the other party's identity, he is a naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. The naval hero who has driven Roger into desperation many times? Garp caught Luffy's aura with a sense of knowledge, narrowed his eyes, showing a bad look. His grandson actually caused such a big thing. It's abominable. The Navy was wrong, and he actually went to be a pirate. It's all the guy with red hair, who brought his beloved grandson to pieces. Before the angry Garp came to the room where Luffy was, in order to make a handsome appearance, he smashed the wall with a punch. The sudden movement shocked everyone in the room and prepared them for battle. Looking over there, the smoke and dust cleared, and they saw a burly man in navy clothing coming in, looking at everyone, and said in a low tone, "You guys, the Straw Hats, right? How many people are there? Want to meet Monkey D. Luffy? What happened? Who? Navy. Why did the Navy suddenly appear here?" Seeing the arrival of the Navy, Luffy and his party were extremely surprised, and put on a fighting stance. Zoro and Sanji stood in front, looking at Garp vigilantly, his eyes became extremely dignified. Robin recognized Garp's identity the first time he saw Garp, looked at Garp and Luffy with weird eyes, remembering that Yeblade once said that Luffy's grandfather is Garp, and his father's Here Comes Rag. Garp's eyes shot at the Straw Hat group, and his gaze was fixed on Luffy who was sleeping soundly. With a slit on his forehead, his face suddenly became gloomy. He shaved and used it, and burst out at a high speed, rushing in front of Luffy, his fists covered with armed colors. The fist hit Luffy's head heavily. "You see me still sleeping? Get up." Oops. Sanji and Zoro both exclaimed, but Garp's speed was too fast, and they didn't react at all. With a boom sound, Luffy was hammered into the ground directly, and then screamed while covering the big bag on his head. "Okay, it hurts? It hurts. Pain? What are you talking about? You are rubber? How could it be painful?" Sanji's face changed slightly when he heard Luffy's words. "And Soran has drawn his sword and rushed towards Garp. 36 treble wins. A fistful of love is irresistible. You guys made a big fuss this time, Luffy." Garp shattered Soran's slash with a flick of his hand, and took the dog-headed hood off his head. "Come down," with a big smile. Hearing this familiar voice, Luffy came back to his senses, still clutching the big bag on his head, looking at Garp with horror in his eyes. "Grandpa? Grandpa? Huh? What? Grandpa? Is this Luffy's grandpa?" Except for Robin, everyone present at this time showed expressions of astonishment. Luffy's grandfather is actually a Navy? What a magical family this is. The grandson is clamoring to become the One Piece, but the grandfather is actually a Navy? "Luffy, you kid, you seem to have done something extraordinary. Do you want to explain it to me?" Garp folded his arms and looked at Luffy with unfriendly eyes. Luffy remained silent, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing Garp. Robin still had weird eyes, and said lightly, "Your Excellency should be a naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp." "Oh, it's me, I'm Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp." Garp looked at Robin, and Robin didn't show too much shock on his face. AI. When the people around heard this name, they couldn't help exclaiming, "Navy hero Garp? Isn't that the name of the legendary Navy?" Nami heard Robin's words, and faintly connected the burly man in front of her with a certain legendary navy. But soon she covered her mouth. Grandson is a pirate. Grandpa is a navy? Or a legendary navy? What a messy family this is. Vice Admiral? Luffy, is he really your grandfather? Sanji turned to look at Luffy. Soran narrowed his eyes. Just now Garp easily broke his slash. How did he do it? What happened to the power in his hand just now? Luffy sat paralyzed on the ground, with a terrified look on his face. That's right. Everyone, don't attack him. He will be killed. I was almost killed by him a few times. Garp stared. Hey, why did you talk to Grandpa? I pushed you off a cliff, threw you into a desolate forest, and lifted you into the air, all to exercise you. No wonder Luffy's vitality is so strong. I finally figured it out. Sanji muttered to the side. Others also have strange faces. But you guy, you actually ran away while I was away? I trained you, but to make you a strong navy soldier. Garp became more and more angry when he thought about it. His grandson actually took advantage of his absence. He ran away secretly, and became a pirate. This made him very angry, and he pushed everything on the red hair, because this guy brought his beloved grandson to death. If you have the chance, you must beat the red-haired guy. When it came to a matter of principle, Luffy got up bravely and yelled at Garp, didn't I always say that I wanted to be a pirate? You got screwed by that redhead? You stupid boy. Shanks is my savior, don't speak ill of him. You guy, you actually said such things to Grandpa, are you looking for a hit? Garp's forehead burst out with the word well. Furious, he grabbed Luffy's collar with one hand, and covered his armor with the other hand. Oh, I was wrong, don't hit me. Luffy saw that Garp was angry, the fear in his heart was mobilized again, and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. It's bad, Luffy was caught by the navy. Chopper yelled. Facing his grandfather, Luffy lost the courage to resist. Sanji frowned, and it was the first time he saw Luffy behave like this. Soran didn't speak, his eyes were on Garp's left fist. It was this power again, and the female navy with the lightning ability would also use it. However, the next moment, everyone discovered that the grandpa and grandson were actually asleep, falling asleep. Everyone. Garp woke up suddenly, seeing that Luffy dared to sleep while being trained. He was very angry. Luffy, get up for me. What is your attitude? After a while of jumping around, Garp let Luffy go. Luffy didn't dare to do it again. There were a few extra bumps on his head, and he looked weak, pitiful, and helpless. You dare to go to sea without even understanding the situation of the sea. I really don't know where you have the courage. The situation in the world is very chaotic now. You don't even know what kind of pirate the red hair is. Garp crossed his arms, looking at Luffy with hatred. Luffy covered his head. Shanks? Isn't he a pirate? How are they doing now? Huh? That guy is one of the 4 emperors and 1 king. There are countless pirates in the world, and the 4 pirates standing at the top are called the 4 emperors. There is also a king of the dark world, that is, the first king. They are like emperors, ruling the new world. Oh, there is also a ruler of the dark world, who is the Quincy master among the 4 emperors and 1 king. The 5 of them can be said to be the emperors of the new world, and they have ruled the entire new world. It is frightening. He is the most ferocious criminal. Garp seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be feeling emotional. Originally, the Kaiwohei and the Navy headquarters were to fight against the pirates in the New World, but now, because of the banning of the Kaiwohei, the strength of the Navy has declined, and it has lost the strength to compete with them. Does Luffy still have friendship with the redhead? Robin was extremely shocked. Why does Luffy have such a hardcore background? Luffy's straw hat seems to be given by the red hair, but I don't know the specific situation of the red hair. Nami raised her forehead. She always knew a little bit about her own boat. The redhead among the 4 emperors and 1 king. Sanji also looked at Luffy in surprise. At this time, 2 marines came in from the broken hole, and greeted Luffy and the others. Luffy and his party are a little puzzled. Who are these 2 people? I'm Kibi. Kibi, who was already a sergeant in the Navy headquarters, pointed at himself and said with a smile. I'm Belumbo. Another person also spoke. Ah, which crybaby Kobe are you? Luffy and Zoro looked surprised. Kobe has changed so much. Hey, don't ignore me. Another person said angrily. After another round of flying and jumping, Garp broke the wall because of his handsomeness, and was called by his subordinates to repair the wall together. Speaking of which, Luffy, your father seems to have returned to the East China Sea. Have you met him? Garp said nonchalantly while repairing the wall. Luffy tilted his head. Father? I still have a father. When the others heard Garp's words, they all looked at Garp together. They were equally curious. The grandfather is Garp, the guide is red-haired, and who is his father? And Robin's eyes flashed. Didn't that guy choose to meet you? TCH, he's really a willful guy. Garp held his nose and said casually, your father's name is Monkey D. Drago, a revolutionary. Alas, is it the Revolutionary Army? Hearing this name, everyone's face changed drastically and they were shocked. Drago, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has been recognized by the world government as one of the most vicious criminals. Recently, there has been a lot of commotion, especially their ideas, which even the world government is afraid of. Hey, why do you all have such expressions? Is he famous? Luffy looked at Robin with a questioning look in his eyes. How should I put it? It's just. Robin briefly told about the Revolutionary Army. However, Luffy still didn't respond. In his mind, he had no concept of these things at all. Garp looked at Robin suspiciously. From just now, Robin showed no surprise. You know Luffy's life experience very well, little girl. Well, someone once told me that you should also know him. He is the commander-in-chief of the Neo Navy, Nightblade. Robin looked at Garp and laughed. Tisk, it's that guy. I didn't expect you to know that guy. Garp was very surprised. He didn't expect Robin to know Urin, but he didn't care, and continued. If that guy Urin didn't if you defected to the Navy, the situation in the Navy would not be as urgent as it is now. What a pity. He also felt a little sorry for Urin and his old comrade in arms Zifa defecting from the Navy. But he is also clear about the reason, so he can't say who is right and who is wrong. It can only be the, Nightblade. The people around were shocked once again, and the successive appearances of big figures made them a little numb. Suddenly thought of something, Garp scratched his head a little. By the way, it seems that I can't tell you what I said just now, so just pretend that I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear it. People around. The other navies had withdrawn, only Cap was still beating. Soran stepped forward at this time and asked solemnly, Lieutenant General Garp, I want to ask you one thing. What kind of power did you use when you beat Luffy just now? Luffy is obviously a rubber man. Pain. Oh, that's the power called domineering. Garp looked at Soran, got up and came to Luffy, condensed the armed domineering between his fingers, and flicked it towards his head. With a bang, a big lump appeared on Luffy's forehead again, and he rolled all over the ground in pain. Garp explained, this is the armed arrogance, and it is the power used to deal with devil fruit ability users. What are you doing? Luffy was so angry that he punched him, but Garp easily avoided him. Garp dodged slightly, and explained, this is domineering and knowledgeable. It can predict the enemy's movements in advance and use it to avoid the enemy's attack. Seeing that Luffy was still attacking, Garp narrowed his eyes, grabbed Luffy's arm, punched him on the head, and knocked him down. Have you hit enough? Will you? Luffy's eyes were tearful, and he gritted his teeth. Obviously you did it first. It hurts. Domineering. Soran stared at Garp's fist. Garp doesn't know how to teach, so he just briefly described. Well, domineering. Domineering is the power contained in the human body. As long as it is mastered, it can be used to deal with devil fruit ability users, and the natural system is no exception. After explaining, Garp sat down and tapped. The wall has not been repaired. Looked at Luffy. Now Ace is also in the new world. If you meet him in the new world, give me a few beats, although maybe he can't beat him. He's also made a name for himself. He's such an annoying guy. But forget it. I'm just here to see you this time. You've grown up, and you've become a wanted criminal, so I won't care about you in the future. Hearing Ace's name, Luffy suddenly became interested. Is Ace also in the new world? Well, by the way, that guy Sabo isn't dead either. He's at Drago's place now. When I see you later, give me a good beating, even though you still can't beat him. Garp sighed softly. Shake your head. Is Sabo still alive? Really, that's great. Luffy ignored the belittling words of his grandfather, with a look of surprise on his face. Hearing that Sabo was still alive, tears seemed to flow down. Ace and Sabo are both in the new world, so I must go to the new world. For Sabo, his feelings are still very deep. You are my grandson, so I can't catch you here. Don't worry, I have already made up an excuse. You can continue to stay here to recuperate. This time I will bring the two of them to see you. What should I tell you? I've said everything about you. The old man should go. After Garp finished speaking, he turned around and left, but his back looked a little lonely, and his relatives had all embarked on the most dangerous path. He couldn't change anything. He could only hope they are safe and sound. I'm old, and my mentality is not as good as before. Well, bye. Luffy was still silent at this moment in the happy mood that Sabo was not dead, showing a joyful smile. You're too ruthless. Garp frowned when he heard this, and then punched Luffy again before leaving angrily, cursing, you bastard. Everyone. After Garp left, the rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief. Garp still put a lot of pressure on them. Nami looked at Luffy. I didn't expect people from your family to be so scary. Ace? Sabo? Are they also your family? I seem to have heard it there too. Robin guessed when Garp said these two names. Yo-Yo said, Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Revolutionary Sabo, the 2nd leader of the Revolutionary Army. Alas. Everyone was shocked again. Then they all looked at Luffy. What happened to your family? Why are the people who appear are such big shots?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.